Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Konoha Death Chat Group 1 Obito the True Villain 1 EO. Chapter 1 Traveling Through Obito? It's finally my turn to be rich and wealthy. Fire Nation Frontier under the Grey Night, the sound of killing and explosions could be heard deep in the woods. Between the dense trunks of giant trees, several black shadows are attacking each other, engaging in the most brutal fighting. There are no colorful ninjutsu battles, but only extremely dangerous close combat and sword shadows. Ninja. What's going on with this? The black-haired boy hidden in the trees, his pupils narrowed through the brown goggles, stared at the dangerous battle in stunned silence. Someone has read Hokage Ninja, a passionate childhood comic. Therefore, he would instantly recognize the forehead protectors and identities of the ninjas on both sides of the battle. But why did he suddenly appear here? 996, which was clearly struggling a second ago, is now here in the blink of an eye. Could it be that TM died suddenly, still dreaming? Open black lens bracket I lost. Close black lens bracket suddenly, the black-haired boy's pupils suddenly shrank, and the soul of the dead emerged. Some B**************** D through the kunai randomly, and by chance, it shot towards him at a very fast speed. Its momentum is as fast as the wind. Subconsciously, the black-haired boy turned sideways to avoid. Exposed. Almost at the same time, a white-haired kid jumped out from beside him and shouted coldly. The moment the words fell, the figure struck out like an arrow from a string. The white fang short sword in my hand is already out of its sheath. White light appears. In the blink of an eye, a man with a hideous face fell to the ground in a pool of blood. So dangerous. This feeling of surging blood is not a dream. That guy is. The black-haired boy dodged the kunai and let out a long sigh, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Staring at the white-haired kid running out, he was filled with surprises. White-haired hedgehog, mask covering his face, short sword, standard ninja uniform and the familiar style of painting. Open black lens bracket Hitaki Kakashi close black lens bracket if he saw it right, that guy just now was young Kakashi. At this moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar memory suddenly poured into his mind. Year 34 of Konoha, born on February 10th, named Uchiha Obito. Konoha 35 to 36, his parents died in World War II, and he and his grandmother depended on each other. Konoha 38. When he was 4 years old, his grandmother died of illness and he began to live alone. Konoha 39 to 5 years old, enters Konoha Shinobi School. Make your first friend and love rival, the genius ninja Hitaki Kakashi. Advertisement and the first love goddess Nohara Lin. In the same year, Kakashi graduated early as a genius. Let him be envious, jealous and hate that he cannot replace it. Konoha 40 years, 6 years old, after hard training, when he realizes his strength has grown. The school was shocked by the news that Kakashi became a chunin. Konoha 43 to 9 years old, graduates and becomes a genin. Become teammates with the goddess Nohara Rin and the genius Kakashi, elite Jonin Namikaze Minato, and form the Minato class. And now, it was Konoha year 44, 2 years before the Third Ninja War broke out. Obito is 10 years old. After years of rest and recuperation in the ninja world after World War II, the situation is once again in turmoil. Countries began to engage in small-scale wars, collect intelligence and test the truth. Prepare for war to break out at any time. Open black lens bracket Nima. I turned out to be the famous 25-year-old villain Uchiha Obito. However, whether to say it or not, is it finally my turn to be rich and wealthy? Black-haired boy, no, it's Uchiha Obito. Obito's face showed a hint of confusion and apprehension, and then turned to excitement. This is the Hokage world where immortality and transcendence coexist, and bonds and passion are interdependent. Only a devil would miss the life of a social animal with no future in his previous life. Hesitating for even a second is disrespectful to time travel. As for family members in previous lives, his parents had already passed away during the Great Epidemic, leaving him alone and adrift. So, what else can be given up, as for the time travel villain Obito? What's this? What happened to the villain, no matter what age it is, who would still naively think that villains are pure evil? Unexpectedly, there are no Hokage villains except Ōtsutsuki. Which one is not a legendary ninja who pursues the path of peace? The paths are different, but they lead to the same destination. In the adult world, interests are the eternal theme. Being a good guy or a bad guy is just a matter of stance and success or failure. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. This has been the case throughout the ages. So for this identity, Obito really has nothing to resist. Advertisement how to say, Obito's ninja talent is also cheating. The eyes are opened with double Magatama, and the level of Mangekyo is exceeded, and he has the aura of a villain. Uchiha, the genius who opened the hidden single Magatama in anger than a certain sacrificial clan, was a few steps ahead. Obito, let's go help Kakashi. It's too late, but it's soon. Just when Obito was thinking wildly, a crisp shout sounded beside him. Lin. Obito turned his head subconsciously and murmured. What catches the eye is a fair, tender and pretty side face. She has short brown hair hanging behind her head, and her forehead is tied with a neat Konoha forehead protector. The two purple patterns on the face add a layer of wild playfulness to it. Wearing a black and gray ninja uniform plus light pink skirt, a pair of crystal clear dark brown pupils, full of solemnity. To be honest, Obito actually doesn't have much feelings for this plot character who only exists in memories and is not very good looking. I don't know if it's the influence of my predecessor or something else. The moment I saw Lin, Obito's lil heart beat involuntarily, and his blood flow accelerated. This feeling, it was exactly the same as when Obito saw the girl he fell in love with in his previous life. Byakugan is really terrifying, close black lens bracket, Obito. As if sensing something strange about Obito, Lin couldn't help turning her head and moaning softly. The big eyes are full of doubts. I can't let that guy Kakashi steal the show alone. Seeing Lin's strange look, Obito realized that his eyes were wrong. He hurriedly made excuses to cover up, formed seals with his hands and rushed forward. In this world of illusions and torture, Obito cannot act too outrageously. Otherwise, with Namikaze Minato's ninja skills, it would be impossible not to notice something strange. If you are suspected, you will be in big trouble. Fire-style great fireball technique. As the memories merged, Obito became enlightened and understood his own strength. The hands that have formed muscle memory quickly complete the seals, and at the right moment, when you open your mouth, a great fireball with a diameter of 2 meters will be ejected. Instantly complementing Kakashi's attacks, he flanked a rock shinobi from the front and back. For him to be a time-traveling newbie and immediately use kunai to kill people, Obito is indeed a bit unable to adapt. But if you use ninjutsu to fight Todoroki, then there will be no problem. This is much more exciting than playing games to farm monsters. Chapter 2 Death Chat Group, Cheat is coming, not good. Seeing the sharp white light so close, Tetsuno Kawasake's expression suddenly changed when he felt the scorching wave of fire behind him. In this flash of lightning, it was impossible for him to activate his ninjutsu or change his route. However, Tetsuno Kawasake is an experienced senior chunin after all. Faced with this life and death situation, he reacted almost instantly. Without any hesitation, Tetsuno Kawasake unleashed all his chakra to adhere to his body surface and broke through to the front of the great fireball at high speed. That sharp white light, his companion had just used his body to prove to him that it was not simple. And why should he be afraid of a mere great fireball? Boom! With the blessing of chakra, Tetsuno Kawasake burst out of the fireball at full speed. The momentum is overwhelming. Although his body was burned a lot by passing through the fireball, it was just as he expected. This kind of attack cannot cause any fatal damage at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, at a moment of pride for Tetsuno Kawasake, 3 blasts of sound exploded in his ears like thunder. Tetsuno Kawasake had no time to react as he was stabbed by 3 kunai in his neck, chest, and thighs. Nani? Detonating talisman? Holding back the severe pain in his body, Tetsuno Kawasake was about to pull out his kunai and prepare to fight back. His pupils suddenly dilated, he stared at the detonating charms wrapped around the handles of the 3 kunai and screamed in horror. This wave of chain attacks was something he never expected. Boom! Boom boom! At this moment, the 3 detonating symbols shined brightly at the same time. In Tetsuno Kawasake's shocked and unwilling fear, he brazenly detonated. A huge mushroom cloud rose in the forest, throwing up a cloud of dust and sawdust. Whispering sound, the great fireball really can't kill anyone. Obito looked at the shattered rock shinobi and curled his lips, unable to complain. How could Obito, who knew the law of harmlessness of the great fireball, not take countermeasures? As early as after launching the great fireball, he started the second wave of attacks. The effect was surprisingly good, and he succeeded in attacking directly. Tip. It was detected that the group leader successfully killed Rock Shinobi Chunin, and the Death Chat group was activated. Tip. Open the property panel and issue group announcements. Tip. Tetsuno Kawasake joins the group chat. Just when Obito was about to continue cooperating with Kakashi to play support, 3 mechanical prompts suddenly sounded in his mind. At the same time, an interface similar to a chat group appeared in his mind. Open black lens bracket chat group. Cheat? Damn it, this wave is still unstable. Obito's face suddenly became elated. The excitement was the most miserable experience he had ever imagined, and he couldn't help but overflow. Advertisement. There is no way, Obito knows the plot of Hokage. How could he not know that Master Madara was already spying on him in secret? Later, there will be horrors such as Ōtsutsuki and the Shell Organization. How could Obito be without pressure? It just has the advantage of plot. At worst, just follow the plot. This made Obito not too worried, but now, group announcement. Let me see what functions this chat group has. Close black lens bracket. In his excitement, Obito couldn't help but distract himself and look at the chat group. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just when Obito was distracted, several kunai shurikens roared towards him like a storm. Densely packed kunai shurikens burst out from the trees and arrived in front of Obito in the blink of an eye. This sudden situation caught Kakashi, Nohara Rin, and the distracted Obito by surprise. Damn it, who said cheat won't be attacked if you're distracted? Damn it, I am not the unlucky guy. Just after traveling through time and getting cheat, he was killed by the natives. Do you want it to be so miserable? Close black lens bracket. In the flash of lightning, Obito only had time to flash a few thoughts. The body has no time to react to avoid these attacks. Obito. Nohara Rin's expression of surprise that Obito had killed the enemy hadn't faded yet, and she screamed in fear. The cute little face is full of worry and disbelief. Kakashi ran towards the place where the kunai was shot with all his strength, and took advantage of the situation to attack. Well, such a cold-blooded approach was rare for Kakashi. At the critical moment the front kunai hit Obito's goggles, Obito's body suddenly flashed with golden light and disappeared. The densely packed kunai shurikens rushed towards the trees on the ground, creating a hornet's nest in an instant. Obito, you are too careless. Ninjas should always remain cautious and alert. Being distracted on the battlefield can be fatal. Obito's eyes blurred as his body appeared next to Lin. At the same time, Namikaze Minato's warm voice warned her. Crunch. As Namikaze Minato finished speaking, the goggles that were hit broke off and fell to the ground, revealing Obito's handsome face. As we all know, there are no ugly men in Uchiha. There is no need to mention Obito's good looks, Minato-sensei? That's it, thank you teacher for helping me. Obito slapped his chest with fear on his face and gasped, secretly glad to have Namikaze Minato in charge. Otherwise, he would just kneel down this time. Advertisement. Steady, we must develop steadily in the future. He has a promising future now, and he must not capsize in the gutter. Fortunately I caught up. Obito, you and Lin are on guard here. I'll deal with them. Namikaze Minato looked over at Kakashi, frowned slightly and sighed. These two students are not easy to worry about. They were originally planning to practice their teamwork, but it seems they failed again. However, Obito seems to have made some progress. Before the two of them could ask further questions, Namikaze Minato disappeared in a flash of golden light. Flying Thunder God technique is indeed a life-saving skill that is both offensive and defensive, close black lens bracket. Obito looked at the fleeting Namikaze Minato with burning eyes and was very envious. Although his Kamui is good, let alone Mangekyo Sharingan now. Even one Tomoe Sharingan failed to awaken, besides. Now that he has traveled through time, who knows if he will awaken Kamui's pervert pupil technique. In comparison, there are many applications of Flying Thunder God that even Kamui cannot match. Obito, you're not hurt. Nohara Lin looked at Obito's dropped goggles, stepped forward and stared at Obito's forehead with concern. Fine, fortunately, I was just blocked by the goggles. Obito waved his hand carelessly and looked around cautiously. He will never forget his carelessness just now. Well, there is indeed no problem. Obito, it seems you need to buy goggles again when you return to the village. After careful inspection, Nohara Lin raised two dimples at the corners of her mouth and joked with a smile. Goggles? No, I won't buy it. I will remember the lesson I learned this time. Obito didn't want to wear any more goggles, so he took advantage of the situation and said with determination. Goggles, a child's outfit, really sealed his handsome appearance. That's it. Nohara Lin took out her index finger and put it to her mouth, a touch of excitement flashed in her eyes. Obito, have you grown up? Then, under Obito's strange eyes, Nohara Rin bent down to pick up the broken goggles and stuffed them into her ninja bag. Since we have to remember it, then it is the best proof. I will help you repair the goggles and give them to you as souvenirs. As if sensing Obito's confusion, Nohara Rin tilted her head and shouted playfully. As soon as these words came out, there were ripples in Obito's heart. Lin, you are so gentle and considerate. Chapter 3 Cheating, this is taking the path of a great villain. Half a minute later, seeing Namikaze Minato killing each other indiscriminately, the enemies he beat were running away with their heads in their hands. Obito couldn't control the restlessness in his heart again. My mind went to the Death Chat group again. At the top of the chat group, I saw the 5 characters, Death Chat group, written on it. Next to it is the conspicuous note, number of people 2. Obito skipped the address book with only one person and looked directly at the group announcement. Group announcement. This group is owned by the group leader Uchiha Obito. Any undead killed by the group leader will be forced to join the group. For those who enter the Death Chat group, the group leader can extract or borrow any power of the undead while alive. Special warning. Extracting or borrowing power must obtain the consent of the undead, and the undead will lose that power after extracting a certain amount of power. Group leader's privilege. Forced extraction ×1. If the privilege is activated, the undead will disappear and leave the group. Close double angle bracket. After quickly reading the group announcement, Obito's eyes became brighter and his heart became clear. There is something special about this Death Chat group. Although there are some restrictions, only the other party agrees to obtain the maximum benefit extraction effect. But, as long as you don't treat them as long-term meal tickets, there are no restrictions. So what if each undead can only be forced to extract once? It is still a super cheat. YYDS, immediately, Obito thought. An attribute panel instantly appeared before his eyes. Name. Uchiha Obito. Age, 10 years old. Strength, Genin. Identity. Konoha Genin, Uchiha clan member. Attribute. Fire. Blood successor. Sharingan, not activated. Chakra, 0.2 calories. Taijutsu. Basic Taijutsu, Uchiha throwing technique. Illusion. Illusion. Narakumi technique, D-level. Ninjutsu. Transformation technique, body replacement technique, clone technique, escape technique. Fire style. Fire style How Huo Chu technique, C level. Looking at his miserable attribute panel, Obito secretly curled his lips in displeasure. Uchiha Genin, that's it? The boy Obito is truly worthy of being the tail end of a crane. By the way, isn't Obito a 6 attribute ninja? Why is this just a fire attribute? Is it because the Hashirama cells have not been transplanted and other chakra attributes have not been activated? Close black lens bracket. Obito touched his chin in confusion, and there was a hint of disappointment in his pupils. The predecessor's heaven-defying qualification seems to be still in a sealed state. This is a bit difficult. Advertisement Tetsuno Kawasaki. What is this place? Why is my consciousness here? Illusion. But I clearly remember that I have. As soon as Obito stabilized his mentality, the chat group was blocked by Tetsuno Kawasaki, the only group member. Looking at the confused Tetsuno Kawasaki, Obito turned to look at his attribute panel. Name. Rock Shinobi Chunin ability. Earth attribute, Chakra 0.4 card. Skills. Earth stand, Earth clone, transformation technique. Earth style Earth splitting palm, C level, Earth style rock cutting, C level. Glancing at Tetsuno Kawasaki's attribute panel, Obito couldn't help but sigh. It is said that Iwagakure's ninjas are very powerful, but I didn't expect that the Chunin level is so powerful. Uchiha Obito. This is the gap between life and death, the space of the dead. If you don't want to truly disappear, just agree to hand over your power. After thinking for a while, Obito made a symbolic statement and threatened. Although Tetsuno Kawasaki's power is helpful to him at this stage, forget it if he spends a lot of time fooling around. If you have that time, wouldn't it be nice to kill a few more enemies and forcefully extract him? The ninja world lacks everything except cannon fodder ninjas. Obito has no intention of wasting his time on such an unknown character who is not even as good as a supporting role. Tetsuno Kawasaki. The gap between life and death? I am indeed dead. No, your name is Konoha Uchiha. Is this the illusion space of Sharingan? Damn Konoha brat. I, Tetsuno Kawasaki, will never betray the village. You can never get anything from me. Not surprisingly, Tetsuno Kawasaki directly refused after seeing the prefix of the chat group's speech. And he remained silent and stopped speaking, secretly thinking about ways to remove the so-called illusion. Sure enough, I shouldn't try to fool around with this guy. Obito shook his head secretly and sighed, but did not continue to speak. There was no way he could hide the name prefix of the chat group. A Chunin is not worth his time and energy in a battle of wits and courage. Chat group, forced extraction of all chakra from Tetsuno Kawasaki. After hesitating for half a second, Obito finally determined the target and issued an order to the chat group. Although Earth-type and Earth-style ninjutsu are good, they are useless without chakra. There will be more opportunities in the future, so doing a wave of chakra to enhance your strength is the right way to go. Tip. Group owner privileges are enabled, forced extraction begins. As a mechanical sound sounded in Obito's ears, Tetsuno Kawasaki disappeared completely without even uttering a cry. Among the members of the chat group, Obito is the only one left. At the same time, about twice as much chakra as Obito appeared from his body out of thin air. Advertisement. The moment chakra appeared, it spread all over Obito. His black hair was not moving in the wind, and his robes rustled slightly. In just a breath, the chakra merged with Obito rapidly. Just like one body, completely natural. This is the amount of chakra of 0.6 calories? According to the conventional setting that one card equals one initial Kakashi, this at least has the chakra amount of elite Chunin. It's so cool. Experiencing the feeling of cheating made Obito feel indescribable for a moment. He stared at the battlefield with fiery eyes, as if looking at the walking gold mines. This cheat is to make him become the villain. You can loot and become stronger by killing people. This is such a simple and crude way to upgrade. Let me ask, who can easily refuse this kind of temptation? Lin, protect yourself. I'm going to help. Seeing that only the last two enemies were left, Obito could no longer hold back his excitement and rushed into the battlefield without saying a word. But, Nohara Lin thought of Namikaze Minato's order and was about to stop it, but chakra erupted under Obito's feet and disappeared in front of her eyes in the blink of an eye. Fire-style Great Fireball technique, Obito rushed into the battlefield at great speed and formed a seal with his hands again, using most of his chakra to activate the ninjutsu. In an instant, a super great fireball with a diameter of 10 meters was spat out by Obito and flew forward like a meteor. The fiery great fireball burned through the land along the way, plowing a blackened trench about 3 meters wide on the ground. It actually included all 4 people who were fighting together. This idiot. Are you going to kill us all together? Kakashi saw the exaggerated great fireball out of the corner of his eye and immediately complained speechlessly. This guy Obito. Namikaze Minato next to him also sighed helplessly when he saw this, his eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance. The battle should be over. Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared 3 flying Thunder God Kunai in his hand, and quickly threw them at Kakashi and the 2 enemies. As the flying Thunder God Kunai flew out, Namikaze Minato's figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment the 2 enemies saw a flash of golden light before their eyes, and were violently kicked into the great fireball. Kakashi, on the other hand, was taken out of the great fireball's attack range by Namikaze Minato at the same time. Rumble. With a loud roar, the fiery great fireball swallowed up the 2 enemies in an instant. Tip. XXX joins the group chat. Tip. 4x joins the group chat. As two mechanical prompts sounded, Obito couldn't help but grin. Namikaze Minato will indeed cooperate with his attacks, and he will use up most of his chakra in vain. It's so cool to assist in team fights and grab kills. Chapter 4 Kakashi, the boy who forced the king, Shunin in a flash. Idiot, using such a big fire style. Are you going to kill me and Minato-sensei? Seeing Obito having fun there, Kakashi stepped forward angrily and scolded him. Obito, give me an explanation. Namikaze Minato, who values companionship and teamwork, also asked with a straight face, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. With such a big great fireball, Obito's chakra shouldn't be used. Moreover, Obito shouldn't have the character to kill the enemy regardless of the life and death of his companions. Ha ha ha, this is the great fireball technique that I tried my best to. Minato-sensei, I don't believe you can't avoid that fire style with your body flicker technique. I won't let Kakashi stand out alone, I can also assist the teacher in killing enemies together. Seeing that the situation was not good, Obito hurriedly pretended to be exhausted and collapsed on the ground, wiping his forehead and pretending. Through the bond with Kakashi, talked to the young grudge. Yeah, but Obito, I remember I asked you and Lin to be on guard there? Disobeying orders is a taboo for ninjas, I hope you won't do it a second time. Namikaze Minato suddenly smiled, scratched his head and said brightly. Indeed, he may be overthinking. Obito is still the same Obito. It was only because of his flying thunder god that he took this extraordinary action. Snort, a guy like you who doesn't follow the rules doesn't deserve to be a ninja. If you don't want me to shine alone, then try your best to surpass me. You stupid. Kakashi saw Namikaze Minato handling Minato with a pair of dead eyes, and the Tsunade with his arms folded coldly shouted coldly. Open black lens bracket Kakashi guy. Why is it that the more I look at it, the more it looks like forcing Wong or Zhu to do it? Damn, Kakashi really deserves a beating now. Obito's mouth twitched, looking at Kakashi who was looking up to the sky at 45 degrees and pretending to be cool, he couldn't complain in his heart. Having read the plot and memories of the previous life, he knew that the boy Kakashi was very unfriendly. Unexpectedly, this guy is not only very similar in temperament to Urzuzi. TM is even more venomous. What's the point of surpassing you? Little Kazi, you think too highly of yourself. My goal is to surpass all previous Hokages and become the strongest man in the ninja world. I don't even look at a small role like you. Obito would not be depressed due to the influence of the plot, and immediately responded with disdain. Kakashi now, if he doesn't fight back, he won't have a chance in the future. Little card? Beyond the Hokage of all time? Advertisement Kakashi and Namikaze Minato were dumbfounded at the same time, looking at the pretentious Obito with twitching eyes. Obito, this guy really dares to say. Especially when comparing Hokage and Kakashi in the past, this pattern immediately stands out. Kakashi was choked by these words and had nothing to say for a moment. Ahem. Time is running out for the mission, we have to speed up and return to Konoha. Leave here to rest for half an hour and head back to Konoha at full speed. Namikaze Minato coughed dryly and interrupted the arrangement. Because of this unexpected encounter, they have been delayed for most of the day. This mission of Minato's class out of the village is to deliver frontline information back to Konoha within one day. Time is precious. Hey, you're a trash who only talks big words. Even if you aim to surpass the Hokage, it doesn't change the fact that you are the last person. Kakashi was choked by Obito and couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said venomously again. Without giving Obito a chance to reply, he took the lead and ran towards Nohara-Rin. Let's go, Obito. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato turned around and urged to follow quickly. Kakashi, you idiot. Obito looked at Kakashi's back and couldn't help but cursed and got up and followed him. If he really couldn't beat Kakashi now, Obito would go up and teach this pretentious guy a lesson no matter what. So damn irritating. A few minutes later the four of them found a wilderness cave to rest, and Namikaze Minato was on guard outside. Obito immediately pretended to close his eyes and rest, and quickly entered the chat group. Ignoring the two helpers who were already chatting on the screen, Obito opened the properties panel directly with ease. Ignoring those low-level useless skills, Obito looked intently. Name. XXX. Cloud Shinobi Chunin. Ability. Earth and Thunder Dual Attributes. Chakra 0.7 card. Skills. Earth Style Dungeon Technique. Level C. Lightning Style Thundernet. Level C. Lightning Style Pseudo Darkness. Level B. Name. 4X. Rock Shinobi Chunin. Ability. Earth Attribute. Chakra 0.6 card. Skills. Earth Style Earth Reflection Fish Technique. C level. Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. B level. Seeing the attribute data of these two people, Obito's eyes lit up slightly. These two people are obviously of higher quality than the one just now, and they both have B-level ninjutsu. And there is also a dual attribute, which is an unexpected surprise. But, that's all. Without the genius that makes Obito's heart flutter, he would not do anything that would waste his saliva. After looking at the chakra with a total of 1.3 calories, Obito made a decision in his heart. Now he must have a trump card that others don't know. Although this trump card is small, it can save lives at critical moments. So, advertisement, chat group, forced extraction of XX's Earth and Thunder attributes. Compulsory extraction of XX's Earth Style Earth Reflection Technique. Without thinking, Obito began to forcefully extract without mercy. Tip. Group owner privileges are enabled, forced extraction begins. As the system's mechanical sound started to sound, the two nameless extras who were swiping the screen instantly disappeared into thin air. As for Obito, the insensible chakra properties have been quietly changed. Regarding the Yingyu technique, the hand-seal gestures and experience skills also appeared in his mind like an enlightenment. The body completes muscle synchronization in an instant, which can perfectly release this sea-level earth style. Sure enough, this ninjutsu is no different from what I know. After realizing the application of Tu Zhong Yingyu technique, Obito couldn't help but smile. Reflecting fish in the earth technique, it is a hidden ninjutsu that allows you to escape underground like a fish. This is also an important reason why Obito gave up the B-level earth style of Doryube and chose this C-level earth style. The earth is everywhere, and at critical moments he can rely on this earth style to run away or sneak up on the enemy. This is much more cost-effective than any earth flow wall. Feeling the changes inside his body, Obito couldn't help but pull out his attribute panel again. Name: Uchiha Obito. Age: 10 years old. Strength: Chunin. Identity: Konoha Genin, Uchiha clan member. Attributes: Fire, Earth, Thunder. Blood successor: Sharingan, not activated. Chakra: 0.6 calories. Taijutsu: Basic Taijutsu, Uchiha throwing technique. Illusion: Narakumi technique, D-level. Ninjutsu: Transformation technique, body replacement technique, clone technique, escape technique. Fire style: How Huo Chu technique, C-level. Earth style, earth reflecting fish technique, C-level. Open black lens bracket. Chunin strength: well, it looks much more pleasing to the eye this time. What should I say, now I am also a genin with 3 attributes. Obito sighed happily and secretly said, cheating is so delicious. Okay, it's time to go. After a while, the voice of Namikaze Minato came from the entrance of the cave, waking Obito from his imagination. Lin, Kakashi, set off back to the village. Obito stood up like a carp and shouted in high spirits. This action made Lin chuckle. Obito was still so cheerful and lively. Kakashi didn't say anything on his face, but there was an imperceptible arc at the corner of his mouth hidden under the mask, which was fleeting. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Namikaze Minato had a sunny smile on his face. Obito, this guy, seems to be growing up a little out of line. However, this was the Obito he was familiar with. Obito didn't know what the three of them were thinking, he was purely excited to see Konoha village. Of course, there are also those blood inheritance limits that are very close at hand. Chapter 5. Set a small goal first and attract old Madara to join the group. Next day, Konoha village. On the bustling street, 4 dusty figures stopped and stood. Kakashi, Obito, Lin. I declare that Class Minato's first C-rank mission has been successfully completed. Now I am going to submit the task to Mr. Hokage, and you will be dismissed on the spot. Remember to meet at the same place tomorrow morning. Namikaze Minato looked at the familiar 3 young faces and ordered with a sunny smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Namikaze Minato used the body flicker technique and disappeared. Someone, don't be late again tomorrow morning. Kakashi looked at Obito, who was looking around, mocked him and turned around to leave. Very much like the king of Kohai. This made Obito, who was admiring the street view of Konoha, have black lines all over his head. Damn it, he didn't take the initiative to provoke Kakashi this time. Seriously, this guy is a sultry and arrogant B***ch. Obito, I'm going home first too. See you tomorrow, bye. Nohara Lin looked at Obito's expression and smiled, then waved her hands and said goodbye with a smile. As a girl, not taking a shower for several days makes her very awkward. Now that she can go home and wash up, Lin can't wait. Let's break up now. Obito looked at the backs of the two of them and murmured in confusion. According to the standard routine, shouldn't there be a pleasant dinner after the mission? That's good, I should also think about planning for the future. Obito shrugged helplessly and went home leisurely according to his memory. Walking through the dazzling array of large and small markets, Obito couldn't help but sigh. Konoha is Konoha after all, a place where many protagonists come from. Even during the war years of continuous battles, its business was quite prosperous. Stop and go, 10 minutes later, Obito finally came to the Uchiha tribe. The Uchiha tribe at this time is not outside Konoha after the plot begins. Rather, it is located in the heart of Konoha, echoing the Senju tribe opposite. The straight line distance between the two tribes and the Hokage building is only 100 meters away. But, all of this will change with the Nine Tails chaos. Uchiha. Obito looked at the Uchiha clan emblem at the entrance of the clan with a complicated expression. The Nine Tails rebellion was caused by the mask Obito, and now he is Obito. So, where will Uchiha go in this life? Little Obito, you are finally back. As soon as Obito stepped into the clan territory with his front foot, he heard an old voice of concern from his back foot. Grandma Orange. Advertisement. Obito turned around and blurted out the title subconsciously. Well, it's good that he wasn't injured, this is for you. After looking up and down at Obito's dusty face, Grandma Orange took out a candy and handed it over with a smile. This? I'm already a ninja in my own right, no longer a child. Obito looked at the candy and a crow floated before his eyes, muttering a false complaint. However, in order to maintain his character, Obito still reached out and took it and put it in his pocket. He still needs to rely on this great love of the old and the young to catch old Madara, and he can't lose the big for the small. Yes, little Obito is a ninja. When Grandma Orange saw Obito accepting the candy, she smiled and joked kindly. Huh? Little Obito is back. Obito-san. Little Obito, come to Grandpa's house for dinner tonight. While the two were talking, an old man not far away who was sunbathing or doing morning exercises also heard the words and shouted. Grandpas and grandmas. I have to go home to take a shower and rest, so I'm going home first. Upon seeing this, Obito hurriedly found an excuse to escape, fearing that he would be entangled by these old people. It's important to maintain your personality, but it is true that he does not have the love for the elderly that his predecessor had when he was raised by his grandmother. It would be nice to have less trouble. Running wildly all the way, Obito kept saying hello and going home quickly. No way, there are really too many old connections left by his predecessor. Hiss, this is my house. Looking at the duplex wooden house covering an area of about 200 square meters and surrounded by memories, Obito also took a breath. If this happened in his previous life, he would never be able to afford such a house if he worked hard all his life. Needless to say, the living environment in the Hokage world is quite nice. Half an hour later after washing, Obito lay on the bed and began to think about the current situation. Master Madara once said that Obito is the most loving descendant he has seen among the Uchiha clan. Then he waited for an opportunity to lead Obito to blacken and become a pawn of Project Ōtsutsuki no Mi. Well, now he is probably being monitored by the white Zetsu clone. Although I can't be sure that I'm being monitored all the time, I don't know when I'll be spied on by white Zetsu. As a time traveler, this is not fun. Does it all depend on the support of the same race? After all the efforts of the whole family, I was the only one who came into Madara's sight. What a sad and ridiculous group of people. Obito couldn't help but secretly murmur, and a glint flashed in his eyes. If there was no cheat, he could only choose to take it step by step and wait for the opportunity. Or change the character and let Madara give up his chess piece. But now that there is a death chat group, why can't he take the initiative? Advertisement: he is not the weak-minded Obito who was forced to give up by Prince Naruto. Obito's way of ninja is to become a villain, and now the old man Madara is delivering a half-step 6 pads level gift package to his door. Why not? It's just that Madara brought him into the group, which is equivalent to carrying a cheating grandfather with you. With the advantage of the plot, Obito is confident that the old man Madara will hand over his power. Well, this matter needs to be considered in the long term. The point is, Obito has no idea where Madara is. The clues about Master Madara in the Battle of Kannabi Bridge cannot be taken seriously now. Therefore, we must first find a breakthrough. Open black lens bracket white Zetsu is white Zetsu. If you want to find Master Madara, you must start with white Zetsu. This is the perfect way to get rid of the white Zetsu clone that was spying on me, and gain my freedom in the power of white Zetsu. One stone two bird, close black lens bracket. Obito's eyes suddenly lit up and he made a decision. The power of white Zetsu is also a very strong auxiliary skill. How can Obito not be enthusiastic about it? But then, Obito had another headache. Knowing white Zetsu and discovering white Zetsu are two completely different things. White Zetsu, who possesses the Mayfly technique, is spying on who knows where. In the secret Hokage plot, there are only 3 ways to find white Zetsu. First, use a wide range of earth-style ninjutsu to blast white Zetsu out of the ground. But Obito doesn't know that kind of earth style, so this plan passes. Second, they have special perceptions that go beyond ordinary perceptions, such as Nine-Tails' perception of good and evil. This, pass. The third is the simplest and crudest way, rolling your eyes. White Zetsu only conceals aura, not invisibility. By looking in the right place, Byakugan can discover the true form of white Zetsu. Only after discovering white Zetsu can Obito kill white Zetsu or talk to white Zetsu. However, the Hyuga family will not be kind enough to help. There is no way Obito would leave such an important matter to an outsider. So, I just have to kill a Hyuga tribesman to extract the Byakugan and find it myself. I don't know what Madara's reaction will be when he sees that Uchiha has Byakugan. Obito made a simple analysis and came to a conclusion. In the war years, having Byakugan was equivalent to turning on a small portable radar. The sense of security is immediately improved by more than one level. So, let's start with Hyuga. The so-called caged bird of the Hyuga clan is a joke in front of the chat group. Killing Branch House, Obito can also get a white eye. At best, it's just an imperfect eye roll, but the risk has dropped to freezing point. Building a Hyuga branch house is easy. Having determined his small goal, Obito relaxed his mind and slowly drooped his eyelids and fell asleep. From last night to now, he has not slept all night. Chapter 6 Friends from the same period, Old Enemy Hyuga Tetsu. Evening Konoha Shopping Street. By the way, where is Ichiraku Ramen? Obito muttered softly, raising his neck and searching around. How can you travel through Konoha without experiencing the legendary Ichiraku Ramen? It just so happened that he was too lazy to cook alone. As for going to those grandparents' houses to eat? Sorry, Obito hasn't thought about asking for trouble yet. But, after walking around in circles, Obito couldn't find the Ichiraku noodle shop. And there is no memory of this in the memory of my predecessor. This makes Obito very depressed. Obito. Suddenly, a shout sounded behind Obito. Obito stopped for a moment and turned around to look. Obito, I heard that your team is on a mission to leave the village. Have you ever encountered an enemy battle? Tell us quickly. A young man holding a toothpick in his mouth and wearing a turban asked Obito lazily and curiously. Yeah, if it weren't for your good luck teaming up with Kakashi. How come there is an opportunity to go out of the village to perform tasks? We are still completing those boring D-level tasks in the village. Another young man wearing sunglasses complained in a sour tone, with a look of disbelief on his face. The division of classes is done by Hokage-sama considering the overall strength of the team. Obito is not lucky, he teamed up with Kakashi based on his strength. Another boy with long hair and white eyes had something to say, and his playful eyes glanced at Obito. It's just that it's because Obito is too weak to be on the stage. Only then was third Hokage arranged to team up with the genius Kakashi. We are all classmates, don't say that. Yes, we are Konoha genin who graduated at the same time. Two girls with different looks spoke one after another, and two different pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Obito at the same time. There was a trace of apology and expectation in his eyes. Who do I think? Genma, Ebisu, Hyuga Tetsu, Kurenai, Shizune. Are your teams having a class reunion? Obito smiled lightly, turned around and joked to the people who spoke. Glancing slightly through the door curtain, he saw other teammates behind them. Might Guy, Anko, Hayate, Ibiki, Yugao, Asuma, Gangzite, Kamizuki Izumo, etc. Inadvertently, the corner of Obito's eye fell on the iron body of Hyuga who had just ridiculed him. Obito doesn't have a good impression of this guy. Because Uchiha and Hyuga are both from Konoha's wealthy families, and they are both pupil-type blood successor families. The overt and covert struggle between the two clans has begun since the Sengoku era. Advertisement in Obito's generation, because only he and Hyuga were in the same class at the same time. Naturally, it became the epitome of family rivalry. And because of the strength of the predecessor's crane, it was naturally beaten by Hyuga iron in all directions. This also makes Hyuga Tetsu, a branch house member, feel an unprecedented sense of presence in Obito. He received a lot of praise and rewards from the Zong family. That's why Hyuga Tetsu spoke so unscrupulously just now. Open black lens bracket Hyuga iron? A long-standing rival from his predecessor. Damn it, isn't this the supercilious look that comes to your door? That's it, it's your boy. Close black lens bracket Obito thought to himself calmly, having a target for action. Obito, who takes the villain route, will not be merciful just because Hyuga is a Konoha shinobi. If necessary, he can kill even the Hokage, a small Hyuga branch house, let alone. Obito, we are not having a class reunion. Today this meatball shop has a discount, half-price promotion. We happen to be together. Tell me quickly, has your team encountered ninjas from enemy villages? Anko took 2 careless steps forward, holding the ball in his mouth and explaining vaguely and urging. They are all just genin, and the rewards for missions are not much. Naturally, if you have wool, you have to collect it first. Half price? Obito was stunned for a moment, and when he looked up, he saw the discount banner. Your sister, there is such a good thing, boss, give me a double set of meatballs plus a bowl of Anko soup. Obito rushed into the store with a quick stride, sat down and shouted loudly. I can't find Ichiraku ramen, so I'll make do with some meatballs. The most important thing is, it's half price. Don't say Obito is so worthless. A penny can stump a heroic man. Obito's current total wealth is just over 3,000 taels. What is the concept of 3,000 taels in Konoha today? According to the memory of the predecessor, an ordinary kunai cost 50 taels. Shuriken are cheaper, 20 liang per piece. The detonating talisman that often appears costs 100 taels per piece. This is just the price of the most basic weapons, let alone other ninja equipment. In terms of daily necessities, an ordinary breakfast costs 10 taels. If you want to have a good lunch, at least 50 taels is enough. Clothes, etc., at least 200 taels per set. Other miscellaneous daily consumables are even more insignificant. Just these 3,000 taels, if we don't save some money, we may run out of food at any time. This is one of the reasons why Obito seeks out Ichiraku ramen. As poor Naruto's favorite, Ichiraku ramen is naturally not much more expensive. Advertisement. How could Obito miss it? That. If you want to know the details of the mission, you will pay for this meal. Let me declare in advance that we have encountered enemies. Obito looked at the eager crowd, rolled his eyes, sat down and raised his price. Don't take advantage of me. B******************. D. Even if it was half price, the full set of meatballs he wanted would cost at least 100 taels. It's worth saving a little bit. Anyway, as long as they don't tell them about their mission, it's not a violation of the ninja code. Are you really fighting against enemy ninjas? In an instant, one stone stirred up thousands of waves. All the friends turned their attention to Obito and were so excited that they breathed quickly. They just asked casually, but they didn't expect to get an unexpected result. Of course, you can go to Kakashi or Lin for confirmation. When Obito saw the fish take the bait, he immediately gave them a reassurance. As soon as these words came out, everyone present immediately believed that what Obito said was true. I've invited you to this meal. Please tell me what's going on. Shadow second generation Asuma immediately slapped his chest and shouted, looking like he had a lot of money. The shop owner also promptly brought out the set meal Obito wanted and placed it on the table. He turned to Asuma and nodded with respect and satisfaction. Then I'm welcome. Boss, please take away the double signature set meal. Under the stunned expressions of everyone, Obito grinned and shouted at the top of his lungs. Such a shameless operation immediately made the inexperienced Asuma a little confused. What's the matter, even packed? This is taking him as a target. Ahem. By the way, that was yesterday afternoon. Seeing that Asuma seemed to be going back on his word, Obito immediately opened his mouth and blocked his mouth. Under everyone's suspicious eyes, Obito ate meatballs and drank Anko soup. At the same time, he explained the battle yesterday afternoon clearly. There are many insights interspersed in the middle to satisfy their imagination. Of course, the wonderful fact that he attacked and killed 3 enemies is also indispensable. Although Obito hid that the 3 were Chunin-level enemies, it still roused everyone's suspicion. A guy who only talks big words. How could the Cranetail, which I couldn't even defeat, kill 3 enemy village ninjas? You continue to listen to his bragging. I'm leaving first. Hyuga was the first to stand up and ridicule the anti-counterfeiting, then turn around and left with a flick of his long hair. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lin and Kakashi. Seeing that his target was about to leave, Obito immediately found a reason to calm everyone who was about to have an attack. Picked up the packaged meatball set and rushed out the door. He couldn't let Hyuga go home safely. Hyuga, who was alone, was the best opportunity to take action. Tonight, Hyuga will die. Chapter 7 Assault on Hyuga, the first permanent member of the chat group. Earth-style earth-reflecting fish technique. Arriving at a nearby public toilet cubicle, Obito made a hand seal and shouted silently. He didn't believe that third generation, an LSP, would use binoculars technique to see others pulling strings. That's why we chose such a flavorful place to launch our operations. As for White Zetsu, at best, that thing could monitor his movements in the dark, but it didn't have clairvoyance eyes to penetrate the toilet cubicle. As far as he could see at a glance, Obito found no trace of White Zetsu. As Earth Style was activated, Obito immediately leaned against the door and escaped underground like a fish. It's really like diving underground, and you can breathe normally. You can also see the ground conditions through the land. This Earth Style technique is amazing. After confirming that there was no problem, Obito secretly praised and immediately chased the target. With the support of Chunin-level chakra, Obito caught up with Hyuga Iron in less than a minute. Open black lens bracket Byakugan can see me through the ground though. But this is Konoha. Without any abnormal movement, it would be impossible for Hyuga to open his eyes and look down. Even if they were practicing Byakugan, they were still exploring the ground. This is my chance. Close black lens bracket looking at Hyuga Tetsu, who was unaware at all. A dark secret flashed in Obito's eyes. This is also an important reason why he dared to assassinate Hyuga in Konoha so boldly. Hyuga's eyes are no different from ordinary people's eyes without opening his Byakugan. Then, with Obito's patient following, Hyuga Iron arrived at the last alleyway before heading home. Also because this is the only road leading to the Hyuga tribe, there are not many pedestrians in the lane. Seeing the opportunity coming, Obito immediately took out all his wealth. 4 detonating charms. In order to 100% avoid suspicion, Obito was not prepared to use his true body to assassinate him. Even on the ground, he doesn't plan to go out. In this ninja world where secret techniques emerge one after another. Even if it is a corpse, ninjas can find many clues from it. Obito will not underestimate the professionalism of ninjas, and will be arrogant enough to cause trouble for himself. Therefore, what he wants is a non-contact blasting assassination. This money cannot be saved. Sizzling. Casually injecting chakra to activate the detonating talisman, Obito calculated the right time and quickly attached 4 detonating talismans to Hyuga Iron's next foothold. Then, launch Earth Style with all your strength and return straight to the public toilet. The real assassination is to escape with one blow, no matter the result. Obito knew very well that once an explosion was caused, it would surely attract the attention of the entire Konoha. Therefore, he also implemented this principle. This way, even if he misses, he won't be in any danger or doubt. Advertisement. And just as Obito was escaping, Hyuga took the last steps of his life without any precautions, and then 4 dazzling white lights burst out at his feet at the same time, like daylight. Nani? Hyuga Tidung's pupils shrank, and the hair on his body stood up, making a sound of horror. Before there was any time to react, there was a loud explosion in my ears. Immediately afterwards it means that the body is ruthlessly torn apart, and the consciousness falls into chaos. Boom. Boom. The explosion sound of the combination of 4 detonating symbols instantly resounded through Konoha, causing an uproar. Enemy attack. Hokage office. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up suddenly and shouted solemnly. As he stood up, Anbu moved quickly into 2 groups. One team went to the explosion site, and the other team dispersed around the Hokage building to provide security. As for the Hyuga family, which was closest to the explosion point, dozens of ninjas immediately opened their white eyes to detect the situation. When they looked at Hyuga Tetsu's shattered body with their white eyes, every face was frighteningly black. Immediately activate your Byakugan with all your strength and look in all directions, looking for suspicious people. Hyuga was assassinated in front of his own house. This was a slap in the face of the Hyuga clan. Or the kind that snaps from the front, but the angry Hyugas also entered a misunderstanding. That is to search for enemies on the ground in all directions, ignoring the major hidden danger underground. At the same time, Danzo Genbei and Uchiha guards sent people to the scene of the incident at the same time. Well-known jonin such as Namikaze Minato, Ino Shikacho, Aburame Shiwei, etc. quickly rushed to the Hokage building to wait for dispatch. The calm Konoha was suddenly shaken up by Obito. Tip. Hyuga Iron joins the group chat. In the public toilet, Obito felt happy when he heard the mechanical sound in his head. Let's just say he doesn't know how to carry it. With mental arithmetic but no care, 4 detonating talismans can't kill a genin? Where do you want Master Nawaki, who was killed by the detonating charm, to put his face? Problem occurs. After walking out of the public toilet, Obito jumped up to the roof and pretended to look at the explosion point. If you don't pay attention to it, it would be somewhat inconsistent with his genin identity and warm-hearted persona. But Obito doesn't really intend to go there to cause trouble. In this chaotic situation, it is almost impossible for anyone to notice this genin guy. His face was solemn and guarded, but Obito's mind was transferred to the death chat group. Hyuga Tetsu. Detonating talisman. That was the detonating talisman just now. Hateful. Who dares to attack our wealthy Hyuga family in Konoha? Could it be that someone is going to attack Konoha? Advertisement. I never thought that Hyuga Tetsu, would die like this. What a shame. I haven't made Hyuga's name known to the ninja world yet, and I haven't shown my ninja skills yet. Woo woo woo. The 8 trigrams palms that I have been practicing for a long time have not bloomed yet. This is my secret technique to prepare for the Chunin exam. Looking at Hyuga's heartbreaking roar, Obito's eyes lit up. Open black lens bracket 8 trigrams palms. Unexpectedly, this guy has a hidden agenda, close black lens bracket. Obito recalled his previous memory of Hyuga Tetsu and sighed unexpectedly. As soon as he realized something, Obito immediately opened the property panel of Hyuga Iron. Name. Hyuga Tetsu, Konoha Genin. Ability. Byakugan, 358 degrees. Water attribute, Chakra 0.3 card. Skills. Gentle Fist Acupuncture, Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 32 palms. As expected, the Byakugan bound by Caged Bird is a defective eye technique with blind spots. Unexpectedly, this guy has mastered 8 trigrams 32 palms. Compared to Neji, he is a bit inferior, but he can still be considered an elite genin. This makes me a little confused. Obito glanced at the unremarkable attribute data and found it difficult to choose. If Hyuga Tetsu didn't learn Gentle Fist, he would just draw the Byakugan and be done with it. But the opponent has already learned 8 trigrams palms, which is another skill that enhances strength. Obito doesn't want to miss any opportunity to become stronger. This time he took a desperate risk to kill Hyuga Iron. Obito would not attack and kill other Hyuga clan members in a short time. That's dancing on the tip of a knife. Then, I want them all, close black lens bracket. Obito took a deep breath, his eyes bursting with greedy heat. Uchiha Obito. Welcome to the gap between life and death, Hyuga Tetsu. Without hiding anything, Obito started speaking directly in the chat group. In an instant, Obito's bubbling shocked Hyuga, who was only a conscious body. Uchiha Obito. Why is he here talking to him? Could it be? Hyuga Tetsu. The gap between life and death? Obito, were you, the jack of all trades, also killed? Hyuga asked anxiously and complicatedly, and Obito, who was preparing the manuscript, almost choked to death. Killed? You were just killed. Man, I am living well and eating deliciously. Uchiha Obito. Idiot, this is the so-called elite of Hyuga's insight? As a ninja, you should never lose your keen intelligence collection. That group announcement, don't tell me you can't see it. Yes, the group announcement of the death chat group can be seen by any group member. Hyuga Tetsu, like the previous 3 sidekicks, were all blinded by death in their cognition and ninja sense of smell. The only difference is that Obito gave Hyuga Iron a chance. And those 3 guys didn't even have this chance. Chapter 8 Villain-Style Threat, Extracting Hyuga's Blood Successor and White Eyes. Group announcement. Hyuga was stunned for a moment, and then he focused on the chat group interface. Although I have never played in a chat group, the simple and clear interface allows Hyuga to quickly find group announcements. Then, Hyuga's iron mentality collapsed. Fortunately, he thought he was killed by the enemy village ninja. He never expected that he would be killed by Obito. Damn, inexcusable. B*********** D Obito. You guy, how dare you assassinate your fellow villagers? Hateful, even if there was a fight between us, even if I bullied you in school. Then you don't need to engage in assassination. We are classmates who graduated at the same time. Despicable and insidious guy, Uchiha is indeed a cold-blooded family with a narrow heart. In an instant, the chat group was flooded with Hyuga's iron resentment again. Companion, when you bullied me, you didn't take your classmates into account? Obito responded unceremoniously, without any guilt. As a villain, decisive killing is the way to go, without further ado. For the sake of the same period, I will give you a chance. Be my strength and I will not force you to disappear. Remember, this disappearance is a real disappearance. You don't even have a chance to go to the Pure Land. Without giving Hyuga a chance to continue complaining, Obito directly began to intimidate him into submission. Although he doesn't know whether the disappearance of the chat group is a real erasure. But this in no way prevents this privilege from becoming a member of Obito's thread group. This is also the purpose of Obito taking the initiative to guide Hyuga to watch the group announcement. True disappearance. The furious Hyuga seemed to be strangled by the neck and couldn't help but scream. Even though he was only a conscious body now, the terror between life and death still made it difficult for him to control himself. Hyuga Tetsu, who died once, is naturally very eager for life. Although he is dead now, he is still in this strange chat group. He can still feel his presence. The most you can do is lose your freedom and body. But if he is forced to disappear, his existence will also disappear. But he was very unwilling to compromise like this. How could he survive like this in the face of his murderous enemy? Is this what the so-called ninja's consciousness is? Looking back on his short life, Hyuga sighed with iron consciousness. Finally realized something. He cannot give up hatred because of fear of death. I have seen through your purpose, Obito. Advertisement. That group announcement has made it clear, without my cooperation, you can only get a certain part of my power from me. And you are unwilling to seek more, but why should I cooperate with you? B*************** D Obito, even if I try to disappear, I won't let you succeed. Ha ha ha, come on, let me really disappear. Hyuga's iron-conscious body let out a final roar almost like a roar and made a decision. So what if it disappears? He was more unwilling to let Obito get his full power than to disappear. That would be worse than killing him. Open black lens bracket. Did it fail? Close black lens bracket. Obito secretly thought, frowning but not angry. For ninjas who walk on the edge of life and death, disappearance and death are both concepts. This result couldn't be more normal. However, he is a villain. The villain's approach has always been to focus only on results and not on martial ethics. Okay, that's enough. But Tiazi, I remember you seem to have a younger sister. Hyuga Summer, right? It's okay if you don't agree, then the next target will be her. Obito raised the corner of his mouth and started the final move with a sure victory. As sworn enemies competing against each other, my predecessor knew the basic information about Hyuga Iron very well. How could Obito not take advantage of it? Certainly. Obito is not that shameless, it's just a means to an end. Summer, damn it, Obito, you be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** again after hearing his sister's name. But it doesn't help no matter how angry he is. I can only silently scroll the screen to express my anger, unwillingness, and a trace of hesitation. Obito, if you want me to cooperate with you, you can. But you must promise never to hurt my sister. In the end, Hyuga's fiercely resentful reply came out of the chat group. There is determination and unwillingness between the lines. But what's more is helplessness. As an elder brother, this may be the final value of his existence. Tiezi, look at what you said. How could I do something to hurt Sister Shaw? Your sister is my sister. Our sister must be taken care of, and I will help you take care of her. When Obito saw Hyuga surrendering, he immediately hit the snake with a stick and politely approached him. Advertisement, impossible, my sister can only be my sister. You, an Uchiha, want to get close to the Hyuga branch house? Obito, don't disturb Shaw's life. Hyuga's iron-conscious body almost gritted his molars and shouted angrily to stop him. Only the devil wants to share his sister with this murderous enemy. Oh, I'm sorry you're still a B***ch. Obito made a mocking statement with a clear attitude, which made Hyuga extremely ashamed and angry. Chat group, extract all the abilities of Hyuga Iron. Ignoring Hyuga's screen-swiping explanation, Obito immediately started his first full draw. Tip. The current permissions are insufficient. The chat group can currently only extract an undead once a day. Please select an ability or skill. Obito, who was full of confidence, was instantly stunned by the prompt in the chat group. Damn it, why is there a limit on the number of draws? Forget it, at worst, it will be collected over a few days. Let's get some eye rolls first. Chat group, extract Hyuga Tetsu's blood inheritance limit, Byakugan. Sighing secretly, Obito thought of the purpose of finding White Zetsu and immediately issued another order. Reminder. Group member Hyuga Tetsu has authorized and agreed, and the drawing has begun. A different reminder resounded in Obito's mind again, making Obito feel calm. But at this moment, Obito suddenly thought of an important question. Hyuga's white eyes are pure white eyes. Will this extraction of Byakugan change his black eyeballs? If his eyes turned white, wouldn't he be asking for it? Your sister, you were careless. Indulging Obito's anxiety in every possible way, but now the arrow has already left the bow. There is no room for him to regret it. While Obito was suffering, the extraction of the Byakugan had already come to him. In Obito's eyes, a hot and warm power is already swirling. The blood in his body was boiling, and chakra flowed into his eyes uncomfortably. Grass, too reckless, don't trick me, boss. Feeling the changes in his body, Obito cursed loudly and hurriedly jumped off the eaves and got into a corner. He quickly took off the Konoha forehead protector and looked at it nervously through the reflection. The next moment Obito's face suddenly became happy, and he exhaled a heavy breath. I saw a pair of dark pupils reflected on the mirror like forehead protector surface. That was his original eye color. Cheat is cheat, superior to any blood successor. His worries are unfounded, go home first. After refastening the forehead protector, Obito muttered and turned around to leave. The experiment, white eyes, cannot be conducted in public. Chapter 9. Looking through the eyes, the cleanup caused by Hyuga iron. Uchiha tribe. When Obito returned home, he was not eager to test his eyes, but pretended to clean up the housework normally. This is a necessary cover-up just in case, by the way, also throw away some useless garbage. When everything was almost done, Obito lay on the tatami and pretended to rest. Intentionally or unintentionally, the face was covered by clothes. White eyes, open. At this moment, Obito's eyes sharpened and he shouted silently. The next moment Obito's dark pupils turned into pure white, veins protruded around the corners of his eyes, and his face was ferocious. At the same time, a powerful 358 degrees insight emerged in Obito's mind. Without any pause, Obito immediately adjusted his gaze to the ground. No, phew. I can relax a little for now. After carefully searching a 100-meter radius, Obito, who found no sign of white Zetsu, breathed a sigh of relief. He had expected this situation. The surveillance by the white Zetsu clone was, in the final analysis, just his conjecture. Is the other party specifically monitoring me? At what time does it appear? This all requires Obito to spend time verifying. Let me see how powerful the fluoroscopy is. Feeling relaxed, Obito immediately urged Chakra to start familiarizing himself with the Byakugan. Enhanced by Chakra, his insight skyrocketed again. All scenes within a radius of 1 kilometer appeared in front of him in the form of black and white mirror images. Well, that's Mrs. Makoto. Suddenly, Obito's eyes lit up, and blood surged up from the tip of his nose. In Baiyan's sight, a young and beautiful alluring figure was taking a bath. The plumpness that is still during lactation makes Obito unable to take his eyes away. Even if this is just a black and white picture. Damn. This guy Fugaku is cheap. If it had been 2 years earlier, I would have definitely killed Makoto, a good wife and loving mother. Obito looked at it critically for a moment, then reluctantly looked away and said angrily. Although his wife is nice, he also has a better choice. Not to mention, Uchiha Makoto gave birth to his filial son Uchiha Itachi last year. This is vivid in the memory of my predecessor. After all, Uchiha Fugaku is the contemporary young patriarch. The birth of Itachi was naturally a big news for Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi. Obito looked at the toddler with complicated eyes. Who would have thought of such a brat? Later, he was the main murderer who destroyed the Uchiha clan. Boy, grow up well. I'm looking forward to your Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito murmured vaguely, withdrew his chakra and closed his eyes. He also needs to save chakra to continue searching for traces of white Zetsu, and cannot waste chakra. Advertisement Hokage office. Sorry, Hiyashi, we didn't find any clues about the boy. For the time being, we can only speculate that it was the murder of a spy from an enemy village. Perhaps, that young man discovered some important information. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of the table with a solemn expression and sighed apologetically. Other than this, he couldn't think of anyone who would risk killing a Konoha genin. The Hyuga family rolled their eyes. It was normal to accidentally discover something. Hateful. Tai is Hyuga's very talented branch house junior. Lord Hokage. Could it be that when a spy from an enemy village appeared in Konoha, Anbu didn't notice anything? Hyuga Hiyashi clenched his fists and shouted in a deep voice, very dissatisfied with the result. A branch house genin would naturally not let Hiyashi speak rudely. The issue is, this time Hyuga Tetsu was successfully attacked and killed in front of Hyuga's house. So next time, will it be their turn to be members of the Hyuga clan? This is the crux of the matter. If you don't do it right, this will make the Hyuga family look down. Because of the war, the number of spies in Konoha increased dramatically. Anbu's power can no longer take into account the overall situation. Now, it's time to clean them up. I've called in the guard, the roots, the Anbu, and the stay squad. Hiyashi, please join Hyuga too. Assist them in a village-wide manhunt. Quote. A sharp look flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and he said with murderous intent. Third Hokage will never tolerate those who dare to destroy Konoha. Yes, Master Hokage. Hyuga Hiyashi was also filled with indignation, so he naturally agreed. Next day, Minato class meeting point. Good morning you two. Obito, who arrived late, said hello casually, looking listless. Last night, in order to find traces of white Zetsu. Obito activates his Byakugan to explore the surroundings every hour, so naturally he didn't sleep well. What makes Obito depressed is that he still found no trace of white Zetsu. Not to mention finding out the other party's pattern of spying on him. Late again, Obito. This time it won't be an excuse to help an old lady cross the road again. Quote. Kakashi crossed his arms, looking as arrogant and disdainful as ever. Those dead fish eyes without fluctuations seemed to be watching a joke. Well, I just lost my way on the road of life. Obito raised his eyebrows, and shrugged lazily with a hint of curvature at the corner of his mouth. This surprised Kakashi, who was ready to see the joke. What an excuse this is. PFF'd. Obito, your excuse is so perfunctory. Advertisement. Lin next to her pursed her lips and smiled, covering her mouth and couldn't help laughing. Really? I don't think so. At least, I'm not the last one. Obito leaned against the fence next to him, pouted and said indifferently. The real owner, Namikaze Minato, hasn't come yet, so how can he be considered late? Huh, by the way, why hasn't Mr. Minato arrived today? Quote. Seeing what Obito meant, Nohara Lin immediately tilted her head and echoed. Sorry, everyone. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in front of the three people. Namikaze Minato appears instantly. Minato-sensei. Seeing the person coming, Nohara Lin immediately stepped forward and shouted respectfully. Sorry, I'm late, but everyone, we have another mission. Namikaze Minato scratched his head, and his sunny smile instantly turned serious. Kakashi, Obito, and Lin all became energetic at the same time. All eyes fell on Namikaze Minato. Yesterday, Genin Hyuga was attacked and killed. Master Hokage issued an urgent order to launch a cleanup of Konoha spies. Your mission is to search for all suspicious persons and report them for processing. The mission level is tentatively C level. However, everyone must be careful. Because you may encounter spy counterattacks at any time, the difficulty of the mission will escalate. Quote. Under Obito's strange eyes, Namikaze Minato solemnly announced the mission. Hyuga Iron, dead. Lin's face froze when she heard this, her eyes widened and she exclaimed and asked. This is the first time Nohara Rin heard about the death of ninjas in the same period. Although her relationship with Hyuga Tetsu is just that of an ordinary classmate, she is inevitably a little sad at this time. Compared to Lin, who is sad about the death of a rabbit and a fox, Kakashi doesn't even blink an eyelid. Kakashi had experienced this many times before joining Minato's class. Correct. This is the reward for your last mission. Then, you can start the mission. Well, let's take Kakashi as the captain. Namikaze Minato patted Lin's shoulder to express comfort, then took out 3 envelopes and handed them over to make arrangements. Kakashi is captain. Teacher, aren't you with us? Quote. Obito reached out and took the envelope and asked with a hint of surprise in his eyes. If Namikaze Minato wasn't around, he could do whatever he wanted. Well, I have my own mission. This time we are performing a mission in the village, so be careful and you'll be fine. Remember, work as a team. Namikaze Minato explained to the 3 of them, and then disappeared in a flash of golden light. Chat group, draw Hyuga Iron's gentle fist method 8 trigrams 32 palms. Obito saw this and immediately cheated without hesitation. In this wave of spy wars, no matter what, you have to fish in troubled waters to get some benefits. Chapter 10 The Sinister Obito, a big gift package delivered to your door. 2,000 taels. Is this the reward for AC level mission? Quote. Obito looked at the few money bills in the envelope, then stuffed the envelope into his ninja bag and said with waning interest. Fortunately, he thought he could have 18,000 taels. Didn't expect this. With this little reward, what are you trying to do with your life? Idiot, that's a war mission. This is no ordinary commission task. War missions, of course, will not have high commissions. Quote. Kakashi gave Obito a dead eye and explained in a cold voice. Tasks issued by Konoha due to the war usually only have a small amount of remuneration as a basic subsidy. So that the ninjas who perform the mission will not have to pay out of their own pockets to replenish the weapon consumption. This can also alleviate the financial pressure on the village as much as possible and better launch the arms race. This is not the point. The point is where do we go to find the target now? Quote. Obito ignored Kakashi's arrogant answer, waved his hand and went straight to the topic. He is ready for everything now, he just needs to kill the enemy. After extracting Hyuga Tetsu's 8 trigrams palms, Obito's force value is once again enhanced. Almost equivalent to the level of elite Chunin. This makes Obito very eager to continue killing monsters and leveling up. Yes, Kakashi. The village is so big, where are we going to find suspicious ninjas? Quote. Nohara Lin nodded in agreement, feeling rather troubled by this. Konoha village looks like a village, but the area is not that small. Comparing the area of the prefecture-level city in Obito's previous life, it is not much inferior. Kakashi scratched his head in a rare move and found it difficult to make a decision for the moment. You can't just run around trying your luck like a headless fly. That's not the ninja style. According to what teacher Minato said, this time it's a spies purge in the whole village. Then, there must be many teams in the village searching for spies. I think maybe we can work around it. The spy was alerted and must have fled out of the village immediately. Let's go directly to the outskirts of the village and do the opposite. Seeing that Kakashi has no goal, Obito immediately expressed his thoughts. Of course, that's not his purpose. Obito's purpose is to avoid Hyuga's white eyes penetrating distance. To prevent his Byakugan from being discovered by the Hyuga tribe, it would only cause trouble. I didn't expect that you, the guy, would have a good idea. Come on, let's go squat outside the village. Quote. Kakashi looked at Obito unexpectedly, with a flash of hesitation in his eyes before nodding in agreement. The reason is simple. Advertisement. On the periphery, it is possible to fight against stronger enemies. For Kakashi, this is more tempting than any search mission. Besides, being on the outskirts of the village does not violate their mission requirements. Then it's decided. Lin naturally had no objections to their decision and nodded in agreement. Soon, the three of them ran towards the outskirts of the village at high speed. After a period of careful analysis, they finally decided to stay near the Nanga River on the outskirts of Konoha. The village has become lively. We also have to make some preparations, just in case. Obito, go and squat to the east. Lin, prepare a trap for an ambush in the west. After discovering the enemy, they immediately took cover and sent out secret signals to join forces to attack. Quote. Standing on the branch of a giant tree, Kakashi looked at the hustle and bustle of the village and ordered. Spread out and squat. Is this going to expand the scope of surveillance? Kakashi is very experienced. Close black lens bracket. Obito nodded calmly and secretly said, with a gleam of passion in his eyes. If he spreads out and squats, he will be much freer. Yes, yes. Obito and Lin whispered at the same time, each quickly moving in one direction. Quickly passing through the crisscrossing trees, Obito quickly got into a tall bush. White eyes, open, covered by dense bushes, Obito opened his eyes while suppressing his voice. Almost all scenes within a radius of 1 kilometer appeared in Obito's sight in an instant. After a quick scan and no abnormalities were found, Obito turned his attention underground again. After searching carefully, I still couldn't find any trace of white Zetsu. Obito was mentally prepared for this and didn't pay too much attention. It's a bit inconvenient without shadow clone technique. Even if you want to do something small, you are too busy. Close black lens bracket. Quickly closing his Byakugan, Obito lay down on the ground and began to rest. It was still early and he was in no rush to act. If you want to fish in troubled waters, night is the best time. And when Obito was sleeping. The other side. Damn it, I've been discovered. Wind-style Feng Fisha, a middle-aged man with a simple face shouted angrily, opened his mouth and blew out a blast of wind forward. The violent wind stirred up the sand and gravel at the moment it appeared, raising a cloud of gray sand to obscure everyone's sight. The middle-aged man took the opportunity to burst out chakra at his feet, turned around and ran away without mercy. Don't try to escape. Wind-style wind-cutting technique. A Konoha Anbu narrowed his eyes slightly to complete the seal, and quickly counterattacked with an invisible wind blade while breathing. Advertisement. In an instant, an invisible wind blade broke through the wind and sand and hit the middle-aged man's back. Seeing that the invisible wind blade was about to cut the middle-aged man in half, the middle-aged man suddenly jumped up. Avoid this fatal attack by narrow margins. Just as the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, dozens of kunai shurikens came towards him like a rainstorm. Being in the air, he couldn't use any strength at all, and he was turned into a hornet's nest in the blink of an eye. Hateful. Which villages B************ D has nothing to do to attack Konoha Genin. The middle-aged man in the pool of blood cried out in grief and anger, expressing his last resentment. Without giving Anbu a chance to capture him alive, he immediately swallowed poison and committed suicide. Died. Let's go. Next one. Captain Anbu, wearing a dog head mask, stepped forward to check and left without hesitation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The other three team members immediately followed, and no one paid any attention to the dead spy. And similar situations are happening one after another in every corner of Konoha. The fear of spies lies not in their strength, but in their intelligence collection and disguise. This time, Anbu and Hyuga Uchiha intervened at the same time, which is basically equivalent to cheating. From Byakugan's perspective, they can tell at a glance whether there is chakra or not. Therefore, most middle and low-level spies only need to be discovered. Basically, they are inevitably killed or captured alive. Instead of ordinary ninja spies, at this time, people are also panicked and full of flaws. Under the search of the Genin team, ordinary spies also suffered a lot. Time came to afternoon in a blink of an eye. Fire-style Howlong fire technique. Water-style water curtain. Two voices sounded one after another in the woods, causing a panic. The huge fire dragon collided fiercely with the water curtain, causing a large amount of water vapor to fill the surrounding area in an instant. Bang. Dong. Ding. Ding ding ding. The two figures each wielded kunai shurikens and attacked each other. The scene was extremely dangerous. 500 meters away. FK. Someone is really here. Obito, who was bored, suddenly jumped up like a carp, looked at the two fighting men and shouted in surprise. To be honest, Obito didn't have any extravagant hopes of waiting for the results. His real purpose, apart from avoiding Hyuga's white eyes, is to recharge his batteries. Then, after nightfall, go to the village to fish in troubled waters. Those spies who are caught or injured during the day will be his prey. This is the correct way to fish. I never expected that there would be an unexpected harvest now. Earth-style earth-reflecting fish technique. Without any hesitation, Obito immediately touched the two of them. This is a big gift package delivered to your door. Chapter 11 The Temptation of Sharingan, Group Members +2. Boy, you can't kill me with your strength. How about we make a deal? If you let me go, I'll give you a copy of Rock Shinobi's military intelligence. Quote. Seeing that he could not escape quickly, the masked man shouted with a flash of anxiety in his eyes. If he continues to fight here, the chance of survival is less than 1%. Rock Shinobi's military intelligence. Haha, It looks like I caught a big fish. If you can come up with rock shinobi information, you must have more valuable information. Do you think that this is all my strength? Or is this all you know about Konoha? Quote. Uchiha, who was wearing the uniform of the Konoha guards, dismissed this and had a strange smile on his face. Under the horrified eyes of the masked man, the dark pupils turned into scarlet in the blink of an eye. In the two pupils, two black magatama appeared and rotated slowly. Nani, two Tomoe Sharingan. Why you are Uchiha? Quote. The masked man's expression suddenly changed, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he looked at the scarlet Sharingan. Uchiha's Sharingan, he is naturally thunderous. One-on-one, you must escape. This is the experience forged with the blood of all major ninja villages. This is bad. The masked man quickly averted his eyes to avoid Sharingan and sighed with a wry smile. Just now the other party was able to fight him to a draw, so how could he fight now? Ha ha ha. Afraid? You are afraid. Is it because of Sharingan? A guy like you didn't even notice the clan emblem on my clothes, and you still have the guts to come to Konoha to be a spy. I have to admire your stupidity and courage. Now, I will let you know how powerful Uchiha is. Uchiha Yi laughed proudly when he saw this, and the expression on his face even had a hint of ferocity. Sharingan Shuriken technique. Uchiha Yi shouted, and instantly threw several shurikens with both hands towards the masked man. Although the masked man was heartbroken, he still threw a kunai in response. Bang! Ping bang! Bang! Under the shocked gaze of the masked man, Uchiha threw another kunai. The kunai collided with the shuriken first, causing a chain reaction to change its flight trajectory. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before he could react, several shurikens flew across the sky and pierced his chest. Vomit. The masked man's chest suddenly turned red, and he vomited blood and fell in a pool of blood, looking horrified. Hey, are you scared out of your wits by Sharingan? Just show me who you really are. Quote. Advertisement. Uchiha Yi looked at his opponent in a pool of blood with disdain and hope. If we get any useful information, let Uchiha beat Hyuga in this purge. He can get family rewards, and maybe get the B-level illusion that he wants. 1 step, 2 steps. Uchiha Yi quickly came to the face of the masked man, and the double magatama in his pupils turned rapidly. Hypnosis eyes, ready to go. Quack, you got fooled. Quote. Just when Uchiha was about to interrogate the information, the masked man suddenly grinned and shouted. Water-style water prison technique. At the same moment as he spoke, the long-planned water style was launched instantly. Nani. Uchiha Yi only had time to scream in surprise before his whole body was wrapped in a large ball of water. Moreover, the whole body feels like it is in a gravity water ball, unable to exert force and breathe normally. Quack quack. Boy, do you really think I didn't recognize your identity? With Uchiha's clan crest and Konoha guard uniform, how could I not prevent you from awakening Sharingan? From beginning to end, your Sharingan was everything I expected. Quote. The masked man panted and coughed up blood to explain, feeling very proud of this. Although he is still in danger now, the temptation of a pair of Sharingan is definitely enough for him to take the risk. You, Gulu. Uchiha Yi's face turned pale, and he struggled to say only one word before heavy water was poured down his throat. Cough cough cough. In order to trick you into taking the bait, I was actually stabbed with a shuriken. I will not underestimate Sharingan's insight. Call. Time is running out, let me send you on your way. I won't give you a chance to fight back. I will kill you first and then take your Sharingan. The masked man coughed up a large mouthful of blood again, and said with infinite murderous intent in his eyes. Under Uchiha Yi's horrified gaze, the masked man took out a kunai and stabbed him in the throat. It's too late, but it's soon. The moment the masked man took action, a figure suddenly jumped out of the ground. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams 32 palms. As a loud shout rang out, the masked man was hit on the chest with both palms before he could clearly see the person coming. Then, 4 palms, 6 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. The 32 consecutive gentle fist palms are almost completed in one breath, and the movements are smooth and smooth. You. The masked man was seriously injured, and was bombarded indiscriminately by these 32 palms. Unable to hold on any longer, I rolled my eyes and passed out. And the water prison he created was broken, allowing the Uchiha leaf inside to escape danger. Hyuga. Nice sneak attack, kid. Advertisement. Uchiha took a big breath and said slightly grateful for the rest of his life. Etc. Uchiha clan emblem. You are the little brat in the tribe. Uchiha Yi's raised pupils suddenly shrank, with an expression of disbelief. Obito is Uchiha's famous crane tail, so of course he has seen it before. But what's with those white eyes? PFF'd. At the moment when Uchiha was horrified, a kunai flashed across his neck. The defenseless and weak Uchiha didn't expect to be attacked by friendly forces. Holding Biao Shui's neck with both hands, he stared at those white eyes with anger, unwillingness and confusion. Can't figure out why. Sorry, I'm not saving you. I just don't want him to kill you. Obito said calmly with a pair of ferocious white eyes, feeling no guilt except excitement. Not to mention that Uchiha Yi discovered the secret of his white eyes, just the temptation of the pair of Sharingan. So he had to choose both of them to take it all. As an Uchiha, how can I live without Sharingan? Instead of waiting for the unknown time to awaken, wouldn't it be nice to just get him? Hesitating for half a second is disrespectful to Sharingan. Fire-style great fireball technique. Seeing Kakashi about to rush towards him through his Byakugan, Obito immediately threw a great fireball at the two dying people, destroying their bodies and eliminating traces of them. Tip. Uchiha Yi joins the group chat. Tip. The Water Valley Falcon joins the group chat. Hearing the familiar prompt, Obito smiled brightly and activated Earth Style to escape quickly. Less than a minute after Obito left, Kakashi's figure appeared at the battle scene. That's the remains of corpses. When Kakashi saw the burned and damaged wreckage, his body was shaken and he immediately became alert. If it is an Anbu or Konoha shinobi, there is no need to destroy the corpse and eliminate traces. They also need the body to get information. The only ones who can do this are the enemy village ninjas. So, there must be enemies nearby. A moment later. Kakashi, you guy is too fast. Quote. Obito shouted, pretending to be late, causing the nervous Kakashi's expression to change. This idiot. Kakashi cursed and appeared behind Obito. With Obito behind their backs, they are alerting each other and beware of attacks that may appear at any time. Open black lens bracket. This guy Kakashi seems to be not so hopeless now. Close black lens bracket. Obito saw Kakashi's movements and instantly understood what he was thinking. However, this time he was purely lighting a lamp for the blind man. In vain. Chapter 12 Mouth escape failed. Tomoe Sharingan open. The enemy may have left. Trouble. This matter must be reported to Anbu as soon as possible and followed up immediately. There was no enemy attack, Kakashi said solemnly after exploring the wreckage. Report to Anbu. So what do we do? Should we split up? Lin hasn't arrived yet. Quote. Obito secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this and asked calmly. As a semi-medical ninja, Nohara Lin is naturally slightly inferior to the two in terms of strength. We haven't arrived at the scene yet. The opponent's strength and number are unknown. We cannot rashly disperse our forces. Kakashi shook his head and refused to move separately, quickly forming seals with his hands. Shadow Clone technique. As the mudra was completed, Kakashi gave a low drink and looked serious. Under Obito's envious gaze, a Kakashi Shadow Clone appeared with white smoke. Shadow Clone nodded to Kakashi and Obito after appearing. Chakra erupted at his feet and quickly flew towards the nearby guard tower. My Shadow Clone will notify Anbu. Let's go. Let's meet up with Lin to track down the enemy. Kakashi turned to explain to Obito, stamped his feet on the ground and jumped towards Lin's direction. Obito's eyes flashed with amusement, and he stepped on the ground and followed closely. Tracking enemies. Does that thing really exist? Immediately, Obito focused his attention on the chat group. Uchiha Yi. That waste actually. How dare he, how could he attack his own race? Quote. Mizutani Falcon. Ha ha ha, it really made me laugh. Although I was also killed by that kid, there is nothing wrong with me as a spy. I didn't expect you, Uchiha, to be killed too. It's so ridiculous. Is this the will of fire that Konoha preaches? Hyuga Tetsu. Uchiha kill Uchiha. Obito's behavior makes me a little happy. Uchiha Yi. Hyuga Iron. You, why are you here? If it hadn't been for the cleanup caused by your murder, how could I have been attacked by that trash? Etc. This is where. Why do I still have consciousness? Quote. Mizutani Falcon. Hyuga, is it you, the brat, who triggered Konoha to suppress us? Kid, what idiot attacked you? That stupid guy had no idea how much his move would involve. Quote. Advertisement. Idiot. Tisk tisk tisk. How dare you say that? Quote. Hyuga teased as if he was watching a good show, and had a new understanding of Obito. Also more fearful, this guy is truly ruthless and has no scruples. Hyuga Tetsu. Why are you here? Why does consciousness exist? You can find out just by reading the group announcement. Uchiha Yi. Mizutani Falcon. Old man, don't you want to be a group leader? Obito watched the conversation between the three of them, and this thought flashed through his head. Then, the desire for Sharingan made him immediately turn his attention to the attribute panel. Name. Uchiha Leaf Konoha Elite Shunin. Ability. Tomoe Sharingan, Fire Attribute, Chakra 0.8 card. Skills. Illusion Sharingan, Illusion Fox Heart Technique, Level C. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique, Level C. Fire Style Assassination Technique, Level C. Fire Style Dragon Fire Technique, Level C. Fire Style Great Dragon Fire Technique, Level B. Name. Mist Shinobi Elite Shunin. Ability. Water Attribute, Chakra 0.7 card. Skills. Water Style Water Separation Technique, Level D. Water Style Water Prison Technique, Level C. Water Style Water Curtain, Level B. Water Style Water Shark Bomb Technique, Level B. Looking at the slightly impressive attribute panels of the two of them, Obito felt mixed feelings. The good news is that the strength of the two of them is really good, and they are worthy of being exploited. The worry is that if the two of them refuse to cooperate, then he will really feel a little pain. It's because he covets my power. That's it. No wonder he said he just didn't want me to be killed by others. Quote. After Uchiha Yi knew the content of the group announcement, he suddenly realized what he said when he recalled Obito's words. With this ability to plunder the power of others, Obito's behavior is nothing short of normal. If it were him, it would basically be the same. At the same time, he also knew why Obito had Hyuga Byakugan. Brother Yi clan, you have seen the situation. Having a chat group, I will definitely recreate the glory of Uchiha in the future. Even surpassing Uchiha Madara and becoming Hokage is easy. I won't say any more nonsense. Brother Yi clan. Are you willing to sacrifice your ego and work with me to create the glory of Uchiha? When Obito saw Uchiha Yi Ming came over, his tone changed and he started the Pua method. As soon as these words came out, the chat group was immediately silenced. Especially Uchiha leaves, people feel numb directly. What does it mean that he is willing to sacrifice his ego? Wasn't this already killed by you? Isn't this just rubbing salt into his wounds? Kid, do you think I would be that stupid? Uchiha Yi suppressed his anger and spoke bitterly, without any intention of compromising. Brother, don't be so excited. Everyone is destined to die, and it may be heavier than mountain or lighter than a feather. Advertisement. Even if you won't be killed by me, you will die in the next war. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, you will turn into a dead soul on the night of the Uchiha genocide 12 years later. Rather than die worthless like that, it would be better to turn it into my strength. This is what the so-called will of fire is. Burn yourself and turn it into nutrients to let the young saplings thrive. Quote. Obito changed the subject and turned on spoiler mode to continue his deception. The night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated? 12 years later? Ha ha ha, what a clumsy lie. You really tried your best to get my power. Give up, I will not give my power to you. Even if you let me disappear, you won't hesitate. After leaving here, maybe I can reach the real Pure Land world. Uchiha Yi sneered at what Obito said and did not believe in the so-called genocide at all. As for the will of fire, he had only heard of self-sacrifice, but not of self-sacrifice. Arrogant guy. Chat groups exist beyond your knowledge, so predicting the future is nothing. Finally, ask again, agree or reject. Your power is just the icing on the cake for me, not a necessity. Seeing Uchiha's unwilling attitude, Obito finally asked helplessly. The value of spoilers lies in others' belief in this so-called future. If you don't believe it, the spoiler is a joke. Obito is helpless about this. Unless, he is willing to spend time to prove it with events. Up to you. Without any surprise, Uchiha Yi still had an uncooperative attitude. Chat group, forced extraction of Uchiha Yi's 2 Tomoe Sharingan. Obito was heartbroken when he saw this, and ordered directly to the chat group. Continuing to deal with this is a waste of time. Although it is a pity, Uchiha Yi's strength is not worthy of him spending a lot of time to slowly obtain it. Tip. Group owner privileges are enabled, forced extraction begins. A cold reminder passed through the chat group, and Uchiha Yi's existence was instantly erased and disappeared. Outside world Obito followed closely behind Kakashi, and a burst of power appeared in his eyes out of thin air. The dark eyes turned scarlet in an instant, and 2 black Magatama stars slowly rotated in them. Obito's vision is as if it has been transformed into high-definition Blu-ray quality, and his insight is greatly enhanced. Just when Obito was shocked by the scene in front of him, the hidden power stored deep in his brain was instantly awakened by the appearance of Sharingan. The pupil power belonging to him exploded violently, and instantly merged with the extracted pupil power, directly doubling Obito's pupil power and soaring a lot. Although he did not transform into the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, he still has the power of the double Magatama eyes at a genius level. It also makes his Sharingan more handy and becomes his own Sharingan power. Your sister, there is this unexpected surprise. Isn't this equivalent to me awakening my own Sharingan? Obito said to himself with a look of ecstasy on his face, immediately looking forward to awakening Kamui again. Chapter 13 Surprises and Accidents, Sharingan Obito joins. This is gone. I don't know if he really disappeared or went to the Pure Land world. In the chat group, after Hyuga Tetsu saw the whole story of someone disappearing for the first time, he sighed and spoke. Hyuga kid, does this so-called chat group really have the ability to make souls disappear? Although the Mizutani Falcon walking on the endless road is not afraid of life and death, he can witness the death of his soul with his own eyes. It is still inevitable that my mind is confused. Have no idea, but I think there are beings that can capture our souls and extract our abilities in life. It is an incredible and strange existence in itself. Maybe for it, letting our souls disappear is not a problem at all. Hyuga responded with disappointment, once again feeling confused about his future. Water Valley Falcon. So, what are your options? Obito, who closed Sharingan, swept away the conversation between the two and spoke to break the situation. With the failure experience of Uchiha, Obito is not sure or interested in convincing Mizutani. I'm already deciding which skill to extract, although I'm very reluctant, I don't want to try to truly disappear. Uchiha kid, I choose to cooperate with you, however, I will not betray any information about the village. Mizutani Falcon pretended to be helpless and agreed, secretly having a new goal. As a spy, his only mission is to obtain useful information for the village. This so-called chat group is both a prison and an opportunity. Only by staying here can you find loopholes or opportunities. Kill or pass on this information so that the village can kill Obito as soon as possible. If you refuse, give up completely, why not give it a try? This is his way of ninja, agree to cooperate? Obito, who was about to force the extraction, was shocked, then overjoyed. He never expected that this mist ninja would give him an unexpected surprise. Compared to that Uchiha leaf, this is simply a win. As for information, what does he want with that thing? Chat group, draw Mizutani Falcon's 0.7 card chakra. Surprised, Obito couldn't wait and immediately cheated on himself. He doesn't have water attributes yet, so water style ninjutsu is useless for the time being. It's better to strengthen chakra to be more stable. After all, using Sharingan and Byakugan not only consumes pupil power, but also requires chakra to activate it. Reminder. Group member Mizutani Peck Falcon has authorized and agreed, and the drawing has begun. In Obito's excitement, as the prompt sounded, a chakra that surpassed himself emerged in his body again. In order to prevent Kakashi from noticing, Obito immediately slowed down and distanced himself. And try our best to suppress the outflow and fluctuation of chakra. Obito, which itself is 0.6 calories, jumped to a chakra amount of 1.3 calories after an increase of 0.7 calories. This is 30% more chakra than Kakashi at the beginning of the plot. A proper Jonin level chakra. Well, it's not as good as Naruto Genin's 4-card chakra at the beginning. Advertisement, but he is also a super genius. With some more ninjutsu and genjutsu, you can get out of the novice village of Konoha. Sneaking around in the village is not what a villain would do. The battlefield is where I cheat. Besides, if you don't go out, how can you give Madara a chance? Close black lens bracket. Feeling the strong capital of chakra, Obito finally has the confidence of a time traveler. Boom. Rumble. Suddenly, several explosions suddenly exploded in front of the two of them. The two people who were attacking were stunned at the same time, and then their expressions changed drastically. Because the place where the explosion occurred was exactly where Nohara Lin laid the trap. Lin is in danger, hurry! Kakashi shouted. Chakra erupted under his feet and his speed more than doubled instantly. But Obito's figure is faster. Under the explosion of chakra regardless of consumption, Obito turned into an afterimage and flew away quickly. Obito! How is this speed possible? Kakashi's masked face froze, and he said in disbelief and surprise. Could it be that this guy Obito is hiding something? White eyes, open. Obito, who was running at high speed, turned on his Byakugan detection regardless of what Kakashi thought. Nohara Lin, the white moonlight girl, must not die. Women, who doesn't like something hot? FK, this is too bad luck. When he saw the 3-person spy team ahead, Obito couldn't help but curse. If you don't come, there will be no one all day long. They all appeared all at once. It was so G scary. The other side, a 3-person team. We can only rely on traps to delay time. Kakashi, Obito. If you are too late, I will not let them pass even if it costs my life. Nohara Lin was lying in the corner of a bush, staring at the 3 people who were on guard in the distance and murmuring with determination. This is her awakening as a Konoha shinobi, really. I finally rushed out, but I didn't expect there was an ambush here. The thin brown-haired young man said with fear on his face. He was almost injured by the detonating talisman just now. Shut up, let's work together and use rock iron cannons to blast out a safe route. Another middle-aged scarred man with a ponytail shouted coldly and began to form seals with his hands. The explosion just now must have attracted the attention of other Konoha shinobi, and they can't waste too much time here. If this was not the only way to the outside of the village, he would definitely choose to avoid the edge temporarily. Seeing this, the other 2 people hurriedly formed seals with their hands at the same time. Earth-style rock iron cannon technique. Earth-style rock iron cannon technique. Earth-style rock iron cannon technique. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them completed the seals and opened their mouths to shout. Advertisement: the 3 people spit out pebbles the size of date pits one after another, pouring out like bullets. The stones expanded rapidly during the flight, and in the blink of an eye they turned into boulders 2 or 3 meters in diameter and hit the woods. The 3 of them shot out half 100 stones in one breath. Crackling. It's crunchy. Boom, boom boom. Countless trees were broken and fell to the ground by the rain like hard boulders in the blink of an eye. What's more serious is that the traps that were laid out were also destroyed by this indiscriminate attack. With one force, 10 will be suppressed, and a gap was opened abruptly. Quick pass. The scarred man did not look for the ambush, he shouted and rushed forward. The other 2 people immediately followed, one on the left and the other on the right to protect each other from unexpected events. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as the 3 of them rushed into the depths of the woods, 3 piercing sounds came quickly. The 3 of them also reacted quickly and quickly left the place by moving and dodging. Water-style water turbulence. Seeing the 3 of them dodging the sneak attack, Nohara Lin quickly completed the seal with her hands and shouted. A stream of water spurted out from her mouth at high speed and shot towards the 3 of them. At the same time, Nohara Lin waved her hands again. 2 kunai wrapped with detonating talismans exploded out at extremely high speeds under the cover of the water curtain. Genin. Ridiculous trick. Earth-style tool and gun. The scar-faced man saw through Nohara Lin's attack method at a glance. His hands turned into afterimages, completed the seal and shouted. Peefed. Puff puff, in an instant, with the scar-faced man as the center, countless earthen spikes broke through the ground and rose up. The appearance of the earth thorn not only breaks the water style, but also hinders the attack of the explosive talisman. At the same time, use offense instead of defense. At Nohara Lin's feet, several sharp earth thorns appeared instantly. Although Nohara Lin tried her best to avoid it, a thorn still struck her abdomen. Open black lens bracket. Is this the end? Kakashi, Obito, I disappoint you. The sky is so blue and beautiful. Seeing that it was no longer possible to escape, Lin's beautiful eyes looked towards the blue sky and a thought flashed across her mind. Fire-style great fireball technique. At the critical moment, an angry voice suddenly exploded in Lin's ears. Before Lin could react, she felt someone hugging her waist. The body instantly rose into the air and landed on a nearby branch. Obito. Your eyes. Lin's cheeks turned red when she saw the familiar profile so close to her, her pupils suddenly shrank and she shouted in surprise. Sharingan. Lin, thank you for helping me awaken Sharingan. Obito opened his Scarlet 2 Tomoe Sharingan and stared at the three people opposite him, and found an excuse to awaken the blood successor. Fortunately I caught up, damn it, I almost fanned Byakugan away with a butterfly. Chapter 14. The powerful Obito. Kakashi was stunned. Sharingan. Uchiha's genius. Konoha is really full of talents. The bald man looked at the Sharingan boy opposite, frowning and grinning. It's such a shame that we are not alone, take action. A flash of anxiety flashed in the scar-faced man's eyes, and he shouted before launching an attack. Throwing several kunai shurikens with both hands at the same time, blocking Obito's route of action. One of the other two people took the opportunity to form seals with their hands to prepare for ninjutsu, and the other pulled out a long sword and stepped forward. As this Sharingan's insight, Obito's Magatama eyes moved rapidly, looking at the kunai shuriken that was more than 5 times slower and murmuring in surprise. With this kind of slow-motion observation, no wonder Uchiha can anticipate the enemy's opportunities. Obito made a prompt decision and retreated while holding Lin in his arms at the same time Scarface launched the attack. Lin, get out of here quickly. Seeing the thin young man coming with a sword, Obito urged and quickly blocked with a kunai in hand. Boom! With the help of Sharingan, Obito accurately blocked the sharp knife. It's now, Obito's scarlet pupils stared into the opponent's eyes, and his pupil power exploded. Although 2 Tomoe Sharingan does not have the hypnosis eye ability of 3 Tomoe Sharingan. But it also has the effect of interfering with the opponent's will. Driven by the explosion of Obito's huge pupil power, the thin man inevitably became conscious. Reveal of flaw. Obito's eyes flashed with heat, and the kunai in his hand stabbed the opponent's throat. Don't try to succeed. Fire-style Garuda. At the critical moment when Obito was almost successful, the bald man launched his ninjutsu in time. A slender dragon-like fire dragon formed instantly, carrying blazing heat and shooting at Obito from the side at high speed. If Obito insists on killing the opponent, he will also be hit from the side by this fire style. Pity, Obito didn't want to trade injuries for injuries, so he had no choice but to give up this great opportunity and jump into the air to dodge. Damn little devil. Die, you can't escape now. And at this moment, the thin man who came back to his senses became angry and shouted in anger. The long knife in his hand was unsheathed again and pointed directly at Obito's chest. Obito, who jumped into the air, could see his movements clearly, but he couldn't react at all while he was in the air. Obito. Nohara Lin, who did not escape, shouted anxiously when she saw this, and quickly threw a kunai to attack the scar-faced man, trying to surround Wei and save Zhao. The scar-faced man didn't give Nohara Rin a chance at all, and he also threw his shurikens first and last. Bang ping. There was a fierce sound of metal clashing in midair, and Lin's kunai was shot to the ground. Advertisement. Suddenly, the scene became extremely dangerous. Under the proud expression of Scarface, the frightened Lin, and the bloodthirsty expression of the thin man, the double Magatama in Obito's pupils rotated rapidly. Illusion. Narakumi technique. When the thin man almost succeeded, Obito raised the corner of his mouth and shouted coldly. In an instant, with the blessing of Tongli, the illusion came through Sharingan in an instant, and the proud expression of the thin man suddenly turned into a look of horror. It seemed like I saw something terrifying. The long knife in his hand naturally let go and fell. The Narakumi technique is a D-level illusion that makes the opponent see the deepest fear in his heart. With the blessing of Sharingan, the effect is naturally enhanced exponentially. Close black lens bracket. Obito's eyes flashed, and he quickly pulled out a kunai and stabbed it straight into the thin man's throat. Tip. Yamanomaru joins the group chat. All this seems like a long time, but it is only in the blink of an eye. Let everyone be shocked at the same time. That's Obito. Kakashi, who had just rushed to the outside of the battlefield, his pupils trembled and he looked incredulous. Obito actually managed to kill one person under siege by 3 people. This achievement is simply unimaginable. Is this Obito the same Obito he knows? Thinking back on Obito's memories, Kakashi couldn't even confirm that this was the same person. Whoosh. But Kakashi is Kakashi after all. His superb ninja skills made him instantly realize that this was the best time to attack. It turned into an afterimage and disappeared in an instant. Hateful. The scar-faced man roared angrily, unable to maintain his calm mood any longer. One of them, a Jonin and 2 Chunin, went to besiege a Konoha genin, but one of them was killed in return. This is a slap in the face of Rock Shinobi. Can you bear this? Earth style, in anger, Scarface quickly formed seals with his hands, about to explode. Sudden. A flash of white light, short sword, suddenly appeared in front of him, causing Scarface's expression to change drastically. Konoha's white fang. Scarface screamed in surprise and retreated without hesitation as chakra erupted under his feet. Escape, only escape. Facing this legendary figure, he, an ordinary Jonin, was unable to resist. Jonin-level burst of speed. Even if Kakashi has the advantage of sneak attack, it will not help. Scarface's figure retreated tens of meters as he breathed, widening the distance. The bald man on the side immediately followed after seeing this. Wrong. Konoha's white fang had already committed suicide, so how could he appear here? Scarface reacted suddenly after escaping easily, stopped and looked back. Really, Konoha's white fang had a huge psychological impact on him. Kakashi. Advertisement. When Lin saw Kakashi appear, she shouted happily. With Kakashi joining them, they have a good chance of winning whether fighting or retreating. Kakashi, you're late. Obito opened his scarlet magatama, ducked to Kakashi and joked. With the help of a new force like Kakashi, it is not impossible to take down the two opponents. Right, Sharingan. Obito, you turned on the Sharingan. Only then did Kakashi see Obito's scarlet pupils, and couldn't help but let out a cry of shock again. Uchiha's Sharingan, how could Kakashi not know about it? What's more, Obito's predecessor always talked about awakening Sharingan. Kakashi is already very aware of this. At this time, Kakashi finally understood the reason why Obito was so strong just now. It turns out that what Obito said before was true. Awakening Sharingan, one can really become a genius. Uchiha's bloodline limit is so terrifying. That's not the point, Kakashi. I'll deal with the bald guy, and then we'll work together to deal with the Scarface. Obito smiled confidently, finally feeling at ease to reveal his strength. With the awakened Sharingan as a cover, his enhanced chakra can be pushed to this point. The most you can do is become a genius. What else can others do? Huh, I'm the captain. Lin, you help cover from behind. Kakashi frowned and snorted proudly, his dead fish eyes turned into sharp eyes and stared at the scar-faced man. That guy is dangerous. Whispering sound, seeing Kakashi's attitude, Obito chuckled without comment. Then his eyes met the scarred face, his expression solemn. Being able to dodge Kakashi's sneak attack means that the opponent's strength is either Jonin or particularly Jonin. You know, Kakashi is a genius who was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. His current strength is not extraordinary, but also elite Chunin level. One can imagine the strength of that Scarface. We must strengthen our strength. With a thought in mind, Obito looked directly at the chat group. Ignoring the content of the chat group that was stirring again, Obito looked directly at the attribute panel of Umanomaru who had just joined the group. Name. Rock Shinobi Elite Chunin Ability. Earth Attribute, Chakra 0.7 card. Skills. Earth Style Earth Splitting Palm. C Level, Earth Style Earth Dragon Hidden Technique. C Level, Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. B Level, Earth Style Rock Iron Cannon Technique, A Level. Chunin's strength actually has an A Level Earth Style, it's really rare. Obito ignored those useless low-level skills as usual and looked at Umanomaru's attribute panel in surprise. This was the first time he had seen A-level ninjutsu. Chat group, forced extraction of Umanomaru's rock iron cannon technique. Without any hesitation, Obito started to force the extraction directly. There is no time to play tricks now. Strengthening your strength is the real thing. Chapter 15, the so-called ninja essence, extracting B-level fire style. That white-haired kid. So that's it, White Fang's son. Shao, the mission has changed. Kill him at all costs. There must never be a second Konoha's White Fang in the ninja world. Scarface saw Kakashi across from him clearly, took a deep breath and shouted angrily. It's really embarrassing to be scared away by a kid. And that Uchiha brat. Captain, I want to avenge Shinai. The bald man named Shao looked at Obito with bloodthirsty eyes and said fiercely. Yeah, but you may also be our prey. Obito heard the shouts of the two people on the other side and spoke back without any sign of weakness. As long as he kills the bald man and cheats again, it won't be a big problem to take down Scarface. This was also the reason why he formulated the tactics just now. Kakashi, on. Obito urged, formed seals with his hands and rushed towards the bald man. Jung, Kakashi snorted coldly, swung the White Fang short sword and rushed towards Scarface at high speed. When Nohara Lin saw the two of them moving, she immediately ducked and hid, ready to assist at any time. Be careful, Scarface warned the bald man, licked the kunai in his hand and rushed towards Kakashi. As long as this kid is killed first, it will not be easy to cooperate with his subordinates to kill Obito. Fire style. Kid, I won't be careless. When the bald man saw Obito's handprints, he laughed wildly and quickly formed the seals with his hands. Fire style Great Fireball Technique, Fire style Garuda. Almost at the same time, Obito and the bald man activated their ninjutsu at the same time. In an instant, Obito activated the 0.5 card to fire the super large Great Fireball, which collided head-on with the opponent's dragon-shaped Fire Dragon. The two fire styles instantly stood in a stalemate, devouring, entangled, and fused with each other. Then, it turned into an even hotter and towering fire cloud. The violent heat wave blew in all directions at the same time, stirring up a large amount of smoke and dust covering a radius of 20 meters. It's now, Earth-style diving in the Earth technique. The bald man smiled proudly, changed his hand seals, completed the ninjutsu and sank into the ground. Sharingan is powerful, but as long as you avoid its sight, you'll be fine. This is why he fights fire style, using smoke and dust to sneak attacks. Soon, the bald man under earth style easily found the alert Obito. A real ninja uses intelligence to fight with minimum consumption. Kid, you're still far behind. Arriving quietly behind Obito, the bald man showed the confidence of victory. As long as he strikes violently now, the opponent will definitely die. Advertisement. Seeing that everything was safe, the bald man's eyes flashed fiercely. Exploding with all his strength, he swung the kunai and stabbed Obito in the back. Seeing that the kunai was about to stab Obito in the back of the heart, Obito's right foot suddenly turned. The figure made a strange 180 degrees turn, accurately avoiding that heartbreaking blow. No, it's impossible, the bald man shouted in horror, his face full of disbelief. How could Obito accurately predict his attacks? Gentle fist method 8 trigrams 32 palms. Just as the bald man was surprised, a suppressed shout sounded in his ears. Immediately afterwards, Obito's body, which was almost standing close to his body, moved again at a tricky angle. Moves like a rabbit. The palms of his hands slapped the bald man's chest, arms, thighs as fast as electricity. In an instant, all 32 consecutive palms hit him. Your tricks are as ridiculous as monkeys in front of his eyes. Thank you for your cooperation, otherwise I would have to spend a lot of effort. Looking at the bald man with wide open pupils and unable to move, Obito stepped forward and smiled lightly. As early as the moment his vision was blocked, he switched Sharingan to the white eye state to prevent sneak attacks. Then he saw the bald man about to attack and kill him at close range, so Obito naturally took advantage of his plan. Covered by smoke and dust, he didn't worry about others discovering his secret. No, it's impossible, how could Uchiha have? Amid the horrified and frightened cry of the bald man, Obito's kunai instantly slashed across his throat. Stop him from revealing the information about Byakugan. Tip. Shao joins the group chat. Upon hearing the prompt, Obito immediately turned his attention to the chat group. Name. Rock Shinobi Elite Chunin Ability. Earth, Fire Attributes, Chakra 0.7 card. Skills. Fire Style Pyrotechnic, Level C, Fire Style Garuda, Level B, Earth Style Submersible Technique, Level C, Earth Style Wall, Level B, Earth Style Rock Iron Cannon Technique, a level. Chat group, Forced Extraction of Owl's Fire Style Garuda. After quickly reading the attribute data of the bald man, Obito said with a flash of determination in his eyes. His Fire Style ninjutsu currently only has a C-level Fire Style Great Fireball, which is 2 hip straining. He had already obtained the opponent's A-level ninjutsu Rock Tetsu Cannon from Yamanomaru. This B-level Fire Style Garuda is perfect for him. Tip. Group owner privileges are enabled, forced extraction begins. At the sound of a prompt, Obito once again had a sudden enlightenment on the Garuda technique. The body also undergoes assimilation like muscle memory, and the seals, gestures, and breaths are integrated into each other. Variety. After completing the cheat, Obito did not go out directly to join Kakashi, but formed another seal and shouted. There was a bang, and a burst of white smoke drifted past. Another bald man appeared on the spot. The essence of ninja is to deceive. I won't miss such a good opportunity to kill. After the transformation, Obito smiled confidently, took off his Sharingan and quickly rushed out of the smoke. Most of this smoke will fade away in a minute at most, so he must hurry up. Advertisement. Captain, that Uchiha brat has been dealt with. I'll cooperate with you to kill this white-haired brat. Transformed Obito shouted loudly as soon as he burst out of the smoke, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The other people couldn't hear the bald man's dying cry just now. Obito. That idiot is dead. Lin and Kakashi's expressions changed dramatically at the same time, they couldn't believe their ears. Although Kakashi is known as being cold-blooded, his feelings towards Obito are completely different. This is a childhood bond that started at ninja school. I want to kill you. Kakashi's eyes flashed with violence, and he shouted loudly. The short sword in his hand once again improved to a new level. Water-style water turbulence. Nohara Rin, who was equally angry, burst out in a sweet voice regardless of her safety, and 2 lines of tears kept sliding down her cheeks. The moving look with tearful eyes makes people pity. Fire-style Garuda. A trace of excitement flashed in Obito's eyes, but his hands were formed into seals. A dragon-shaped fire dragon formed a water style in a blink of an eye and crashed directly into Lin. With the blessing of powerful chakra, water style directly evaporated the water chaos and turned into a Hokage and rushed towards Kakashi. GGG. Shao, you did a good job. Seeing the familiar fire style, Scarface shouted in praise without any doubt. At the same time, he stepped back and formed seals with his hands to prepare for coordination. Rumble. Kakashi looked at the roaring fire dragon rushing towards him at great speed, with a flash of confusion in his eyes. The current situation is not good for them, so retreating with Lin in time is the right choice. But how could he be willing to let go of the murderer of that idiot? Obito never wants Lin to die here, no matter what. Kakashi finally bit his silver teeth, and the white fang short sword in his hand glowed with white light. He wants to break through and cut off the fire dragon. Then he took the opportunity to retreat with Lin. Boom. Just when Kakashi had made up his mind, the roaring fire dragon suddenly changed direction and passed him sideways. Target. Go straight to the scar-faced man. What happened? No, it's impossible. Kakashi and Scarface were stunned at the same time, never expecting such a change. Under Nohara Lin's surprised and shocked eyes, the scarred face was enveloped and devoured by the fire dragon in a blink of an eye. Fire-style super great fireball technique. Obito, who was well prepared, broke out immediately and hit the target again. A super great fireball with a diameter of 10 meters arrived in an instant, detonating the fire dragon again. The huge flames engulfed the surrounding area for more than 10 meters, and the intensity of the fire was astonishing. Open black lens bracket huh. Why is there no beep? Could it be? After waiting for a few seconds, Obito frowned and had a bad feeling. Chapter 16 Obito's killer plan was missed by Anbu. Earth-style rock iron cannon technique. Suddenly, a embarrassed black figure rushed out of the flames and quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted loudly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several stones were shot out continuously and rose up in the wind. The huge stones directly hit Kakashi and the transformed Obito. Sure enough, he's not dead. Earth-style rock iron cannon technique. Obito, who had already had doubts, completed the seals with both hands at the same time, opened his mouth and spit out the same move. In the blink of an eye, the stones spit out by both sides collided fiercely in the air. Countless pieces of soil and gravel were flying everywhere like knives, and the scene was extremely thrilling. Earth-style wall. Kakashi quickly ducked to Lin's side, completed the hand seal and slapped it on the ground. An earthen wall carved with a dog's head instantly rose up in front of the two of them, blocking the stone attack. Well done, Kakashi. Upon seeing this, Obito ducked behind the earth wall to avoid the sharp attack. Although his rock iron cannon technique was successfully activated, the chakra consumed previously made this earth style poor in quantity and quality. You can't really compete with it. Fortunately, he opened a gap, which allowed Kakashi's earth flow wall to be perfectly defended. Obito. Kakashi stared at the transformed Obito with wary eyes, and asked anxiously and angrily. This guy just asked him to. You. Nohara Rin on the other side also clenched her little hands nervously, stopped her tears and looked at Obito. Well, the attack opportunity just now was a waste if we didn't grasp it. If I hadn't been afraid of being too close and discovering the traces of transformation technique, I would have made a sneak attack at close range. Obito shrugged his shoulders and answered, releasing the transformation with a bang and returning to his true form. Obito, it's really great that you're okay. Nohara Rin rushed into Obito's arms with a quick stride, hugged Obito tightly and shouted in surprise. Well, no, don't be so excited. The enemy has not been dealt with yet. Feeling the softness and bonelessness in his arms, Obito touched his head and smiled. Lin, there is something on you. He actually copied the enemy's fire style and earth style. Sharingan. It's really an enviable ability. Kakashi, who didn't know Sharingan's ability, thought he was right and judged Obito's attack. He has no idea that Tomoe Sharingan does not have the power to copy ninjutsu. Only the ability to copy simple physical techniques and resist illusions. Copying ninjutsu is an ability only Tomoe Sharingan has. And, there is no corresponding chakra attribute. Advertisement. Even if you successfully copy it, you will get twice the result with half the effort. This is why Uchiha went through hundreds of years to let Kakashi, a foreigner, get the title of copy ninja. Kakashi is a super genius with all attributes. Kakashi, now is not the time for you to envy these eyes. Obito nodded secretly and teased Kakashi. It was also for this reason that he used the rock iron cannon technique to attack him. Without finding a reasonable origin for ninjutsu, how could he use it at will? Damn Konoha brat, I will bury you completely. Quote. Before Kakashi could reply, Scarface's angry roar echoed around. Just now, if he hadn't urgently switched his hand seals and activated Earth style to hide underground. Maybe he really was successfully attacked. Jonin's adaptability is very strong. Earth style earthquake core. The furious Scarface no longer saves chakra, and activates another B-level Earth style. In an instant, 3 people from Obito were at the center. The ground on all sides shook violently, and the square land beneath their feet dropped rapidly. The speed was so fast that the 3 Obitos had no time to escape. In the blink of an eye, he fell 10 meters underground, losing his best chance to escape. Hurry up and climb up. Obito saw him descending another dozen meters as he spoke, his eyes quick and his hands quick as he shouted. While speaking, he jumped onto the smooth rock wall, chakra spread his feet and ran upwards. Kakashi and Lin also reacted quickly and followed immediately. At this time, they were at least 30 or 40 meters away from the ground. If they don't get out in time, they will definitely be buried deep underground by each other. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so skillful. The fish in the earth technique can only let me escape alone, now I'm in trouble. Obito exploded with the remaining chakra and rushed quickly, thinking of countermeasures quickly. You have no chance. Die, you brats. Scarface dodged to the top of the pit and shouted arrogantly while forming seals. This made the faces of Obito and the other 3 people change drastically. If Scarface collapses into a deep pit above, they will surely die. Kakashi, quickly build a hiding spot with multiple earth flow walls. In an extremely urgent situation, Obito had a flash of inspiration and shouted. As long as Kakashi and Lin have a place to take shelter, he can use Earth Style to go up and attack again. Then extract this Earth Style technique and raise Kakashi and others up. Seeing them buried in the ground with his own eyes, Scarface's alertness must have dropped to freezing point. This is a sure shot. Obito is sure of it. Multiple Earth current walls. Got it. Kakashi's ninja sense of smell only stunned him for a moment before he reacted and quickly formed the seal. Of course, Kakashi didn't know that Obito was going to fight back. He believed that Obito was using the Earth Flow Wall to temporarily protect the three of them and delay waiting for reinforcements. Advertisement. There was no way Konoha Anbu could not see such a massive battle. Wind style wind cut technique. Fire style fire bullet. Just as Kakashi and Scarface were forming seals quickly, two voices suddenly exploded from above. Then, Scarface was seen quickly leaving the top of the pit. Immediately afterwards there was the sound of lively fighting. What's the situation? Obito, who had secretly formed a seal, was stunned and a little confused. He was already on the verge of getting ready, and it was so sudden. Reinforcements have arrived. Kakashi's body suddenly shook while he was forming the seal. He broke the seal and breathed a sigh of relief. He just got Shadow Clone's memory feedback. It turns out that it was because of the influence of Obito before. The surrounding Anbu and checkpoint guards were called by Kakashi's Shadow Clone to the location where Uchiha died. Then, after a fight broke out here, they circled around and rushed over. This is why the three of them have been fighting for a long time, but Konoha Shinobi didn't arrive in time. Quick, go up and help. Obito's heart suddenly sank, and he hurriedly rushed out of the pit again. Damn it, if it's later I won't be robbed of my head. That Scarface is his prey. Kakashi and Lin looked at each other, smiled helplessly and quickly followed. Without enemy interference, the three of them rushed out of the pit in less than 10 seconds. Then, two Konoha shinobi surrounded Scarface, and an Anbu quickly formed seals outside. Lightning-style four-post restraint technique. Following Anbu's loud shout, the scar-faced man was surrounded by four pillars. The two Konoha shinobi retreated instantly. For a moment, lightning flashed and thundered in the thunder pillar, and violent thunder and lightning rushed wildly on Scarface. As we all know, Lake Earth. The Earth-attributed Scarface was unsurprisingly knocked unconscious by lightning that broke his defense. This hateful guy, let me give him a fatal blow. Quote. Seeing that Scarface was about to burp, Obito pretended to be angry and threw the kunai and shouted. Stealing people's heads, he is professional. Boom. Seeing that the kunai was about to hit the opponent, Anbu on the side suddenly blocked the kunai shot by Obito. This made Obito's heart skip a beat and he felt something bad. This is a high-level spy of Jonin level, we are going to take him back to interrogate the information. Kid, he can't die here. Quote. Anbu thought Obito was resentful because he was almost killed, so he kindly explained. Open black lens bracket FK, as expected, close black lens bracket. Obito cursed in his heart, and at the same time he longed for Scarface even more. That's a Jonin level prey. Chapter 17 Lin's Touch, the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole follows behind. I am Konoha Jonin, Yamashiro Maple. The team led by Jonin persisted for so long and managed to kill two people. As expected of Minato's disciple, the rumored genius Kakashi. Well, you seem to have spent a lot. Now go back and rest. I will report it to Lord Hokage, don't worry about the mission. A gentle-looking Konoha Jonin took 2 steps forward, his eyes fell on Kakashi and admired him. The name of the genius Kakashi, these Jonin are naturally like thunder. Of course, this is all Kakashi's fault. No, Senior Maple Leaf. Those 2 people were killed by Obito. He is a true Uchiha genius. Kakashi glanced at Obito who was distracted and corrected him. His words were full of admiration and recognition. Although Kakashi cared about Obito before, it was only because of the childhood bond. But now, Obito is on par with him in terms of strength. This made Kakashi, who stood out among his peers, feel a sense of crisis for the first time. And it ignited the long-lost fighting spirit. The most efficient way for geniuses to grow is through mutual achievement. Uchiha Obito. Yamashiro Maple's expression froze slightly, and he turned to look at Obito, who had a depressed face. When I saw the Scarlet 2 Tomoe Sharingan, my pupils suddenly trembled. At this age, 2 Tomoe Sharingan is another super genius. I will report the truth to 3rd Hokage-sama. Your mission is over. Quote. After taking a deep look at Obito, Yamashiro Maple nodded and said solemnly. Yes. Kakashi immediately responded loudly without any comment. In the ninja world, it is the iron law of ninjas that genin obey Jonin's orders. Even if it wasn't Jonin who was leading the team. The mantis stalks the cicada, followed by the oriole. Just in time to go back and restore chakra, and then go steal the chicken in the middle of the night. Close black lens bracket. Obito's thoughts changed, he reluctantly glanced at Scarface and nodded in agreement. After this battle, Obito gained a new understanding of steady development. He must learn various attribute escape techniques and extract a large amount of chakra. Only in this way can we face any enemy calmly. 10 minutes later. Obito and Lin returned to the center of Konoha leisurely. Kakashi helped Anbu transport the 2 corpses and went directly to the Konoha torture department. Obito, thank you. Seeing that she was about to reach a fork in the road, Lin suddenly stopped and said shyly. Her cheeks turned crimson, and her eyes looking at Obito had other colors. No girl will be unfazed by a hero saving a beauty. It was just because of the urgency of the situation that Lin didn't think much about it. Advertisement. But on the way back, looking at Obito's back, Lin couldn't help but replay the previous scene in her mind. Looking at the lazy and mature boy, he no longer laughs at the innocent boy. Obito's image surpassed Kakashi's for the first time. You are the girl I like. I said. In this life, I will never let you die in front of me. Seeing Lin's shy expression, Obito confessed with a touch of emotion in his eyes. If time travel plus cheat still relies on sacrificing a woman to open his eyes, then he might as well commit suicide. Villains naturally enjoy themselves as they please. Lin, the white moonlight girl, Obito is bound to win. Rin didn't have Obito's shamelessness, and her face suddenly turned red and she was speechless. She knew that Obito might like her, but she had never heard such a straightforward confession. This left Lin at a loss for a moment. She was touched by Obito in a different way. But the perseverance of the genius Kakashi, who she has admired since childhood, makes it impossible for Lin, who cannot distinguish between love and admiration, to make a choice. After all, she is only a 10-year-old girl. Hee. Don't be stressed, Lin. It's my business if I like you, it's your business who you like. You don't have to do this. Well, see you tomorrow. Quote. Obito is not a novice in relationships, so he will not force Lin to choose to fall into the inferior category. Anyway, I can't do much at my current age, so what's the rush? Obito. Looking at Obito's retreating back, Lin's lovely eyes were full of confusion. What does, I like you is my business, who you like is your business. Close double angle bracket. Is this how gentle Obito is? After a moment, Lin suddenly woke up and murmured with her eyes smiling like the crescent moon. Obito probably thought she liked Kakashi. I said this in order not to embarrass her. In a daze, Lin's eyes had a light that did not suit her age. Well, my retreat turned attack move should be very useful to Lin. This is the ultimate line for dog licking, a girl's defense breaking technique. Kakashi, you continue to maintain your cold and arrogant persona. Leave Lin to me. Obito raised the corners of his mouth slightly and muttered to himself vaguely. In the original plot, 80% of Rin's performance was that she liked Kakashi. Obito naturally has to use some tricks. The journey was uneventful, and Obito returned to his clan soon. After chatting with the old people as usual, Obito finally broke through the blockade and went home. Of course, Obito is not without gains. Many elderly people donated food, so Obito didn't have to worry about dinner. Night. Uchiha Tribe. Advertisement. Just after midnight, Obito was woken up by the alarm he set. Chat group. Draw Hyuga Iron's 0.3 card chakra. Chat group. Extract the water attribute of the Mizutani Falcon. After Obito regained consciousness, he immediately began to pick off the wool of two group members. Mizutani Pek Falcon now has water style ninjutsu in addition to water attributes. If you don't have water attributes, you can't use water style, so naturally choose water attributes first. Hyuga Iron is simple, just use chakra to develop steadily. Reminder. Group members Hyuga Tetsu and Mizutani Hayabusa have authorized and agreed, and the draw has begun. As the prompt sounded, Obito's body once again emerged with chakra and merged into his own body. The 0.3 calorie chakra at this time no longer excites Obito. Open the properties panel. Obito then thought about it and looked at his attribute data. Name. Uchiha Obito. Age. 10 years old. Strength. Elite Chunin. Identity. Konoha Genin, Uchiha clan member. Attributes. Fire, Earth, Thunder, Water. Blood successor. 2 Tomoe Sharingan, white eyes 358 degrees. Chakra. 1.6 calories. Taijutsu. Basic Taijutsu, Uchiha throwing technique, gentle fist technique 8 trigrams 32 palms. Illusion. Narukumi technique D level. Ninjutsu. Transformation technique, body replacement technique, clone technique, escape technique. Fire style great fireball technique C level, fire style Garuda B level. Earth style earth reflection fish technique C level, earth style rock iron cannon technique A level. Open black lens bracket. What's the situation? With my current strength, why am I still rated elite Chunin? Close black lens bracket. Obito frowned after reading the properties panel and was speechless for a moment. Fortunately, he thought he could get a special Jonin's strength appraisal. White eyes, open. Putting aside his unhappiness, Obito turned on the perspective with a low voice. Still looking underground for the first time, looking for traces of white Zetsu. Open black lens bracket. Still none. Also, such a big move from Konoha will definitely scare others away. White Zetsu's strength is only at the average and genin level, so he doesn't dare to be too presumptuous. Not disappointed when no white Zetsu was found, Obito immediately turned his attention to where the prisoners were being held. That's his goal tonight. The spies whose power has been sealed are just a bunch of lambs ready to be slaughtered. Not noticing the Byakugan prying eyes, Obito immediately activated Earth Style and escaped to the Konoha torture department. Along the way, Obito kept his eyes open and avoided everyone's sight. Arrive at the Konoha torture department without any problems. Minato-sensei. Your sister. No wonder Namikaze Minato said he had a mission. It turned out that he was guarding the prisoners. Obito looked at the place where the prisoners were held through his white eyes, his expression suddenly changed and he started to curse. How could he steal a chicken when there was a yellow flash standing guard? Chapter 18 The first Jonin group member, gathering all 5 attributes. Minato, thank you for your hard work. Fortunately, with you here, the information we tortured can be sent to the front line as soon as possible. It's very late now, go back and rest. Quote. A young ninja with a light yellow ponytail suddenly pushed open the door and entered, with tiredness on his brows. In order to ensure that useful information is obtained in a timely manner, their torture department is busy this time. I'm just responsible for delivering information, and I'm in good condition. On the other hand, Hyuga, you look very tired. Have you used too much scrying? Quote. Namikaze Minato waved his hand nonchalantly, with a concerned look on his face. Open black lens bracket Hyuga. Is this guy Ino's father? Close black lens bracket. Obito, who peered through his white eyes, looked at the ponytailed young man with some surprise. On second thought, it makes sense. The Yamanaka family's detection technique is definitely the best secret technique for obtaining enemy intelligence. Well, it's a bit. However, Master Hokage has approved that we go home to rest in separate classes. I'm here to inform you. Quote. Yamanaka High rubbed his brows to relieve fatigue and explained with a grimace. Break in separate shifts. The opportunity has come. Close black lens bracket. Obito, who was about to go home, suddenly became energetic when he heard the conversation between the two. If that's the case, he won't be sleepy anymore. Lord Hokage's order. No matter what, it is still very expensive to transmit information over long distances. Quote. Let's go. Come back tomorrow. Under Obito's earnest gaze, Namikaze Minato and Yamanaka Haichi walked out of the torture department while laughing. Looking at the prisoners who had lost the ability to resist, Obito's eyes were very hot. These are skill packages. I waited patiently for another half hour to confirm that Namikaze Minato was gone. Impatient, Obito immediately surfaced and took action while the guards changed defenses. Bang! As soon as Obito broke out of the ground, he felt his body hit something. Immediately afterwards, a piercing alarm rang in my ears. Enchantment. Damn, that's too sloppy. Obito slapped his head and cursed, immediately opened his eyes and looked in all directions. How could he forget that there is such a thing as a barrier class in Konoha? Sure enough, dozens of figures are rushing towards this side quickly. Damn it, Lousy can't make this trip in vain. Seeing that it only took 5 seconds for the guards to break through the door, Obito stared at the prisoners and thought fiercely. Open black lens bracket you are the one, close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Obito already had a target through his Byakugan, and quickly threw 3 kunai at a certain place. Behind each kunai is a detonating talisman. Time was urgent, and Obito didn't bother to see the results of the battle. Escape quickly and flee in a straight line. Detonating talisman. The dying scar-faced rock shinobi looked at the kunai detonating talisman and was shocked. He had just escaped from the torture, why was there another murderous god? Could it be that the other companions wanted to kill him to silence him in order to prevent Konoha from obtaining information about the village? Before Scarface could think about it, a dazzling white light burst out in front of his eyes. At the same time, a red light accompanied by a roar like thunder. Let the entire torture department tremble. Damn it, there are enemies who are killing prisoners and silencing them. The guard who rushed over quickly was hit by the violent bombardment and pushed back several meters before he could reach the door. The Konoha shinobi who arrived later immediately started emergency treatment and investigation. At the same time, a new round of manhunt was launched again. Tip. Stone-dwelling ape joins the group chat. Tip. Join the group chat with Nanako. Tip. If Lin Hong joins the group chat. Tip. Shuichi Yasuda joins the group chat. Tip. Izawa Yukiya joins the group chat. Tip. Juike Hariko joins the group chat. A series of 6 paths prompts sounded in the ears of Obito, who was fleeing quickly, causing Obito to move. His face is cloudy and uncertain. He used 3 detonating charms, why did he only hang up 6? This luck is too bad. Open the properties panel. With a thought, Obito focused his attention on the chat group. After just a quick glance, Obito's face turned darker. Because, except for the rock shinobi Jonin, there are only 2 Chunin among the other 5, and the remaining 3 are all Genin level strength. In terms of attribute data, they are even worse. Chat group, forced extraction of Yonanako's wind attribute. Chat group, forced extraction of Wakabayashi Hiroshi's 0.2 card chakra. Chat group, forced extraction of Izawa Yukiya's 0.2 card chakra. Out of sight, out of mind, Obito immediately launched a forced extraction on the 3 Genin. After once again enhancing the 0.4 card chakra, Obito finally has the power of 2 cards. At the same time, it also completes the 5 attribute chakra. Obito then looked at the 2 Chunin. Name. Sand Shinobi Chunin. Ability. Wind attribute, chakra 0.5 card. Skills. Elementary puppetry, wind style air flurry D level, wind style great breakthrough C level. Advertisement. Name. Cloud Shinobi Chunin. Ability. Thunder attribute, chakra 0.6 card. Skills. Cloud Shinobi Ninjutsu, Lightning Style. Furious Thunder Tiger, C level, Lightning Style. Pseudo Darkness B level. With these two Chunin's ninjutsu, it would be false to say that Obito is not greedy. If he collects the escape skills of these two people, he will have attack methods in the field of 5 attribute escape skills. For water attribute attack ninjutsu, it is not a problem at all if Mizutani Peck Falcon surrenders. But, are these two guys really willing? At least in the chat group that has now flooded the screen. Obito did not see any intention of compromise between the two. Forget it, it's real when you get it. Rather than spending energy with the two of them, it would be better to focus on that Jonin. Quote. After struggling for a moment, Obito finally made up his mind. Huake Hariko, Yasuda Shuda, Hyuga Tetsu has told you the situation. Resist or cooperate. Quote. Obito still gave the two of them a chance out of habit, and he didn't just ask without asking like Genin. At the same time, this is also a warning to the monkeys, letting the stone-dwelling monkeys know the consequences of resistance. Jusei Hariko. Cooperate with you. It's impossible. Shuda Yasuda. I, Cloud Shinobi, do not have any ninjas who betray the village, so don't waste your time. You guys are really stubborn. Obito was not surprised when he saw this result, he complained and started to choose skills. Primary Puppet Jutsu and Cloud Shinobi Ryu Ninjutsu can enhance his chakra control and taijutsu abilities. But why does Obito, who has cheat, want to engage in hand-to-hand combat? Wouldn't it be nice to bomb him directly from a distance? So, chat group, forced extraction of Juike Hariko's wind style great breakthrough. Chat group, forced selection of Shuda Yasuda's lightning style pseudo darkness. Without thinking, Obito directly attacked the two people's ultimate moves. With wind style great breakthrough, wind lends power to fire, and fire aids wind power. His fire style will definitely be fierce. As for lightning style, naturally, it is another trump card. Still like an enlightenment, Obito mastered the two ninjutsu in just a moment and wielded them like an arm. So, how do you choose? At Shi-Ja Tu-Su, quote. Looking at the first Jonin level member in the group, Obito asked calmly. For Jonin, Obito still has some patience in communicating with him. Not for anything else, just because the other party's attributes are so alluring. Name. Rock Shinobi Jonin. Abilities. Earth, Water attributes, Chakra 1.1 card. Skills. Earth Style Earth Sneaking Technique, Level C, Earth Style Ruining Palm, Level C, Earth Style Rock Stealing Stick, Level B, Earth Style Earth Current Wall, Level B, Earth Style Tool and Gun, Level B, Earth Style Seismic Core, Level B, Earth Style Rock Iron Cannon Technique, Level A. Water Style Water Wave, C level, Water Style Water Explosive Gun, C level. Just ask, how can Obito not be attracted by such luxurious attributes? Chapter 19 Dialogue, Successor of the Will of Fire Obito. It turns out it's you, Uchiha brat. What a terrible boy, quote. At this moment, Ishiju Tumen finally knew who Obito was through the chat group. I had mixed feelings for a while. Looking back on everything before, he finally understood why Obito could instantly master the A-level Earth-style Rock Iron Cannon. At the same time, he also knew how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. This Uchiha is a more threatening existence than the son of White Fang. So, Jiehieji, kid, do you think he'll help you grow up quickly? We are enemies against each other. My resistance may be trivial, but as long as your growth time is delayed, you may die in a certain mission. For the sake of the village, I have the responsibility and must hinder your growth. How could I let you become Jonin to hunt my companions just to survive here? The stone-dwelling Earth Ape expressed his perseverance almost like a roar, saying that he would rather have the jade broken than the whole thing. This was his final contribution to the village's Rock Shinobi Jonin. Now I just hope that the higher-ups in the village can discover this scary kid as soon as possible. Otherwise, Rock Shinobi's future will be cruel. Open black lens bracket. Are you another tough guy? Also, those who can become Jonin are elite ninjas from each village. How could you compromise so easily? Although Obito was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but sigh secretly. However, Obito did not continue to enable forced extraction. The attribute strength of Ishiju Tumen, whether it is chakra or ninjutsu. They are all existences that can be used as trump cards. In times of crisis, forced extraction is the most beneficial option for him. What if I promise not to destroy Iwagakure? Stone-dwelling Earth Ape, think about it again. A flash of ridicule flashed in Obito's eyes, and he took on a threatening and arrogant posture. As for success or failure, Obito doesn't care too much. At most, it will just slow down his growth. Not destroying Iwagakure. The stone-dwelling ape, who was ready to disappear, froze in consciousness and was immediately shaken. This may also be a way to protect Rock Shinobi. But experience tells him that promises are not trustworthy in the world of ninjas. Obito didn't care about the entanglement of the stone-dwelling ape, and his consciousness returned to the original body and accelerated his return to the Uchiha tribe. Next day, Minato class meeting point. Obito, you're late again. Seeing the lazy Obito who was late and still yawning, Kakashi immediately reached out and scolded him. Such behavior, in the view of strict Kakashi, is an unqualified ninja. However, Obito's strength has grown rapidly and is on par with him. This makes Kakashi very hurt. Well, I was sealed by the bed for a long time. Advertisement. It took me a lot of effort to lift the seal. Obito waved his hands casually and continued to take a nap, leaning against the fence next to him. He stayed up until 3 or 4 o'clock last night and didn't get enough sleep at all. Sealed by the bed, Kakashi was immediately confused and stared at Obito with eyes filled with indignation. Are you kidding, a 3-year-old child? He. Obito, you are getting better and better at making excuses. But yes, why is Mr. Minato late today? Quote. Nohara Rin burst out laughing, interrupting Kakashi, who was about to have an attack to act as peacemaker. Is it because yesterday's task was not completed yet? In an instant, Kakashi's attention was successfully diverted. Open black lens bracket hehe. With all the fuss last night, Namikaze Minato probably went to 3rd generation for a meeting. I just don't know what the result will be. Obito raised his head and looked at the blue sky, thinking to himself. One thing to say, the living environment in the Hokage world is still very good. The original ecological style can be seen everywhere. Hokage Office. Lord Hokage. According to the intelligence collected by Anbu, the enemy should attack from underground. The target is that rock shinobi Jonin spy. It is speculated that the opponent should be rock shinobi of Grandmaster Earth style. In order to prevent us from obtaining useful information, we will kill you. Now that Jonin's body has also been blown up, there's no way to extract information from it. This is our Anbu's dereliction of duty. Captain Anbu was half kneeling in front of the Hokage table, looking ashamed. Around him are famous Jonin such as Namikaze Minato, Hyuga Hiyashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Ino Shikacho, and others. Earth-style elite, careless. The underground has not been explored before. Hyuga Tetsu was probably killed by this guy. Quote. Hyuga Hiyashi clenched his fists, blamed himself and yelled, furious. There is actually an Earth-style enemy spying underground in Konoha, which is an insult to Hyuga's white eyes. Lord Hokage, please allow Hyuga to explore the entire village's underground. Hyuga Hiyashi suppressed his anger and said to 3rd generation, vowing to find the rock shinobi. Because of the existence of Genbu and Anbu, and also to ensure the privacy of each clan and the ninjas themselves. The Hyuga clan is not allowed to peek underground at will in Konoha, which also makes Hyuga subconsciously ignore this major hidden danger. Go ahead, Anbu and the security team will work together. Others perform their tasks normally. Quote. Breathing out a puff of white smoke, 3rd generation nodded sharply with eyes flashing and made arrangements. If this thorn is not removed, who knows how many secrets Konoha will discover. It seems that Konoha's barrier needs to strengthen its underground protection. Yes, Master Hokage, Captain Anbu, Hyuga Hiyashi, and Uchiha Fugaku responded at the same time. Then several people left quickly, seizing the time to search for the enemy. Namikaze Minato was just about to leave when she was left alone by 3rd generation. Advertisement. Minato, what are your thoughts on Uchiha Obito? Quote. Under Namikaze Minato's confused gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked seriously. Obito, that guy, what should I say? He is the most loving Uchiha among all the Uchiha I have ever met. He is usually a bit carefree and has some trouble with Kakashi. But at the critical moment, I believe he is still a very reliable partner. That guy is a Konoha shinobi who considers becoming Hokage his ninja way. It is an existence that has inherited the will of fire. Well, I just can't change my habit of being late. Even though she doesn't quite understand what 3rd generation means, Namikaze Minato is still Kaido. Especially thinking back to the last battle at Demora, Obito's growth is obvious to all. Although he is still a little immature, he is already an outstanding genin. Uchiha who inherited the will of fire. This reminds me of my former partner, Uchiha Mirror. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, a flash of memory flashing in his eyes. As for Obito's information, why doesn't he know it is a Hokage? At that time, he arranged for Obito to be paired with Kakashi, hoping that Obito's cheerful personality would help Kakashi make changes. Obito, he opened his eyes. And, the eye-opener is 2 Tomoe Sharingan. This is also an unprecedented genius ninja in the Uchiha clan. Yesterday, after opening his eyes, Obito killed 2 Chunin spies alone. He is a true Uchiha genius. Minato, I want you to guide Obito's growth correctly. Let him become the Uchiha of Konoha, the next generation that can be trusted. Are you clear? Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a breath and stared at Minato with piercing eyes. An Uchiha genius with the will of fire is worthy of his cultivation and attention. As a Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision will not be limited to the turbulent situation in the ninja world. The factional issues within Konoha are also a top priority. 2 Tomoe Sharingan. Kill 2 Chunin spies. This is Obito. Quote. Namikaze Minato didn't pay attention to the profound meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, and murmured an exclamation. This surprise came too suddenly. As a genius ninja, he naturally hopes that his disciples are also geniuses. Kakashi had already surprised Namikaze Minato before. Unexpectedly, Obito now also became a genius. How can this not make Namikaze Minato excited? 2 super geniuses. Well, now I have a headache again. After the surprise, Namikaze Minato suddenly thought about the temperament of the 2. I couldn't help but rub my eyebrows and sigh helplessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is that what I mean? Chapter 20 Minato's class special training, White Zetsu is here. I'm sorry, Everyone, I am late. Near noon, Namikaze Minato's figure suddenly appeared. This sudden sound instantly attracted the attention of the three people. It's too late, Minato-sensei. Too slow, Minato-sensei. Obito and Kakashi, who had been waiting for a long time, burst out and shouted at the same time, having deep opinions on Namikaze Minato. They had been waiting for almost 3 hours. Even Nohara Lin, who was easy to talk to, had a straight face and said nothing at this time. Ahem. Sorry. So what? I have heard about what you said yesterday. Well done. Especially Obito's performance really gave me an unexpected surprise. Namikaze Minato coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. His eyes fell on Obito and he praised him without hesitation. If third generation hadn't told him about the subtle relationship between Uchiha and the Hokage family, how could he have been so late? However, this cannot be told to Obito and the others. Teacher, this apology is very insincere. Maybe it would be better if there was a barbecue dinner. Well, it will also help us and the teachers promote team spirit. Quote. Obito rolled his eyes, pouted his lips and yelled, pretending to be dissatisfied. He is not a child, and empty words will not calm the 3 hours of boring waiting. Being late will be punished, even if you are a teacher. I agree with this. Quote. The dark-hearted Kakashi's eyes lit up, and he immediately took advantage of the situation and said in a cold voice. It's a free meal. If you don't eat it, you won't eat it. The two looked at each other tacitly, then turned to look at Nohara Lin in unison. I think they are right. Quote. Nohara Rin originally didn't want to get involved, but she saw Obito and Kakashi's crazy hints. He gritted his teeth and said nervously. Namikaze Minato. I asked you to work as a team, but I didn't ask you to cooperate to deceive him as a teacher. However, this also seems to be a sign of teamwork. Have these three disciples finally come to their senses? Well, you three are really becoming more and more team-minded. How about this? To congratulate Obito on opening Sharingan, let's go have a dinner in the afternoon. Namikaze Minato looked at the colluding three little ones, and nodded in agreement with relief and helplessness. Thank you, teacher. After hearing the satisfactory answer, Obito was the first to take the lead in thanking him. A barbecue meal is not cheap in Konoha. Advertisement. It's a meal that can be saved. Okay, now let's get down to business. Based on your outstanding performance in yesterday's mission, Master Hokage has decided to register you for a B-level mission. This will have a crucial impact on your subsequent ninja promotion rating. Namikaze Minato's face suddenly straightened, he put away his smile and said solemnly. B-level mission. Teacher, what is the reward for our mission this time? Quote. The casual Obito's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked hurriedly with the look of a money-mad man. Money is something Obito still values very much. At least, money can now solve a lot of his unnecessary troubles. Well, Mr. Third Generation didn't mention it. Perhaps, they will settle together in the end. Ah ha ha. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, then stroked her blonde hair and smiled again. Whispering sound. Obito turned his head and spat in disbelief, expressing his doubts. Mr. Minato, what is our mission today? Kakashi gave Obito a deadpan look and got straight to the point. Task. We have no tasks at the moment. Obito awakened Sharingan this time, and Master Hokage specially approved Minato's class to rest for a month. Kakashi, Obito, Lin. You can practice freely or follow me for special training. During this period, Obito must seize the time to become familiar with Sharingan and practice Sharingan illusion. Looking at Obito calmly, Namikaze Minato revealed the arrangements of third generation. This is not just to win people's hearts, but also to quickly increase the combat effectiveness of Minato's class. Adding a new elite squad to short-handed Konoha. Special training, of course special training with the teacher. Mr. Minato, I want to learn the shadow clone technique and your body flicker technique. Quote. Obito became energetic and immediately hit the snake with a stick to make the request. This was a God-given opportunity to learn about Flying Thunder God, and he couldn't miss it. My body flicker technique. No, that jutsu is an S-level secret ninjutsu. Not only does it require a high level of talent, but it also requires some knowledge of sealing and chakra. Obito, wait until you become Jonin to talk about this. Shadow clone technique can be taught to you now. Quote. Namikaze Minato looked at Obito, changed his previous smile and said seriously. Flying Thunder God technique is a space ninjutsu that requires the Flying Thunder God technique to be carved as a mark. Carving marks is the most basic prerequisite. Obito, a scumbag from Genin, doesn't have that ability at all now. Ah, Obito, who was looking forward to it, was dumbfounded for a moment, he didn't expect it to be like this. Advertisement. Flying Thunder God actually needs the Grandmaster sealing technique. The only thing that makes Obito happy is that Namikaze Minato did not refuse to teach the Flying Thunder God. This is also good news. Minato-sensei, I also want to join the special training. I want to learn more powerful ninjutsu, I want to become stronger. Quote. Nohara Lin raised her pretty face and expressed her stance with firm eyes. After yesterday's battle, she deeply understood her shortcomings in strength. She doesn't want to be a burden to Minato's class in the future. I will also participate. Kakashi next to him spoke succinctly and looked at Obito unconsciously with unyielding eyes. Turn on Sharingan's Obito, and you will definitely enter a period of explosive strength in a short period of time. If he doesn't work hard, he may be surpassed by Obito. This is a reality that the genius Kakashi is unwilling to accept. To do this, he must work harder than ever. Is this so? Well, I declare, the special training for Minato class will officially start tomorrow. Seeing the three disciples' high-spirited faces, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but get excited and shouted excitedly. Fortunately, he also took advantage of this precious month. Continue to complete the Muji ninjutsu that has been developed for more than 2 years. The other side. Somewhere underground outside Konoha. Really, why are you here to collect information about that useless brat again? His size simply does not meet Madara-sama's requirements. Is Madara-sama an old fool? He actually pays close attention to this crane-tail Uchiha. This kind of useless kid who only talks big words has no value at all. A white figure quickly shuttled underground, grumbling to itself. I didn't notice at all that there were several pairs of white eyes probing the carpet above the ground. Suspicious target found. So fast. He went to the center of the village. One of the Hyuga clan members suddenly had his pupils dilated, staring at the fleeting figure of white Zetsu and shouting a warning. Finally the trick is revealed. Inform Master Hokage and arrange for the barrier class and Grandmaster Earth-style ninjas to intercept. Chase. Don't lose track. Captain Anbu became energetic and shouted orders to his subordinates. Yes, yes. The Anbu team members and the Hyuga clan members responded at the same time and started their own actions. I'm going to inform Captain Fugaku to narrow the search area and start a vigilance. To prevent further attacks. Quote. Another member of the security team immediately shouted, and the figure quickly disappeared. The White Zetsu manhunt is about to begin. Chapter 21 White Zetsu dies before leaving, Madara peaks. Confirm target position. 8 meters underground in the southeast, expected to arrive at the designated location in 10 seconds. Earth-style ninja prepare. Anbu, the security team is ready to arrest. The barrier team is ready to launch the barrier while launching the attack. Konoha, Hyuga Hazashi opened his ferocious white eyes and looked directly at the ground. Surprise and anger flashed across his face, and arrest orders were issued one after another. What kind of monster is a humanoid creature like White Zetsu? Are you coming? Earth-style earthquake core. Konoha Jonin Sarutobi Shinosuke, who had completed the seal a long time ago, shouted and smacked the ground with one palm. In an instant, the earth trembled. 4 sharp cutting lines intertwined and unfolded rapidly, and a square earth platform rose from the ground instantly. Almost at the same time, Anbu and the members of the security team came out in full force. In an instant, the platform was surrounded by water. Boundary 4-side ceiling formation. At the same time, 4 voices sounded in unison outside the crowd. Chakra barriers on all sides quickly formed in the air, instantly isolating the Earth platform from the outside world. These seemingly complex operations are actually completed simultaneously between breaths. The speed was so fast that White Zetsu, who was underground, could not react at all. What happened? How did the Konoha shinobi find me? He actually laid out such a thorough plan. Quote. White Zetsu said with a confused look on his face, his abnormal brain shutting down instantly. White Zetsu itself has no sentience. Black White Zetsu's perception ability is the ability given by Black Zetsu. Therefore, White Zetsu did not sense the situation on the ground immediately and missed the best opportunity to evacuate. In addition to White Zetsu's special ability, his actual combat power is not as good as that of an ordinary Chunin. Facing the siege of at least 10 Jonin and more than 20 Chunin, there was no way to resist. He's in there. Everyone, force him to come out. Hyuga Hazashi saw the dull White Zetsu through his Byakugan and immediately shouted. Lectu. Attack with lightning style. Other attribute ninjas are ready to capture. Quote. Captain Anbu heard the words and gave orders, quickly forming seals with his hands. Lightning style thunder beast chasing Fang. Lightning style thunderfall. Lightning style groundwalk. In the blink of an eye, 3 lightning style ninjutsus hit the platform at the same time. It's just that the Earth platform of ordinary quality fell apart. White Zetsu, who was in the Earth platform, was also awakened and quickly shuttled through the collapsed Earth platform looking for opportunities to break out. It is impossible to fight head-on. White Zetsu, who knows that his strength is low, has no idea at all. However, it is impossible for White Zetsu's strength to break through that barrier. He could only move around helplessly in the Earth platform, like a bereaved dog. At the same time, somewhere underground in the ninja world, the dark space suddenly flashed with 2 scarlet rays, like the eyes of a devil. Advertisement. Discovered. When did the ninjas of Konoha become so alert? Or maybe they had already discovered the existence of White Zetsu. Quote. The old Uchiha Madara opened the Scarlet 3 Tomoe Sharingan, feeling confused. White Zetsu was indeed sent to Konoha many times to collect intelligence. It seems reasonable to be discovered by Konoha who has Byakugan. He had already been mentally prepared for this. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. That's all. It's just a pawn. Konoha can't get anything from it. I still have a lot of that kind of stuff here. That kid Obito always leaves the village. Hold on. When he gets older, the bond will become deeper. When he falls into darkness, the power he explodes will become even more powerful. Quote. Uchiha Madara said to herself confidently and thoughtfully, forming a seal with one hand and concentrating her gaze. The next moment, the clone of Konoha's White Fang, who was thousands of miles away, suddenly had his eyes bulged. The look in his eyes disappeared instantly. The body of white matter also erupted at the same time, turning into a tree and breaking out of the ground. How is it possible? He changed, turned into a tree. Quote. Hyuga Hazashi, who continued to pay attention, suddenly changed his expression, pointed at the tree and shouted in shock. There was only one possibility he could think of that could turn into a tree. Wood style. How come? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was also watching the battle through the crystal ball, jumped up directly, stared at the table and screamed in shock. He couldn't be more aware of this change. He had seen too many similar situations during his previous wood-style experiments. Could it be that there are still people secretly conducting wood-style experiments? And there is progress. White eyes. Wood-style. Reminiscent of Hyuga's sacrifice of iron, and the being that can turn into a tree. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was spinning rapidly, and a name emerged instantly. Open black lens bracket Shimura Danzo close black lens bracket. Only he can have access to wood-style experimental materials. Perhaps he was the one who killed Hyuga Tetsu. That child, maybe he discovered something. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with anger, and he had a clear and reasonable answer. As for whether Waken studied wood style, is that spy a ninja from another village? Sorry, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't assume that at all. Even Konoha, which has second-generation experimental data and first-generation corpses, can't develop a copy of wood style. How can other ninja villages possibly do it? Ugly cow, tell Anbu to bring back the tree. At the same time, a gag order was issued to all participating ninjas, level A. Picking up the Hokage hat on the table and putting it on his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order again. Today, he must talk to the old partner who touched his bottom line. Advertisement. Yoshinoya Barbecue Restaurant. In private room. Delicious. Boss, please have 2 more plates of pure lean meat slices and 2 more plates of sashimi. Obito, who was feasting on the meal, shouted while eating, completely unaware that the white Zetsu he had been waiting for had died before he could make it. I also want a double portion of meat and fish fillets. Kakashi, who was aroused by the contrast, shouted after him unwilling to admit defeat. He wants to not lose to Obito in any aspect, including eating and drinking. Lin, do you want to increase the dosage? Quote. Namikaze Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile with a grimace on his face. It's over. How can these 2 boys be so good at eating? If this continues, his wallet won't be able to hold on. I don't need it, Minato-sensei. Nohara Rin frowned and hesitated for a moment, then refused under Namikaze Minato's attentive gaze. As a girl, she has to keep in shape, so naturally she can't overeat like Obito and Kakashi. Well, I've almost eaten now. Closer to home, I need to know the chakra properties of the 3 of you. This is to help you find the right ninjutsu. Quote. Namikaze Minato secretly breathed a sigh of relief, put down his chopsticks and asked aloud. Ninja information is a secret that cannot be easily leaked at any time. Including to peers and teachers. Therefore, Namikaze Minato did not ask these 3 people before. I am the water attribute chakra, Minato-sensei. Currently there is only one sea-level water style. Nohara Lin immediately reported her attributes and told her true information without hesitation. I am the chakra of fire, wind, thunder, earth, and water, the 5 attributes. Currently focusing on thunder and earth attribute ninjutsu. Quote. Kakashi glanced at Obito, raised his neck and whispered proudly. It's actually a 5 attribute chakra. So envious. He is indeed a genius Kakashi. Nohara Lin's eyes were filled with shock when she heard this, and her eyes were filled with envy and admiration. Even Namikaze Minato was impressed by Kakashi at this time. A ninja with 5 attributes, he only knows the 3rd Hokage so far. The 5 attributes are so powerful. But, sorry. I am also the chakra of the 5 attributes of fire, wind, thunder, earth and water. Currently, we focus on the 3 attribute ninjutsu of fire, earth, and wind. Obito didn't intend to show off, but seeing Kakashi's arrogant look, he couldn't help but tease him. As long as he doesn't say that he possesses thunder and water attribute ninjutsu, he is hiding his trump card. Obito, you too, how come? Nohara Rin and Namikaze Minato both screamed in horror at the same time, looking at Obito with extremely incredible looks. They know how stupid Obito was before. Unexpectedly, Obito also hides such a genius attribute. Awakening Sharingan cannot change this physical talent. Chapter 22 Rasengan under development, Kakashi is numb. Chat group, draw Hyuga Iron's gentle fist acupuncture. Chat group, extract Mizutani Falcon's water-style water shark bullet technique. In the early morning, Obito walked leisurely on the road and joked with himself. He couldn't waste today's chance to draw. One step at a time, it feels so good. However, after today's extraction, Hyuga Iron only has 1 water attribute left, so it is basically useless. This guy is so cheap. Obito felt the 2 skills merging with his body again, thinking happily and helplessly. Then he shook his head to dispel his random thoughts and continued walking towards the meeting point. 10 minutes later. The 3rd training ground. Everyone. Based on your chakra attributes, I have prepared 2 ninjutsu for each of you. Theoretical study in the morning, practice in the afternoon. Then, learn and use it skillfully as soon as possible. Quote. Namikaze Minato took out 3 scrolls from his backpack and handed them to Obito and the others. The 3 Obitos each reached out to take the scroll and eagerly opened it to read. Well, Obito wants the shadow clone technique. I will teach you extra. Looking at the 3 people who were studying hard, Namikaze Minato added with a sunny smile. C-level wind-style grade breakthrough, B-level earth-style earth flow wall. That's it. Quote. Obito looked at the content on the scroll with strange eyes and weak words. Wind-style grade breakthrough, he can do this. In other words, in the end he only got a earth flow wall. Obito, as an Uchiha you should have no shortage of fire-style ninjutsu. This earth-style earth wall can just enhance your defense capabilities. Wind-style grade breakthrough can double the power of your fire style. They are all ninjutsu that are very suitable for you. Seemingly sensing Obito's disappointment, Namikaze Minato kindly explained. A boy of this age is really pursuing high-level ninjutsu. No attention is paid to attribute coordination at all. C-level lightning-style thunder palm, B-level summoning earth-style chasing fang technique. Kakashi picked up his scroll and looked at Namikaze Minato in surprise. Is this summoning earth style? Kakashi, didn't you breed a few ninja dogs? This summoning earth style can be used with summoning beast, so it is very suitable for you to use. If you knew this ninjutsu the day before yesterday, you could summon ninja dogs to attack from underground. Avoid a situation where you are unable to resist. Namikaze Minato noticed Kakashi's confusion, turned around and smiled. This shocked both Obito and Kakashi. They didn't expect Namikaze Minato to be so attentive. Advertisement. Mine is sea-level water-style shuiwei, sea-level water-style water-binding rope. Nohara Rin looked at the 2 water-style ninjutsu and was extremely surprised. He was not unhappy because both of them had sea-level escape techniques. Lin, your chakra is not outstanding. Sea-level ninjutsu that consumes less energy is more suitable for you now. Water-style water cry is a ninjutsu that can launch several sharp water arrows as sharp as 1,000 swords. Water-style water-binding rope is a powerful binding technique that can spit out a rope like glue to wrap around the enemy. Both of these are good C-grade water styles, perfect for you. Quote. Namikaze Minato continued to explain with a smile to prevent Nohara Rin from having any gaps in her heart. Thank you Minato-sensei. Nohara Rin bowed excitedly to thank her, showing no sign of reluctance at all. Her chakra is indeed not as strong as Obito and Kakashi. Namikaze Minato's arrangement is correct. Okay everyone. Then start theoretical study. If you don't understand something, you can always come to me. Seeing that the 3 of them understood their good intentions, Namikaze Minato clapped her hands and encouraged them. Yes. The 3 of them shouted at the same time, each immersing himself in research. Open black lens bracket. Namikaze Minato is more of a teacher than Kakashi, close black lens bracket. Obito looked at the scroll absent-mindedly, peeking at Namikaze Minato from the corner of his eye and sighing. Compared with Kakashi's free-range education, Namikaze Minato's attitude is completely different. Recalling the plot, Obito couldn't help but cast a look of contempt at Kakashi. Does this guy have the nerve to call himself a Konoha technician? A copy ninja who copied thousands of ninjutsu. Naruto, Sakura and the others didn't learn many attribute ninjutsu from him. What is this idiot thinking about again? The ninja's alertness made Kakashi notice Obito's contemptuous gaze for the first time, rolled his eyes and spat casually. Then he plunged into the scroll again and studied it carefully. He wants to use practical actions to defend his genius status. You must learn these 2 ninjutsu before Obito does. Huh, that is. Obito was about to retaliate when he was scolded, but suddenly his expression changed and he looked at Namikaze Minato with surprise. I saw Namikaze Minato not far away, condensing a blue chakra visible to the naked eye with one hand. Several chakras were flying in the palm of the hand in a spiral shape, but they could not gather together. Even though Namikaze Minato used the power of sucking milk, it couldn't be compressed and molded. Open black lens bracket Rasengan. This is Rasengan in development. Damn it, why did you forget this ultimate magic oil trick? Seeing that familiar scene, Obito secretly shouted in surprise. He lacks a big move, but he really needs such an A- level ninjutsu. It's still a Muji ninjutsu. This means that he can kill White Zetsu in an instant. Even Madara. Advertisement. Cut off the beard, you must cut off the beard Rasengan. Without any hesitation, Obito immediately had a new training goal. It just so happens that this 1-month vacation is just right. Teacher, what is your technique? Obito, who had evil intentions, quickly stepped forward and began to make insinuations to obtain information. Although he knows the general steps of practicing Rasengan, the risks involved are not small. Control of details is the most important thing in one-handed Rasengan. Obito doesn't like Naruto's shadow clone Rasengan. Haha, this is the Muji ninjutsu I am developing. It involves the morphological changes of chakra and is a more advanced chakra application technique. You are still genin now, there is no need to waste energy on this. Namikaze Minato didn't hide it, she spoke frankly and smiled openly. Whether this technique can be successful or not remains to be seen. Naturally, he is not afraid of leaking information in front of his disciples. Musen Ninjutsu. Chakra's form changes. Lin and Kakashi, who rushed over after hearing the sound, shouted in surprise at the same time, looking at Namikaze Minato with admiration in their eyes. Muji Ninjutsu, does this unheard of existence really exist? I made a decision. I want to help the teacher develop this Muji Ninjutsu. Use my Sharingan to help teachers find the problem more clearly. Quote. Obito opened the Scarlet 2 Tomoe Sharingan with a swipe and said with high spirits. This is an advanced ninjutsu that even the teacher has not completed, and you are the weakest in the theoretical class. Idiot, you should study the ninjutsu scroll your teacher gave you. You will be lucky if you can learn those 2 techniques in 1 month. Quote. Kakashi raised his eyebrows, looked at Obito speechlessly and poured cold water on him. You're the one who's stupid, Kakashi. How could a ninjutsu of that level stump me Uchiha Obito? Quote. Obito pretended to be angry, turned around and slowly formed seals towards the woods nearby. That seal is Namikaze Minato, who was about to break up the fight, suddenly shrank his pupils, stared at Obito's hands and groaned in shock. Obito, could it be that? Although Nohara Rin couldn't understand Obito's handprint, she still felt nervous and confused. Really, Obito has given her too many surprises these days. Wind-style great breakthrough. As the seal was completed, Obito opened his mouth and shouted towards the woods. In an instant, a strong wind spurted out from Obito's mouth. While the fierce wind blew the trees, it also blew Kakashi into a mess in the wind. He looked at Obito with confused eyes and a look of disbelief. Obito, the tail end of the crane, actually pushed this genius to the ground and rubbed him repeatedly. How can this be? Chapter 23 Conversation with the young patriarch Fugaku, the value of Obito. Genius. Although it is AC level ninjutsu, it also proves Obito's talent for ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato's eyes sparkled, and he looked at Obito with more and more satisfaction. Obito is not just an ordinary genius relying on Sharingan. No, it's impossible. Surprisingly, I mastered wind-style great breakthrough so quickly. Damn, I was so careless. I actually still look at Sharingan Obito with the same eyes as before. Quote. Kakashi questioned and summed up his experience, quickly overturning his previous prejudiced perception of Obito. At the same time, it is also more certain that Obito will become his strong competitor. I won't lose to you, Obito. Bet on the name of Hitaki Kakashi. Quote. Kakashi put down his harsh words, grabbed the scroll and ran to the side to study and practice it quickly. He must learn sea-level lightning-style Thunder Palm today to ensure his genius status. Obito, I have to work hard too. Seeing this, Nohara Lin next to her turned her head and shouted seriously and excitedly. Inadvertently, the starry eyes looking at Obito were also tinged with starlight. Obito, become a real genius. Well, everyone is very motivated. Obito, you can use Sharingan to help me develop ninjutsu. Let us start. Namikaze Minato looked at the 2 people who were full of fighting spirit, and felt an inexplicable passion in his heart. This situation of mutual influence and growth is his most satisfying result. Sharingan. Obito didn't say anything, and directly activated the Sharingan to activate the inside eye to look at Namikaze Minato. Observe the flow of his chakra. The stealing begins. Soon, time passed quietly as the 4 masters and disciples practiced. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on everyone's cheeks, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. Lightning-style Thunder Palm. Kakashi quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted loudly at a big tree. The next moment, the thunder attribute chakra gathered in his right hand as the seal was completed, and tiny arcs of electricity flashed and jumped around his right hand. Kakashi saw the right moment and suddenly reached out and slapped the tree with his right palm, which was shining with electric arc. Z-Lala. Along with the sound of electric current, the tree trunk was branded with a charred palm shadow. Success. Well done, Kakashi. Namikaze Minato ducked to the tree, looked at the charred palm shadow, and praised and encouraged him. Kakashi is worthy of the name of genius. This is lightning-style Thunder Palm. Advertisement. This power is too weak. Obito looked at the familiar ninjutsu form and blurted out ruthless complaints. This technique is so similar to future Kakashi's Reikiri. But the power is completely different. HMPH, your wind style is also so-so. Kakashi thought Obito was provoking and responded confidently. Now he can also learn sea-level ninjutsu in 1 day. Yeah, so do you want to try it? Quote. Obito's eyes narrowed, and he counterattacked unceremoniously. Kakashi, the current P-Psi King, wouldn't it be too boring to perform without cooperating with him? It won't be so fun when you grow up. Ah ha ha. Everyone's chakra is almost exhausted. That's it for today. Namikaze Minato saw the 2 people facing each other tit for tat, and raised his forehead to break the situation. These 2 guys are still so childish. Then I'll go home first, teacher. Obito, who had been itching for a long time, responded immediately, said hello and ran away. He wants to take advantage of the convenience store to buy balloons and rubber balls for practicing Rasengan. He didn't notice Kakashi behind him, his eyes full of resentment. Obito's behavior made Kakashi feel as uncomfortable as a punch on cotton. But there was nowhere to vent, so I could only hold it in and give up. Obito. Nohara Lin's beautiful eyes trembled, looking at Obito's back bathed in the sunset with divergent eyes. Obito seems more handsome than before. The departing Obito didn't know their complicated feelings, so he came to the convenience store without stopping. Spend a huge sum of 100 taels to buy the necessary props and go home quickly. Returning to the Uchiha tribe, Obito was not in a hurry to practice. Instead, he put the things he bought at home and rushed out the door. Fugaku family. Uchiha Obito. Why did you come to see me so late? Quote. The young man Fugaku looked at this good-for-nothing boy who was famous in Uchiha and asked with a serious smile. Obito's name, how could he not know it is the Uchiha young clan leader? Young patriarch, I have awakened Sharingan. According to the rules of the clan, you can get a family reward. Quote. Obito also knew the reputation of his predecessor and directly opened Sharingan to explain his purpose. In Uchiha, as long as you awaken Sharingan, you will receive a gift from the family. Although it is the most basic Sharingan supporting ninjutsu and illusion, it is also the starting resource for ordinary tribesmen to gain powerful power. After that, you need to join a faction or perform meritorious deeds for your family in order to exchange for ninjutsu or genjutsu. 2 Tomoe Sharingan. Advertisement. As expected, when he saw Obito's eyes, Fugaku's eyes widened and he exclaimed. He knows how useless Obito was before. Unexpectedly, 10-year-old Obito would have double Magatama eyes. This has almost never happened in the history of the Uchiha clan. Obito, when did you awaken Sharingan? After being surprised, Fugaku's face instantly changed to a soft expression and he asked with concern. If it is determined that Obito is a Magatama with double eyes, the value of Obito will be greatly increased. With such a talent, he is also a 3 Magatama elite Jonin level potential ninja. If used properly, this may be his powerful arm after becoming the clan leader. Fugaku is naturally impossible to miss. It's not that there are no other voices within the Uchiha clan. 2 Tomoe Sharingan awakened in battle the day before yesterday. Young patriarch, I need Sharingan illusion and fire style ninjutsu. Obito smiled secretly, pretending to be carefree and said sweetly. Sharingan genjutsu and fire style ninjutsu. Well. Obito, as an orphan, you may not know the extent of the clan's support for the awakened clan members. Under normal circumstances, conditions are not allowed. Quote. Fugaku had 2 black lines on his forehead and looked at Obito, who was full of admiration, explaining speechlessly. Seeing Obito's expression change with disappointment, Fugaku chuckled secretly and spoke again. Obito, I told you. That's just the general situation. If it's you, those things really don't match your Sharingan talent. Obito, I will support your growth as a person. If you have any questions about Sharingan in the future, feel free to contact me. Do you understand? Under Obito's increasingly surprised gaze, Fugaku patted Obito's shoulder and said meaningfully. The genius with open eyes and Magatama is worth investing in. Does this imply that I become a member of his faction? Borrow guidance from Sharingan to enhance cohesion and loyalty. Sure enough, Fugaku was able to become the leader of the Uchiha clan and awaken Mangekyo in 3 battles. His character, means, and strength are all lacking. It's a pity that I lost to my son in the plot in the end. However, this is exactly the result I want. Obito thought to himself, nodding his head in agreement pretending to be grateful. Using Sharingan talent to maximize benefits is Obito's true purpose. Obito went to Fugaku simply because he didn't want to get involved in the clan's messy faction fights and cause more trouble. With cheat, quickly increasing your strength is the way to go. With the strength beyond Ying, he doesn't care about the village chief, but the patriarch is nothing. You wait here, I'll get you the ninjutsu scroll. Seeing Obito being so aggressive, Fugaku asked him to get up and prepare his sincerity. The true bundle of interests is the strongest relationship. Chapter 24 The strength surges, the beast eyes peeking in the dark. Illusion Sharingan. A hypnosis-type ability that can be activated by looking at it, a basic illusion of Sharingan that can be freely controlled according to the user's will and eye power. C-level illusion. Shiranui. Sharingan visual illusion, causing the opponent to feel as painful as his body being burned by flames. C-level illusion Fox Heart technique. Make one or more enemies linger in the same place, like being trapped in a maze, unable to extricate themselves. C-level fire style Phoenix Fire technique. Spit out several flames like Phoenix Fire from the mouth to attack the enemy, and the flight trajectory is precisely controlled by chakra. Level B Fire style. Explosive version of the Great Fireball. The Great Fireball spit out will produce an explosion effect within a certain distance. Hehe. Fugaku's sincerity seems to be full of sincerity, but there is no high-end product. A trick that can only be used to coax children. Do you want to save the good stuff and fish for the big fish in the long run? After returning home, Obito opened the 2 scrolls, looked at the contents and smiled lightly. Although a little disappointed, Obito had expected this result. What he currently lacks is Sharingan illusion, which has made up for his shortcomings. Let him become a well-balanced hexagonal ninja. There is a chat group, but are you afraid that you will not have a skill library in the future? Decided. I practice Rasengan at night until early morning, and practice these ninjutsu during the day. After quickly adjusting his mentality, Obito took out a bunch of balloons he had purchased and said with intense eyes. With the training experience of observing Namikaze Minato during the day, and combined with his plot advantages, the Rasengan training will be a stable batch. Soon, the busy figure of Obito practicing appeared in the room. The other side. Kakashi family. After struggling for a long time, Kakashi finally stepped into the room he wanted and least wanted to go to. After rummaging around for a while, I successfully got a large scroll half a meter long. In order not to be surpassed by Obito, I must get your help. Even though you are a man who does not abide by the ninja code, I still respect your strength. Father. Looking at the practice notes in his hand, Kakashi murmured to the empty room. On this scroll, the experience and understanding of nintaijutsu was recorded by his father and his family ancestors. Although it is not a swordsmanship school, it is the foundation for Konoha's White Fang's fame in the ninja world. It's enough for him to learn from it and find his own secret of ninjutsu. This is the non-secret inheritance of the Hatake family. Next day. The third training ground. When Obito arrived at the training ground, Kakashi and Nohara Lin had already started training. Namikaze Minato is there to guide patiently, teach and solve doubts. This made Obito very motivated. He took out the scroll and quickly entered the training mode. Namikaze Minato saw that Obito was so serious and didn't bother him. After giving instructions to Kakashi and Lin, he continued to develop Rasengan. For a moment, the four masters and apprentices entered a tense and fulfilling atmosphere. This kind of day lasts for more than 20 days. During these 20 days, Obito not only successfully learned the ninjutsu and genjutsu given to him by Fugaku and Namikaze Minato. It also advanced Rasengan to the fourth stage. Advertisement. The final step of forming the ninjutsu is also the most difficult. Of course, during this period, Obito also squeezed Mizutani, the mist shinobi spy. Successfully acquired several water-style ninjutsu as a backup. Nohara Lin also mastered the 2 sea-level ninjutsu of water-style water cry and water-style water binding rope under the guidance of Namikaze Minato. As for Kakashi, naturally, it combines summoning earth-style chasing teeth technique. Just because the ninja dog is young, the effect of this ninjutsu is greatly reduced. Then, Kakashi broke away from the masses and practiced alone for more than 10 days. As for Obito, his strength has skyrocketed again after this round of training. In the identification of the chat group, the combat power finally touched the threshold of Jonin. Data are as follows. Name: Uchiha Obito. Age: 10 years old. Strength: Special Jonin. Identity: Konoha Genin, Uchiha clan member. Attributes: Fire, Earth, Thunder, Water, Wind. Blood Successor: 2 Tomoe Sharingan, White Eyes 358 degrees. Chakra: 2 cards. Taijutsu: Basic Taijutsu, Uchiha Throwing Technique, Gentle Fist Acupuncture Points, Gentle Fist Technique 8 trigrams 32 palms. Genjutsu: Genjutsu Sharingan, Genjutsu Narakumi Technique D level, Genjutsu Shiranui, C level, Genjutsu Fox Heart Technique C level. Ninjutsu: Transformation Technique, Body Replacement Technique, Clone Technique, Escape Technique. Fire Style: Fire Style Great Fireball Technique, Level C, Fire Style Function Fire Technique, Level C, Fire Style Great Fireball, Level B, Fire Style Garuda, Level B. Earth Style: Earth Style Earth Reflection Fish Technique, Level C, Earth Style Earth Current Wall, Level B, Earth Style Rock Iron Cannon Technique, Level A. Wind Style: Wind Style Great Breakthrough, C level. Lightning Style: Lightning Style Pseudo Dark, Class B. Water Style: Water Style Water Separation Technique, Level D, Water Style Water Prison Technique, Level C, Water Style Water Curtain, Level B, Water Style Water Shark Bomb Technique, Level B. This afternoon, after another ninjutsu review training. Obito, Lin, now that you've mastered those ninjutsu, it's time to teach you Shadow Clone. Kakashi has already learned this B-level ninjutsu, there is no need to ask him to join him. Now, let me show you. Shadow Clone Technique is an entity clone technique developed by Lord Second Hokage. Its operating handprint is. Namikaze Minato looked at the two people who had changed a lot, smiled warmly and began to slowly form seals. And tell some of the origins and principles of Shadow Clone. Sharingan Kai. Obito immediately shouted in a deep voice and turned on Sharingan to observe its chakra flow trajectory. I'm secretly happy to finally have this clone cheating device. Nohara Rin glanced at Obito with envy, and quickly gathered her mind to listen carefully. No detail was spared. Advertisement. The 3 people who were teaching seriously did not notice that a pair of scarlet beast eyes not far away were staring at them. This is what Minato calls training. No wonder he didn't come to see me for almost a month, and he just used the excuse of being busy when he came to see me. Did I think too much and blame him wrongly? Didn't he really want to alienate me? Quote. Kushina, who was hiding in the dark, stared at the 3 Minatos, murmuring to herself with a grimace. Open black lens bracket Kushina. This childish idea is really ridiculous. Have you forgotten the fact that as a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki you are being held captive by Konoha? Have you forgotten all those eyes that hate you? The only one who can save you is me. Quick, use my power to escape from Konoha. Escape from this place that binds your existence. Don't forget, you used my strength to injure Anbu and escape. If the Konoha shinobi catch you, you will be monitored even more severely. Maybe I won't be able to leave that Uzumaki barrier for the rest of my life. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, a rough and bewildering voice suddenly sounded in Kushina's head. Instantly broke the scale in her heart. 9 tails. Kushina subconsciously said, the hesitation in her eyes gradually disappeared. Yes, she injured Anbu and escaped. You don't need to think about the consequences of being taken back. Kushina doesn't want to experience that kind of life without freedom. She has no way out. Open black lens bracket, that's it. We have no retreat. Anbu will be here soon. If you don't want to be caught, don't suppress my power. Sensing Kushina's weak will, Ninetales once again tempted and urged. Anbu. Kushina's pupils suddenly shrank, and some bad memories flashed through her head. That look of disgust and fear kept reappearing in her mind. Open black lens bracket, it's now, close black lens bracket. Ninetales, who had accumulated strength for a long time, looked at the opportunity and exploded when Kushina was at a loss. In an instant, a fiery red chakra coat appeared on Kushina's body. The look in Kushina's eyes was replaced by bloodlust, and the scarlet vertical pupils in her pupils became even more wild and cold. The evil and violent chakra breath blew in all directions instantly, and he was surrounded by chakra turbulence visible to the naked eye. What? That is, Ninetales. At the same time, the three Obito practitioners were instantly alarmed by the violent aura. They shouted in different voices at the same time. Chapter 25 Kushina transformed into a tailed beast, the power of Ninetales. Kushina, who lost her mind, looked up to the sky and screamed, and the invisible chakra air waves swept everywhere like a level 5 wind. The red chakra coat solidified again, and 2 chakra tails quickly formed behind it. The nearly substantial chakra slapped its tail heavily on the ground, staring at the three of them with beast-like bloodthirsty pupils. The violent and trembling evil aura came over in an instant, causing the expressions of the three Obitos to change drastically at the same time. Nohara Lin's face turned pale, and she froze there fearfully, not daring to make the slightest move. This is the power of Ninetales. Kushina she. It's troublesome now. Namikaze Minato was dripping with cold sweat on his forehead, looking at his lover whose appearance changed drastically. He felt hurt and frightened. While speaking, he quickly pulled out 2 flying thunder god kunai and held them in his hands nervously on guard. Facing Ninetales, he is still too reluctant now. Open black lens bracket Nima. Is this the power of Ninetales? What a terrifying coercion and chakra. This is just the second tail state, how powerful it would be if it were complete. Ninetales is indeed the strongest tailed beast. The existence of the protagonist plug-in. Obito opened the Scarlet 2 Tomoe Sharingan and stared at the 2 Tomoe Sharingan with surprise and joy. Kushina's mind was spinning. At this moment, Obito has only one idea. Open black lens bracket kill Ninetales close black lens bracket. This kind of local super cheat must be included in the chat group to become his strength. This is also the necessary strength for him to fight against Ōtsutsuki in the future. Sharingan. Disgusting Uchiha. Roar. A flash of bad memories flashed through the eyes of Kushina, the second tail. She roared angrily and opened her mouth to fire out a chakra projectile. Careful. Obito had already predicted the movements of the second-tailed Kushina through his inside eye, and issued a warning almost at the same time. Chakra exploded rapidly under his feet, and he picked up Lin next to him and quickly retreated. Namikaze Minato also reacted quickly, dodging and leaving the spot first. The speed is actually more than 1 minute faster than Obito, who predicted it in advance. Boom. Rumble. The ferocious chakra bullet was instantly thrown into the air, crushing the giant tree jungle next to it. Directly cutting out a flat trench several meters wide and dozens of meters long, the power is amazing. The destructive power of that casual blow made the three of Obito take a breath of fear. Obito. Nohara Rin, who was almost stunned, screamed again and looked at Obito with grateful eyes. There were ripples in my heart again. If it weren't for Obito, she might have just when Nohara Rin's mind was fluctuating violently, Namikaze Minato appeared in front of Obito in an instant, with his back turned to the two of them with a solemn expression. Advertisement. Obito. You take Lin out of here, I'll stop her. Quote. Namikaze Minato ordered in a deep voice, throwing 2 flying thunder god kunai with both hands at the same time to attack instead of defend. Facing Ninetales, he could only rely on his speed advantage to find opportunities to strengthen the seal. Lin, get out of here quickly. I'm going to help Minato-sensei. Obito's eyes flashed, and he looked at Namikaze Minato, who was launching a close combat, and said hotly. He won't let go of this opportunity to test Ninetales. With Minato's flying thunder god here, there won't be any danger at all. But, the teacher told us to retreat. Nohara Lin's eyes tightened, and she subconsciously cared to stop him. Somehow, she just doesn't want Obito to do something so dangerous. That was simply not a battle that their genin could participate in. Obey, be good. Obito turned around with a bright smile, nodded Lin's forehead and declined warmly. Without waiting for Lin to react, Obito quickly formed seals with his hands and ran towards the battlefield. Obito. Nohara Rin's pale face instantly turned red when Obito touched her so hard. The back of Obito takes on a new color. Fire-style flame ball. After completing the seal, Obito saw the right moment and opened his mouth to drink. A line of fire quickly erupted from his mouth, and in an instant it turned into a super great fireball with a diameter of 10 meters and hit Kushina the second tail. This guy Obito. Namikaze Minato saw Obito's auxiliary attack and laughed and cursed casually. Obito, as expected, is someone who never abandons his friends. I'm sorry, Kushina. Looking at Kushina, who was showing her teeth and claws, Namikaze Minato said with a trace of unbearability in his eyes. Then he gritted his teeth and kept blinking to interrupt the prelude of the second-tailed Kushina's attack. Guide Kushina, the second tail, to resist Obito's flaming ball head-on. Without injuring Kushina, he would have no chance to strengthen the seal. Call out. With Namikaze Minato in check, Obito's flaming ball roared like a mountain. In a blink of an eye, we were in front of Kushina, the second tail. Burst. Obito saw the right moment, shouted and activated the chakra to detonate it directly. Boom. With a loud noise, the 10-meter diameter great fireball instantly turned into a mushroom cloud and soared into the sky. And the nearest two-tailed Kushina is naturally the first to bear the brunt. Ouch. Seeing the explosion coming, the second-tailed Kushina roared angrily like a wild beast. The chakra coat on his body solidified and turned dark red again, and a third chakra tail appeared behind him. The three tails instantly turned into a barrier in front of him, resisting the impact of the explosion. Advertisement. 3 tails. Now we are in big trouble. Quote. Namikaze Minato looked at 3 tails Kushina, who was roaring up to the sky, his face turned black and he said tremblingly. The appearance of the 3 tails indicates that Kushina's seal has been eroded a lot. If this continues, his sealing technique may not have much effect. Therefore, there must be no 4th tail. Bang bang bang. 3 tails Kushina flicked her 3 tails and set off several violent winds. The Scarlet Beast eyes stared at the culprit Obito, the anger in his eyes almost bursting out. It can't beat Mangekyo Madara, and it can't beat Uchiha with double Magatama. Open black lens bracket your sister. What does 9 tails do? I'm just here to play as an auxiliary to gain experience, not as a main attacker. Being targeted by 9 tails, Obito instantly felt the terror of life and death, arousing goosebumps all over his body. I'm going to suffer. Seeing 3 tails Kushina suddenly lying on the ground on all fours, Obito tensed up and quickly formed seals with his hands. Roar. 3 tails Kushina roared out and turned into a red light and rushed towards Obito at high speed. The speed was so fast that even 2 Tomoe Sharingan could only see an afterimage. In a blink of an eye, Obito was in front of him, and the sharp chakra claws went straight to Obito's face. Nima, it's too late. Close black lens bracket. Seeing the chakra's claw so close at hand, Obito's expression suddenly changed. 3 tails Kushina's speed is so fast. He could barely see, and it was impossible for his body to react. At this critical moment, a golden light flashed, and Obito's figure disappeared instantly. 3 tails Kushina jumped into the air and grabbed heavily on the big tree nearby. Good chance. Earth-style rock iron cannon technique. Looking at Namikaze Minato beside him, Obito, who had survived the disaster, completed the hand seals without any delay, opened his mouth and drank. The huge chakra quickly formed into pebbles in his throat, and Obito opened his mouth and ejected it at high speed. Bang bang. Puff. Boom boom boom. A series of stones turned into boulders in the air, hitting 3 tails Kushina's back like rolling stones raining down. Because there was a time difference, 3 tails Kushina had no time to dodge. He can only resist with 3 chakra tails. As this rock shinobi's A-grade earth style. Obito actually copied and learned this earth style technique. Quote. Namikaze Minato's eyes bulged, and he shouted in surprise as he looked at Obito, who couldn't help spraying stones. With this level of earth style, no wonder Obito came to help. Well done, Obito. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but praise and shouted, then activated Flying Thunder God and disappeared. Kushina has 3 tails restrained by Obito, so now is the perfect time for him to strengthen the seal. Chapter 26 Minato and Kushina, the explosive Rasengan. A whooshing sound. Namikaze Minato appeared in front of 3 tails Kushina instantly, and the 5 fingertips of her right hand ignited the 5 types of chakra: thunder, wind, water, fire, and earth. 5 elements seal. In the blink of an eye, Namikaze Minato shouted and slapped Kushina on the abdomen. Like fire and water meeting, the seal of the 5 elements opens a gap in Kushina's chakra coat. In an instant, the black sealing technique appeared. At the same time, the 4-image seal in Kushina's body was also reactivated and strengthened. How can it be? This kid, not from the Uzumaki clan, can actually strengthen the 4 elephant seals. Hateful. 9 tails felt the force of restraint on his body, bared his teeth and screamed in surprise. Kid, how can a powerful ninja like you be so rigid about a little girl? Or a 9 tails Jinchuriki? Quote. Seeing that his power was suppressed by the seal, 9 tails couldn't help but ask. At the same time, Kushina also reawakened her consciousness due to the reinforcement of the seal. Because she is the person I like and want to protect for the rest of my life. Even if she is 9 tails Jinchuriki, so what? I like people who are stronger than me. Kushina is my favorite, how could I bear to lose her? Namikaze Minato's eyes were firm and solemn. Kaido, looking at Kushina's fox-turned monster face, was full of heartache. Water. Minato. Kushina, who had just regained consciousness, was overjoyed and ashamed when she heard such a frank confession from her sweetheart. Because of her own distrust, she unexpectedly believed in 9 tails. Looking at the handsome face in front of her, Kushina was as embarrassed as a child who had done something wrong. A boring and ridiculous bond. Brats, I'm going to kill you with one blow. Quote. Suddenly, the suppressed 9 tails roared out again. Kushina has woken up, so this may be its last chance to break free from the seal. Nine Tails, we must go all out. Not good. Seeing one of Kushina's eyes turn into a beast pupil again, Namikaze Minato yelled that something bad was going to happen and he had to tighten the seal again. But this time Nine Tails moved faster. A new tail suddenly appeared and hit him hard on the chest with lightning speed. A bang sound. Namikaze Minato was thrown out by one tail. Then he swung his tail again and attacked Obito forcefully. Earth style wall. Obito reacted in time through Sharingan and successfully used the gap between Nine Tails to attack Namikaze Minato to successfully activate the ninjutsu. The moment before Chakra's tail hit him, a thick earth wall blocked Obito. Boom. Advertisement. The Scarlet Chakra's tail hit the earth current wall with one blow, and the earth wall instantly shattered. Damn it, luckily Lousy has a steady hand. Obito dodged and jumped onto the branch, looking at the shattered earth wall and muttering secretly. Four Tails Naruto can suppress Orochimaru's existence, why would he place his hope on the earth flow wall? All Obito wants is to cover Nine Tails' sight, hide and wait for an opportunity. Minato. Nine Tails, I will never allow you to harm Minato and the others. The slow Kushina shouted angrily, and four golden chakra chains appeared on her body. The moment the golden chains appeared, they each locked a chakra tail around them. Firmly rooted to the ground. In the sealed space, several chains of the same style were tightly binding Nine Tails. Damn Kushina. Damn adamantine sealing chains. Die, you little devils. Nine Tails' huge scarlet beast eyes flashed violently, and its big mouth opened to condense the tailed beast bomb. Outside world. The moment Nine Tails condensed into the tailed beast bomb, the huge Nine Tails chakra swept through Kushina's body again. Directly transform her into the Four Tails monster state, open her mouth to condense the small tailed beast bomb. The four bound tails also instantly shattered the chakra chains, swaying and dancing. This is bad. Quote. The injured Minato had cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and was shocked when he saw the familiar scene. Tailed Beast Bomb, during a mission with his teacher Jiraiya. Have seen the power of Tailed Beast Bomb from Four Tails and Five Tails. This also inspired me to develop similar Muji ninjutsu. Teacher, send me to Nine Tails. I'll fix it. Obito stepped in front of Namikaze Minato and said with a solemn expression. Shadow Clone Technique. There was a bang, and a Shadow Clone appeared next to Obito. Shadow Clone. You. Namikaze Minato was confused and questioning for no apparent reason, and his pupils shrank suddenly, revealing his incredible expression. I saw the moment Obito's Shadow Clone appeared. Both hands continuously create chakra flows with different trajectories in Obito's right hand. 2 paths, 4 paths, 6 paths, 8 paths. Multiple chakra turbulences with different trajectories took shape in Obito's hands, and were controlled by Obito to form a vortex and condense into the palm of his hand. In the blink of an eye, a blue chakra ball appeared in front of Namikaze Minato. That's it. This ninjutsu form only needs to be stabilized by the chakra flows in different directions restraining each other. Quote. Namikaze Minato seemed to be enlightened and understood the true meaning in an instant. Obito Advertisement. Nohara Lin, who was hiding not far away to watch the battle, couldn't believe her eyes when she saw this scene. That was a ninjutsu that Master Minato had not completed for more than 2 years, but Obito actually developed it in more than 20 days. Obito, a super genius beyond Sensei and Kakashi. Teacher, hurry up. Seeing Four Tails Kushina's tailed beast bomb getting ready to go off, Obito immediately shouted. Sure enough, after practicing to the last step, he was able to complete Rasengan through Shadow Clone. Although it was done in a tricky way, the power is not bad at all. Walk. Namikaze Minato was also awakened, and immediately grabbed Obito's collar and activated Flying Thunder God. Obito's eyes flashed as he appeared in front of Four Tails Kushina. Without any hesitation, Obito raised his hand to his mouth and hit it with a Rasengan. I won't lose to a brat like you. Kushina, who had just finished charging Four Tails, made a quick decision and immediately spit out a small-tailed beast bomb. Bang. In an instant, the two attacks collided fiercely. No, I can't bear it anymore. Seeing Rasengan being quickly weakened, Obito's pupils shrank and he secretly thought something was wrong. The power of both eyes exploded. Looking at Kushina Sharingan, the illusion was activated. The double Magatama is naturally not enough to deal with Nine Tails, but it is still possible to gain a buffer time to retreat safely. Look at me. Just as Obito was about to evacuate, Namikaze Minato appeared in a flash with a loud shout. In his right hand, the same Rasengan shines. This is Namikaze Minato's amazing talent. Seeing the right moment, Namikaze Minato hit Kodama on the side. Echoing Obito's Rasengan, the two Rasengan's flanking attack immediately changed the internal balance of the tailed beast bomb. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared, and the explosion appeared almost instantly. In a flash of lightning, Namikaze Minato grabbed the corner of Obito's clothes and flew away instantly. Boom, boom. In an instant, a violent explosion exploded on the spot. The fierce wind blows in all directions, blowing up thick smoke and dust. A white mushroom cloud rose into the sky, making a sound that shook all directions. Teacher, thank you very much. Quote. Obito, who was surviving the disaster, looked at the rising mushroom cloud and sighed gratefully. If it hadn't been for Namikaze Minato this time, he might have really fallen into disgrace. But having said that, without Namikaze Minato, he wouldn't have been able to play like this. Obito, I didn't expect you to actually help me complete this Muji ninjutsu. And you've developed it ahead of time. What a genius. Quote. Namikaze Minato kept praising her, but her eyes fell on the explosive snacks and she was worried. Kushina, it should be fine. Chapter 27. It turns out to be the biography of Minato, the genius of naming will always bring a girl. Hateful, I actually used my strength to blow myself up. You humble insects, I will completely tear you apart. In the smoke, Nine-Tails' unwilling roar suddenly came. A chakra shot up into the sky with great pressure, blowing away the smoke and dust. The true form of Jinchuriki, who is half human and half-tailed beast, is revealed, with Kushina herself on one side of the body. On one side is the Jinchuriki in the form of a tailed beast, with a hideous and terrifying face. This made Obito and Namikaze Minato blush at the same time. Nine-Tails is really not that easy to deal with. Teacher, let's fly again. I don't believe it can still. Enough. Nine-Tails, that's it for now. Suddenly, Kushina interrupted Obito's speech with a loud roar. Then he stood up unsteadily and looked at Namikaze Minato with firm and distressed eyes. Minato, I won't let Nine-Tails hurt you again. You like the strong me, so how can I let you down? Sealing technique. Adamantine sealing chains. Kushina, a red-haired girl, spoke on her own initiative while activating the seal's binding force with all her strength to burst out her bloodline power. Countless chakra chains with spikes surged out, once again binding half of the tailed beast's body. And, the sealing power unique to the Uzumaki clan began to manifest. The Scarlet Nine-Tails chakra is pulled by the chain and flows back quickly through the chain. The 4 elephant seals in the body have also been reactivated, and they can be combined internally and externally to simultaneously suppress Nine-Tails. Nine-Tails' power shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was pulled back into the sealed space within the body. Kushina, do you really want to give up this only chance to escape? When you return to Konoha, you will be locked up in the Uzumaki barrier forever. Like Mito, he will never leave Konoha for the rest of his life. Living forever under Anbu's surveillance and disgust, lonely until death. Come with me, only the outside world belongs to us. Quote. Seeing that Nine-Tails was powerless to revolving heaven, they could only grit their teeth and refuse to be bewitched. Nine-Tails, I will not give Kushina to you, even if it costs my life. She will not die alone, I will always be with her. Namikaze Minato's eyes narrowed and she quickly retorted loudly. At the same time, he gave Kushina a look of affirmation, hoping that she would not listen to Nine-Tails' lies. Nine-Tails, your words will not come true. I have found the existence that fills the hole in my heart. You can just watch in my body with peace of mind. Kushina met Namikaze Minato's eyes, her cheeks turned red and she shouted confidently. At the same time, the chakra chain on his body was pulled rapidly. This operation immediately made Nine-Tails furious, but there was nothing he could do. And Obito. At this time, he was rolling his eyes wildly and unable to complain. Damn, what a big wave of dog food. Minato and Kushina, are they in a relationship now? Minato biography, right, do you like women who are stronger than you? Tisk tisk tisk. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, the sultry 4th generation is still a masochist queen. Gained knowledge. It is finally over. Seeing that Kushina successfully suppressed Nine-Tails and recovered herself, Namikaze Minato collapsed on the ground and gasped, clutching her chest. The blow just now had already caused internal injuries to his chest. Minato, are you okay? Sorry. Quote. Kushina rushed up with a quick step, eyes filled with heat and nervous concern. Probably 2 broken ribs. Nothing. Namikaze Minato smiled stiffly and said with a grimace. This made Kushina blame herself again. Teacher, let me help you heal your injuries. Nohara Rin, who was watching the battle, appeared in time, igniting green chakra in her hands and timidly said. She just witnessed Kushina's rampage with her own eyes. Now Kushina is by her side. It is impossible not to be afraid. Sorry to trouble you, Lin. Namikaze Minato saw Rin's worry at a glance and encouraged him with a smile. Then his eyes turned to Obito. Obito, when did you complete that ninjutsu? Quote. In order to prevent Obito from feeling alienated, Namikaze Minato began to change the topic. When, if I had to say it, it would be just now. A teacher deserves to be a teacher. I've only finished Rasengan now with the help of Shadow Clone. I didn't expect you, teacher, to finish it with one hand just by looking at it. Minato-sensei, you have to teach me this trick. Obito's heart moved when he heard this, and he looked at Minato with admiration and asked. Ha ha ha, this is a ninjutsu that I have developed for more than 2 years, and all the basics are ready. Of course it's a matter of time. The trick can be taught to you, after all this is the last ninjutsu you will complete. Quote. Namikaze Minato smiled boldly and immediately changed the subject before Obito could speak. Rasengan. Did you name this ninjutsu? Obito, this name is too simple. If possible, I would like to call it, Nimbus Launch Obito Flash Spiral Twin Shiki no Maru. Nimbus Launch Obito Flash Spiral Twin Shiki no Maru. Obito's vision went dark, and several black lines appeared on his forehead, unable to repeat. I should have known that Yang Daime is a genius at naming and is naturally stupid. Unexpectedly, he was named in advance, but he still found an opportunity to use his talent. Fool, how did you come up with such a long and ugly name? Do we have to shout for a long time before activating the ninjutsu every time we fight? Rasengan is a good name, just call it Rasengan. Kushina on the side yelled with a dark face and dissatisfied, very much agreeing with the name Rasengan. This name reminded her of the former Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket Uzumaki Mito close black lens bracket. She once said, Nine Tails Jinchuriki will definitely be the Uzumaki center of Konoha. But equally, Jinchuriki can also become spirals integrated into Uzumaki. Now, she has found the being that allows her to turn into a spiral. Namikaze Minato developed the ninjutsu for more than 2 years and had to use the name Rasengan. This means a lot to her. Well, in Kushina's opinion. Rasengan was developed by Namikaze Minato. Obito just helped break the window paper and was not a real developer. Hehe, I'm kidding, let's call it Rasengan. Quote. Looking at Kushina's angry eyes, Namikaze Minato smiled awkwardly. Such an obvious state of strict hemp control made Nohara Rin, who was feeling uneasy, burst into laughter. At the same time, he also temporarily lowered his guard against Kushina. Master, can I ask you for advice on sealing? The kind that can restrain tailed beasts. I don't want to be helpless when faced with this situation in the future. Quote. Obito secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and asked with a sly look in his eyes. How could a villain like him be so desperate for something without profit? Taking the opportunity to gain favor and learn the sealing technique and one-handed Rasengan is also one of Obito's goals. Nine Tails has no choice for the time being. But if he meets Jinchuriki from another village, he won't be polite. Master, teacher's wife. Kushina and Namikaze Minato blurted out at the same time, their faces flushed red. Especially Kushina, she was extremely embarrassed. In fact, she and Minato haven't really confirmed their relationship yet. But, kid, your name is Obito, right? I recognize your strength and talent. In the future, as long as you have time, you can come to me to learn the sealing technique at any time. Quote. Kushina secretly glanced at the red-faced Minato, gritted her teeth and stretched her neck to pretend to be generous. How could she not like a disciple like Obito? It just so happens that staying in the Uzumaki barrier all day is too boring. Obito asked her to learn the sealing technique so that he could pass the boring time. Hey, teacher, don't you have any objections? Quote. Obito heard the satisfactory answer and turned to tease Minato, who was still confused. No, it won't. If your teacher and mother agree, why would I, as a teacher, interfere? Namikaze Minato is still in the days that Kushina promised, subconscious Kaido. As soon as these words came out, the two subconsciously looked at each other again. Then their faces flushed again, and they quickly shifted their gaze. Minato-sensei, Obito, Lin. Are you okay? Quote. Just when the atmosphere was awkward, a wisp of white hair came galloping from a distance. It was Kakashi who was practicing alone. Behind him, there were more than a dozen Anbu rushing towards him. Chapter 28 Sarutobi and Minato, the butterfly effect caused by white Zetsu. 3 days later. Hokage office. Minato, Kushina's mood has stabilized now. The Nine-Tails Seal and Uzumaki barrier have also been reinforced. So now, Minato's class, break is over. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the table, looking at the disciple in front of him with a warm voice and a calm tone. Kushina's rampage was perfectly controlled to a minimum by Minato's class. And there were no casualties or intelligence leaks. Minato became Kushina's bond, promoting a relatively stable Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for Konoha. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, not admire and trust Namikaze Minato like this? Third generation Sama. The special training for the Minato class has been completed, and the results are unexpectedly good. Please give me the task. Namikaze Minato didn't think much and simply stated respectfully. This task is not mandatory. Originally, I planned to give this task to Anbu. But after all, this mission is also related to Kushina's future. With your current relationship with Kushina, I have to ask for your opinion. The conversation that follows is Class A top secret. Minato, you can refuse now. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded silently and asked politely. He now knows the fighting power of Minato's class after Nine Tails went berserk. It can be said that the Minato class is the strongest ninja team in Konoha now. If nothing else, just because teams promoted to Chunin and above will be disrupted and reorganized. This is what makes Minato class stand out. Class A top secret. I choose to accept this task. Namikaze Minato was just surprised and agreed without hesitation. It was about Kushina, then he had to go. Minato, you really didn't disappoint me. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled happily, and then his expression straightened. In the last spy war, we discovered a guy who couldn't exist. The other party is probably the wood-style experimental subject. Quote. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were like thunder on the ground. Namikaze Minato's expression changed greatly as he listened. No wonder it's a class A top secret, it's about wood-style. Wood-style experimental subject. Lord third generation, what does this mean? Wood-style, isn't it Lord First Hokage's secret art of blood inheritance? Quote. Namikaze Minato asked subconsciously, with some speculation in her heart. Yes, wood style is indeed the secret technique inherited from the first Hokage. The power of wood style is something that even Master Second Hokage cannot ignore. Advertisement. So, Konoha once wanted to copy wood style. Relive the glory of first generation. To this end, Konoha secretly launched a series of wood style experiments. But unfortunately, they all ended in failure. Konoha also sacrificed many outstanding ninjas. In order to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, I reluctantly ordered the experiment to be terminated and all files to be sealed. But, the spy discovered earlier turned into a tree when he was about to be captured. This is definitely the power of wood style. That spy should be a wood style experimental subject. As long as it is an experimental subject, there cannot be only one. When Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, helplessness and fear intertwined in his eyes. He had asked Danzo about this. But Danzo's expression at that time was also horrified. Moreover, Danzo volunteered to inspect the sealed data and first-generation cells at that time. Naturally, the two of them found nothing in the end. But this also allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to rule out Danzo as a suspect. But another, more terrifying situation occurred. There were forces outside Konoha studying wood style. And there are already methods to inhibit the backphagy of first-generation cells. This leaves Sarutobi and Danzo in a state of surprise and panic. That's why the current situation has arisen. You mean? There are other villages studying wood style. Quote. Namikaze Minato was also able to figure it out, and she shuddered at the thought of the horrific consequences. If other ninja villages have wood style, it will definitely be a disaster for Konoha. This old man doesn't know either. But, no matter who is behind the scenes, this is a result that Konoha cannot accept. So, we have to find the man behind this. Minato. This time Kushina just explodes 4 tails, letting you try your best. What if next time, it's the real form of Lu Jiao, Ba Jiao or even 9 tails? You also know that the only power that can restrain tailed beasts other than Sharingan is wood style. Uchiha does not currently have a Mangekyo Sharingan. So, this is also our opportunity. Get wood style and give Konoha the power to fight the 9 tails explosion. This is for Kushina too. You don't want Kushina to live in fear forever. Sarutobi Hiruzen said at the end, with a hint of ambition and extravagant hope in his eyes. If the other party's wood style research information is obtained, then Konoha may not be unable to obtain wood style. Konoha, but there is also the direct bloodline of the Senju clan. I understand, Lord Third Generation. I will never let wood style become a means for other villages to attack Konoha. Quote. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed with determination and determination. For Kushina and Konoha, he must go all out. The third training ground. Obito stood at the foot of a giant tree, the Scarlet Two Tomoe Sharingan staring at his right hand with a solemn expression. The next moment, his right hand condensed streams of chakra. Then, quickly rotate the combination. In just one breath, it turns into a blue chakra ball. Rasengan. Obito's eyes narrowed and he shouted in a low voice, raised the Rasengan in his hand and hit it hard on the center of the tree trunk in front of him. In an instant, a huge strangulation force broke out in an instant. The hard tree fell apart like paper, and countless sawdust flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, a tree hole with a diameter of 1 meter was smashed out. Bang! Boom! Under Kakashi's stunned expression, the big tree only lasted less than a second before collapsing. How is this possible? Kakashi was stunned for 3 seconds before swallowing hard and shouting in shock. Subconsciously, Kakashi turned his eyes and looked at the trunk of the tree where he had practiced Thunder Palm before. Looking at the dark palm prints on it, Kakashi's mouth twitched and he felt a little embarrassed. No comparison, no harm. Compared to Obito's Rasengan, his Thunder Palm is a joke. Amazing. Obito, congratulations on completing the one-handed Rasengan. Quote. Nohara Lin clasped her hands together and shouted excitedly, her eyes showing the little stars she had never seen before. Snort. He used Sharingan to observe and copy for 2 days, how could he not learn it? This is just Minato-sensei's help. Lin, I will develop my own lightning-style Muji ninjutsu. I won't lose to this guy Obito. Kakashi next to him was horrified, but he still crossed his arms and said disdainfully. No matter what, he can't lose in terms of momentum. Yeah, then I'm looking forward to it. A flash of memory flashed in Obito's eyes, and he smiled meaningfully. Open black lens bracket Chidori. The secret of S-class lightning style delivered to your door. Kakashi, I hope you won't be too frustrated when you see that the lightning style you worked so hard to develop was copied by me. Close black lens bracket. Sorry, I'm late again. But everyone, we have a mission. Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared and interrupted the stalemate between the two. He glanced at the down tree from the corner of his eye, and his pupils shrank slightly. Obito is indeed a super genius who has accumulated a lot of experience. Maybe Uchiha's Mangekyo will awaken in him. Chapter 29 Vice Captain Hyuga Hazashi, Super S-Class Mission. Task. Obito and Kakashi's eyes lit up and they shouted excitedly in unison. Damn it, I can finally use the skill of slashing people again. Close black lens bracket. Obito howled secretly, and his blood boiled with excitement. Although this month's training has been fulfilling, these days are still too dull for Obito. Nor can he take advantage of his cheat. HMPH, I won't let you be so arrogant this time. Close black lens bracket. Kakashi glanced at Obito covertly, and he would not let Obito overpower him again this time. If this continues, his reputation as a genius will no longer exist. This mission is a B-level search mission. The mission level will change depending on the situation, and it may become an S-level mission. Therefore, Master Third Hokage arranged a teammate for us. Kakashi, Obito, Lin. The three of you must fully cooperate with him in teamwork. Quote. Namikaze Minato looked at the excited two people, smiled and explained and warned. Kakashi. New teammates. Obito. Tracking mission. Who is the target? Lin. It may be upgraded to an S-level mission. The expressions of all three people changed, and they looked at Namikaze Minato in confusion. Who is the target? I will tell you when that teammate comes. Whether it will be upgraded to an S-level mission depends on the situation. Okay, now go back and get ready. Meet at the gate of Konoha in 10 minutes. Disperse. Namikaze Minato explained with a calm smile, and then disappeared in a flash of golden light. He still had to go to Kushina to say goodbye, so he had to hurry up. See you later, you two. Upon seeing this, Obito said hello and quickly left. It may be upgraded to an S-level mission, and the enemies will be at least Jonin or Cage-level masters. He must not miss this potential group member. Let's go, Lin. Kakashi urged and followed without any sign of weakness. Lin looked at the backs of the two of them with her big beautiful eyes, smiled helplessly, and quickly followed. 10 minutes later, the Minato class gathered again, and a new figure appeared next to Namikaze Minato. Open black lens bracket that is. Neji's father Hyuga Hazashi. Close black lens bracket. Obito looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face with a strange look in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the new teammates are from the Hyuga clan. Still a half-familiar face. Everyone. This is Konoha Jonin Hyuga Hazashi, also my senior. He will temporarily serve as the vice captain of Minato's class. While I am away, you must follow Hazashi Senpai's instructions. Namikaze Minato saw everyone gathered and introduced Obito and the other three. Then his head turned and looked at Hyuga Hazashi. Advertisement. Hazashi Senpai. They are my disciples. Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin. Quote. Well. Minato, senior, there's no need to shout. I'm only 2 years older than you, so how can I be considered a senior? Hazashi looked at the humble Minato and smiled politely, his eyes subconsciously falling on Kakashi. The name of genius Kakashi is quite attractive. He. Hazashi Jonin is welcome. Now tell them the information about that guy. Namikaze Minato smiled and waved politely, getting straight to the point. Yeah, Hazashi Senpai, what are we searching for? I can't wait. Quote. Obito hurriedly urged, with excitement that could not be concealed in his eyes. Although Kakashi and Lin didn't ask questions, they listened attentively. That guy, strictly speaking, I don't know if he is a human or a monster. Anyway, he is a weirdo with white skin and dark green hair. This guy is very Grandmaster Earth style, even the perception technique is difficult to detect. Also, it will turn into a big tree after being attacked. That's all I know for now. Quote. As Obito became more and more confused and Karen looked more and more surprised, Hazashi slowly told the known information. Open black lens bracket your sister. Isn't this White Zetsu? How did Konoha discover White Zetsu? He also asked Yang to take his sister to search. This is the rhythm of digging Madara's lair. What kind of B-level mission? This is a super S-level mission. Damn, this is a high-end game. Under Obito's confused expression, Chunin couldn't help but complain loudly. But then, Obito felt overjoyed again. He was worried about not being able to find White Zetsu to seduce Master Madara. Wouldn't this be a good fit now? His Byakugan cannot be shown in front of outsiders. As long as Hazashi is here, he can look for White Zetsu openly. Speed up the progress of cheating Madara. But, when did Konoha discover White Zetsu? Is that all? So where do we start? Quote. Kakashi's eyes flashed and he asked a key question. The ninja world is so big, they can't just run around looking for needles in a haystack. When will we find it? This. He. To be honest, I don't have a clue yet. Quote. Namikaze Minato rubbed the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. He also had a headache about this. Advertisement. Although third generation gave him a long time and autonomy, it also had no intelligence at all. This is very embarrassing. Without intelligence, we can only choose the stupidest method. Starting from the major ninja villages, we will explore step by step. Hyuga Hazashi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Thinking of this arduous and dangerous task gave him a headache. Going to other villages to investigate is no longer a simple search mission. Well, a black line appeared on Kakashi's forehead, and he was speechless for a moment as he looked at the two unreliable Jonin. Decided. Then let's have a big fight. Quote. Obito was ecstatic again after hearing this, and shouted excitedly with high morale. If he goes to other ninja villages to cause trouble, then his chat group will not add people. What an unexpected surprise, this is. Ahem. Let's leave the country of fire first. Well, let's go to the nearest rain shinobi village first. If there is no result, it is very convenient to go straight through Rock Shinobi and Sunagakur through the land of rain. Quote. Namikaze Minato thought of his goal, Grandmaster Earth style, and suddenly had a goal and decided. Rain Shinobi, Obito shouted in surprise, looking at Namikaze Minato with an increasingly strange look. This guy, it's hard to choose a place but he chose Rain Shinobi Village. Could it be that this is the halo of the former protagonist? Rinnegan Nagato is now in the land of rain. And Master Madara will definitely send White Zetsu to monitor Nagato to ensure Rinnegan's safety. Going to the land of rain is indeed the best chance of discovering traces of White Zetsu. Is there a problem, Obito? Seeing Obito's confused expression, Namikaze Minato asked curiously. No, no problem. However, Rain Shinobi is a village ruled by the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. I get a little excited thinking about the legend of Sannin. Obito hurriedly came up with an excuse to change the subject. With Namikaze Minato covering it, why not go to Rain Shinobi village? With the advantage of intelligence, it was not easy for him to discover White Zetsu through Nagato. Then, hey. Since there is no problem, let's set off. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Namikaze Minato waved his hand. Roll your eyes open. I will continue to search along the road and try my best to find traces of it. You should be ready to fight at any time. Hyuga Hazashi drank attentively, veins popping out around the corners of his eyes. Namikaze Minato nodded in agreement, running quickly along the dirt road with a little ground under his feet. Hyuga Hazashi follows closely behind in second position. Kakashi and Obito looked at each other and spread out to the left and right flanks. Nohara Lin was sandwiched between the two in the safest position. The team's combat formation was completed instantly. Chapter 30 White Zetsu and Madara, Obito is going to cause trouble. Under the dim starry night. The border of the land of rain. Whoosh, whoosh, 5 figures quickly shuttled between the pattering trees, like nimble squirrels. Through this forest, you will reach the hinterland of the Rain Country. Although Rain Shinobi signed a peace pact with Konoha, Hanzo is not a trustworthy ally. Besides, our goal is to infiltrate and search. Therefore, you three must be ready for battle at any time. Namikaze Minato suddenly stopped and warned the 3 Obitos. This is the first time for Obito and the others to carry out an infiltration mission out of the village. If it weren't for his Flying Thunder God technique and Hazashi's Byakugan alert. Namikaze Minato really doesn't dare to be so reckless with 3 stupid young people. Is this the land of rain? As expected, it is a country that is rumored to have rain all year round, and it is already raining continuously just at the border. Kakashi looked up at the rain falling from the sky and murmured softly. Teacher, where should we go first? Obito nodded and asked eagerly. Although he knew that Nagato and the others were in the land of rain, the specific location was not clear. The only thing I know is that Shao is not born yet. In the plot, Akatsuki was born after Obito turned black. It can be deduced from this that Shao was established at least 2 to 3 years later. The 3 of them, Nagato, are around 15 years old and are still growing up somewhere in the land of rain. Without Akatsuki's name as a guide, there are almost no clues. This is a bit troublesome. Of course we went to Rain Shinobi village. If Rain Shinobi is possible, then Hanzo is the biggest suspect. Quote. Namikaze Minato said firmly without thinking, very sure of this. The human, financial, and material resources required to research wood style are a resource consumption that even Konoha cannot afford. Therefore, the other party needs at least a strong organization as backup. Each village has the greatest possibility. Captain, we must first find a base to stay. Then start gathering intelligence. Hyuga Hazashi suggested after observing the ground through his Byakugan, closing his Byakugan. Along the way, he always turned on his eyes every 1 kilometer. Unfortunately, no trace of that monster was found. Good. We must find a place to base ourselves before dawn, preferably near Rain Shinobi village. By the way, take this kunai. Namikaze Minato agreed with what Hazashi said, and took out 4 Flying Thunder God kunai and handed them to everyone. With this, he can support everyone instantly. It also has 4 movable points for emergencies. Open black lens bracket Flying Thunder God kunai close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Obito secretly thought, reaching out to take the kunai and put it into the backpack behind him. Gone. Seeing the 4 people taking the kunai, Namikaze Minato gave the order and set off again. The 4 Obitos immediately followed. But few people noticed the center of the tree pole 100 meters away. An earthy yellow eye quickly disappeared. Somewhere underground. Madara-sama, people from Konoha have gone to Rain Shinobi village. Among them is that kid Obito. A White Zetsu suddenly trembled and shouted to Madara after receiving the information from the clone. White Zetsu allows for psychic communication and information exchange with clones within a certain distance. Of course, within a certain distance. For this reason, Madara deployed a large communication network in the land of rain and even the ninja world. Achieve the fastest transmission of information. Obito. The little devil finally left the village. White Zetsu, what are people from Konoha doing in Rain Shinobi? Quote. Madara opened her eyes slowly and Feng Qingyan said calmly. I don't know. It seems like they are on some sort of infiltration mission. There is a Hyuga Byakugan in their team who is always searching the ground to avoid being spied on. My clone could only hide in the tree and observe from a distance without hearing clearly. The White Zetsu clone said with a grimace, very angry about this. But if Hyuga hadn't just stared down at the ground with his white eyes, his clone wouldn't have even been able to peek at the other person. White eyes. Hyuga. Is it because of what happened last time that Konoha is so cautious? Infiltration mission. Is this another boring war? Sad guys. Madara's mind was spinning and she thought she had seen through the mystery. Since Byakugan is here, let's leave Obito alone for the time being. Evacuate all white Zetsu clones near the Konoha team. Watch from a distance and don't let Nagato and Konoha shinobi meet. They both need time to grow. The conversation changed, Madara's eyes narrowed and she ordered in a deep voice. "Nu." The white Zetsu clone responded immediately, conveying Madara's instructions to all clones. The next moment, all white Zetsu clones throughout the Rain country received the news at the same time and went into hiding. Avoid the Konoha team's route of action. Only the clone of white Zetsu who monitors Nagato is still working diligently there. Obito's side. After a long journey, with the help of Hizashi's white eyes. Advertisement. Not far from Rain Shinobi, find a cave as a foothold. Lin, you, Obito and Kakashi are resting here. Hizashi Jonin and I are going to Rain Shinobi. Namikaze Minato glanced at the panting Nohara Rin, then turned to the three of them. Lin's physical strength was overloaded after running for so long. Okay, Mr. Minato. Obito rolled his eyes, raised his neck and answered. If Yang takes sister and the others away, then he can do some tricks. Seeing this, Lin nodded in agreement like a chicken pecking at rice. Kakashi, a guy who abides by the rules, naturally listens to the captain's arrangements. Seeing that the three of them had no objections, Namikaze Minato greeted Hizashi and sneaked towards Rain Shinobi village. Kakashi, you are here to keep Lin safe. I'm going to set up a trap warning nearby and bring back some food and firewood. Obito immediately made an excuse after Namikaze Minato left. Don't let the Rain Shinobi find you. Kakashi didn't think much about it. He leaned against the entrance of the mountain wall and closed his eyes to take a nap. Obito, be careful. Lin stepped forward and asked softly, her big watery eyes full of concern. Rest assured, although my Sharingan is not as good as Byakugan, I still have some insight. Quote. Obito put down his backpack and smiled brightly, turned around and quickly rushed out of the cave. There is Yondame's flying thunder god Kanai in his backpack, so he won't expose himself by carrying it. Shadow clone technique. 1 kilometer after leaving the cave, Obito formed a seal with his hands and shouted in a deep voice. There was a bang. A figure appeared next to Obito accompanied by white smoke. At the same time, Obito's chakra also dropped by half. You go to the north of the Kingdom of Rain and search until the chakra is exhausted. Without thinking, Obito ordered Shadow Clone. With Nagato's current situation, it is definitely impossible to be around Rain Shinobi village. Otherwise, they would definitely have entered Hanzo's site early. They can later establish Akatsuki in the context of Rain Shinobi's existence, but they can only be in a marginal area that Rain Shinobi cannot take care of. This is the only intelligence advantage. Actually, you don't need to say it, the body. I am you, the thoughts are the same. Quote. Shadow Clone rolled his eyes and complained lazily, then turned around and quickly flew towards the north. Whispering sound. If I don't speak, how can I show my noble identity? Quote. Obito complained nonchalantly, not feeling unhappy. Then he focused his eyes, opened his Byakugan and ran towards the nearest Rain Shinobi stronghold. You're here, how can Obito be willing to do it if you don't bring some people into the group? Rain Shinobi except for Hanzo and a few Jonin he can't beat. Everyone else is his prey. Chapter 31 Wei Tuodian Joju, the first plot character to join the group. Sifeng Village. A lonely stronghold is located on the high ground at the entrance of the village, looking out of place in the pattering rainy night. Especially the faint firelight ignited in the stronghold is as dazzling as a beacon in the dark night. Hululu. Hululu. Loud snores of deep sleep could be heard intermittently from within the stronghold. The ninjas on guard outside had sleepy eyes and yawned. Kyusuk. This guardsman guy is so annoying. It's like this every time, luring us into drowsiness with our snoring. Rain Shinobi, who was on guard outside, suddenly became dissatisfied and grumbled, expressing his opinions towards his companions inside. Don't say that, guy. You are no better than him when you sleep. Wei Tuodian Joju looked at his companion with disdain and complained. These two guys snore louder than the other. Well. Ha ha. No way, sleeping with the sound of dripping rain really helps you sleep. Only then did Kangliu Gai realize that he was in the same situation, and he laughed in a ha-ha manner. Hey, I don't know when this situation will end. Leader Hanzo, he allowed those great ninja villages to cause chaos. Even if we lost the war last time, we can't be so without a bottom line. Wei Tuodian Joju looked up at the sky where no light could be seen, his eyes were confused and he sighed. This may be the consequence of losing the war. Okay, Kitosuke, Hanzo-sama is not something we can discuss. Be careful about being overheard and report it. Quote. Benliu Gai put away his smile and hurriedly changed the subject to avoid being misled. So what if I report it? I've had enough of this hopeless village. The worst possible outcome is to become a fugitive ninja. When Wei Tuodian heard this, he immediately shouted angrily without taking it seriously at all. This made Kangliu Gai freeze on the spot for a moment, not knowing how to answer the question. Yeah, then I will take you to a new environment. Quote. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded at the feet of the two of them. Enemy attack. Benliu Gai shouted subconsciously, but as soon as he said the words, he felt a red light suddenly appear in front of his eyes. The consciousness fell into confusion for a moment. PFF'd. As a kunai passed by, the consciousness returned to the stream returned to clarity. But the next moment, he covered his neck and looked horrified. Right, Sharingan. In unwillingness and fear, Benliu Gai shouted out his final struggle. What seems to be a long gap between movements is actually completed in just an instant. Benliu Gai simply did not have the time or ability to resist. Advertisement. Wei Tuo Tianju, who witnessed all this, retreated violently and quickly distanced himself. Sharingan. Konoha, are you going to tear up the peace contract and take action against Rain Shinobi again? Quote. Wei Tuo Tianjusuk thought about the current situation in the ninja world, his face turned ugly and he trembled. The last war was the one started by Konoha. Could it happen again today? Is there an enemy attack? Look at the power of my guardsmen. The sleeping guards in the tower woke up instantly and rushed out with a broadsword in hand. Staring at Obito with fierce eyes, he shouted angrily. You know I'm Uchiha and you dare to look at me. You are very brave, NPC. Obito smiled and said, he never expected this guy to be so cooperative. Oops. Guardsmen, avoid his eyes. Quote. Wei Tuo Tianzhu's face changed drastically when he heard this, he quickly changed his gaze and shouted a warning. Late. Genjutsu Shiranui. Obito shouted low and immediately activated his pupil power to activate the illusion. The guards who rushed over felt sluggish, and their whole bodies felt like they were being roasted on a stove. The big knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He plucked his clothes with his hands and let out a pitiful cry. Shiranui allows you to enjoy the severe pain of being burned by flames. Just let me help you end your pain. Obito explained thoughtfully, and the kunai in his hand quickly passed across his neck. Tip. Join the group chat. Tip. Jingfu Guardsman joins the group chat. Hearing the long-lost notification sound in his ear, Obito finally had a smile on his face again. The pleasure of cheating is just like that, no time traveler can refuse it. Escape. Only escape. Quote. When Wei Tuo Tianzhu saw his two companions die instantly, he immediately lost his fighting spirit and ran away. He can instantly kill two Chunin enemies, so he is no match for him. Escape. Did you escape? Obito said with a hint of joking in his eyes. Chakra erupted under his feet and he quickly chased after him. Fire-style Garuda. Obito, who was galloping, quickly completed the seal with his hands, burst out chakra, opened his mouth and shouted. In the blink of an eye, a 20-meter-long fire dragon formed in an instant. Roaring and rushing towards the target with overwhelming force. Secret technique cement ash. Wei Tuodian felt the changes behind him and broke out in cold sweat. He turned around with all his strength and opened his mouth to spit. Advertisement. In an instant, a sky full of gray cement spurted out from his mouth. The cement solidified instantly when it met the rain in the air, turning into a hard cement wall several meters thick to block his back. Taking this opportunity, Wei Tuodian broke out at an even faster speed and fled again. Boom. With a loud noise, Obito's fire dragon hit the thick cement wall. Then it turned into flames and rushed in all directions. Cement. This guy's skills look a bit familiar. Obito looked at the hard and thick cement wall and murmured in surprise. Open black lens bracket. It turned out to be him. The former Akatsuki leader who was tricked and killed by Obito in the original drama. Suddenly, Obito's eyes flashed with realization. This guy's cement technique is unique among Hokage. You can encounter this. It seems that you are destined to be killed by me. Quote. Obito grinned and looked at Wei Tuodian's fleeing figure with murderous intent. White eyes. Open. With a low drink, Obito's eyes instantly switched to white eyes. The powerful insight can see through all living things within a kilometer in an instant. After making sure that no one was prying, Obito changed his hands and formed seals again and shouted. Water-style water shark bomb technique. Obito used the long-hidden water-style ninjutsu for the first time. I saw the rain around him condense rapidly, turning into Uzumaki spinning at extremely high speed. In an instant, a 10-meter-long water shark beast surged out of Uzumaki. And the moment he appeared, he rushed towards the fleeing Wei Tuo Tianzhu with lightning speed. The speed is as fast as a shooting star. No more than 2 seconds before and after. I won't let you succeed. Water-style Shui Chi. Wei Tuodian looked at the water shark coming towards him at a rapid speed, knowing that he could not avoid it and immediately launched a counterattack. The rain around me quickly turned into a 10-meter water jet, colliding head-on with the roaring water shark. Water splashes everywhere. I'm sorry, you lost. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Just when Wei Tuodian turned around and wanted to continue running away, a frightening sound suddenly came from his ears. Then, a series of invisible attacks hit him like a storm. You. Wei Tuodian stared at Obito in disbelief and rolled his eyes, unable to believe his own eyes until his death. Uchiha, why would Hyuga roll his eyes? Are Konoha's blood-step families so playful? See you later. Obito showed a meaningful smile and waved to end his life. Tip. Wei Tuodian joins the group chat. Chapter 32 Lively Chat Group, 3 consecutive skill draws. Chat Group. Wei Tuo Tian Jiosuk. I didn't expect that Uchiha was actually a double-blood successor. Damn it, how could I fall down here? Byakugan, are you still complaining? I am not willing to accept it. He was killed in one encounter, and I didn't even see anyone. Who could I ask to reason with? Woo woo woo, B asterisk 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 D, that brat. Jing Fuwei Taoist soldier. Gui Yi, please stop being annoying. I'm the most unlucky one. I was forced to experience the burning pain before I died. Uchiha's Sharingan is as scary as the rumors say. Seeing those eyes was like looking into death. Quote. Wei Tuo Tianjoju. Return. Guardsmen, why are you here? Could it be that this is a pure land world? I didn't expect that I would have to be with you two guys after I died. Jingfu Wei Taoist. Why, aren't you willing? Bilyu Yi. That is, you have become undead, do you still want to leave us? Now I won't stop you from speaking ill of Hanzo at all. It's all that cowardly guy's fault for allowing Konoha shinobi to be so unscrupulous. Let us reign shinobi suffer too much unnecessary pain. Quote. Wei Tuo Tian Joju. Gui Yi, you only know now. Hyuga Tetsu. It's funny, but I still have to interrupt. 3. This is the gap between life and death, not the so-called Pure Land world. Quote. Shijutu Ape. The white-eyed kid is right, this is a more terrifying existence than the Pure Land. Wei Tuo Tian Joju. An existence more terrifying than the Pure Land. Mizutani Falcon. He. You will understand it deeply later, and I don't know which of you will disappear first. Bilyu took refuge. Senior. We are new ghosts, don't scare us. Jing Fuwei Taoist. You can't be so unlucky, you will be bullied by ghosts even after you die. Stone-dwelling native ape. Quack, quack, quack. It's not that I'm being bullied by ghosts, I'm being bullied by someone scarier than ghosts. Jingfu Guardsman. Nani. Bengliu took refuge. Yazudi. Wei Tuo Tianju assisted. Senior, save me. Obito looked at the crowd and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Are these guys all so evil? Immediately, Obito's consciousness changed and he focused on his favorite attribute panel. Name. Rain Shinobi Chunin. Ability. Water attribute, Chakra 0.5 card. Skills. Water style water whip, sea level, water style cut rain, sea level. Name. Rain Shinobi Chunin. Ability. Water attribute, Chakra 0.6 card. Skills. Taijutsu sword technique, level C, water style water body, level D, water style water prison technique, level C. Name. Waituo Tenjiosuke, Rain Shinobi special Jonin. Ability. Water attribute, Chakra 0.7 card. Skills. Taijutsu leg kung fu, level C, Taijutsu knife skills, level C, water style water cutting, level C, secret technique cement ash, level B. Advertisement. No wonder this guy ran so fast just now. I bet you have some kung fu on your legs. Close black lens bracket. Obito stared at Wei Tuodian Joju's attribute data and secretly said, his eyes showing joy. Leg skills, this is the first C-level physical skill. Chat group, forced extraction of the water style water whip. Forced extraction of 0.6 cards of chakra from Ibushi Dao soldiers, close black lens bracket. After thinking for a moment, Obito secretly gave a direct order to the chat group. He really doesn't like the strength of these two miscellaneous fish. Just used to kill chickens to scare monkeys. The next moment. The two people who were having a silly chat in the group disappeared mid-sentence. Silently, without any sign. This scared Wei Tuo Tianju to the point where he almost peed. Wei Tuo Tianjoju. Return. Guardsmen, you two bastards are talking. Don't scare me, you guys. Senior, what on earth is going on? Quote. Shiju Tuyuan. Are you here? Rain Shinobi boy, it seems that guy has taken a liking to you. Actually, I didn't disappear with you. Quote. Mizutani Falcon. Lucky boy. Tell me what special abilities you have. Let us learn more. Hyuga Tetsu. In this way, there are only 4 people left in the group besides that guy. There are a lot fewer topics to chat about. Wei Tuodian Joju. That guy. You, what on earth are you talking about? That guy. Could it be the soul-devouring death, Shinigami-sama? Obito, who had just received enlightenment, saw this and the corner of his mouth twitched again. Shinigami, how could he be such a disgusting ugly monster? Hyuga and these guys are getting more and more emotional. Don't think too much, Wei Tuo Tianju helps. As long as you are willing to contribute your strength, I can let you continue to survive here. This is a world of the dead with no war, no disputes, and no identity or position. With a thought, Obito started cheating mode. The 3 members of Hyuga who were watching were silent when they saw this fear. No matter who it is, they don't want to be the one who ruins Obito's good deeds. If you offend Obito and disappear forever, there will be no place to cry. A world of the dead without war, disputes, or identity. Isn't this the world I once dreamed of? Willing, I am willing. Shinigami-sama. Wei Tuodian Joju didn't hesitate at all and agreed excitedly. Regardless of whether this world is real or not, he doesn't want to lose his soul. The demise of those 2 companions is still vivid in my mind. In his excitement, he didn't notice the prefix of Obito's name at all. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket so happy. Your sister, this routine is wrong. Chat group, extract Wei Tuodian Joju's physical skills and leg skills. Seeing Jisuk surrendering so happily, Obito was surprised and started experimenting with the extraction. Reminder. Group member Wei Tuodian Joju has authorized and agreed, and the drawing has begun. As the sound in his ear sounded, Obito's legs transformed rapidly. The muscles and cells of the legs, which had not been trained in physical skills, were rapidly strengthened. At the same time, various leg attack techniques flashed in Obito's mind. Muscle memory and practical experience come together in a breath. In less than a second, Obito instantly mastered the previously difficult taijutsu movements and mastered them at his fingertips. For him who has Sharingan, this is not as simple as 1 plus 1. Well, you have to believe that there is light here. Staying here may not be worse than the dangerous real world. Quote. Obito threw out a chicken soup for the soul, and his consciousness quickly returned to its original form. He's been out for a long time and it's time to go back. Return to the Rain Shinobi base and quickly search. Obito looks in the right direction and touches the ground with his right foot. Subconsciously and reflexively use the leg skills you just acquired. A whooshing sound. Obito's body soared into the air like an arrow from a string, leaping dozens of meters away. I'll rub it, Shingon, this is. Obito was stunned for a moment and murmured in surprise, then quickly jumped up from the ground again. The speed is more than one level higher than before. Chat group. By the way, why is Shinigami-sama's name Uchiha? Seniors, do you know why? Quote. Wei Tuodian Joju belatedly saw the name prefix, and asked with a vague premonition. Hehe, even if he kills you, you still have to contribute your strength to him. You still can't understand it now. I have to say that the ninjas of Rain Shinobi are useless people who have never seen the world. Shijutu Yuan immediately appeared and shouted disdainfully, not mentioning his strategic silence just now. That being said, you are destined to disappear at any time. In our Konoha group, you rock shinobi, don't be too arrogant. Hyuga was unhappy and retorted, even he was scolded. Apparently we were just friends chatting and spanking each other before. As expected, enemy ninjas cannot be trusted. I second this, white-eyed boy. Even a guy with a precarious life dares to speak nonsense. Quote. The Water Valley Falcon immediately echoed and jointly attacked the stone-dwelling ape. It turned out to be him. Damn it, no wonder he said he would see you later. I'm so stupid. Wei Tuodian Joju looked at the noisy three people and suddenly laughed at himself dumbfounded. That guy just said that this is a world of the undead with no disputes. That's it. A shady guy who even deceives dead people. Do you still have any humanity? Chapter 33. Hunting Rabbits, Hanzo's Secret. Sorry, I'm late. Obito walked into the cave carrying the food and saw the nervous Karen and the two of them pretending to be polite. Behind him, there is another shadow clone carrying firewood. Idiot, this little thing actually took so long. The habit of being late has not changed. Quote. Kakashi looked up and down. Obito secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but said arrogantly that he didn't mean what he said. Obito, don't be angry. Kakashi, that's not what he meant. He is worried that you will have an accident or be captured by Rain Shinobi. Just now, you and I went out to look for you for a long time. Lin hurriedly stepped forward to explain, her big crystal eyes filled with worry and joy. Lin, I'm not worried about this idiot. I was afraid that his clumsiness would be discovered by Rain Shinobi, which would affect this mission. Quote. A look of uneasiness flashed across Kakashi's face, and he found an excuse to speak forcefully. How could he have that kind of bond that didn't belong to a ninja? A real ninja doesn't need that kind of thing. His father is his negative example. Yeah, I made you worry. I did encounter the Rain Shinobi patrol team and hid from them. This has been a long delay. Obito simply brushed it off without saying anything about his private move to kill someone. This matter is big or small, if you say it, you are asking for trouble. Obito doesn't want to add to the trouble. So this is all. Encountering a ninja team is too dangerous. Obito, I wish you could come back safely. Quote. Lin patted her slightly swollen chest and said thankfully, not doubting what Obito said. It seems your Sharingan still has some effect. A flash of understanding flashed in Kakashi's eyes, and his tone was sour and envious. This pretentious attitude makes Obito want to hit someone. Kazi, if I didn't know that you are a sultry and arrogant person. I have to say anything to let you know how powerful Sharingan is. Obito lowered his voice and came closer to Kakashi's ear, and replied in annoyance. Under the confused eyes of Kakashi and Lin's curious eyes, Obito lay down on his side and started to catch up on his sleep. He is a tired group now. Kakashi, what did Obito just say? Lin glanced at Obito, who was resting with his eyes closed, and couldn't help but turn around and ask. Stupid. Kakashi didn't answer the question, leaving Lin behind and heading to the cave entrance to rest on guard. Nohara Lin, is this scolding her? Rain Shinobi Village. Advertisement. Hazashi, that's it for today. Your chakra is almost at its limit. Namikaze Minato looked at the haggard Hazashi and expressed concern. Continuously using high-intensity Byakugan to peek underground is still too much of a burden on Hazashi. Well, let me watch it one last time. You can almost see Hanzo's residence here. If Hanzo is suspected, he will be found out this time. Quote. Hazashi wiped the sweat from his forehead, gathered chakra and said seriously. Namikaze Minato saw Hazashi saying this and didn't stop him anymore. Anyway, it wasn't like this once. White eyes, open, Hazashi shouted and opened his Byakugan again, and things 1 kilometer ahead were instantly clearly visible. And in the next second, Hazashi's expression suddenly changed. That is, the veins in the corners of Hazashi's eyes popped again, and he stared at something in front of him and exclaimed. Did you find anything? Namikaze Minato's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and he hurriedly asked. No, it's not that monster. It's Hanzo of the salamander. I saw a poison sac in his abdomen, which was constantly releasing poisonous gas. But he was not poisoned to death. Quote. Hazashi stared at Hanzo's abdomen and said in disbelief, puzzled. Abdomen. Poison sac. Namikaze Minato was surprised and his eyes flickered. Regarding the information about Hanzo, he heard it from his teacher Jiraiya. That's a legendary ninja with super teleportation and poison skills. Could it be that the poison sac is the source of Hanzo's poisonous gas? Oops, he found out. Go quickly. Suddenly, Hazashi's expression changed and he shouted again. Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed, and he grabbed Hazashi's shoulders and disappeared instantly. Less than 2 seconds before the two left, a tall masked ninja suddenly appeared. The feeling of being spied on just now should be around here. Why is there no one? With my body flicker technique, no one can do it faster than me. Could it be that my perception was wrong? Quote. Hanzo of the salamander, wearing a respiratory gas mask and holding a scythe weapon, said with twinkling eyes. The feeling just now, with his vigilance, it was impossible to go wrong. So, have enemies entered the village? Konoha, Sand Shinobi, or Rock Shinobi? How dare you spy on me? You guys have crossed the line. Hanzo said in shock and anger, with a faint look in his eyes that once challenged 3 villages. The other side. Temporary stronghold in the cave. Advertisement. Brush it. Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hazashi appeared at the same time, both of them looked pale and had used too much chakra. It was my first time flying someone so far, and I didn't expect that I would need so much chakra. Quote. Namikaze Minato panted slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. This time, the two of them teleported at least 20 kilometers. This is a distance that Namikaze Minato has never experienced before. Hyuga Hazashi was even more unbearable and fell asleep with his head tilted. Flying Thunder God's super visual sense plus excessive use of chakra left Hyuga Hazashi with no physical strength to resist. Minato-sensei. What's wrong Hazashi-senpai? Have you been discovered by the enemy? The 3 Obitos who were resting next to them immediately stood up and gathered around them to express concern. No, nothing. He just overused the chakra, just rest and rest. Quote. Namikaze Minato explained with an excited smile. Rain Shinobi, this time it's not in vain. Although the wood-style test subject has not been found yet, unexpected information about the poison hidden in Hanzo's body was obtained. With this information, if Konoha fights Hanzo again, it would be difficult for Hanzo not to die. Take turns to be on guard, each restoring chakra as quickly as possible. We may be in for a fight. Quote. After thinking about it, Namikaze Minato still gave the order solemnly. Hazashi's Byakugan can't be used for the time being, but he still needs to be just in case. Yes. The 3 Obitos responded at the same time, each with different thoughts. Open black lens bracket. Are we going to launch another Rain Shinobi gift pack? Sister Yongdai, I have you. As expected of the protagonist's father, nothing can happen wherever he goes. Close black lens bracket. Obito was secretly happy and happily rushed ahead of Kakashi to guard the entrance of the cave. From this position, he can secretly use his white eyes to predict the enemy's opportunity. This idiot, does he want me to restore chakra? Kakashi looked at Obito's back, his eyes flashing with confusion and recognition. Open black lens bracket. Obito, you have become more mature and brave. Close black lens bracket. Lin's eyes were filled with stars, and she felt safe looking at the thin and tall figure. Your sister, why don't you have anything? What the hell, no one is chasing you. Obito, who secretly opened his Byakugan, looked at the peaceful surroundings within a kilometer and complained softly. Suddenly, Obito's body trembled in displeasure. The white pupils reveal surprise and surprise. Just now, the shadow clone he sent out released itself. Nagato, we have a clue. This luck is heaven defying. Chapter 34. Hanzo was surprised to be surrounded and killed, and the Jedi broke out of the siege. Another day passes in the blink of an eye. Noon the next day. At this time when the sun should be shining brightly, the sky in the land of rain is still covered with dark clouds. It seems like the never-ending rain continues to wash over this land, tirelessly. Inside the cave, the 5-member team, which had been resting for a whole day, were all radiant and energetic. Everyone's chakra has almost recovered. It's time for us to make a choice. Rain Shinobi is basically no problem. Now should we go to Sand Shinobi in the south or Iwagakure in the north? Quote. Namikaze Minato took out the map, pointed at the current location, and asked. No matter where he goes, it's all about luck, so he naturally wants to seek the opinions of everyone. Go to the north Iwagakure, since Hazashi-senpai said that the goal is Grandmaster Earth-style, then Rock Shinobi is more likely. Obito's eyes flashed with an imperceptible glint, and he immediately shouted. Nagato and the others are operating in the north, how can he go to Sand Shinobi? Quite the opposite. Obito is right. I would add that Sand Shinobi is poor compared to the lack of resources. I think Iwagakure is more likely. Hizashi glanced at the Sand Shinobi sign on the map with disgust and analyzed it seriously. That expression is just like Sand Shinobi, a poor guy who has money to do wood-style research. Are you kidding? This is, I follow the teacher's orders. Kakashi nodded secretly in agreement, but still adhered to the ninja's duty. Boom. Nohara Lin was about to speak when suddenly an explosion sounded in the ears of several people. It made everyone's expressions change. That's the warning detonator I deployed outside. Obito quickly explained, the excitement in his eyes fleeting. Has the late NPC finally arrived? White eyes, open. While Obito spoke, Hizashi shouted in a low voice, veins popping out around the corners of his eyes, and he rolled his eyes. The next moment, Hizashi's nervous face turned darker. Rain Shinobi, the Rain Shinobi troops are here. About 30 people, led by Hanzo of the Salamander. Damn it, they still found out. Under Obito's expression of surprise and secret joy, Hizashi revealed the information that Yongdame least wanted to hear. Hizashi, which direction can we retreat to now? Namikaze Minato suddenly had a trace of cold sweat on his forehead and asked solemnly. The 30-man elite troop was led by the legendary demigod. Just the 5 of them couldn't resist. No, they have surrounded the outer area. Now the only choice is to break out from the weakest direction. Advertisement. Except for the southwest direction where Hanzo is, you can choose other directions. Be fast. Quote. Hizashi hurriedly turned his head to adjust the direction, ensuring a 360 degrees view without blind spots, and then spoke quickly. No way. Branch houses caged bird limits that only in this way can you see a panoramic picture without blind spots. Then break out from the north and go through the rain country to Iwagakure. On. Namikaze Minato gave the decisive order and led the way out of the cave. The 4 Obitos followed quickly without hesitation, following the same formation as before. Hanzo-sama, there are 5 of them, and they are quickly breaking through to the north. Quote. A sensory ninja suddenly opened his eyes, stared at the mountains under the rain, and shouted a reminder. 5 people, humph, they are getting bolder and bolder. Notify all the teams to pursue and intercept them, I will go there first. Quote. Hanzo's eyes flashed with the anger of being humiliated, and he snorted mercilessly while forming a seal with one hand. Water blink technique. The next second, Hanzo instantly disappeared on the spot. His water teleportation is an advanced teleportation technique that uses rain as a medium to achieve rapid distance and distance. In the land of rain, a country where it rains year after year, the effect is definitely double. On the other side, Hizashi, who kept opening his Byakugan, also discovered this situation. Oops, Hanzo is here. Hizashi suddenly stopped and shouted a warning, causing the 4 people present to change their expressions in fear. Almost at the same time. A few dozen meters in front of the 5 people, a tall figure suddenly appeared. It turns out to be Konoha's daily Byakugan. My feeling is indeed correct, I was spied on by a few mice. Hanzo stared at several people with dagger-like eyes and said coldly, anger and fear intertwined in his pupils. Konoha, are you trying to start another dispute? Minato, the other Rain Shinobi will be here in a minute. What do we do? Quote. Hizashi warned again, spreading his hands in preparation for battle. No solution anymore. Being targeted by Hanzo, I had no choice but to bite the bullet. Kakashi, Obito, you and Lin continued to break out. Hizashi and I held off Hanzo and the Rain Shinobi troops, and we later met at the Rock Shinobi border. Quote. Namikaze Minato grabbed 3 Flying Thunder God Kunai in each hand and said with sharp eyes. With him and Hizashi in check, it won't be difficult to break through with the current strength of Obito and the others. He still has this confidence. But teacher. Nohara Lin's eyes sparkled, and she subconsciously refused. This is an order. Obito, you are the captain this time. The action begins. Namikaze Minato interrupted with a low voice and glanced at Obito to encourage him. With a wave of his hands, 6 paths Flying Thunder God Kunai flew away. Advertisement. 8 trigrams empty palm. Hizashi, who was already ready for battle, raised his hand and fired an air wave. Attack Hanzo and those Rain Shinobi ninjas at the same time. Let's go. Obito shouted quickly with a flash of light, turning around and leaving without hesitation. Yongdame is the man who gave birth to the protagonist, so why would he rush to the streets here? Just in time, Obito can find Nagato White Zetsu without them. Captain, humph. Kakashi stared at Obito's leading figure and snorted in displeasure. You know, before this, he was the captain every time the 3 of them took action. This time, the teacher actually gave the captain to Obito. Doesn't this mean that in Namikaze Minato's eyes, Obito has surpassed him? But the situation at this time did not allow him to think too much. Chakra erupted under his feet and quickly followed Obito's figure. Obito, Kakashi, Nohara Lin groaned, finally biting her silver teeth and quickly caught up. She still has the awareness of a ninja. Don't even think about escaping, you brats. A few brats also want to break through our defenses. That's right, I just sent them to my door and killed them. Go up, leave no one alive. Several Rain Shinobi saw the 3 people breaking out towards them, and they all started talking with ferocious expressions. While shouting, each drew his own long knife and charged at him. Choke. Kakashi grabbed it with his right hand, and the white fang short sword behind him was instantly unsheathed. In this speed competition between taijutsu and taijutsu, Obito, a ninjutsu-shaped ninja, was no match for them. Sure enough, in the end, he had to rely on his genius to be the pioneer and open the way. Do you want to do physical training? Really? In this ever-changing battlefield, the ninjutsu activated by the seal is a living target. But what if I am also a taijutsu ninja? Chat group, extract Wei Tuodian Joju's physical skills and sword skills. Obito's eyes turned scarlet in a flash, and thoughts flashed through his head. He hasn't used today's chance to draw yet. Obito, I. Kakashi sped up and came to Obito's side, arrogantly trying to show his presence. But before he finished speaking, Obito's feet kicked the ground. The whole person rushed into the rain shinobi crowd in an instant, and kicked two rain shinobi down with his feet like ghosts. He picked up the opponent's long knife and beheaded him as fast as lightning. Immediately afterwards, the scarlet Sharingan turned into a flash of red light and flashed around. Everywhere you go, there is someone who refuses to fall. This scene is as fierce as a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Is this still the Obito I know? Kakashi's pupils were trembling, and he froze on the spot, dumbfounded. Also stunned was Nohara Lin, who followed closely behind. But in Lin's eyes, after the shock, there was more admiration and adoration. Chapter 35 Fierce Battle with Rain Shinobi Team, Sharingan appears in Surprise White Zetsu. Open black lens bracket C. I saw all their moves. Coupled with my current leg attacks and sword skills, melee combat is simply not that exciting. Is this the power of Sharingan? With this plugin, no wonder Uchiha is called a fighting nation in the ninja world. Per capita contemporary Long Aocean. Obito used his powerful clairvoyance to avoid a rain shinobi's attack on the excitement tunnel again. This feeling fascinated him, a time traveler with cheat in his body. Not to mention the indigenous Uchiha. Then no one will be confused. Tip. XXX joins the group chat. Tip. 4X joins the group chat. Tip. XX joins the group chat. Tip. 4X joins the group chat. 4 mechanical beeps sounded in Obito's ears. This made Obito's eyes blazing, and he looked at those rain shinobi NPCs as greedily as gold. Damn it, how could I lose to this guy Obito in physical skills? Kakashi yelled unwillingly after being shocked. As soon as his right foot stepped on the ground, chakra exploded and rushed straight into the rain shinobi crowd. At the same time, the chakra is activated to input the white fang short sword, and the sharp short sword is instantly enveloped in gleaming white light. Hataki style. 1 slash. Kakashi roared hysterically and unleashed all his power to hit rain shinobi who was sneaking up behind Obito. The body almost turned into an afterimage, and a flash of light flashed across the man's chest. Almost like a flash, Kakashi's figure appeared on Obito's right side. Rain shinobi, who was attacking with a knife, looked at his chest with wide eyes and unwillingness. There was a hideous wound that penetrated the abdomen. It actually penetrated my armor. Such sharp knife skills. The rain shinobi exclaimed with a look of shock and fear, and fell down unwillingly with his eyes open. Obito, a-hole, who asked you to steal my head? Kakashi won the first kill, and just as he opened his mouth to increase his presence, Obito directly interrupted and shouted angrily. This made Kakashi's face darken, and he stared at Obito with resentful eyes, his face full of aggrieveness. This saved you and stopped people from complaining. B************ D Obito, you really don't want him to be in the limelight. Hurry up and break out. You take Lin first, and I'll take care of you. Obito glanced at the rain shinobi with distress, and said to Kakashi with a dark face. What the heck, I lost a group member without even noticing. How can this be help? They are pig teammates. Lin, I'll protect you and leave first. Frustrated, Kakashi ignored Obito's words and turned to shout to Lin. The white fang short sword in my hand shines white again, it's time to take action. Kakashi, I am not the person I was before. If I want to leave, let's go together. Water style Shuiwei. Advertisement. Nohara Lin gave a sweet shout, and the ninjutsu that had already completed the seal was activated immediately. Several water arrows as sharp as 1,000 books were spit out from Lin's mouth at high speed. This sudden ninjutsu caught rain shinobi in close combat by surprise. Immediately, 2 people were hit by a sneak attack, and their blood flowed. Although it is not fatal, it also affects the fighting ability of those 2 people. Kakashi, Lin, don't forget that I am the captain. Executing an order, Obito saw what line he was in and quickly opened his mouth and ordered in a deep voice. What the hell, this is about forming a team and continuing to grab heads. Can he bear this? You. Kakashi was about to reply, but couldn't find a reason and had no choice but to give up. As a ninja, he had to obey orders. You little brats, don't you take us too seriously. Everyone, take advantage of the moment. Captain Rain Shinobi on the side immediately stepped back when he saw this, and quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted. Water style Qian Yu Sha. The next second, the Rain Shinobi team leader completed the seal and activated the ninjutsu. I saw the pouring rain above the 3 people, turning into heavy water in an instant and speeding up. Falling towards the Obito trio at nearly 10 times the speed. Dense raindrops and heavy water whizzed down like countless sharp stones. At the critical moment, Obito quickly completed the seal-through Sharingan's prediction. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. In less than half a second, Obito burst into the sky before the water droplets fell. A great fireball with a diameter of 10 meters took shape instantly, collided with heavy water and evaporated. It was also at this time that all the rain shinobi quickly retreated and gathered together to form seals. Since melee combat is too dangerous, let's use long-range attacks. Go quickly. I'll cover you. Seeing this, Obito urged again and followed the seals with his hands. Lin, come with me. A flash of hesitation flashed in Kakashi's eyes, and he finally shouted unwillingly. He kicked off the ground, wielded the white fang short sword and rushed forward to clear the way. Lin looked deeply at Obito and retreated helplessly under Obito's intense gaze. Konoha kid, don't underestimate us. Combined ninja technique water-style water bullet. Captain Rain Shinobi roared angrily and activated ninjutsu with several of his subordinates at the same time. In an instant, the rain around Shinobi quickly condensed and turned into countless drop-shaped water bombs the size of watermelons. The number is enough to cover the 3 people present. Don't try to succeed. Fire-style Garuda. Obito completed the seal again very quickly, roared angrily and exploded 1 card of chakra to activate the ninjutsu. In an instant, a 50-meter-long fire dragon roared out. At the same time, Rain Shinobi's water bombs also exploded indiscriminately. Advertisement. Change. Obito's eyes flashed scarlet and he shouted loudly, and the ferocious fire dragon immediately changed its direction. Use the blazing flame form to block Kakashi and Lin's side, allowing them to continue to break through without any scruples. As for Obito, he was not afraid of the swarming water bombs. As soon as he stretched out his hands, dozens of chakra airflows formed in his palms. Only this time, instead of forming a Rasengan, it stayed in the airflow state. Sharingan spiral energy. Obito roared angrily, urging the double Magatama to rotate rapidly to increase his insight. Through his powerful insight, Obito clearly captured the flight path of the water bullet. The chakra airflow in your hand guides it and changes its flight path. Under the confused gaze of Rain Shinobi, his hands flew like butterflies and destroyed all the close water bombs one by one. That is, 2 Tomoe Sharingan. Quote. White Zetsu, who came in the wake of the battle, possessed Obito's eyes with horror in the tree. Obito, when did you awaken the Sharingan? He actually upgraded to a double Magatama, and his strength has also undergone earth-shaking changes. What the hell is going on? Open black lens bracket Nima. If it weren't for Gentle Fist Dianzun and Rasengan, this trick would be really difficult to achieve. Obito took back his hands and looked at the rain on the ground and said to himself, a smile on his lips. This can be regarded as a close defense technique. If this didn't work, he would really have to use the Rasengan. Well, although it's a bit overkill. Obito, you gave me another surprise. You are qualified as a captain. Stop fighting. There are more and more enemies and they will soon surround this place. I'll give you another ride. Just when Obito was about to continue killing people, a golden light flashed beside him and Yang Daime appeared. After saying that, before Obito could speak, he grabbed his shoulder and brushed it before disappearing. Obito felt the scene in front of him change, and he appeared next to Kakashi. They were 300 meters away from the Rain Shinobi team they were fighting against. Namikaze Minato, on the other hand, just flew away without any control. Nima, you don't want me to cheat. Yongdame, if it weren't for your good intentions, you would do bad things. I'm definitely not done with you. Close black lens bracket. Obito looked at those Rain Shinobi with greedy eyes and felt like crying. Move, Captain Obito. Nohara Lin flashed her big eyes and smiled sweetly, agreeing with Obito's new identity. Although Kakashi was unhappy, he was still deeply touched by Obito's behavior just now. But he didn't become venomous again. Walk. Obito reluctantly looked away, turned around and gritted his teeth. He couldn't afford to miss the chance to find White Zetsu away from Hazashi. But what he didn't know was that he had just missed an excellent opportunity on this battlefield. 2EO Chapter 36 Master Madara wants to send benefits. Kakashi is shocked. An underground space. What? That kid Obito has awakened Sharingan. Or 2 Tomoe Sharingan. When Uchiha Madara heard the information brought by White Zetsu, her paralyzed face finally showed a hint of surprise and uncertainty. Ji Jing's unwavering mentality has experienced ups and downs after a long absence. Awakening at the age of 10, Sharingan may not be outstanding, but the 10-year-old Schwang Magatama is definitely a genius ninja. Obito, he was indeed right. Madara-sama, should I awaken double Magatama directly, or upgrade from single Magatama to 2 Tomoe Sharingan? I'm not sure about this yet, however, I am sure that Obito did not awaken the Sharingan 2 months ago. The white Zetsu clone touched his hair and reminded him kindly, his eyes full of confusion. Is Obito's crane tail really a genius? Is this why Madara-sama continues to pay attention to him? 2 months? It seems that he is indeed an Uchiha genius with open eyes and double Magatama. In such a short period of time, without major changes, Sharingan would not be able to level up quickly after opening his eyes. All his bonds still exist, and he should have awakened in some event. Obito, this little brat, is growing faster than I expected. Uchiha Madara nodded and speculated, her scarlet eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Obito is indeed a little devil with great love. Only with such a measure can more power be unleashed when falling into darkness. Complete true eye-opening, awakening Mangekyo Sharingan. By the way, Madara-sama. I forgot to mention it earlier, but Obito's strength has also increased significantly. Both taijutsu and ninjutsu have reached Chunin's level. The chakra aspect is also stronger, and visual inspection should have the chakra amount of Jonin. White Zetsu looked at the excited Uchiha Madara and gave him another surprise. That's because Sharingan, the awakening of Sharingan will increase a certain amount of chakra and strengthen your qualifications. Although Obito's improvement is a bit big, it's not impossible. It's just that this is the first time I've heard of it in terms of physical skills. Will Obito's true Uchiha talent finally be revealed? Uchiha Madara still understands this very well and thinks he has the answer. Later, Uchiha Madara fell into the trouble of happiness again. Now, it seems like a waste of Obito's talents to stay in Konoha. The Uchiha clan in Konoha doesn't have as rich an accumulation of escape techniques as he does here. What's more, how could Obito, who has no background, get funding from Uchiha? But if Obito is designed now, the bonds he has accumulated may not be enough to open Mangekyo. This is a reality that Uchiha Madara cannot accept. To control a tailed beast, one must have the Mangekyo Sharingan. And if you want to control the Ten Tails Golem, you need not only Sharingan but also Hashirama Wood style. Advertisement. So, White Zetsu, give him that fire style scroll. Remember, you can't let him know I exist. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Madara pointed at the secret scroll in the corner and ordered. No way, for Mangekyo Sharingan. We can only let Obito stay in Konoha to deepen the bond. When Obito had the 3 Magatama, that's when they met. Give me a fire style scroll? Madara-sama, are you not afraid that he will kill me if I go? White Zetsu shouted with an exaggerated grimace, unwillingness written all over his body. This kind of thing is very dangerous just thinking about it. HMPH, as long as you are not too stupid, you will find a way. Don't question my decision, White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara's eyes were sharp, and the surging chakra pressure swept the entire audience instantly. This made the White Zetsu clone's face slump, and his pale face became even paler. I understand, Madara-sama. The White Zetsu clone shouted loudly and quickly came to the scroll. His chest and abdomen separated instantly. He picked up the scroll, put it in his body, and escaped. The movements were smooth and seamless. This kind of inferior product is just waste when it dies. Obito, let me see how far your talent can take you. Uchiha Madara whispered with a faint light in her eyes after White Zetsu left. In fact, not only is Obito's strength not up to standard, Nagato also needs time to grow. In order to ensure that the plan goes smoothly, he must wait for these 2 chess pieces to have the strength to deal with various crises. This is the biggest reason why he is not in a hurry. The other side, Obito, who had just escaped from the encirclement, didn't know this. He was looking at the chat group uncertainly. The several range shinobi killed before were all elite Chunin level strength. This makes Obito slightly disappointed, but he was also relieved at the same time. No wonder he could easily kill the opponent with his strength. Although he is strong, it is true that his opponent is too weak. Not seeing any attractive escape techniques, Obito directly began to forcibly extract chakra from several people. Today's battle made him deeply understand the importance of chakra. Therefore, becoming a Channeler ninja is imperative. Tip. Group owner privileges are enabled, forced extraction begins. As a prompt sounded in Obito's ears, a total of 2.3 calories of chakra surged in. It blends with Obito's own 2.6 calorie chakra to form a rich chakra of nearly 5 calories. In an instant, Obito's hair, forehead protector ribbon, and robe were flying in the wind. Chakra turbulence that was visible to the naked eye broke out on her body, surprising Karen again. What a powerful chakra, Obito, you. Kakashi and Lin stopped walking at the same time, looking at Obito's sudden change and asked in surprise. Well, maybe the battle just now caused physical changes. Advertisement chakra has improved a little bit. Obito pretended to be helpless and said lightly, not wanting to say more about it. You call this a little improvement? This chakra is at least 5 times more powerful than mine. Obito, you guy. Kakashi's eyes were full of envy, and he gritted his teeth and complained angrily. Compared to Obito's chakra, his chakra is a joke. This hit Kakashi again. No way, you are thinking too much. Obito's eyes flashed with strange color, and he passed it off with a ha-ha in his mouth. 5 times? How can it be? If he hadn't consumed a lot of chakra just now, his chakra amount would be at least 8 times that of Kakashi. Is this the power of the blood succession limit? Obito, your strength has grown too fast. Nohara Lin thought of a possibility, looked at Obito with envy and comforted herself. Well, does Lin want this power too? It's impossible for you. However, you can decide whether your child has this power. Obito's eyes narrowed, and he pursed his lips and teased meaningfully. Determine if my child has this power. Nohara Lin's face was confused, and she subconsciously repeated her doubts. In less than a second, Lin suddenly realized what it meant. Her cheeks suddenly turned red, and even her earlobes and neck were quickly spread. Hateful, the thin-skinned Nohara Rin scolded, glared at Obito in embarrassment, and turned around to leave. How could Obito do such a shameful thing? Well. Stupid. Kakashi rolled his eyes and gave Obito 2 dead eyes and snorted with disdain. Keep up with your feet quickly, whispering sound. Are these two guys so humorless? Obito spat casually, secretly relieved. In this way, his task of enhancing chakra would be considered perfunctory. Shadow clone technique. Seeing the two of them running forward, Obito rolled his eyes and shouted silently. There was a bang, and a line of white smoke appeared in the trees. Obito nodded secretly and quickly followed Karen, who was unaware. You want me to hide in the dark and look for someone? The main body is really lazy. Shadow clone complained slightly as he watched the three people retreating, and then his expression changed. White eyes, open. Advertisement Chapter 37 Minatov's Hanzo, discovering Nagato White Zetsu. Under the stormy curtain, whoosh, whoosh. Two figures, one golden and one black, collided fiercely in an instant, and then disappeared at the same time. The action without any fancy was repeated again and again. Minato, they have left my sight. Breakout successful. Suddenly, the man in white fighting next to him shouted loudly. Let the blonde man make a move. Yeah, then we should go. Namikaze Minato turned his eyes, looked at the panting Hizashi and smiled lightly. In Hizashi's current condition, he may not be able to last long. If you don't leave now, wait until later. Walk? Kid, I admit your body flicker technique is pretty good. Available here, in Rain Shinobi Village. You are not qualified to escape in front of me. Hanzo's eyes sharpened when he heard this, and he shouted with a murderous smile in his eyes. Having said that, Hanzo doesn't have much confidence. In the previous battle, he had already seen Namikaze Minato's speed. If it weren't for the convenience of rain and the ability to see through Kunai Shunshin's trick to prevent it in advance, he really couldn't keep up with the opponent's instant speed. Yeah, indeed, I am not your opponent yet in a head-to-head confrontation. But until the end, who will know the real result? Maybe, I will end you here. Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed with strange color, and he remained confident and neither humble nor overbearing. His eyes inadvertently glanced at Hanzo's abdomen for a fleeting moment. A sharp-tongued boy. With your strength, you must be no ordinary person in Konoha. The other one is still Hyuga, rolling his eyes. It would be better if those three brats escaped. I will use both of your lives to warn Konoha today. Hanzo looked at Namikaze Minato with admiration and jealousy and said harshly. Such an outstanding young man, how could they not have one Rain Shinobi? Konoha already has the Konoha Sannin, there can't be any new legends. Superior. Then Hanzo waved his hand and gave orders to the subordinates gathered around him. The Rain Shinobi immediately divided into two waves and began to act. One team rushes towards Hizashi, and the other team forms seals with their hands and prepares to launch a large ninjutsu. Good chance. Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed, and with a whoosh, he threw the flying thunder god kunai and went straight to Hanzo. HMPH, the boring tricks must end, swordsmanship, EI/. Hanzo snorted disdainfully and threw the chain scythe in his hand, knocking the kunai away. At the same time, the chakra under his feet exploded a little from the ground, and his body turned into an afterimage, grabbing the handle of the scythe and rushing towards Namikaze Minato. Sorry, my speed is faster than yours. Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed again, and he shouted and disappeared instantly. In an instant, the figure suddenly flashed to the place where the kunai was knocked away just now. Ha ha, you've been fooled, kid, swordsmanship chain sickle second strike. Advertisement. Hanzo was not surprised but overjoyed when he saw this. The scythe in his hand actually appeared in the position of the kunai at the same time. Just now, he had already predicted this unique position. So take a preemptive strike. You were the one who was fooled. Namikaze Minato was not afraid of danger, but at the critical moment, his figure disappeared again. The next moment Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared beside Hanzo, raising a blue chakra ball in his right hand. How can it be? Rasengan. Under Hanzo's horrified expression, the Rasengan hit him directly in the abdomen. There was a bang. Hanzo's eyes bulged, and his body quickly flew backwards uncontrollably. This unexpected incident immediately shocked everyone present. Lord Hanzo. Protect Hanzo-sama. Quickly return to defense. The Rain Shinobi who attacked Hizashi immediately returned to the defense. They gathered around Hanzo and stared at Namikaze Minato in horror. Don't dare to make the slightest move. Why do you appear next to me? Obviously, I have obviously sent all the kunai away. Hanzo stood up slowly with the help of his subordinates, staring at Namikaze Minato with splitting eyes. Do you think I don't know your actions? Because you wanted to use the instantaneous counterattack, you left the nearest kunai. But, this is exactly what I need. Look at the feet you were standing on just now. Namikaze Minato also showed a victorious smile at this time and explained without hesitation. That is, Hanzo turned around and his pupils shrank again, and he suddenly understood. I saw a flying thunder god kunai inserted deeply into the ground where he had been standing just now. But he just focused on launching the second stage of the attack and didn't pay attention to his steps at all. This location is exactly where Namikaze Minato stood before. Blonde boy, I admit that you are very strong, but it's like you said. No one knows the outcome until the end. It was that white-eyed boy who told you this information. Attacking the poison sac in my abdomen was the worst decision you made. Hanzo suddenly changed his expression and grinned wildly, reaching out to push the Rain Shinobi around him and said arrogantly. While he was speaking, a purple poisonous mist spread rapidly from his abdomen. In the blink of an eye, it spreads over 100 meters, covering Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hisashi. Open black lens bracket oops, close black lens bracket Namikaze Minato immediately held his breath and concentrated, and appeared next to Hisashi in a flash of golden light. Then in another flash, the two of them disappeared in front of Hanzo. Don't let them escape, chase after them quickly. Upon seeing this, Captain Rain Shinobi quickly ordered and stood up to chase after him. Stop, Hanzo's face turned pale, and he forced himself to speak to stop him. Take me back quickly to treat my wounds. Even if you wear gas masks, you won't be able to last long with this kind of poisonous gas. Under the confused eyes of his subordinates, Hanzo found an excuse to cover up. In fact, the real reason was that he could no longer hold on since the poison sac ruptured. If he hadn't released all the poisonous gas quickly just now, he would have been poisoned and died by now. Advertisement, yes, Master Hanzo. Rain Shinobi didn't know what Hanzo was thinking, and they thought he was caring about his subordinates and expressed their gratitude with tears. The other side, a village in the northern part of the Kingdom of Rain. Conan, Nagato, do you see what I found? The young boy Yahiko ran back to the yard excitedly and shouted, his face beaming with joy. What did you find? It's not something weird again. Nagato heard the sound and walked out of the room, sighing helplessly. He has experienced this kind of thing a lot, that is. Conan, who followed closely behind, his beautiful eyes lit up, and he looked at the thing in Yahiko's hand with a surprised face. That's right, it's a forehead protector, Rain Shinobi forehead protector. Nagato, Conan, we also want to become real ninjas like Jiraiya-sensei. Yahiko said excitedly, waving the 3 Rain Shinobi forehead protectors in his hand, with infinite hope in his eyes. But, Yahiko, if you wear a forehead protector without permission, you will be hunted down by Rain Shinobi village. Etc. Yahiko, these 3 forehead protectors will not be you. Conan was only halfway through his worried words when he was interrupted by Nagato, who reacted and asked. If he killed Rain Shinobi, then the matter would be much more serious. Conan also woke up after hearing Nagato's words, and looked at Yahiko with horror in his eyes. Ah ha ha, Nagato, Conan, what are you thinking about? I picked this up nearby. Yahiko looked at the 2 friends and twitched the corners of their mouths, and could only lick their faces and smile. He won't say that this was ripped from Rain Shinobi's corpse. By the way, how come everyone in that Rain Shinobi stronghold was killed? Is it an enemy attack? Alright, anyway, I want to wear this forehead protector on my forehead. This is our sign of becoming a ninja. At worst, I will go to Master Hanzo to ask for 3 official identities. Looking at the 2 people who lacked interest, Yahiko put aside the doubts in his heart and shouted proudly. Just take out a forehead protector and quickly tie it to your forehead. Nagato and Conan didn't want it, but Yahiko had already put it on. Thinking of the relationship and bond between the 3 of them, the 2 looked at each other. Still gritting his teeth, he took the forehead protector from Yahiko and tied it on his forehead. Nagato, Conan, you. Yahiko looked at the 2 friends with firm eyes, his eyes became misty and he was extremely moved. Strictly speaking, this is a matter of provoking the authority of the village. Our relationship cannot be separated by a forehead protector. That's right, even if we don't use it, when Yahiko you are hunted by Rain Shinobi, we won't be able to escape either. Nagato and Conan talked about their reasons proudly and expressed their bond tactfully. Let this scene make someone a kilometer away sigh. The 3 of us now are really positive and sunny young people. However, I finally found you, Nagato, Yahiko, Conan. And, the long-awaited white Zetsu. Shadow Clone sighed excitedly after witnessing everything through his white eyes. Not far from the feet of the Nagato trio, a white Zetsu is spying there. Chapter 38 White Zetsu's clone, Mayfly technique, arrives at your door. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 of Obito quickly shuttled through the rainforest, maintaining a 3-point and 1-line team fighting posture. Kakashi first, Lin in the middle, Obito last, suddenly. At the end, Obito's body trembled slightly, and then his face showed a look of ecstasy. Shadow Clone found the target. With a flash of light in his eyes, Obito took off with his feet and jumped beyond Lin and Kakashi and landed at the front of the team. Under Lin and Kakashi's strange looks, Obito stretched out his hand to stop them from moving forward. Then what? Rest where you are for 10 minutes. I'll go get a large size first. Obito made a high-sounding excuse and just dodged people. He wants to act alone, and the existence of Nagato and White Zetsu cannot be known to them. Well, Nohara Rin's cheeks turned red and she smiled awkwardly, and quickly turned her head to avoid Obito's sight. There is no need to talk about this kind of thing in front of her. This guy Obito is still as helpless as before. Kakashi rolled his eyes and couldn't complain, and subconsciously jumped 2 steps to distance himself. Obito, who was 100 meters away from the 2 of them, didn't care what they thought and hid in the bushes, quickly forming seals with his hands. Shadow Clone technique, with a low shout, a Shadow Clone appeared next to Obito again. I'll leave this to you. Obito couldn't wait to make arrangements for Shadow Clone, turned around and ran towards Nagato. His Shadow Clone has almost 2.4 calories of chakra, which is enough to support him in rushing back. Obito, what are you doing? White Zetsu, who was hiding in the trees and peeking out, shouted in surprise with half of his head exposed. But in just a moment, White Zetsu put this doubt behind him. Obito left the team just in time, and he could take this opportunity to complete the task assigned to him by Madara-sama. Thinking of this, White Zetsu merged into the tree again and chased Obito. With the blessing of Mayfly technique, White Zetsu quickly surpassed Obito and reached 500 meters in front of him. Quack quack, as long as you don't come into contact with Obito, there's no risk at all in this mission. Just put the scroll here, he will definitely see it when he comes over. Ha ha ha, I'm so smart. White Zetsu stood in front of Obito's only path and smiled to himself. While speaking, his chest opened strangely. A fire-style scroll full of historical traces fell from it and fell to the ground. Next, it's time to watch the show. White Zetsu chuckled to himself, and slowly sank into the ground to watch Obito's performance. 1 minute later. What is that? Obito, who was running quickly, suddenly shrank his pupils, looked at the lonely large scroll on the ground and shouted in surprise. Something so obvious happened to be in the open area he was passing by. If he can't see, he is blind. The movement of his feet changed, and Obito ducked into the bushes and quickly took cover. Such an obvious trap, it would be crazy for him to just go up there. So, white eyes, open. Advertisement: hide Obito in the bushes and directly activate the perspective hang. The next moment all the flowers, plants and trees within 1 kilometer of the surrounding area appear in Obito's mind, but there are no lurking enemies. This made Obito slightly stunned. Could it be that he was really lucky? This is not a martial arts drama, what kind of old secrets are you playing? Then, Obito turned his attention to the ground. How could he forget this place where he often launches attacks? But just by looking at it, Obito's face suddenly became strange. I can't laugh or cry. Nah, it's actually White Zetsu, the 6th one. It's true. You can't find anything even if you step through iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get there. My brother hasn't gone to find you yet, but you have sent it to your door yourself. Looking at the White Zetsu clone staring at him below, Obito secretly said in surprise. Covered by trees, Obito didn't worry about exposing his white eyes at all. And if it's White Zetsu, it can't be any other ambush. In this case. Bang. Bang bang. Obito quickly threw 3 smoke bombs, blocking the position of the scroll with the force of a triangle. The next second, the figure rushed into the thick smoke like lightning. Is it to avoid an ambush by using smoke bombs to cover the site? Hey, boring. White Zetsu, who was hiding underground, thought to himself and was very disappointed with Obito's methods. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. His mission was completed. But at this moment, Rasengan. A voice suddenly sounded from the ground, and a violent impact broke through the ground in an instant. White Zetsu, who was less than half a meter away from the ground, was hit in the body instantly. Nani? White Zetsu looked at the Byakugan Obito in front of him with a horrified look on his face, and he could not believe his eyes until he died. Uchiha. Why would Hyuga roll his eyes? No, Madara must be notified of this information. At this critical moment, Obito shouted again, and the Rasengan in his hand expanded rapidly. Before White Zetsu could send out the information, his head was instantly shattered. Tip. White Zetsu joins the group chat. HMPH, how could I let you send out information? I know your abilities very well. Looking at the corpse of White Zetsu that quickly turned into a tree, Obito sneered and his eyes were full of surprises. I didn't expect it to succeed so easily. Sure enough, world intelligence in the Hokage is a powerful means to defeat the enemy. After confirming that there are no enemies within a kilometer radius, the anxious Obito immediately regained consciousness and entered the chat group. White Zetsu. Where is this place? Am I dead? This is troublesome, I haven't conveyed the information to Madara-sama yet. As soon as Obito's consciousness entered the chat group, he saw White Zetsu's speech. Suddenly, Obito's heart dropped to the point of hesitation. Although he was mentally prepared to be looked down upon by Madara, it might be better not to know. No one would dislike having one more trump card. Advertisement: Hyuga Tetsu. Madara-sama. Newcomer, this name sounds so familiar. Wei Tuoshin Juzu. Yes, I also feel like I have heard this name somewhere before. Mizutani Falcon. Huh, why'd I have some impression? We all belong to different villages, shouldn't it be possible? Stone-dwelling ape. Hiss, is this name the terrifying legend? No, he was already dead. It must be the ninja of the same name. Boy, what is the name of Madara-sama you were talking about? Who are you? Is this the hell Madara-sama calls? This isn't scary either. White Zetsu did not answer their questions, but still said in confusion. This is not hell, but my world. White Zetsu, do you want to break away from Uchiha Madara and join me? Obito revealed the key point and began to attack White Zetsu. Really, the attributes of White Zetsu make Obito envious. Name. White Zetsu, Kagaya humanoid weapon. Ability. Yang attribute, inferior wood style, chakra 0.6 card. Skills. Clone communication, split, spore technique, pretend technique, nepenthes, mayfly technique, rod decomposition. Of these abilities and skills, which one is not a small plugin? The important thing is, wood style. Even if it is a low-quality wood style, this is the trump card that Obito desires. What's more, Senju's relationship with Uchiha is well known. The combination of opposite forces can bring about all kinds of things. With the blessing of inferior wood style, his Sharingan will be even more powerful. Uchiha Madara. In an instant, before White Zetsu could react, others exploded first. A few people never expected that the Madara-sama in White Zetsu's mouth turned out to be the legendary Uchiha Madara. This information is so exciting. Betrayal Madara-sama? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am a tool created by Lord Madara, and I cannot betray his will. While the others were horrified, White Zetsu spoke up and refused. This consciousness has taken root in White Zetsu's head since the day he was born. Allegiance to Uchiha Madara is a mark engraved deep in their souls. Isn't it really possible? If I had known that White Zetsu was a fool. I have nothing to do with it, so why bother with it? Close black lens bracket. Obito secretly cursed, the fiery impulse in his eyes slowly fading away. Just now, he was so overwhelmed by White Zetsu's attributes that he tried to trick White Zetsu. I completely forgot about this guy with no brains. How is it possible to have the thinking consciousness of a normal person? There is not only one White Zetsu, so why waste time on him? Chat group, forced selection of White Zetsu's Mayfly technique. Wanting to understand the reason, Obito immediately gave the order. With the blessing of Mayfly technique and Byakugan, attacking and killing other White Zetsu clones is not easy. Getting all the White Zetsu skills is just around the corner. Chapter 39 Uchiha's Fire Style Secret Technique, Kill White Zetsu Again. Hyuga Tetsu. Obito, did you just say Uchiha Madara? How is it possible? Waitwo Chinjisuke, that legendary ninja Shira. Are you kidding? Mizutani Falcon, it's a lie. Shirjutu Yuan. Is that guy still alive? Isn't he a ninja from the old days? The peaceful chat group became turbulent again after the disappearance of White Zetsu. Even the stone-dwelling ape who usually avoided Obito couldn't help but exclaim. But Obito had no intention of chatting with them at this moment. Because, White Zetsu's Mayfly technique is not a simple ordinary escape technique. Rather, it requires an important basic condition. Open black lens bracket wood style close black lens bracket. In other words, Mayfly technique is actually wood style ninjutsu. Therefore, it is possible to achieve high-speed movement through the huge network of root water veins underground. At the same time, it can also blend into the trees, mountains and rivers and escape everything. So, we'd better go find the White Zetsu who monitors Nagato. Obito's consciousness returned to his original form and he sighed helplessly, his eyes sharp. This is it considered an own mistake? Then Obito turned his eyes and looked at the big scroll on the ground. This is the secret technique of the Uchiha clan's fire style. After taking a closer look, Obito stared at the names on the scroll and his worries turned to joy. I didn't expect this to be an unexpected surprise. Without hesitation, Obito quickly stepped forward and opened the scroll. In an instant, all the familiar ninjutsu came into Obito's eyes. Fire style high fire extinguishing, fire style high fire extinguishing, Uchiha fire formation, fire style explosive wind dance, fire style fire dragon flame bomb, fire style high dragon fire technique, fire style dragon flame singing technique, fire style dust hidden technique. These fire style ninjutsu that have shined in the plot are recorded on the scrolls without any reservation. This made Obito overjoyed. The only pity is that there is no Sharingan illusion that Uchiha is proud of. Open black lens bracket butterfly effect. Old man Madara actually asked White Zetsu to give me benefits? So, my current strength has been seen by him. Obito put away the scroll and thought firmly, with a hint of worry in his eyes. No one except Uchiha Madara can take out this scroll. What's more, it's White Zetsu Express, so, it's Madara who is right. Advertisement damn. I don't know if this butterfly effect will affect him, Madara. But now he has nothing to say about this matter, and worrying about it is just a waste of time. Well, the boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. With old man Madara's consideration and pride, the better he is, the more satisfied he will be. Then give him a surprise first. Well, it's really troublesome to bring something without Kamui space. It seems that I have to find a sealing technique first to use it. Carrying the big scroll on his back, Obito set off again grumbling. This time, Obito kept going at full speed while keeping his eyes white. At the same time in an abandoned village Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hizashi both had dark faces and cold sweat on their foreheads. He obviously looked poisoned. Hizashi, don't worry. Namikaze Minato let out a breath, turned around and asked worriedly. Good. I didn't expect Hanzo's poisonous mist to be so powerful. Even if you inhale a little bit, you will still be poisoned. Hizashi smiled helplessly with a dark face, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes despite his anger. They escaped from Hanzo this time, and no one was injured or killed. He even injured Hanzo. This kind of thing is simply unthinkable. You know, that is the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. The man who gave Sannin the name. How could Hizashi not be proud of such an opponent, just Jonin? Thanks to third generation Sama for thinking of this possibility. Prepare this for me in advance, come, give you one. Namikaze Minato saw through Hizashi's thoughts at a glance, took out 2 antidotes with a smile and said. This is? Hizashi's eyes lit up when he heard this. He took the antidote and said in surprise. It's a universal antidote made by Tsunade-sama. As long as the poison is not very serious, it can be eliminated. Namikaze Minato gave a simple explanation and signaled Hizashi to take an injection to detoxify first. Tsunade-sama, the medical master. Surprise erupted in Hisashi's eyes, and without saying a word, he shot an injection into his shoulder. In a trance advertisement, Hisashi's body was covered in sweat and a light purple mist appeared. This process will last about half a day. During this time, we must take turns protecting each other. Namikaze Minato secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the potion was effective. This was also the reason why he did not detoxify it together. Excuse me, Minato. Hisashi nodded in agreement and had no objection to this. The other side finally found you. Obito, who was wearing a mask and black clothes, looked at the white Zetsu clone 100 meters away through his white eyes, showing murderous intent. Of course, there are also Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan on the ground. In order to avoid being accidentally discovered by Madara, changing your appearance is the most basic operation. Earth-style earth-reflecting fish technique. Obito quickly completed the seals with his hands to activate the ninjutsu, and his body instantly escaped into the ground. Although the reflecting fish technique is not as good as the mayfly technique, it can still be used for sneak attacks. With the blessing of Byakugan, Obito avoided White Zetsu's sight and slowly moved into the 10-meter range. After confirming the position of White Zetsu, Obito's eyes quickly switched to Sharingan state. The hands formed seals at high speed again, illusion fox-heart technique. In an instant, an invisible genjutsu pounced on Nagato and the others. The three Nagatos, who were inexperienced and unprepared, were immediately attacked without knowing it. Since White Zetsu is a humanoid weapon made by Kagaya, it is naturally immune to ordinary illusions. Without Mangekyo's eye power, it would be impossible to cast genjutsu on it. This is something Ōtsutsuki has personally experimented with. So Obito didn't cast a genjutsu on White Zetsu. Instead, at the same time that Nagato and the three were hit, he rubbed his balls and exploded. What? The moment Obito exploded, White Zetsu's expression suddenly changed as he sensed the changes in the land. Breakout immediately Mayfly technique prepares to escape. But Obito's Rasengan, which was sure to kill him with one strike, couldn't easily dodge. He was stunned and tore half of his body into pieces while White Zetsu launched his escape technique. But White Zetsu, with only half of his body left, did not turn into a tree but continued to escape. Just because half of the body was lost, the speed of escape was greatly reduced. Lightning-style pseudo-darkness. Seeing that none of his attacks were successful, Obito's hands turned into afterimages and he quickly completed the seals and shouted loudly. The moment Obito opened his mouth, a lightning spear flashed through the sky like thunder and instantly pierced White Zetsu's body. How could White Zetsu, who only had the strength of Genin, be able to withstand this thunderous strike? He turned back and stared at Obito, rolled his eyes and sent out the final message. Tip. White Zetsu joins the group chat. Hearing the familiar tone, Obito had a successful smile on his face. Wood style. Got it. Chapter 40 Wood style is added. 3 Tomoe Sharingan open. Something happened to Nagato. In the cave, Uchiha Madara, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and the scarlet Sharingan burst out with infinite pressure. Chakra turned into a strong wind and flew in all directions, and several half-finished White Zetsu clones were crushed and exploded in an instant. Wood style Wood clone technique. Thinking that Rinnegan might have made a mistake, Uchiha Madara could no longer maintain her calm state of mind and formed seals to drink. The moment the ninjutsu was activated, a piece of wood extended from his body. Quickly forming in midair, it transformed into another Uchiha Madara. When Madara's clone appeared, she grabbed a White Zetsu and put it on herself. With the power of White Zetsu, I can escape in the blink of an eye. And at the same time. Chat group. Forced extraction of White Zetsu's inferior wood style. Obito gave the command directly to the chat group the moment White Zetsu joined the group. The next moment, a vital force suddenly appeared in Obito's body, and instantly spread all over his limbs. All the cells in the body began to strengthen rapidly, and the internal organs also underwent subtle changes. The blood boiled all over the body, and the power hidden in Uchiha's blood was activated by wood style. A large amount of chakra is born from the body and quickly fills the whole body. Just when Obito thought it was about to end, his eyes began to change, stimulated by this power. The two black Magatama spun uncontrollably. When reaching a certain critical point, the positions of the two Magatama shifted and a third Magatama appeared in the middle. 3 Tomoe Sharingan open. Oh, there's this unexpected surprise. Obito felt the new clear perspective, and blurted out the surprise in his eyes. I never expected that just integrating low-quality wood style could stimulate the evolution of Sharingan. The chakra on my body also increased by about 2 cards. What is a surprise? This is Rinnegan. Looking at Nagato's eyes greedily, Obito no longer hesitated and prepared to get out of the way. Nagato is still very weak now, and he won't kill the goose to obtain the eggs. What's more, that would cause Madara to run away, which would outweigh the gains. Well, old man Madara should be here soon. I can't beat him now. He slipped away. The thought flashed away, and Obito activated his ninjutsu and instantly appeared in the underground vein. Like a gifted supernatural power, Obito senses the high-speed network extending in all directions the moment he touches the water veins. Through the underground water veins connecting various places, countless tree roots also appear in Obito's mind. Advertisement. As long as these intricate and highly integrated networks are used as a springboard, Obito can appear anywhere within 100 miles in a breath. This is White Zetsu's Mayfly technique. After realizing this, Obito immediately urged chakra to return in the direction he came from. In just one trance, Obito appeared in a tree trunk 100 miles away. This speed is comparable to flying thunder god. What Obito didn't know was that less than 2 seconds after he left, Madara's clone, wearing the skin of White Zetsu, appeared where he left. Have they gone? A mouse that hides its head but shows its tail can run away quite quickly. Madara's clone opened the Scarlet 3 Magatama and looked around, frowning and yelling coldly. There was a hint of horror and fear in his eyes. To be able to escape from the scene in such a short time, the strength of the opponent should not be underestimated. But why didn't he touch Nagato's Rinnegan? Do you just want to kill that loser White Zetsu? But what's the point? HMPH, no matter what your purpose is. In the face of absolute strength, they are all boring and ridiculous tricks. White Zetsu, inform other clones of the information on searching for that guy. Quote. Madara's clone, unable to see the deeper meaning, snorted coldly again, and its body slowly escaped into the ground. From today on, he will personally monitor and protect Nagato. The other side, Obito, who got the Mayfly technique, did not immediately go to Kakashi and Lin. Instead, activate the Mayfly technique with all your strength and return to Konoha in less than a minute. Quietly returning to his home, Obito opened Madara's gift again. B-level fire style Great Fire Extinguishing, B-level fire style Dust Concealment Technique. Well, let's start with these two ninjutsu. Obito opened the Scarlet 3 Tomoe Sharingan, copied the 2 fire styles on it and murmured. There is a chat group for cheating, so Obito doesn't actually have to spend time and effort learning ninjutsu. But how could Obito not be greedy for Madara's fire style secret technique? Not to mention anything else, Obito couldn't move his eyes away just because of the powerful fire. This is Madara's domineering fire style that shocked everyone when he appeared. 3 Tomoe Sharingan is indeed powerful. Insight Eye, Duplicate Eye, and Hypnosis Eye are almost used to ultimate. Wonder what Mangekyo Sharingan will be like. After finishing copying, Obito touched his eyes and sighed with hope. He stood up and found a place to store the scroll. Advertisement. Then, Obito turned his eyes and looked towards the route. If it were before, he would not want to provoke Danzo. After all, this guy is so insidious and vicious, who knows how many backups the other side has. Especially those messy sealing techniques, they are simply disgusting. But now, Obito, who got the inferior wood style, has a reason to go. Wood style ninjutsu, he must learn it. Although his inferior wood style stretches his hips, his wood style clone is a very powerful clone technique. Not only is it durable and practical, it is also resistant to white eyes and Sharingans. For Obito who wants to cause trouble, this is a must-have clone skill. This is also an important factor in why Obito traveled thousands of miles to Konoha. White eyes, open, Obito shouted again, his eyes switching to white eyes. At the same time, the body merges into the wooden floor strangely, and the Mayfly technique activates. Open black lens bracket quack quack. Mayfly technique combined with my Byakugan is indeed the strongest support combination. Discovered by the enemy. Hee. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Obito quickly sneaked along the ground, his head showing a picture with a radius of 500 meters, and he snickered. With the help of Byakugan, Obito went deep into the route without any danger. Failed again. Why? Why can others succeed? In terms of information and experimental materials, my place is the most complete. Danzo looked at the experimental subject swallowed by Hashirama cells and couldn't hold back his anger anymore. The gloomy gaze is like a hungry wolf that chooses people to eat, full of greed and unwillingness. Lord Danzo. According to third-generation Sama's information, the outside of the experiment appears to be human but not human. Not like a normal human being. Maybe, we should change the direction. Find some suitable bloodline boundaries to incorporate wood style. Quote. The questioned root member showed no fear at all, but analyzed it very calmly. At the root, there is no need for emotions. The limit of blood inheritance. Danzo's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and his eyes burst into blazing confusion. Experimenting with blood successor ninjas, I have never tried this before. Even the Senju clan who volunteered before were just ordinary ninjas who had not yet awakened. Chapter 41 Wood Style Secret Technique, Yang Daime discovers Madara's clone. Yes, it is the limit of blood inheritance. According to the current experimental data, ordinary people simply cannot bear the erosion and backlash of Hashirama cells. Only the special power with the blood inheritance limit may be able to suppress that kind of erosion. So, we can try this direction. Seeing that Danzo was confused, the root ninja explained again. This made the hesitant Danzo make up his mind instantly. In this case, let's try to find a few blood step families first. However, you can't find it in Konoha. The ninja world is currently in turmoil, and war may happen at any time. There can be no chaos in Konoha at this time. Quote. Danzo's left eye pupil flashed and he said solemnly. If he used Konoha's blood step family to conduct experiments, the consequences of exposure would not be something he could bear. Yes, Lord Danzo. However, it is difficult for me to do experiments with blood successor ninjas on my own. We also need to find someone who can work with Grandmaster on human experiments. The root ninja showed a rare expression of shame and continued. This made Danzo frown and look a little ugly. Naturally, the fewer people involved in this kind of thing, the better. The more people involved, the more risks. Suddenly, a figure flashed in Danzo's mind and he had a plan in mind. I understand, you go down. Danzo casually dismissed the rude ninja, turned around and walked towards the data room. Using other village bloody ninjas to conduct wood-style experiments. Oh, this is not the beginning of wood-style Yamato. Obito, who witnessed everything, saw the conversation between the two and couldn't help but wonder. First generation wood-style conquers the world, and Yamato wood-style promotes greening. The existence of the beggar's version of Yamato, Obito, is like thunder. Immediately, Obito immediately followed Danzo to see what he was going to do. Untie. Danzo slowly completed the complicated hand seals with his hands, slapped the door in front of him with his palm and shouted. In an instant, dozens of sealing techniques appeared centered on Danzo's palm. A room that had not been seen before appeared in Obito's eyes. This made the peeping Obito secretly smack his tongue. Danzo is indeed hiding very deep. He actually used sealing techniques to create a barrier secret room. No wonder he didn't find a place to store the scroll just now when he was seeking death. It turned out to be a barrier secret room that could isolate Byakugan. Seeing Danzo walking into the secret room, Obito didn't dare to delay and quickly followed up. With this, I'm sure Orochimaru won't refuse my invitation. Advertisement. A-level forbidden technique impure world reincarnation, second generation master's proud ninjutsu. I'm taking advantage of you, Orochimaru. Danzo went straight to a bookshelf, took out a scroll and smiled darkly. Open black lens bracket impure world reincarnation. Close black lens bracket. Obito, who was looking around, trembled when he heard this, looked at the scroll in Danzo's hand and exclaimed in secret. This forbidden technique can be described as a bug. Who would have thought that after death, people can reappear in the form of dirt? I don't know, he killed people from the dirty land. Are you bringing people from the filthy land into the crowd, or are you bringing sacrifices into the crowd? It would be interesting if the dirty souls were directly recruited into the group. Thinking of this possibility, Obito looked at the scroll with longing. It's a pity that it's an incomplete forbidden technique, otherwise it wouldn't be an A-level forbidden technique. But it is precisely because of this that I can trade with confidence. Sarutobi, you were the one who made me miss out on being the Hokage. But Hokage, I will never give up. Just watch. I will use this human experiment to bury Orochimaru with my own hands. Konoha has no future under your leadership. Just as Obito was considering whether to take the risk, Danzo's voice sounded again. This caused Obito to die instantly. A mutilated forbidden technique that he had no ability to restore. It's better to leave such a troublesome matter to Orochimaru. But as Danzo, an old B************, so sinister. He started plotting against Orochimaru even before they cooperated. This routine is very smooth. Well, the first second I felt sorry for Uncle Snake. Shadow clone technique. Just as Danzo was about to open the door and leave, Obito was busy forming a clone underground. 2 seconds before Danzo closed the door, Shadow clone successfully escaped and sneaked into the secret room. Seal up. With Danzo's low drink, the secret room disappeared again from Obito's eyes. Looking at Danzo's leaving back, Obito curled his lips in disdain and turned to leave. With Shadow clone out to steal the information, he just has to wait. After adjusting his direction, Obito directly activated the Mayfly technique to escape towards Kakashi and the others. With his previous experience, it only took Obito less than half a minute to catch up with Kakashi and the others. It was getting dark at this time. Kakashi and the others walked for most of the day, and Shadow clone was there to cooperate. Naturally, we need to find a place to rest. Obito took advantage of the Shadow clone's warning and returned without anyone noticing. Advertisement. Again, less than 10 minutes. Shadow clone that stole data self deactivated. At the same time, the memory of Shadow clone also appears in Obito's mind. For a moment, Obito's head was filled with ninjutsu applications related to wood style. Wood style wood clone technique, wood style tree bound, wood style big forest technique, wood style thorn kill technique, wood style 4-pillar prison technique, wood style 4-pillar house technique, wood style wood ingot wall, wood style tree world is born. 8 ninjutsu, this is a huge profit. After a while, Obito opened his eyes and was filled with surprises. But within a moment, Obito lowered his head again with a sad look on his face. He originally only wanted to learn a wood clone, but he would have to learn these 8 wood styles over the years and years of the monkey. But you've already got it, and it would be a waste not to learn. Ah, this. Noon the next day. The border between the land of rain and the land of earth. Obito, we have been waiting here for half a day. Minato-sensei and Hizashi-senpai haven't arrived yet, should we go pick them up? Quote. Nohara Lin was hiding in a corner, looking at Obito's little face next to her with worry. Kakashi, what do you think? Obito turned around and kicked the fairway. With Namikaze Minato's speed, he should have already arrived. Why is this still late? Was it infected by him? The first rule of the ninja code is to obey orders unconditionally. Now you are the captain, Obito. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito and kicked the ball back majestically. The default option is to follow Obito's decision. This made Obito speechless for a moment, and his head was full of black lines. Wasn't he looking for Kakashi just to use Kakashi's words to block Lin? With Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, there is no way there is any danger now. Why are you wandering around when you have nothing to do? What Obito doesn't know is that he thinks there is no chance of a dangerous Nagatame appearing. We are facing the biggest life and death crisis at this time. Hazashi, now we are in big trouble. Namikaze Minato clenched the Flying Thunder God Kunai in his hand and said with an unprecedented seriousness. The current situation is unexpected and unexpected even by third Hokage-sama. Ahem. I didn't expect to find this monster here either. What's more, I didn't expect that the other party actually owns Sharingan. Hazashi next to him said coquettishly, rolling his eyes and showing the gentle fist stance. And opposite them, it is Madara's clone who wears the skin of white Zetsu and has scarlet-colored Sharingan eyes. Chapter 42 Yongdame vs Madara's clone, a fatal showdown. Minato, this guy is different from the one I met last time. There is a body beneath his skin. But my white eyes couldn't see through the leather mask and couldn't see his face. This guy is not simple. The veins in the corners of Hazashi's eyes bulged a little more, and he stared at the other person's face to remind him cautiously. He never expected that it was just a shortcut route taken to rendezvous as soon as possible. You can unexpectedly discover your pursuit goal. I see. Am I the target of your search? Quote. Madara's clone's eyes flashed when he heard Hazashi's words, and he said in a deep voice of realization. White Zetsu said before that Obito and his team were on a mission to search for something. He also thought he was stealing intelligence from other countries for the sake of war. Unexpectedly, he was actually looking for White Zetsu. Is it because of the White Zetsu that was previously discovered in Konoha? The little monkey from third generation seems to have grown up too. A guy with a keen sense of smell. Who are you? Why is there Uchiha's Sharingan? Are you the one behind the study of wood style? Quote. Even though he knew there was no answer, Namikaze Minato still asked. This matter is too serious. Not only wood style, but the other side also has Sharingan. Is this trying to replicate the glory of first generation and Madara? Wood style and Sharingan, this is the power that builds Konoha. The man behind the scenes. Haha, ignorant and ignorant ants. Madara's clone sneered at the words, kicked off the ground and rushed towards Hazashi. Nagato is not far away. For the safety of Rinnegan and his own intelligence, these two people must die. You have entered my 8 trigrams territory. Take it, gentle fist method 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hazashi was overjoyed when he saw the opponent's cooperation. He roared and launched an attack at a tricky angle. He stumbled to avoid Madara's clone's punch, and blue chakra emerged from his hands and instantly hit Madara's clone on the side. Then, one after another, palm shadows were shot out quickly. Don't give the other party a chance to breathe at all. Not even a breath could be taken, and 62 palms poured out like a storm. 64 palms. Hazashi explodes the maximum chakra and hits the final blow hard to complete the combo. Minato, I've sealed all his holes. He should have lost his fighting ability. Hazashi breathed heavily and said confidently. He didn't expect that this guy was just a strong-willed guy. Fortunately, he was still worried when he saw the huge chakra on the other party. Advertisement. As that just this level. Hyuga's gentle fist is still so weak. Namikaze Minato was about to speak when the fallen Madara clone suddenly spoke and sighed quietly. Under Hazashi's horrified eyes, he stood up neatly. No, it's impossible. I've obviously hit your acupoint. You can't stand up again. Hazashi's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. He was hit by 8 trigrams palms and still stood up. What a monster is this? Hehe. Is it this one? Quote. Madara's clone smiled disdainfully, and chakra surged out of her body instantly. With him as the center, chakra turned into an almost substantial storm and pressed towards the two of them. The acupuncture points in the body were violently opened in an instant. So strong chakra. This feeling is no better than the last time Kushina broke out. Quote. Namikaze Minato raised her hand to her forehead and sighed softly, her eyes flashing with shock. And Hazashi was completely confused. In his mind, he has never seen this method of cracking gentle fist. It's over, Hyuga brat. Madara's clone's eyes flashed crimson, and the Sharingan illusion was activated. While Hazashi was stunned, his right hand turned into a sharp wooden stick and stabbed Hazashi's chest. Don't try to succeed. Namikaze Minato saw that the situation was not going well and threw several Flying Thunder God kunai at high speed to prevent him. Each kunai carries a flash bomb. It's too late to say it, but it will be soon. Just before the wooden thorn in Madara's clone's right hand was about to stab Hazashi, Namikaze Minato arrived instantly with the help of the Flying Thunder God kunai. In an instant, several flash bombs exploded at the same time. A dazzling light flashed instantly, temporarily paralyzing Madara's clone's sight. Spiral Flash Super Rondo Roar 2 style. Namikaze Minato yelled, pushed Hazashi away with his left hand, took out a Rasengan with his right hand and smashed it at Madara's clone. The speed is as fast as lightning. Madara's clone didn't react at all and was blasted away by Rasengan. Hazashi, are you okay? Namikaze Minato slapped Hazashi on the shoulder, interrupting his chakra flow to release the genjutsu. No, it's okay. Thank you, Minato. Hazashi woke up and said with a red face. Knowing that the other person was Sharingan, he actually dared to look at him. I really deserve the name Hyuga. Ahem. Senju Tobarama's flying thunder god. Combined with that Muji ninjutsu, the power it exerts is really surprising. Quote. Advertisement. Madara's clone slowly stood up again, staring at Namikaze Minato and admiring it. As he spoke, the fragmented white Zetsu skin on his body fell into pieces and fell to the ground. Suddenly, Ichigo was wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform with red laminated armor from the Sengoku era. A rebellious masked man with long black hedgehog hair is revealed. The mask formed by white Zetsu is not broken. That is. It's actually a battle armor from the Sengoku era. This guy is. Namikaze Minato and Hazashi's expressions changed at the same time, staring at the armor in surprise. In particular, the appearance of the armor is very similar to that of the legendary man. But wasn't that terrifying existence already killed? So, what is the identity of this guy? Yellow-haired kid, your flying thunder god technique is very good. Especially with your Mayan ninjutsu. It's a pity that you met me. Madara's clone was not nervous when she saw white Zetsu's skin being broken, but instead praised it calmly. These two guys are dead in his eyes. It wouldn't hurt to say a few more words. Who are you? This outfit and Sharingan. Call Nadime by his first name. Could it be that you are Uchiha? Namikaze Minato looked at the white mask and asked nervously. I dare not say the last guess directly. If it's that guy, he's really in big trouble. That was the terrifying existence that united with the first Hokage to put an end to the troubled times. This is a huge disaster for Konoha. Is this important? Little devils, I don't know if your strength can excite me. Madara's clone's eyes were filled with unruliness and her body was trembling slightly. This is the long-awaited battle. Fire-style Long Yan singing technique. As soon as Madara's clone finished speaking, he completed the seals with his hands and shouted in a deep voice. Whirring whirring. 4 huge fire dragons blurted out in an instant and rushed towards Minato and Minato from 4 directions. The speed is so fast and the range is so large that it is almost inevitable to avoid it. Even Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god Kanai is within the attack range and unable to fly away. 8 trigrams palms big revolving heaven. Seeing this, Hazashi used his hands and feet to explode chakra and activated revolving heaven with all his strength. The moment before Fire Style's attack, the absolute defense formed by the blue chakra formed around him and Yang Daime. With a bang, 4 fire dragons roared in and collided head-on. In an instant, the blazing fire dragon was pulled by revolving heaven and turned into a fire tornado soaring into the sky. The intense high temperature evaporated the surrounding rainwater in an instant, turning into white mist that spread over 100 meters in radius. Chapter 43. A critical moment, Uchiha Obito steps in. Hazashi, where is he now? Seeing the blocked fire style, Namikaze Minato secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked. The white mist formed by the collision of revolving heaven and fire style had seriously obscured his sight. 3 o'clock direction. Hazashi's eyes narrowed and he reminded loudly. Namikaze Minato immediately heard the sound and acted. The several shurikens in his hand that were ready to be fired were flying at extremely high speeds. Ninpo Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. While throwing the shuriken, Namikaze Minato quickly completed the seal with both hands and shouted. In an instant, the thrown shuriken instantly transformed into 3, 6, and 6 into 12. While flying, it instantly transformed into countless shurikens, which burst out like a violent storm. The location of Madara's clone was completely covered by shurikens in the blink of an eye. A boring attack. Seeing countless shurikens roaring towards them, Madara's clone ignored them and snorted without any intention of avoiding them. The next moment, his eyes flashed scarlet, and the invisible chakra storm broke out again. Crackling. Puff 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 puff. In almost a face-to-face encounter, countless shurikens that were rushing towards were blown away or disappeared into white smoke. It's just that I'm not interested in playing with you anymore. Fire style. The fire is extinguished. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with boredom, and he formed seals with his hands and shouted loudly again. Boom. In Hazashi's horrified sight, a fire style that covered the sky came over like an overwhelming force. This level of fire style is impossible to resist with his revolving heaven. Minato, let's go. This is only a few dozen kilometers away from where we will meet. With your flying thunder god technique, you can fly to Obito and the others. Quote. Hazashi's eyes flashed with determination, and he increased the chakra output to buy time. If this continues, none of them will be able to escape. It's better to let Namikaze Minato leave with the information. Anyway, his fate as a branch house has already been determined. Rather than die protecting the clan one day in the future, it would be better to sacrifice for Konoha now. At least, he is his own Hyuga Hazashi. No, it's impossible. I will not leave my friends and run away alone. Stand still, Hazashi. Although Namikaze Minato was under great pressure, she still refused Hazashi's request. But, Hazashi was about to speak, but was interrupted by Namikaze Minato's movements. Namikaze Minato was seen quickly biting his fingers and forming seals with his hands again. Summoning technique. With a loud roar, a huge body appeared in the center of the flames. Huge wind pressure pressed in all directions in an instant. A vacuum suddenly appeared in the raging sea of fire. Advertisement. Hazashi felt his feet soften, and his body appeared dozens of meters in the air. So hot. Jiraiya, what are you doing again? You be asterisk 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 D. Do you want roasted toads? Quote. Gamabunta looked at the sea of fire around him and cursed instantly, his limbs jumped into the air. Haha, sorry, brother Wen, it's me who summoned you this time, not Mr. Jiraiya. Quote. Namikaze Minato rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly, indicating his identity. This is Lord Jiraiya's summoning mon. Saved. Hazashi looked at his feet in surprise, sat down on Bunta's head and giggled. With Wentai's help, at least they won't have much trouble escaping. Minato boy, really, what kind of troublesome thing is it? Gamabunta rolled his eyes, and when he saw Namikaze Minato, he shouted in displeasure. Brother Wen, we'll talk about other things later. Let's get out of here first. Namikaze Minato looked at the masked man below and immediately shouted. It would be bad for them to continue, so it was better to bring the information back to Konoha first. Summoning beast. Hehe. Do you think you can escape like this? Quote. Madara's clone understood Minato's actions at a glance and clasped his hands together in disdain. Wood style. The birth of the tree world. In an instant, the wood style secret technique that shocked the ninja world came to the ninja world again. Seedlings burst out of the ground one after another, and in the blink of an eye they turned into big trees and rushed towards Gamabunta as if they were alive. Wood style. How come? He has actually succeeded. Quote. Hazashi and Namikaze Minato gasped for breath at the same time, staring at the winding wood style and being shocked again. Don't be shocked. Minato boy, I can't hold on much longer now. You should quickly find a way to protect yourself. Gamabunta unsheathed his long sword and tried his best to slash at the trees that were coming around him, roaring anxiously. Although it is tall and powerful, it can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Looking down from God's perspective, Wentai at this moment is a trapped animal trapped in the sea of trees. It's only a matter of time before he's defeated. This is a wood style that even Ninetales and Susanoo can't break free of. How can a summoning beast break free? Although, this is just a copycat wood style. No solution anymore. I can only try this. Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly, and 6 flying thunder god kunai appeared in each hand. With a wave of his hands, he used the shuriken shadow clone again. Countless flying thunder god kunai went straight to Madara's clone body, obviously to catch the thief first. Advertisement. Boring. It seems that I think highly of you. Quote. Madara folded her arms and spat softly, and countless wooden strips turned into barriers to block her body. It's not over yet, the spiral flying thunder god combo is infinite 3 types. Namikaze Minato shouted loudly with a sharp look in his eyes, and a Rasengan instantly appeared in his right hand. Almost at the same time, Flying Thunder God launched. With the power of Shuriken Shadow Clone, Namikaze Minato quickly shuttles between various kunai. The Rasengan in his hand flashed and appeared, exchanging speed for quantity. Countless Rasengan flashed out between breaths. In an instant, Rasengan and Wood Style collided. Wood Style, which is just a replica, cannot withstand the intensity of Rasengan's attack. The moment of contact, it was shattered into sawdust. Almost overwhelming, Namikaze Minato carried the Rasengan and rushed in front of Madara's clone. Open black lens bracket success. Close black lens bracket. Namikaze Minato looked at the Madara clone so close at hand, his eyes full of surprise. Hazashi and Bunta were also overjoyed. They didn't expect Namikaze Minato to have this ultimate move. Just when the 3 of them thought they were going to kill each other, a giant blue skeleton hand instantly appeared and wrapped around Madara's clone. The Rasengan in Namikaze Minato's hand hit it firmly. Bang! Click. Under Namikaze Minato's horrified gaze, his Rasengan simply broke a crack and disappeared. What's even more dangerous is that the wood around his body has turned into spikes and rushed towards him. At the critical moment, Namikaze Minato squeezed the last chakra and flew away again. With a flick of the brush, it appeared above Wentai's head. This is really troublesome. My chakra has been exhausted. Quote. Namikaze Minato sighed with a bitter smile, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. If he read correctly, the one just now should be Susanoo, the legendary divine power of Uchiha. It seems I can only take you back to Mount Myoboku. Don't resist. Quote. Gamabunta shouted, opening his mouth and sticking out his tongue, about to lead the 2 of them away. But how could Madara's clone give it this chance? His eyes flashed scarlet, and the Sharingan illusion was activated instantly. Before Bunta could react, she lost consciousness and was controlled by illusion. It's time to end this boring battle. Madara's clone smiled indifferently, and countless wooden bars turned into spikes and rushed towards the 2 people and the beast. Ruined. Is this the end? Namikaze Minato and Hazashi smiled helplessly at the same time, facing each other miserably. Fire-style Garuda, wind-style Great Breakthrough. At this critical moment, 2 voices echoed across the battlefield. A dragon flame tens of meters long used the power of the wind to quickly circle around Wentai and burn the attacking wooden thorns. Madara's clone, Minato, and Hazashi looked in the direction of the person at the same time, their pupils shrinking in fear. Uchiha Obito. Refer to Chapter 44. The first time I faced old Madara, he slipped away. Damn you, don't hurt Mr. Minato. Earth-style rock iron cannon technique. Obito roared with fake anger, completed the seal with his hands like butterflies, and attacked again. Puff puff. Dozens of stones burst out from Obito's mouth, turning into boulders and attacking Madara's clone. Open black lens bracket rock shinobi's earth-style technique. Close black lens bracket. Madara's clone's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he calmly controlled Wood-style's emergency defense. Minato-sensei, are you okay? Quote. A whooshing sound. Obito took the opportunity to jump up and land on Gamabunta's head, looking at the two of them and asked with concern. But his thoughts are on Mrs. Wen at her feet. Summoning beast equals Mount Myoboku equals Sage mode. This is the power to fight against Ōtsutsuki, how could Obito ignore it? Obito, why are you here? Where are Kakashi and Lin? Quote. Namikaze Minato looked at Obito and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but there was no joy at the arrival of reinforcements. Given the opponent's strength, Obito's life would be in vain if he came here. How could this make him happy? Now I can only pray that Kakashi and Lin don't come, and he squeezes the last chakra to send Obito away. They are behind. Obito casually said Kaido, causing Namikaze Minato's heart to fall to the bottom. This is to wipe out the entire Minato class. Illusion explanation. Obito didn't care about Namikaze Minato's thoughts, his pupils flashed crimson and looked at Bunta's eyes. Lifting the Sharingan illusion. 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Instantly, Namikaze Minato looked into those eyes and exclaimed. Obito's Sharingan, why did it break through again? Obviously it was still in 2 Tomoe Sharingan state before. This is too genius. The real genius of Uchiha. Haha, why don't we Hyuga have such a genius? Hazashi looked at Obito with envy on his face and felt melancholy for a moment. 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Madara's clone who was observing Obito's pupils trembled when he heard this, and he was very surprised. The distance was too far just now, and he couldn't see Obito's eyes clearly. Unexpectedly, Obito would grow up to 3 Tomoe Sharingan so quickly. Is it the 3 Magatama who upgraded because he cared about his teacher? Obito is indeed an Uchiha with great love. He is the only one in the Uchiha clan who has the possibility to activate Mangekyo. Perhaps, we should leave this bond to Obito. He might be Obito's key to unlocking Mangekyo. Madara's clone looked at Namikaze Minato's figure and whispered like a mosquito. With the arrival of Obito, intelligence leakage is inevitable. Unless he kills Obito cruelly. Otherwise, there would be no point in killing Namikaze Minato. Can kill Obito, this option is obviously not among the options for Madara's clone. Keeping Namikaze Minato would do more than killing him. At the same time, advertisement. Obito also stood above Bunta, looking at Madara's clone from a distance. Open black lens bracket your sister. Old Madara is not just surviving with a tube inserted in the ground, so why would he come out when he has nothing to do? And being bumped into by Yang Daime and the others, this is incredible luck. Obito complained loudly in his heart, completely forgetting who lured Madara's clone out. But thinking about it, it would be really scary, if he hadn't followed Lin's suggestion in the end. It's really possible for Yang Daime to break out here. Damn, I almost killed the Prince Naruto by accident. Kid, you have very nice eyes. I don't know if your strength can match it. Quote. Madara's clone's eyes flashed with determination, and Vicissitude's arrogant voice echoed throughout the audience. If you can't kill him, then put some pressure on him to grow up as quickly as possible. TCH, if you have the ability, come on. Who is afraid of whom? Obito retorted loudly without any hint of timidity, fully realizing what a hot-blooded boy is. If he dares to charge forward, old Madara won't kill him if he keeps his composure. And Mayfly technique is a trump card just in case. Otherwise, Obito wouldn't risk coming here. What's more, the other party is just a clone. How could Obito, who knew the plot, not know that Madara's body was being intubated with a Gedo statue to stay alive? So this one is 90% a wood clone and 10% a shadow clone. However, wood-style the world of flowers and trees is coming. Under the horrified looks of Obito and Minato Hazashi, Madara clapped her hands and shouted something. In the next second, the wood-style within a radius of 500 meters with Madara's clone as the center evolved rapidly. Countless flower buds sprout quickly from the tree and are ready to bloom. Open black lens bracket your sister. Old man Madara, are you G serious? Obito's pupils shrank when he saw this, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he cursed secretly. Gamabunta, use oil. Seeing that the flowers were about to bloom, Obito could no longer maintain his composure and shouted. Use oil. How does this brat know my abilities? However, since you helped me remove the illusion just now, I will help you. A thought flashed through Gamabunta's head, and he patted his belly in preparation for his attack. Next breath. With a pop, Gamabunta opened his mouth and sprayed out toad oil all over the sky like a heavy rain. Fire-style Garuda. Obito's eyes were sharp, he completed the hand seal and shouted loudly. In order to expand the range of the technique, Obito used a full 3 cards of chakra this time. A fire dragon about 100 meters long took shape and roared out in an instant, diving into Wentai's toad oil. In an instant, the toad oil like a rainstorm was ignited by the fire dragon. The sea of fire that covered the sky and the sun formed in the blink of an eye, and the fire dragon was tumbling and dancing in the sea of fire. Countless flower buds and trees that were still in bud were instantly destroyed in the sea of fire and burned to death by the ultra-high temperature oil fire. The roaring fire dragon even roared and rushed straight towards Madara's clone. I would like to call this technique Toad Oil Flame Garuda Fire Dragon Obito Violent Style. Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed with surprise, and he shouted excitedly as he looked at the Madara clone that was swallowed by the sea of fire. Even if the opponent is that person, he shouldn't be able to escape an attack of this level. What a long name. The shocked Hizashi next to him couldn't help but complain when he heard this, with a big tic-tac-toe rising on his forehead. Advertisement. The 3 spirals, flying thunder god combos and infinite flashes just now were enough to leave him speechless. I didn't expect this guy to come again. This is no time for joking, Minato. Hehe. Obito, your talent is so outstanding. So, what if it's this? The clone of Madara, who was in the sea of fire, smiled with satisfaction, and when it was about to be swallowed by the fire dragon, its body flashed with blue light. The next moment, a 30-meter-tall blue Susanoo skeleton appears. Although it is only the upper body of a skeleton, the intimidation and defense displayed are quite powerful. The roaring fire dragon only met once and was ruthlessly torn apart by 2 skeletal arms. The powerful chakra wind pressure instantly dispersed the sea of fire, and combined with the continuous rain to extinguish the raging fire. This incident made everyone present pale again. C appeared. That legendary power. Obito, run away. Wentai and I are going to fight for time. Quote. Namikaze Minato, who had seen it once, exclaimed and shouted to Obito without hesitation. As he spoke, he started squeezing his body to overdraft and forcefully erupt chakra. This made Wentai suddenly feel miserable and couldn't express his pain. It didn't want to fight that guy again. Let's go together. Kakashi and the others were just 2 kilometers away, and the teacher took us to fly there together. All by time. Obito saw the greed in Susanoo's eyes flashing away, and formed a seal with his hands again and shouted. As long as he leaves here, he believes that old man Madara will not kill everyone. If he really pursues him, he will have to reconsider his plan to trap old Madara. After confirming that I couldn't defeat him, I slipped away. In this rain-flooded country, you are a living target. Secret technique cement ash. Obito shouted confidently and unleashed all his chakra to activate his ninjutsu. At least 3.5 calories of chakra surged out, causing Obito to spit out cement in just one breath. The powdery cement fell on Susanoo instantly, blending with the rain falling from the sky. In the blink of an eye, half of Susan's body was covered with cement. Turned into a stone statue and stood on the earth. Obito did not waste today's drawing opportunity. On the way, I picked up the secret skills of Wei Tuo Tien Joju. Walk. Namikaze Minato was also ready to finish. He put his hands on the shoulders of Obito and Hizashi and shouted softly. With a whoosh, the 3 of them disappeared at the same time. Bang. As the 3 of them left, Gamabunta couldn't wait to cancel the summons and return to Mount Myoboku. Click. Boom. The moment the 3 people and 1 beast left, the stone statue Susanoo flashed with blue light and instantly shattered. Secret technique of cement. This kid is getting more and more interesting. Obito, I'm looking forward to meeting you. The next time is when I witness your measurement. Madara's clone's pupils flashed scarlet, and she spoke to herself meaningfully. As the words fell, his eyes lost their luster and his body turned into dead wood and rapidly decayed. The battle just now has almost exhausted Madara's clone chakra. Chapter 45 Return to Konoha, Hokage's first temptation Big Tsunade. Speed up. Lin. Kakashi looked at the terrifying battlefield with flames and dust flying in the distance, swallowed his saliva and urged in a deep voice. With that level of ninjutsu, what kind of battle is going on ahead? Kakashi, Obito and Sensei they won't. Nohara Lin's beautiful eyes sparkled, looking at the battlefield filled with smoke and she said in a voiceless voice. His eyes were full of worry and fear. Lin, I'll go to support first. There was a hint of fear in Kakashi's eyes, and he had to speed up to avoid Lin's question. That guy Obito must not be here. You must not fall down here. Hateful. That idiot, who told him to leave the team and act alone. Is the captain great? Can the captain order him to protect Lin as the second echelon of reinforcements? Just when Kakashi was worried and complaining, suddenly, a swishing sound broke through the air. 3 figures appeared beside Kakashi at the same time. Obito. Kakashi, who subconsciously drew his sword to defend himself, made a move, looked at the visitor and shouted in surprise. Obito, Minato-sensei, Hizashi-senpai. It's great that you guys are okay. Quote. Nohara Lin shouted sweetly at the same time, and her heart suddenly fell to the ground with butterflies in her stomach. But before she could get any happier, Obito and the other 3 fell to the ground one after another. Obito and Hizashi are just exhausted of chakra and can barely stay awake. But Namikaze Minato, who was overdrafted, was miserable and fainted. From the outside, he looks even thinner. It's like being squeezed dry. Minato-sensei, Nohara Lin exclaimed and rushed forward to check and prepare for first aid. Return to Konoha immediately. Hurry, get out of here first. Quote. Hizashi gasped and looked behind him in panic for fear that Madara's clone would come after him. Kakashi, you take Minato-sensei with you. Obito nodded in agreement, turned to Kakashi and said sternly. If Madara's clone comes after him, he will have no choice but to protect himself. Is it so serious? Kakashi subconsciously asked, should he still be so nervous after escaping? The enemy is a being beyond the Hokage, run away. Hizashi explained briefly and struggled to stand up. This answer made Kakashi and Lin's eyes widen in disbelief. Outrun the Hokage's enemies. Is this range shinobi Hanzo catching up? Advertisement. Summoning technique. Kakashi reacted quickly, bit off the mark on his finger and slapped it on the ground, shouting loudly. The black summoning technique surged rapidly, and there was a bang. 4 ninja dogs of various sizes appeared next to Kakashi. Blue, you carry Minato-sensei on your back. Urushi, Guruk, you two are carrying Obito and Hizashi-senpai. Parker, you are in charge of anti-tracking alert. Kakashi watched the 4 ninja dogs assign tasks immediately, without any sloppiness at all. Clear. The 4 ninja dogs responded in unison. Blue, the largest one, quickly came to Namikaze Minato. Nohara Lin understood immediately and put Namikaze Minato on Blue's back. Ahem. I understand your kindness, I don't need this. Quote. Obito looked at the goat-sized ninja dog Guruk, twitched the corners of his mouth twice and gritted his teeth to refuse. TMs. The people traveling next door are either toads or snakes, or at worst, other large summoning beasts. Will he ride a dog when he gets there? Ride a dog ninja. He will be shameless if word of this spreads. No, I don't even want to die. Up to you. Seeing Obito being so ungrateful, Kakashi snorted and looked at Hizashi. Although Hizashi was a little embarrassed, he gritted his teeth in order to return to Konoha as soon as possible. Riding on Urushi, who was only as big as a wolf dog. Set off. Obito shouted loudly when he saw this, and the 4 men and 4 dogs immediately took action. Without any surprise, Obito fell directly at the end of the team. But it was only about 2 hours. With the blessing of White Zetsu wood style, Obito's physical recovery speed is different from ordinary people. Soon, he gradually regained his basic physical strength and ran side by side with Nohara Rin. 3 days later. Konoha. Finally home. Yeah, it's a long circle from the country of grass. There is no other way. We have to do this to avoid accidents. Obito and his group stood in front of the gate of Konoha in a slightly embarrassed state, feeling very sad. Fortunately, there were no dangers along the way, and I finally got home safely. Hizashi-senpai, we will send Mr. Minato to Konoha Hospital first. Please report the mission to Mr. Hokage. Quote. Obito glanced at Namikaze Minato, who was still unconscious, and turned to Hizashi. This time, it seems that Yongdame went a little too far in overdrafting her body. Advertisement. He actually didn't wake up for 3 days. If he hadn't confirmed that his breathing was normal, Obito would have thought he had silently logged off. Go ahead. Hizashi thought about the seriousness of this information and immediately nodded in agreement. Upon seeing this, Obito greeted Kakashi and Lin and quickly walked towards Konoha Hospital. Minato, I envy you. There are 3 very outstanding disciples. Hizashi looked at the backs of Obito and the 3 of them, sighed and turned around to leave in a hurry. Obito sighed. The 3 of them successfully admitted Namikaze Minato to the hospital and sent him to the clinic to start treatment. Shizune, your temporary task is to thoroughly understand this information. When you learn these theoretical knowledge, I will teach you healing jutsu next time I come back. The 3 Obitos who were waiting in the corridor were attracted by a familiar name. Subconsciously turning his head to look, Obito's pupils shrank and his breathing became rapid. The heart under the chest is even more ups and downs. I saw it at the other end of the corridor. At the same time, Genin Kato Shizune was holding a stack of documents and listening carefully. And next to her was a beautiful figure in a blue robe. I saw that person, with his light yellow flowing twin ponytails tied casually behind his head. On her fair and pretty face, there is an iconic diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Under Lu Yi's eyebrows, there is a pair of beautiful brown pupils. Under the slightly raised nose, the mouth-watering red lips parted slightly. And what makes Obito feel unable to extricate himself the most? It's the turquoise crystal necklace under the fair neck, well, the infinite scenery below. Between the ups and downs of breathing and walking, the crystal necklace turns and turns in that indescribable place, exuding the greatest unique charm. Open black lens bracket Tsunade. Good luck. The 34-year-old Tsunade is in his prime, the most beautiful years of his early adulthood. In this charming and pure and dazzling state, she is simply a perfect woman. Love it, love it. Obito looked at that deserted beautiful face and shouted in his heart that he couldn't stand it. This is not because Obito has a sudden lust, but because Obito liked Tsunade very much in his previous life. Now that we are in the world of Hokage, how can we not have any ideas? Which woman in the Hokage world can fascinate Obito? Tsunade Haim, one of the Sannin, is undoubtedly ranked first. The only one that can rival it is 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Or the great Hinata after Shippuden, etc. As a person with normal aesthetics, Obito still likes this one no matter how many times I ask. If there is anything else, it is based on ownership. Therefore, this is also the reason why Obito didn't care about the wife Makoto before. Tsunade, he is determined. Well, others will not be spared either. Chapter 46 Obito. I want to be a man for 5th generation. Tsunade-sama. Nohara Lin stepped forward and shouted respectfully with stars in her eyes, her cheeks reddened and her breathing tense. That little look of worry and satisfaction is very much like a true fan who sees his idol. This made Obito and Kakashi look at each other and make helpless movements at the same time. Rin has always wanted to be a powerful female ninja like Tsunade. Now that I see a real person appearing, how can I not be excited? You are, Tsunade said with a trace of doubt in his eyes, staring at Kakashi's silver hair thoughtfully. Tsunade, who had been away from Konoha all year round, didn't know the three of them, even though they were the disciples of his companion Jiraiya. Lin, Kakashi, Obito. What are you doing here? Shizune saw that the three people's limbs were intact and showed no signs of injury, and asked in time. By the way, I'll clear up Tsunade's doubts. Kakashi. Well, he turns out to be Minato's disciple. Judging from how embarrassed you are, have you just returned from a mission? Quote. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyebrows flashed with excitement, and he tossed his hair from his forehead and said lazily. Although she didn't know the three of them, she had heard of Kakashi's reputation as a genius. From this, we naturally know who their disciples are. Tsunade-sama, we have indeed just returned from a mission. Teacher Minato is being treated inside, and we are waiting for the results. Nohara Lin grabbed the conversation again and explained, trying to talk to her idol as much as possible. Minato is injured. Tsunade's eyebrows twitched when he heard this, and there was a strange look on the corner of his mouth, with a face full of surprise. The leader of the team was injured, but the three genins were okay. Is this the genius disciple that the idiot Jiraiya boasted about? I heard that I also learned Grandpa's second generation's flying thunder god technique, that's it. No, teacher, it's just that your body is overexerted on chakra. It's not that serious. Obito saw Tsunade's playful gaze, and his heart moved and he explained. Who are you? Tsunade turned her beautiful eyes, crossed her arms and stared at Obito and asked calmly. Inadvertently, my eyes glanced at the Uchiha clan emblem on Obito's clothes. She had no idea that this action of hers brought her own charm to the ultimate level. That is the spring mountain eyebrows, the autumn water-cut pupils, and the indescribable charm of the eyebrows and the corners of the eyes. At this moment, the temptation belonging to Tsunade hit Obito's heart hard. Even Kakashi, who was pretending to be cold and arrogant next to him, was embarrassed to the point of embarrassment. Divert your gaze with difficulty, not daring to look at him. Tsunade-sama, let me introduce you, my name is Uchiha Obito. As for me, I want to be the man of 5th Hokage. Advertisement. This is my way of ninja. Quote. Obito suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his eyes turned into scarlet 3 Magatama and said meaningfully. When we meet for the first time, we naturally want to deepen our impression. 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Is there another super genius in Uchiha? The careless Tsunade trembled and stared at Obito with surprised eyes. As a descendant of Senju, how could Tsunade not know the information about Uchiha Sharingan? Given Obito's age, he is definitely a super genius if he activates 3 Magatama now. However, the other party must also have gone through a very painful mental journey. Thinking of the 2 experiences that made her devastated, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy in her beautiful eyes. The Uchiha boy whose goal is to become a Hokage. But why 5th generation? Quote. Tsunade felt a ripple in his heart and continued to ask calmly. My eyes were covered with mist, as if I saw a familiar figure overlapping with Obito. 4th generation is Mr. Minato, a man who targets the Hokage. As his disciple, I had no choice but to choose 5th generation. Quote. Obito waved his hands pretending to be helpless, showing the attitude of a good student who respects his teachers. In fact, he just wants to be the man of 5th Hokage. You can understand the profound meaning of it. So handsome. Before Tsunade could say anything, Shizune beside him couldn't help but shouted. The figure of Obito with black pupils has other colors for the first time. If we say that the previous crane tail Obito targeted the Hokage as a joke. That Obito of 3 Tomoe Sharingan is the genius ninja who inherited the will of fire. How could this not make the girl Shizune fall in love? Shizune, you. Nohara Rin's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Shizune in surprise and hesitated to speak. Shizune, why do you like Obito? Lin, haven't you always liked Kakashi? Now I think Obito is not bad, he is quite handsome. Those Sharingans are so cool. Kakashi, I won't argue with you anymore, just leave Obito to me. Seemingly sensing Lin's confusion, Shizune stretched his neck and whispered in Lin's ear. Obito can only be an ordinary classmate. Obito, who has 3 Magatama, is definitely a super male god comparable to Kakashi. How could Shizune, who doesn't like fighting, miss? When did I say I liked Kakashi? Lin's face stiffened when she heard this, and she retorted in a low voice like a mosquito. She hasn't decided yet whether she likes Kakashi or admires him. How can Shizune draw conclusions on her own? But she didn't know whether she liked Obito or not. But, why when I heard that Shizune was going to chase Obito? I feel so uncomfortable, but she couldn't stop Shizune, and had no reason to. Advertisement. This. Lin stood there at a loss, falling into the girl's troubles. Ahem. Obito, you are really. But don't be discouraged just because I am a teacher. You are now a genius ninja with special Jonin powers. Maybe he will directly surpass me and become the 4th Hokage. Suddenly, Namikaze Minato's weak voice came from the consultation room. One stone stirs up thousands of waves. Special Jonin strength. In an instant, Kakashi, Lin, Shizune, and Tsunade all looked at Obito in shock. The 10-year-old special Jonin, this is quite an explosive existence in the history of the ninja world. At least, Tsunade confirmed that she definitely didn't have this ability when she was 10 years old. Not even a genius like Orochimaru. Kakashi and the others were even more confused. But the accuracy of the facts confirmed by Namikaze Minato himself is beyond doubt. Obito-kun, is he already a genius that surpasses Kakashi? Shizune's eyes flashed with stars as she cried out, subconsciously adding an honorific of admiration. This made Nohara Lin frown slightly, and that uncomfortable emotion came to her heart again. Damn it, you guy. Kakashi's expression changed again, and he looked at Obito with lightning eyes full of unwillingness. The fists in my hands were clenched tightly, and I couldn't believe my ears. Uchiha's Sharingan, is it so unreasonable? He had obviously worked harder than before, but he was still caught up by Obito and left behind. Compared to Obito, his reputation as a genius is like a joke. For the first time, Kakashi felt the existence of genius. At the same time, I also felt the insurmountable near despair. This kid, actually, Minato, are you sure that his strength has reached the level of special Jonin? What kind of battle did you encounter that made you become like this? Quote. Tsunade looked at Obito in disbelief, then turned to the pale Minato and asked. A strange color and reminiscence appeared in the beautiful eyes. If Naoki had this strength at the time, maybe he wouldn't. I'm pretty sure of this. I'm sorry to see you in this state, Tsunade-sama. But I still have urgent information to report to Hokage-sama, sorry. Quote. Minato, who was supported by the medical ninja, looked embarrassed and apologized concisely. The existence of Madara's clone is urgent information that must be reported to the Hokage in time. This is also the reason why he will come out immediately after waking up. Obito, Kakashi, please take me to the Hokage building. The weak Minato was unable to move independently at this time and could only ask for help from two disciples. No, Minato. Just when Obito stepped forward to help, a vicissitudes of voice sounded at the end of the corridor. Chapter 47 First Meeting with the Third Generation, Uchiha Madara's Top Secret Information. Third Hokage-sama. Third Generation Sama. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi-sensei. Seeing the person wearing a shadow robe and a Hokage hat, everyone shouted. This is the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, which has mixed reviews and mixed reviews. Obito looked directly at the middle-aged man walking like a dragon and a tiger, with mixed feelings in his heart. As an authentic Hokage fan, third Hokage was an insurmountable benchmark before Shippuden. How many Hokage fans have fallen into that tragic sacrifice and couldn't extricate themselves? How many people regard the will of fire as a classic and become their youthful passion? But, all this came to nothing after Shippuden. There is too much indecision and ambiguity in the third generation's dealings with people. I want to bask in the sunshine and become a leaf, but I don't want to take on too much responsibility and notoriety. I want the big tree of Konoha to thrive and remain standing. Typical both want, and want. Finally, Danzo, the troublemaker, was brought up to bear his darkness. But Danzo, how can he be willing to be second to others? This made the third generation, who was preparing to raise a bandit to respect itself, end up raising a tiger in trouble, and the gain outweighed the loss. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. How touching this classic saying was before Shippuden. Just how dismissive it was after Shippuden. At least, that's the case with Obito. 3 Tomoe Sharingan. It seems Hazashi is right, you are indeed growing rapidly. Obito. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately faced Obito's Scarlet Sharingan and said, with surprises in his eyes. Such Obito may become the leader of the new generation after Minato. It will also become a new bridge connecting Uchiha and Konoha. Hazashi, has he reported to you yet? Lord Third Generation, I need to talk to you alone. Obito was about to speak, but was interrupted by the impatient Namikaze Minato. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention was instantly diverted. Well, that matter is indeed serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said seriously, then turned to look at the 3 Obitos. Obito, Kakashi, Lin. You are now disbanded and going home to rest. Vacation is to be determined. Besides, this mission is related to Konoha's secrets, and I now officially issue an A-level gag order to you. You can't reveal anything to the outside world. Remember, it's anyone. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were sharp and there was something in his words, obviously hinting at Obito. Konoha's Uchiha must not be messed up. Yes. Obito was secretly disdainful, but on the surface he still cooperated with Karen. He didn't bother to tell the Uchiha chief about Madara's existence. Advertisement. If he had thought about it, he would have done it long ago. Can you wait until today? Tsunade, come too. After thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen still greeted the curious Tsunade. Regarding wood style, maybe Tsunade should know about this. Let's go, 3 of you. Watching Sarutobi bring Tsunade and Nagatame back into the consultation room, Anbu came out to warn. Obito shrugged helplessly. Open black lens bracket Tsunade, we will meet again, close black lens bracket. Obito-kun, can I treat you to dinner? Shizune's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took 2 steps forward to extend the invitation. A pair of blazing eyes stared at Obito, admiration and expectation intertwined. Can. Obito nodded in agreement without hesitation. Why not go if someone is treating you? This move immediately made Nohara Lin's heart skip a beat, and she was on edge. The eyes he looked at Obito were filled with confusion, hesitation, and a hint of anger. She said she liked her, but the other girl agreed as soon as she was invited. What is this? Who is she? Shizune was overjoyed at this time. He didn't expect Obito to agree so easily. Could it be that sweet love is coming? Kakashi, Lin, you guys come too. It's been a long time since we had dinner together. Caught off guard, Obito's lazy voice sounded again. The mood of the two women suddenly changed in an instant. They both stared at Obito with eyes full of resentment. What does this guy mean? Open black lens bracket hehe. Do you really think I am a primary school student with a love brain? Not fighting, not grabbing, being impartial is the highest state of the harem. I, Obito, cannot choose between two women. It is the right way to get even rain and dew. Close black lens bracket. Obito's lips curved into a smirk, and he took the lead and walked away. Trouble, Shizune. Kakashi lightly touched Shizune, and quickly followed up with his pace. If you don't go to this free meal, you'd be a fool. It just so happens that after eating enough, I have the energy to work overtime and train. He can't leave Obito behind too much. Thanks for treatment. Nohara Lin playfully blinked her left eye and smiled sweetly, and hurriedly followed the footsteps of the two of them. Shizune, I am the one who was wronged. And inside the clinic. Third generation, Minato, and Tsunade are waiting with solemn expressions. Third generation Sama, Tsunade Sama. This is exactly what happened. I suspect that the masked man is the legendary one. Uchiha Madara. After Minato explained the mission in detail, he gave his final guess. Advertisement. Suddenly, the scene fell into dead silence. Uchiha Madara. Minato, are you kidding? Uchiha Madara was killed by my grandfather a long time ago. This is an unchangeable fact. Now you tell me Uchiha Madara is still alive. Then what did my grandfather kill? Is this ridiculous speculation considered a secret? Quote. Tsunade reacted and immediately got angry, his eyes widening with anger. Staring angrily, Minato and third generation were about to leave. Wait, Tsunade, what if Uchiha Madara hadn't died then? Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed and he spoke in a deep voice to stop him. The words came out like thunder on the ground. And not dead. Namikaze Minato's pupils suddenly shrank, and he blurted out a cry of surprise. Although he guessed it was Uchiha Madara, it was just a guess. But now the meaning of third generation shows that his guess is likely to become a reality. Old man, do you know what you are talking about? My grandfather first Hokage, god of ninja Senju Hashirama. How could it be possible to miss? Quote. Tsunade clenched her fists and burst out shouting, never allowing the first generation grandfather to be questioned and tainted. Call, Tsunade, actually I don't want to think so either. But this is a fact confirmed by my teacher, Master Second Hokage. Quote. Grandpa Tobarama. Tsunade suddenly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen, his pretty face was filled with surprise. Namikaze Minato also looked stunned, why does this involve Second Hokage-sama again? Well, it's Lord Second Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two men and nodded in confirmation before continuing. That year, after the first Hokage killed Uchiha Madara, Lord Second Generation took back Madara's body and prepared to study the secret of Uchiha Mangekyo. But, that night, when Nadaime studied Madara's body, the body turned into white smoke and disappeared. That is, Uchiha Madara is left to confuse Nadaime's shadow clone. Since then, Nadaime has been tormented by Uchiha Madara's attack on Konoha at any time. This pressure reached its peak after the death of Lord First Hokage. Because of this, Nadaime wanted to protect Konoha. Developed an S-class forbidden technique called Impure World Reincarnation, and also studied Lord First Hokage's cells in an attempt to copy Wood style. For more than 10 years, Uchiha Madara did not appear. Instead, Nadaime died in the subsequent negotiations with Cloud Shinobi. The Wood style research also failed, and I finally ordered the sealing to be terminated. This information was recorded by Nadaime himself in an S-class top-secret file that only the Hokage can access. I originally thought that Uchiha Madara had died of old age, but I didn't expect that he was still alive. And I secretly studied Wood style, and gained something. What a terrible enemy. Under the stunned expressions of Tsunade and Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious tone. It is also because of this that third generation does not doubt Minato's guess. That person is most likely Uchiha Madara. Chapter 48 Third Generation Speculations and Arrangements, The Shady Mr. Obito. How is it possible? How could such a thing happen? Although Tsunade was shaken, he still couldn't believe it and doubted his life. All this sounds so dreamy. I see. The reason Master Second Hokage studies Wood style is ultimately because of him. Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Minato suddenly understood the real reason why third generation told him before that Konoha studied Wood style. That is to say, how could the Hokage's second generation do such horrific human research? Even many Konoha shinobi sacrificed for this. It turns out to be to prevent Uchiha Madara and protect Konoha. Yes, that's it. I didn't plan to tell you this information originally, Minato. But what happened to you this time forces me to tell you the truth. Konoha, be prepared for Uchiha Madara to attack the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily, his eyes showing determination and fear, as well as a hint of subtle fear. He experienced the horror of Uchiha Madara personally when he was young. This is a terrifying existence that even gives Master Second Hokage a headache. How could he not be stressed? Tsunade, I originally thought that the other party was simply studying wood style. The plan is to let you, as a senju, complete the experiment and reproduce the wood style after Minato obtains the information. Play a key role in the upcoming war. But now, things are going far beyond my expectations. Tsunade, for the village. I hope you won't leave the village recently. If Uchiha Madara attacks Konoha, you must do your best to protect the village. With your power, you can at least ensure that Konoha's casualties are reduced by half. If possible, I hope you can get over that soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his eyes, suppressed his emotions and looked at Tsunade sincerely. At this time, as a Hokage, he couldn't be messy. Tsunade's pupils froze when he heard this, and his delicate body trembled with fear. His hands unconsciously crossed his chest, silent. Of course she knows what third generation is talking about. But she is afraid of blood, and she can't help herself just thinking about it. How to overcome it as soon as possible. Tsunade-sama. Namikaze Minato shouted with concern, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion. Regarding Tsunade's hemophobia, it was classified as Konoha's Class A top secret by third generation. The current Namikaze Minato doesn't even know. That's not the point, Minato. I have only one request from you, protect Kushina. Nine Tails, once a tailed beast controlled by Uchiha Madara. What if that kind of consequence is not something Konoha can bear? Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and interrupted Minato's words loudly. Now is not the time to consider personal emotions. This is the helplessness of being a Hokage. Kushina. Namikaze Minato murmured with his eyes closed, worry and determination on his face. He must protect Kushina to the death. We can't let Nine Tails go berserk. One Uchiha Madara is scary enough, but if you add Nine Tails. Hiss. Thinking of the terrible consequences, Namikaze Minato's scalp felt numb and his back felt cold. Ah ha ha. Don't worry so much, both of you. What if that person isn't Uchiha Madara? These are just my guesses and worst case scenarios. Don't be too burdened. Anyway, leave everything to me. Don't forget, I am the third Hokage of the Konoha Shinobi village. Seeing that the two of them were under great pressure, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed and he pretended to be relaxed and laughed. But no, our side collapsed before the enemy appeared. Although, he is under more pressure. Hee. That's right, otherwise we won't be able to come back safely. Even if he is Uchiha Madara, he is still an old man now. The strength may not be as strong as it was at its peak. Quote. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment but then laughed, echoing to soothe his mood. But just think about this kind of thing. They cannot pin their hopes on childish fantasies. Well, that's the situation. I will order the recall of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, and will not assign you missions for the time being. It's up to you to decide between Minato and Obito. It doesn't matter whether you practice in the village or go out to perform tasks. With the strength of Obito and Kakashi, the Minato class has surpassed the average Chunin team. There should be no problem for the three of them to carry out tasks below B level alone. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had realized something, looked around the two of them, and finally looked at Minato and concluded. Is this so? Then I'll ask them. Quote. Namikaze Minato scratched his head and said, but did not reply directly. After all, this is an independent team mission, so we still need to consult the three people for their opinions. Well, the level of your mission this time. Let's just call it an A- level mission. S level missions are too conspicuous. Our conversation today is Super S class confidential and no outside information is allowed. Konoha is now shrouded in the haze of war, and there can be no more accidents. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, not forgetting to give a final warning. Although, with Tsunade and Minato's ninja qualities, they would never go out and talk nonsense. Yes, advertisement. Clear. Of course Tsunade and Minato understand the stakes and have no objection. Let's go to the roots. After leaving the ward, Sarutobi Hiruzen held on to the Hokage hat, changed his smile and said solemnly. Danzo must know the seriousness of this matter. The roots must also be prepared to protect Konoha. The other side. Well, so full. Thanks for the treat, Ms. Shizune. Quote. Obito rubbed his belly after eating and drinking, and joked with a happy smile. He didn't have any good food after sleeping in the open air for the past few days. Obito-kun, do you want to go for a walk together? Quote. Shizune pinched her shriveled wallet distressedly, biting her teeth softly and issuing an invitation. If you can successfully date Obito, then this price is still affordable. Well, let's wait another day. Don't you want to go back and study these materials? Don't waste your time. Ms. Shizune, don't forget the mission given to you by Tsunade-sama. If you don't learn it on time, Tsunade-sama will be disappointed. Quote. Obito turned his face and smiled brightly, pointed at the medical books beside Shizune and declined. The long black hair moved with her head, and the handsome half-smile made Shizune fall in love instantly. Obito-kun, so handsome and gentle. Shizune's eyes were shining with stars as he murmured inaudibly, and the beautiful life of the two of them in the future had already appeared in his mind. Hateful. Nohara Lin's lungs were almost exploding with anger as she watched, her silver teeth clenched tightly and she almost exploded. Obito seems to have never been so gentle to her. But just for a moment, Lin suddenly reacted again. She seemed a little too angry. No matter what her status was, she didn't seem to have the right to be angry when Obito was dating other girls. But, is this feeling really like it? I don't seem to be sure either. Or maybe it's because Obito only had eyes for her before. Is the gap caused by this? However, this feeling of disgust from the bottom of my heart doesn't seem to be. So, what exactly is this? Obito and Kakashi, who does she like? I'm leaving first, Lin. Obito glanced at Lin's reaction from the corner of his eye, chuckled secretly, and turned away. Sure enough, a woman is a creature with complex yet simple emotions. With Shizune's stimulation, I believe Lin will soon recognize herself. At that time, it is also time for him to decide how to face this Byakugan. Are you playing with routines or playing with emotions? It won't be left to Kakashi anyway. This is also an important reason why Obito cooperates so well with Shizune. Although Shizune's legs are fun, that's not enough to make Obito ignore Lin's existence. Chapter 49 Hemophobia Tsunade, Obito takes advantage of others' danger. Knight. Uchiha Tribe. Name. Uchiha Obito. Age. 10 years old. Strength. Jonin. Identity. Konoha Genin, Uchiha clan member. Attributes. Fire, Earth, Thunder, Water, Wind. Blood Successor. 3 Tomoe Sharingan, White Eyes 358 degrees inferior wood style. Chakra. 7.7 calories. Taijutsu. Basic Taijutsu, Uchiha throwing technique, gentle fist acupoint pointing, gentle fist technique 8 trigrams 32 palms, Taijutsu leg kung fu level C, Taijutsu knife technique level C. Genjutsu. Genjutsu Sharingan, Genjutsu Narakumi technique D level, Genjutsu Shiranui C level, Genjutsu Fox Heart technique C level. Ninjutsu. 3 body technique, Shadow Clone technique B level, Secret technique. Cement Ash B level, Rasengan A level, Mayfly technique. Fire style. Fire style Great Fireball technique, level C, Fire style Function Fire technique, level C, Fire style Great Fireball, level B, Fire style Garuda, level B. Earth style. Earth style Earth Reflection Fish technique, level C, Earth style Earth Current Wall, level B, Earth style Rock Iron Cannon technique, level A. Wind style. Wind style Great Breakthrough, C level. Lightning style. Lightning style Pseudo Dark, class B. Water style. Water style Water Separation technique, level D, Water style Water Lock technique, level C, Water style Water Cut, level C, Water style Water Flow Whip, level C, Water style Water Curtain, level C, B level, Water style Water Shark Bomb technique, B level. Open black lens bracket shish. Finally, I have some money to waste in this dangerous world. Close black lens bracket. Looking at his luxurious attributes, Obito breathed out a breath and secretly said. During the return trip these days, Obito did not forget to extract skills. Therefore, Wei Tuodian Joju's 0.7 calorie chakra and C-level water style water cut. All have been extracted by Obito. In the chat group, there is no one except Shijutu Yuan, a guy who doesn't like anything. The rest of them have been wiped out by him. So. This is the only thing left. Obito then turned his eyes and looked at the fire style secret technique and the wood style scroll he wrote silently next to him. As long as he learns the contents of these 2 scrolls, his strength will make another huge leap. But now is not the time to work overtime and practice. White eyes, open. Thinking of the beautiful Tsunade he saw today, Obito couldn't help the restlessness in his heart and shouted in a low voice. The Byakugan's line of sight is within 1 kilometer, while the Uchiha and Senju clans are less than 100 meters apart. How could Obito ignore this opportunity to feast his eyes? Who knows when Tsunade will run away from the village again? This is equivalent to the neighbor being a super beautiful woman, and he happens to have a pair of clairvoyant eyes. If you don't look at it, you're not a normal man. Not to mention his favorite character. Obito, who is in his late 20s at heart, will certainly not refuse. Nani, that is. As soon as Obito opened his Byakugan, he felt a heat on the tip of his nose, his eyes widened and he yelled. Advertisement. In Byakugan's black and white vision, there was an antique boudoir. Tsunade, one of Konoha Sannin's medical masters. At this time, it was trembling and whimpering like a kitten. That seductive pretty face was no longer confident and generous as before, and her face turned pale. The beautiful brown pupils also reveal infinite fear. 2 lines of tears kept sliding down the cheeks, and the tearful eyes looked so endearing. And in the mountains that Tsunade is proud of, a few drops of scarlet blood are flowing there. Is this about overcoming hemophobia? Obito, who was full of enthusiasm, could see the deeper meaning at a glance, and said with a flash of fire in his eyes in surprise. Really, Tsunade is so tempting now. Even the black and white vision cannot stop the infinite charm. Open black lens bracket how pitiful. Since we bumped into each other, I will try my best to comfort you. Close black lens bracket. After thinking for a moment, Obito couldn't resist the alluring charm and sighed secretly. The next moment, Obito's body melted into the ground, and Mayfly technique activated. Nawaki, break. I don't want to lose you, don't. Woo, why? Why can't my medical ninjutsu save you? What kind of medical ninja am I? What kind of Konoha Sannin am I? Woo woo woo. The death scenes of Tsunade and Nawaki were played repeatedly in Tsunade's head, and he was so emotionally broken that he couldn't help himself. He hugged his knees tightly with both hands, inadvertently revealing those proud and exquisite curves. You've done a great job, Tsunade. Just let me help you forget that painful memory. Suddenly, a magnetic voice sounded in Tsunade's ears. This made the shocked Tsunade's face change. But at this time, she was in fear, her mind was disordered, and her body was completely out of control. His eyes only felt scarlet flashing before his eyes, and he fell into a deep sleep. Sharingan illusion is really a convenient snake oil ability. Looking at Tsunade who was already asleep, Obito couldn't help but sigh, his eyes burning. The eyes wander. It's not that Obito has poor concentration, it's just that Tsunade is too tempting. With that proud figure and charming face, no normal man can ignore this fatal temptation. Well, I'm not taking advantage of you, I'm just taking you to bed to rest. Obito said to himself, wrapping his arms around that alluring body and walking to the bed. For the first time, Obito felt the softness that belonged to Tsunade. However, the moment Obito picked up Tsunade, the sleepy Tsunade seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, grabbing Obito's neck and not letting go. Advertisement. As if seeking some spiritual solace. This made Obito feel short of breath again. What? You were testing me, Tsunade. Quote. Obito took a hard look at Tsunade's indescribable greatness, dumbfounded. But he subconsciously tightened his arms. Huh. The sleepy Tsunade just subconsciously muttered in his sleep and had no other overreaction. This made Obito's heart beat faster and he was so excited that he was a little impulsive. However, the facts tell him, don't G think about it. This is not a color fan. At the age of 10, he can stand upright and attack unparalleled. He was only 10 years old and had no offensive ability at all. Suddenly, Obito looked at the ceiling with tears in his eyes, so helpless that he could hardly breathe. TMs. What a rare opportunity to conquer Tsunade. Due to the age and identity gap between the two, Senju and Uchiha have a feuding relationship. Even if you think about it with your buttocks, normal pursuit is almost equal to nothing. Tsunade beauties are only possible by going off the beaten track. But now that he has such a good opportunity in front of him, there is nothing he can do. As a villain, he can't even take advantage of others' danger. What a failure. How could I do such a shameless thing? I was really carried away by desire. As a villain, this is too low of a rank to do this. It's important to improve your strength first, let's not talk about other things for now. As long as you are strong enough, everything will fall into place. Looking at Tsunade sleeping soundly in his arms, Obito reached out and wiped the 2 tears that covered his cheeks and thought silently. I found a high-sounding excuse for my own inability. Gently placing Tsunade on the bed. Suddenly, Tsunade's infinite grace flooded into Obito's eyes again. Gouda, so what? I was such a big help. It's not too much to ask for some compensation. Tsunade, if you don't say anything, you are tacitly agreeing. Quote. Seeing the temptation so close, Obito swallowed and smiled evilly. You're here, it's somewhat inappropriate not to do anything. Immediately, excited heart, trembling hands. Obito looked at the place where people would sink endlessly, and slowly stretched out the claws of Anlu Mountain. Chapter 50 Captain Nohara Lin, 3rd Hokage's Awakening. Next morning, Konoha Hospital. Obito, Kakashi, Lin. You are here. Namikaze Minato, who had recovered a lot of energy, leaned on the bedside and said as brightly as ever. Minato-sensei, this is the gift we prepared for you. I hope you will be discharged from hospital soon. Nohara Lin took out a basket of fruits and a bouquet of flowers from behind, revealing her sweet dimples. As he spoke, he quickened his pace and came to the hospital bed to put flowers in the vase. Sorry, Minato-sensei. Lin prepared this alone. The ungrateful Kakashi said in a cold voice, showing no shame in coming empty-handed. Well, stupid Kakashi, do we have to divide this between us? This is a reflection of Lin's team spirit on behalf of the 3 of us. Quote. Obito silently rolled his eyes at the straight man Kakashi and yawned. Because of Tsunade last night, he naturally had trouble sleeping. Even if he took advantage of hundreds of millions of dollars, Lu Shahui still felt uncomfortable. Only Obito silently bears the bitterness. HMPH, if someone hasn't prepared a gift, don't tell me. Shameless guy, Kakashi replied unceremoniously, feeling even more happy. If I can't beat you, why can't I reprimand you? Is this the happiness Obito had before? I really feel much better. Kakashi, Obito. Seeing the 2 friends fighting again, Nohara Lin pouted her lips and scolded them unhappily. These 2 guys are really. Oops, if you continue to do this, how can I trust you to go out to perform tasks? So childish, who should I make captain? What a headache. How about letting Lin become the captain? Quote. A smile flashed in Namikaze Minato's eyes, and she held her forehead in a pretentious manner and sighed. Leaving the village on a mission. Captain, that must be me. Suddenly, Obito and Kakashi shouted in surprise with their eyes shining at the same time. Especially Kakashi, he is determined to be the captain this time. Minato-sensei, what does this mean? Aren't you the captain? Could it be? Nohara Lin's breath shortened and she asked nervously, thinking of a possibility. Well, that's right, it's just what you think. Obito and Kakashi's strength has far exceeded genin level. Master Hokage has decided to temporarily let the three of you form a team to carry out the mission. Advertisement. Of course, you can also refuse. But I have a more important mission now, and if you follow me, you may have to stay in Konoha for a long time. Quote. Namikaze Minato looked at the three people with nervous faces and spoke bluntly without hiding anything. Mr. Minato, I agree to form a three-person team. Teacher, I am willing to establish a Kakashi class. Obito and Kakashi expressed their opinions loudly and in unison without any hesitation. Obito naturally does not want to stay in Konoha. Going out to kill people and cheat is his growth path. Kakashi is much simpler. I just don't want to lose to Obito and want to make my presence known by becoming the captain. What about you, Lin? Namikaze Minato secretly thought that this was indeed the case, and turned to look at Nohara Rin and asked. Obito and Kakashi agreed, even before he expected it. As genius ninjas, how could they be willing to stay in Konoha and train peacefully? I also agree. Nohara Rin glanced at Obito and Kakashi, who were excited and looking forward to it, and agreed without much hesitation. She cannot hinder the growth of two geniuses because of her own problems. Likewise, she also needs to grow quickly through tasks. Try to narrow the gap between her, Obito, Kakashi and the others. That's it. You guys will rest for 2 more days today to recharge your batteries. The day after tomorrow, go to the Hokage building to find Mr. Third Generation to receive the mission. As for the captain, well, you decide for yourself. Quote. Seeing that the three of them agreed, Namikaze Minato revealed a smirk and decided. Rather than letting him appoint the candidate, it is better to leave it to them to decide. The current Minato class is not like before, only Kakashi stands out. Obito, do you want to fight with me? Kakashi immediately turned to look at Obito, his eyes sharp and cold. Fight, haha, I recommend Lin as the captain, don't you have any objections? Quote. Obito smiled with a hint of amusement in his eyes, not caring about the team leader at all. Recommending Lin is just for fun. Just wanted to see how Kakashi would react. Lin, Kakashi and Lin shouted in shock at the same time, looking at Obito with a confused look on his face. Even Namikaze Minato was quite surprised at this time. Huh, that's Lin. Kakashi changed his mind and agreed with a cold snort. Instead of fighting with Obito, there is a half chance of failure. It's better to give it to Lin directly, and no one can order anyone. If the dispute comes to the end, appointments will be based on strength. To be honest, he has no confidence in grabbing Obito right now. As expected of Kakashi, smart enough. A hint of surprise flashed in Obito's eyes, but it quickly turned into nothing and he smiled lightly. Kakashi's brain has always been smart. Advertisement. I'm the captain. Nohara Lin pointed at herself in confusion, feeling a little at a loss. Why did she become the captain? Well, it's you. Obito and Kakashi looked at each other and confirmed seriously. Lin, that's it. Well, I almost forgot. The last mission, Third Generation Sama, was finally determined to be an A- level mission. When you go to the Hokage building the day after tomorrow, remember to collect the mission reward. Namikaze Minato gave Rin an encouraging look and finally added. With Lin watching, he could feel relieved. At least Obito and Kakashi will no longer argue over trivial matters, which will affect the mission and increase the danger. Yes, the three Obitos took the order at the same time, their eyes showing joy. Finally, there is a reward for an A- level mission. And the other side, Senju tribe. Tsunade looked at his bed in a daze, his face uncertain. On the fair face, anger, shame, confusion, and doubt flashed together. That feeling is definitely not an illusion. Damn. Damn pervert, I must catch you. Huh, it's all that old man from Third Generation. It's okay, why should I overcome my hemophobia? After thinking for a long time, Tsunade finally confirmed it and gritted his teeth and said bitterly. It's just that when the pretty face thought of a certain blurry scene, her cheeks flushed as if they were stained with paint. Although she didn't get anything like that last night. The existence that I can be proud of shows obvious signs of being controlled by others. This made Tsunade feel even more ashamed, but also more certain that he was attacked at night. You know, even her former lover Kato Dan. It's just to the extent of holding hands. That B************** D. Hateful. Absolutely cannot let him go. Thinking of the flash of scarlet before unconsciousness, Tsunade gradually had a goal and shouted with a cold voice. At the same time, Hokage archives. This is it. As a last resort, I can only choose to protect Konoha in this way. This is my responsibility as the third Hokage. Konohagakure, who succeeded Shodai and Nadaime, must not fall in my hands. But it seems that I have to consider candidates for the fourth generation in advance. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out an old scroll from the secret compartment and said firmly with a determined look. Under the dim light, the name on the scroll is vaguely visible. Title: Sealing the Ghosts. Chapter 51. Always risking your life with your sister, heroic immortal Jiraiya. Konoha. Inside the Uzumaki barrier. So boring. When will Minato come back? And that kid Obito, didn't he say he wanted to learn the sealing technique from me? Why is there no movement? Quote. Kushina stood on the Uzumaki tower, looking at the village in the breeze and complaining. The corner of my eye fell on several Anbu intentionally or unintentionally, and I felt a trace of disgust for no reason. Since the last time Nine Tails went berserk, third generation has increased the number of Anbu against her. Although she knew in her heart that she was preventing Nine Tails, Kushina was still unhappy. Uzumaki Kushina, someone is looking for you. Suddenly, an Anbu appeared suddenly and said with a cold tone. Could it be that Minato is here? Kushina's eyes lit up, her mood instantly turned from worry to joy and she shouted loudly. With a tap of his feet, he jumped off the tower and headed straight for the entrance at the bottom of the tower. It's too reckless to follow her. Anbu said helplessly and indifferently, urging several other subordinates to follow quickly. Under the tower. Minato, I miss you so much. Seeing the familiar blonde hair, Kushina rushed up to her and hugged her passionately. Don't be like this. Although Namikaze Minato was extremely happy, she still smiled and pushed Kushina away and said awkwardly. Because, ahem, master, please don't show affection in front of hot-blooded young men. This will spoil the children. Obito coughed dryly, looked at the two of them with black lines on his head and said helplessly. Damn it, just do this when you come up. Isn't this messing with his mentality? Obito, why are you the only one? Where are Kakashi and Lin? Quote. Kushina then belatedly saw the boy next to her, and hurriedly left Minato's arms and pretended to be polite. Only her red cheeks revealed how embarrassed she was at this moment. Hehe, master, have you forgotten? You promised me to teach me the art of sealing. Lin and Kakashi have their own matters, so they didn't come today. Obito sighed, put his forehead on his head and smiled, indicating his intention. This Madara, has he forgotten this? Fortunately, he was still sick. Minato hurriedly came over to recharge. This was no longer a waste. Ah ha ha, of course I remember this. Obito, do you want to learn the sealing technique now? Go, follow me. Kushina laughed when she saw this, pulled Minato along, said hello and walked home. Her residence is not in this Uzumaki tower, but in an exclusive compound nearby. Whispering sound. Looking at Kushina and Minato chatting and laughing in front of them, Obito followed behind and rolled his eyes again. These two show off their affection so much, they deserve to be banned from the original drama Obito. Advertisement. Isn't this just adding fuel to Obito's grief? A few minutes later. Well, these are the most basic sealing technique information. Only after you learn these can you understand the subsequent sealing techniques. Take it back first and integrate it, and come to me if you have any questions. Quote. Kushina took out a large pile of information and placed it on the table, looking narrowly at Obito's confused expression. The pain of her childhood will finally be experienced by others. So cool. I'm so stupid, I naively thought that the sealing technique is easy to learn. Obito looked at the information that was half a man's height stupidly, and complained inarticulately. TMs. If he had this time, if he went to attack and kill a member of the sealing class, he would have everything. If you can cheat, what kind of a good student you are if you have nothing to do? Well, I'll take it home and study it in depth first. Thinking of this, Obito made up his mind, found a reason to pick up the documents and left. But this is not in vain, at least he will have a reason for using sealing techniques in the future. Kushina, if you don't give Obito guidance, how can he understand the sealing technique? Quote. Namikaze Minato looked at Obito's hurried away figure, turned his head and sighed helplessly. He. For him to see my joke just now, does he really think that I don't know anything? Let him have a headache for a few days, and I will guide him to study formally next time he comes. Kushina laughed like a fox stealing a chicken, and was very proud of it. Forget it, it's up to you. Kushina, now down to business. I remember you once said about an S-level seal, forbidden technique sealing all ghosts. Now, I have a reason to learn this forbidden technique. Please. Quote. Namikaze Minato asked with a change of tone and a solemn expression. This is the real reason why he dragged the sick body and agreed to Obito coming. The existence of Madara forced him to find other solutions. Even if it means sacrificing your life, you must protect Kushina and Konoha. The corpses are sealed away. The price of that technique is. Minato, why are you doing this? Could it be because of Nine Tails? Kushina's heart skipped a beat, she put away her smile and said nervously. She even secretly regretted herself, why did she tell Minato these things before when she had nothing to do? Well, how could it be because of Nine Tails? I believe that Kushina's power is enough to suppress Nine Tails. However, I also have my own reasons. Trust me, Kushina. I know what's appropriate. Namikaze Minato reached out and grabbed Kushina's little hand, speaking firmly and unquestionably. Kushina's cheeks turned red again and she hesitated to speak. Well, I believe you. After struggling for a moment, Kushina finally reluctantly agreed. She couldn't refuse Minato's request. But at the same time, I also believe and trust Minato's choice. Advertisement. Evening. A hot spring bath in Konoha. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Or is it Konoha that makes me more nostalgic? The materials outside are not as high quality as those of Konoha's beauties. It's all top quality at every glance. Wearing a Konoha forehead protector and Y man with white hair, he was lying in front of the door with his butt sticking out and smacking his lips. If you like it so much, then go in and enjoy it. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the white-haired man. Before the white-haired man could react, he felt his butt being kicked. The body involuntarily rushed into the women's bath. Pervert. Ah. Pervert. Get dressed quickly. Kill him. Sisters, fight the pervert. In the blink of an eye, the women's bathhouse was buzzing with life and excitement. This allowed a certain LSP who rushed in to feast his eyes on, and at the same time, he was also greeted with hatred by countless pink fists and jade legs. Wait, I'm not a pervert. The white-haired man quickly moved and dodged, temporarily breaking away from the crowd and arguing loudly. This caused everyone to stop their movements and see clearly who was coming. He is Jiraiya-sama. In the crowd, two women spoke one after another with trembling pupils. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The pervert is Jiraiya-sama, one of the Sannin. How come? Could it be that Master Jiraiya was framed? Hey, I'm a huge pervert. Quote. Seeing the jaw-dropping scenes of several beauties, Jiraiya's face suddenly changed into a sly smile. In an instant, such shameless words plunged the scene into dead silence again. A-hole. Damn it, how dare he? I've heard for a long time that Lord Jiraiya has been a big pervert since he was a child, but I didn't expect it to be true. Sisters, beat him. After a brief stalemate, another hoarse angry shout came from the bathroom. Suddenly, the scene was full of blood. As expected of a true man and hero Jiraiya. I am ashamed of this shameless face. Quote. Obito's eyes were scarlet and he admired without missing any detail. He also didn't expect that when he came out to search for the ceiling class ninja with his Byakugan, he would actually find Jiraiya. Things are impermanent. Damn stinky brat. He actually destroyed my important material research. See how I deal with you in the future. Jiraiya quickly ran to Obito's side, said harsh words in annoyance and ran away quickly. Behind him, dozens of women with different styles were chasing after him waving brooms and washbasins. The situation is obviously extremely urgent. Obito. Chapter 52 Fast Boy Jiraiya, Obito's seduction technique. Konoha Back Mountain. You brat. You. How dare you catch up? See how I will teach you a lesson today. Jiraiya, who had a blue nose and swollen eyes, stared at Obito, panting slightly and said maliciously. If it weren't for Obito, how could he be beaten by a group of women? You're such a perverted old man, you're spying on women taking a bath in broad daylight without saying a word. He actually wanted to beat his disciple. Tisk tisk tisk. If this gets out, I don't know what others will think of you. Well, stop calling yourself Toad Sage from now on. Just call it S*X Immortal. Lord Jiraiya, Obito sarcastically said, his eyes filled with contempt. In broad daylight, disciple, Jiraiya looked up at the bright moon in the night sky and was stunned, then he opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at Obito. 3 Tomoe Sharingan, you are the last disciple of Minato. Uchiha Obito. Quote. Suddenly, Jiraiya took a sharp breath and exclaimed. Staring directly into Obito's pupils, his eyes looked strange. Crane tail, how could it be possible to awaken 3 Tomoe Sharingan at such a young age? Minato, is there some misunderstanding about the crane tail? The end of the crane. Hehe. S*X Immortal, your information is out of date. But I am indeed Uchiha Obito, a disciple of Minato Sensei. Quote. Obito suppressed the urge to get angry and smiled calmly. Everything, for the contract Mount Myoboku. Really my disciple. Jiraiya lost his voice in surprise, and then his face turned red when he thought of something. Being caught by his disciple peeping into the women's bathroom, even with his face, he was a little embarrassed. Ahem. Kid, for Minato's sake I won't pursue this matter. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, coughed, laughed, found a reason and turned around to leave. So embarrassing, etc. Lord Jiraiya, I want to make a contract with Toad Summoningmon. How could Obito let the cooked duck fly? He hurriedly confessed. There's no need to mince words about this. Contract Summoningmon. Kid, do you have enough chakra to use summoning? Although you have awakened the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, you are no longer the tail end. But summoning jutsu is not that simple a ninjutsu. Jiraiya paused, turned to look at Obito and declined politely. The contract of Mount Myoboku cannot be passed down casually. Carrying a great mission, he must screen every contractor. So, even Nagato, who is most suspiciously like Destiny's Child. Advertisement. Nor did he get the inheritance of Mount Myoboku. Chakra. Obito smiled contemptuously and stretched out his right hand under Jiraiya's strange gaze. Although his chakra amount is not as good as cage-level ninja, Obito's confidence is also among the best in the Jonin stage. So, Rasengan. Obito shouted in a low voice with concentration, and the blue chakra quickly condensed and rotated in the palm of his hand. Nani? This is. Jiraiya's face suddenly changed, and he stared at Obito's palm in shock. Isn't the form of this jutsu the Muji ninjutsu that my disciple Minato once envisioned? Could it be that he has succeeded? Drink. Seeing Jiraiya's look of horror, Obito shouted and increased the amount of chakra again. Between breaths, Rasengan, which is only the size of a meatball, expands rapidly. Under Jiraiya's disbelieving gaze, a football-sized Rasengan appeared in Obito's palm. Look carefully. Obito reminded him with a raised corner of his mouth, and smashed the big Rasengan in his hand at the rock next to him. There was a loud boom sound. The hard rock several meters high was instantly shattered into powder, and stone debris flew everywhere. So powerful. Is this the Muji ninjutsu developed by Minato? Quote. Jiraiya suddenly brightened up and asked with surprise, his eyes shining. Yes and no. All in all, I should have passed my chakra. Quote. Obito responded casually and brought the topic back to the summoning technique. Ahem. This, I need to think about this. Quote. Jiraiya scratched his head and smiled, still not agreeing. If it were another disciple, such as Kakashi, maybe he agreed. But now we are facing Uchiha Obito, so we have to consider our political stance. Regardless, he is a disciple of the third Hokage. And Obito is a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha's subtle relationship with Konoha's top brass cannot be ignored. The contract, Mount Myoboku, represents the Sannin heritage. The things here can be big or small, and they are not that simple. That's why I don't want to come back. Such a troublesome thing is so annoying. Close black lens bracket. A thought flashed through Jiraiya's head, and he felt a little unmotivated. Then what if it's this? Obito was heartbroken when he heard this, gritted his teeth and used his trump card. For Sage Mode Sake, no shame. Sharingan illusion and seduction technique. Under Jiraiya's confused expression, Obito's eyes flashed scarlet and activated the genjutsu. The next moment, Jiraiya's consciousness was pulled into a pink and romantic illusion space. Here, countless H-type characters that Obito has criticized and dismissed are all appearing. Advertisement. What about the Takayanagi family? What about the matrilineal family? What about after-school tutoring? What about tentacle monsters? What about subduing succubi, etc.? All 12 skills were used to bombard Jiraiya. 2 minutes later. It's a sale. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with obsession, and he fell to the ground limp and drooled. 2 scarlet streaks surged down from the tip of his nose. Well, this guy couldn't have been screwed, right? Quote. Obito glanced at the place where there was no movement, frowned and said worriedly. Although his Sharingan genjutsu is not as pervert as Itachi's Ōtsutsuki, he can experience a 72-hour time difference in an instant. But there was almost an hour of illusion experience. But it's only an hour, so it shouldn't be like this. Thinking of a certain possibility, Obito couldn't help but give Jiraiya a look of contempt. That's it, pervy sage, who is also known to hang out among flowers. He can't be a money-giving boy. Well, kid, no, Obito. You are such a Uchiha genius. I actually thought of using Sharingan to develop this illusion. Well, I've tested it for you. Basically no male ninja can ignore this illusion. What a genius invention. After a while, Jiraiya regained consciousness and stood up and said seriously with a straight face. He didn't care at all about Obito's contemptuous eyes. On the contrary, he is slightly proud. He is a person who has passed 3 levels in a row with his great strength. It's quite powerful. The summoning technique. Obito was secretly dismissive and stepped forward to remind him in a low voice. Well, all right, seeing as you are Minato's disciple and a talented boy. I'll just promise you. But, hey, there are still some flaws in your illusion, I want to give you some pointers. By the way, I also have to teach me that Rasengan. I want to give Minato a surprise. Under Obito's surprised and speechless expression, Jiraiya licked his face and pretended. At this moment, what child of destiny, what Uchiha, what subtle relationship. All left behind by Jiraiya. Obito is Minato's disciple, that is, his disciple. Teaching some ninjutsu to his disciples would make sense to him. We have no reason why he is afraid. Well, that's how firm your stance is. No problem. Then let's start the contract now. Obito's eyes were burning and he quickly agreed, fearing that Jiraiya would regret it later. Really, Wenwen Township is the tomb of heroes. The ancients have never deceived me. Chapter 53 Contract Mount Myoboku, Team Lin and B-level missions. Are you so impatient? He really has the temperament of a kid. Jiraiya laughed teasingly and reached out to wipe away some of the nosebleed that had just flowed out. Watch it, Obito kid. Hi, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei. Jiraiya grinned and slowed down his hands to form seals. Sharingan. Obito immediately looked at it intently and urged Sharingan to start copying. Summoning technique. With Obito's perfect reproduction, Jiraiya stretched out his hand and pressed it to the ground and shouted in a deep voice. There was a bang. A huge cloud of white smoke rose in front of Obito's eyes. What appeared next was a large toad with orange skin and blue stripes, the size of a light truck. The toad has a white bead with the word, loyalty, hanging around its neck and a contract scroll in its mouth. None other than Mount Myoboku's famous toad, Toadada. Go ahead. Jiraiya stood on top of Gautada's head and lightly tapped him, and Gautadashi stuck out his tongue and sent the scroll to Obito. Sign your blood contract and press your palm prints on it, and the contract will be considered successful. Seeing Obito open the scroll, Jiraiya prompted. Clear. Obito said with burning eyes, biting his finger without hesitation and starting the contract. How could he not know about this kind of thing? Soon, Obito concluded a blood contract on the contract scroll. Just let me try this. As soon as the contract was completed, Obito couldn't wait to start making seals. Hi, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei, summoning technique. After completing the seal perfectly, Obito slapped his eyes on the ground and shouted excitedly. In order to succeed, Obito used 2 cards of chakra. I saw surging blue chakra all over Obito's body, and the aura effect was directly full. In an instant, the black summoning technique spread in all directions centered on Obito's right hand. With a bang, another huge plume of white smoke drifted past. Obito felt his feet go weak, and his body was lifted about 10 meters. Looking down, he saw a huge earth yellow toad appearing in front of his eyes. It is as big as a large heavy truck. 2 circles bigger than the Toadata summoned by Jiraiya. Strong toad. Tisk tisk, it was successful in one go. Uchiha is truly a genius of Sanmagatama. However, you just wasted a lot of chakra. If it were me, the amount of chakra you just had would be enough to summon Bunta. Well, that's the toad boss. Jiraiya looked at Obito's scarlet eyes and introduced with emotion, recognizing Obito's talent for the first time. Jiraiya, so what is this on my head? A new contractor. Dolly Toad's eyes rolled around twice, looking at Toad Zongming, who came to his senses and said calmly. Yes, he is the new contractor. Advertisement. Uchiha Obito. Ali, please go back and tell everyone. I need to take more care of this kid from now on. Quote. Jiraiya nodded and said, paving the way for Obito. Uchiha Obito. Boy, I am a powerful toad. Has great strength and the ability to glide briefly. Just call me if you need it in the future. Quote. The powerful toad's eyes turned to Obito, looked deeply at Sharingan and hummed. Without waiting for Obito to reply, he turned into white smoke and returned to Mount Myoboku. At the same time, Toadata next to him also turned into white smoke and disappeared. Of course, I also took away the summoning contract scroll. Little devil, I have fulfilled your request. Now, is it time to fulfill your promise? Let's talk about that Rasengan tomorrow. Let me give you some guidance on another illusion. Jiraiya's expression suddenly changed, he took 2 steps forward and smiled. Obito, with such a small body, I'm not afraid of having a convulsion. However, what is he afraid of if Jiraiya wants to die? Sharingan illusion sexy harem seduction. Obito was in a good mood, so he immediately doubled the amount with one shot. Then regardless of the consequences, he quickened his pace and left. The LSP Jiraiya is left to indulge in it and cannot extricate himself. Soon. 2 days flew by. Because of Jiraiya's appearance, Obito temporarily gave up looking for the sealing class ninja to extract the sealing technique. Turned to practice summoning and teach Jiraiya Rasengan. The short period of 2 days was fulfilling and stressful. This day, Hokage office. You are finally here. Kakashi, Obito, Lin. This is the reward for your last mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Obito and the others with a pleased expression, took out 3 envelopes and said kindly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Obito's eyes lit up, and he quickly got the envelope in a perfunctory manner. How could he not be active in paying wages? Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi and Lin also got the reward envelope in time and each shouted. Well, now let's talk about your mission. Currently, due to the turmoil in various countries, Konoha sent a large number of ninjas to various borders to prevent possible attacks. For the time being, Wuxia has no concerns about the security situation in the country of fire. As a result, many bandit groups were born in the fire country. Among them are many ninja teams formed by escaped ninjas and spies from other villages. I will leave this matter to you to resolve now. The task level is tentatively classified as B level and will be adjusted according to the actual situation. Advertisement. The time of the mission is uncertain. You can return to Konoha to rest and report on the progress of the mission to receive rewards. Note. Prioritize your own safety in any situation. This is my only request for you. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Obito and the other 3 with stern eyes. This is a mission he specially selected for the 3 Obitos. It can not only train the 3 of them, but also solve the thorny problems facing Konoha. It is impossible for Konoha to send a large number of manpower to deal with those teams of varying strengths. But that kind of complicated situation cannot be matched by the average genin team. But it is impossible for Konoha to send Chunin and Jonin level ninjas to suppress bandits now. So, there is a 3-person team of Obito, who has special Jonin strength, Kakashi, who has elite Chunin strength, and Nohara Rin, who is a semi-medical ninja. It is the most cost-effective team candidate. Of course, he didn't want the 3 of them to die here. Only then came the final instructions. Yes, Kakashi and Lin responded loudly and with firm eyes, full of enthusiasm. Only Obito is a little uninterested at this moment. What's the point of suppressing bandits in the land of fire? Obito can't look down on those medium and genin enemies now. Well, just use this time to practice fire style and wood style. This is just a good way to improve the strength of Kakashi and Lin and prevent old man Madara from showing up to cause trouble. That guy may already be designing a blackening plan for me. Kakashi and Lin, neither one can die. Close black lens bracket. Obito said helplessly to himself, his eyes flashing with determination. He doesn't want to be a loner without even a friend to chat with or spank. That kind of lonely life is something Obito cannot accept. Even if there is a resurrection in the Hokage world, forbidden technique, it may be better not to die. Then, this is the mission letter. Which of you is the captain? Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the three people responded, took out a letter of authorization and said. With this, they can freely enter and leave the Konoha gate. Avoid unnecessary trouble. I am the captain. Under the astonished gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nohara Lin said with a shy face. Step forward and take the power of attorney. Lin. Ahem, then I wish you good luck in your mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a strange look in his eyes, coughed dryly and pretended to be calm. Obito, Kakashi, let's go. Lin, who had received the power of attorney, straightened her pretty face and shouted seriously. Yes, Captain Lin. Obito and Kakashi looked at each other and said in unison. These three brats seem to be looking more and more like Orochimaru and the others. Has the bond been formed? It's time for them to take part in the next Chunin exam. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured with a smile. Konoha, new seedlings have begun to grow vigorously. Chapter 54 Tsunade's Commission, the mission begins. Tisk, tisk, tisk. This time it was only 10,000 taels, and the old man from third generation was still as stingy as ever. Quote. In the streets of Konoha, Obito was walking on the road, taking out the envelope of money and complaining. It doesn't give the third generation any face at all. Only 10,000 taels are given for A-level tasks. Let's just play around with this. During the Shippuden period, an elite Jonin Asuma's head was still worth 30 million ryo. They were facing Uchiha Madara, so this shouldn't be the case. Even taking inflation into account, it cannot be 10,000 taels. 100,000 taels is almost enough. Idiot, don't slander Lord Hokage. For this mission, Minato-sensei and Hizashi-senpai still have to distribute the reward, so the 10,000 ryo we can get is already quite a lot. Quote. Kakashi took every opportunity to scold him, taking the moral high ground for a moment. When scolding the Hokage in Konoha, Obito is really becoming more and more bold. Don't say that, Kakashi. I believe Obito didn't do it on purpose. This mission reward can be used to replenish equipment. Let's go back and prepare. Meet at the gate of Konoha in 1 hour. Nohara Lin pretended to be a peacemaker, and her serious demeanor showed her captain style. Hee. Task to make money, task to spend, at the end of the day it's me. Obito complained again when he heard this, turned around and walked towards the Uchiha tribe. Buying equipment is impossible, absolutely impossible. This little money is still acceptable for living expenses. Buy equipment, then let him drink from the northwest wind later. Obito. A corner away from the clan, a cold voice suddenly appeared. Stopped Obito's path. Obito heard the sound and looked up, and a graceful figure appeared in front of him. Seeing the person coming, Obito couldn't help but feel a little bit in his heart. Uneasy. Suna, Lord Tsunade. Obito glanced at Tsunade with a guilty conscience and said anxiously. Could it be that Tsunade discovered what happened that night? It shouldn't be. Follow me. There was a hint of fatigue in Tsunade's brows, and he turned around and left with a calm greeting. This makes Obito even more uneasy. But, he had to go. Wouldn't that be self-inflicted? Damn it, the dead eggs are in the sky. At worst, she refuses to admit it. What else can she do to me? Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Looking at Tsunade's exquisite back, Obito swallowed secretly and strengthened his faith. Following Tsunade, the two soon arrived at the Senju clan land 100 meters away. After passing through quaint houses and courtyards, Obito officially stepped into Tsunade's boudoir for the first time. Obito, you are Minato's disciple. They can also be considered my descendants. Uchiha clan, I can only trust you. Now, I have something I need you to do for me. I want you to help me find someone in Uchiha. That guy is 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and he needs to know Earth-style ninjutsu. You have to help me find all the Uchiha that meet the requirements. Tsunade didn't hide anything and went straight to the point. In the past 3 days, she had conducted covert inspections and secretly observed many members of the Uchiha tribe in the police force. But nothing was gained. As a Senju princess, Tsunade is inconvenient and impossible to go to Uchiha to investigate. And that matter is relatively private and not suitable for public disclosure. Therefore, we can only rely on Obito, the only alternative. Earth-style ninjutsu, 3 Magatama Uchiha clan members. Then do I count? There was a strange flash in Obito's eyes, and he turned on 3 Tomoe Sharingan, pretending to be innocent and trying. If Ganshing is just looking for a target of suspicion, then he will feel more at ease. It's just Tsunade, you seem to have the wrong person. You, haha, let me add one more thing. If you are between 15 and 35 years old, you are not counted. Seeing Obito's stupid look, Tsunade laughed angrily. How dare someone as small as Obito do that? I really want to die laughing. Okay, but I have to go on a mission right now. This matter needs to be considered in the long term. Obito was secretly ecstatic when he heard this, and said calmly and seriously. Start procrastinating so that you can move around more in the future. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. Although Tsunade was anxious, he suppressed his emotions and pretended to be calm. She couldn't let this matter be exposed. No, Where should she put her Sanin's face? Then, Tsunade-sama, I don't even ask you why you are looking for this person. But in return, I have a condition. I want you to give Nohara-rin a chance to pass on your power. She has great medical talents. Quote. Obito looked at Tsunade's forehead and his heart moved, and he made a request. As a time traveler, he will definitely change the plot, and no one knows the danger behind it. Then, it is imperative to cheat by Yugong and Nohara-rin. Advertisement. Obito's requirements for Rin are not high, and he is satisfied if he reaches the level of Tsunade. Nohara-rin, that little girl the day before yesterday. Tsunade asked subconsciously, looking at Obito with admiring eyes. It's a bit interesting that such a good opportunity should be given to my companions. Yes, but she has to pass my test. After thinking for a while, Tsunade nodded slightly and agreed. If Lin passed the test, she wouldn't mind having a genius disciple. This was done just in case Uchiha Madara died during his raid on Konoha. It won't end the Sannin heritage. Thank you Tsunade-sama. I have to pack my things and carry out my mission, so I'm going back first. Quote. Obito shouted with joy on his face and left directly. He has taken advantage of both inside and outside. If he doesn't leave now, he will wait until later. HMPH, damn Uchiha pervert. I will definitely find you. Quote. After Obito left for a moment, Tsunade's voice of resentment resounded in the room. Konoha Gate. Obito, you are indeed late again. Kakashi snorted coldly when he saw the belated arrival, once again expressing his dissatisfaction. He was carrying a big backpack, but he had been waiting here for almost half an hour. Okay, definitely next time. Quote. Obito said nonchalantly, looking at Nohara-rin beside him. Captain, I will give you a special gift next time I come back. Suddenly, Obito's words stunned Nohara-rin. Then two red clouds appeared on the cheeks. Obito, it's not going to be. Ahem, everyone is here now. Set off. Target, Short Book Street. Nohara-rin hurriedly suppressed the throbbing in her heart and pretended to be majestic. Janju Street. Obito blurted out subconsciously when he heard this familiar name. Yes, it's Tanshu Street. It is a famous gambling town in the Land of Fire. The surrounding area is naturally home to bandits and bandits. As the first stop for suppressing bandits, it is most suitable. This is the information I got from asking Jonin Senpai. Nohara-rin confidently solved the puzzle, which immediately impressed Obito and Kakashi. It seems that Lin, this girl, is very reliable as a captain. Yikes! Obito suppressed his smile and rushed to the front. Nohara-rin consciously ranked second, and Kakashi came last. A one-word battle formation instantly unfolded. Chapter 55 Madara's Expectations, White Zetsu Clone Attacks. An underground space. Madara-sama, Obito leaves the village again. This time it was just him and his two teammates, without Hyuga Byakugan and the blonde Jonin. I think it is necessary to report to you. A white Zetsu clone suddenly shouted, awakening Uchiha Madara from his deep sleep. Just the three of them. Uchiha Madara murmured softly, his eyes fixed in thought. This is indeed a rare opportunity. White Zetsu, you take several clones to collect information on Obito. Play it by ear. If you can, I want you to use the lives of those two brats to speed up Obito's growth. Sharingan, only with loss can you gain the power that truly belongs to Uchiha. Quote. Uchiha Madara ordered with amusement in her eyes, full of expectation. If the time is right, he doesn't mind letting Obito experience the darkness in advance. New, everyone, let's take action. Quote. The white Zetsu smiled and said to the clones around him. While speaking, he quickly dodged to the ground. He has had enough of this dark and boring place. Several other white Zetsu clones followed immediately, fearing that Uchiha Madara would stop Mamoru if they stayed behind. Obito, Nagato, grow up quickly. I've had enough of this weak and decaying body. Hashirama, just watch. Soon, I will create a world without war on my own terms. Completely negate the terrible world you have created. Infinite Tsukuyomi, that is the true path to permanent peace. Uchiha Madara seemed to see the dawn of victory, and turned to stare at Hashirama's artificial body, feeling inexplicably excited. The soul of the middle class erupts violently. The other side. Short Book Street. Obito and the three people rushed all the way and finally arrived here 2 days later. Although the current situation in the ninja world is turbulent, it is still bustling with people and busy with traffic. A bustling and lively scene. The three of them found a hotel to stay in and immediately started their first mission meeting. The top priority now is to collect intelligence. Carry out extermination missions based on the intelligence feedback results. So, should we act together now, or should we act separately to improve efficiency? Quote. Lin sat across from Obito and Kakashi, analyzing and asking with a serious face. I agree to separate operations. Kakashi immediately spoke to express his attitude. He still wants to use this to prove his existence, so why would he be willing to act together? Well, I also agree to split up. But they are divided into 2 teams. My team, your team. Obito's heart moved, he glanced at Kakashi and said calmly. He was worried about letting Lin go to the gambling town alone to collect information. Advertisement. And he also wanted to avoid the two of them from making small moves, so this was the best plan. Are you acting alone? No, I refuse. Nohara Rin and Kakashi both breathed heavily and spoke in different voices. Kakashi, do you want Lin to go alone to get information from those gamblers? Obito changed his eyes and started to set Kakashi up. With Sharingan, acting alone is the most efficient allocation for me. And you just need to confirm that my information is correct. There is no need to collect too detailed intelligence at all. This is my reason. Quote. Obito continued without giving Kakashi a chance to refute. Sharingan. This is indeed true. But, there is no but, this is the reality that cannot be changed. Kakashi was unwilling to retort, but before he could finish his words, Obito forcefully pushed him away. Immediately, Obito turned to look at Nohara Rin, whose mouth was slightly open. Lin, you are the captain now. What do you think of my solution? Quote. Obito stared into Lin's eyes with burning eyes and said without any doubt. Immediately, Lin's little face flushed a little red. I agree. Suppressed by Obito's momentum, Lin could only nod weakly in agreement. Obito, when did you become so opinionated? Why face Obito like this? I don't have any disgust at all, but I'm actually a little bit. Subconsciously avoiding Obito's gaze, Nohara Rin pinched the corner of her clothes and felt confused. Then it's decided. Come back tonight to summarize the information. Seeing that Kakashi was still going to speak, Obito hurriedly said in final words. After saying that, without giving Kakashi a chance, he jumped down from the window and disappeared in front of the two of them. Lin, I regret recommending you to be the captain. After a moment of silence, Kakashi looked at Nohara Rin with resentful eyes and sighed silently. This is obviously biased in favor of Obito, the two of them are in the same group. Nohara Lin, a dead end of a street in a small town. Obito's expression froze after he repeatedly confirmed that no one was around. White eyes, open. In an instant, the corners of Obito's eyes were once again covered with veins. As long as he uses the Byakugan to find the ninja who has chakra, and then uses the Sharingan illusion to collect information. The efficiency is definitely impressive. Intelligence collection is so simple and crude in front of Byakugan plus Sharingan. Open black lens bracket Nani. White Zetsu clone. As soon as he opened his Byakugan to cover a 1-kilometer radius, Obito was startled by the 4 white Zetsu clones in his sight. The 4 white Zetsu were divided into 2 groups, the closest 2 being less than 20 meters away from him. The 2 furthest ones are only more than 100 meters away. Advertisement. This is very dangerous. Obito subconsciously closed his Byakugan to avoid exposing his Byakugan. By the way, when did these guys come? I had used Byakugan to clear the way from time to time, but no trace of white Zetsu was found. Could it be? Suddenly, Obito's heart sank as he thought of a possibility. The appearance of white Zetsu represents Madara's will. In other words, Old Man Madara is targeting him again. What worries Obito even more is that if Old Man Madara does something dirty to Kakashi or Lin, forcing him to go dark gave birth to Mangekyo Sharingan. The consequences. HMPH, my life will not unfold according to your script. The so-called strike first is the strongest. Rather than sit back and wait for death, facing a crisis that may erupt at any time. It's better to use the trick and take advantage of the opportunity to fight back. Maybe, this is the opportunity I've been waiting for. Close black lens bracket. Obito's eyes exploded with fierceness, and murderous intent suddenly emerged. Immediately, Obito quickly formed seals with his hands. Shadow clone technique. There was a bang. A shadow clone appears next to Obito, and Obito immediately activates the Mayfly technique to dive underground. Obito's body escaped underground and opened his Byakugan again to lock on the 4 white Zetsu clones. At such a close distance, white Zetsu, who has a clone communication, must not be able to kill them one by one. To kill, 4 of them must be killed in one hit at the same time. Can't let one go. Shadow clone technique. Obito formed a clone again, and created 2 more shadow clone one after another. Including the shadow clone on the ground, there are exactly 4 of them. Everything's ready. What is this guy Obito doing in the dead corner of the street alone? Is it necessary to poop? Quote. Circle-faced white Zetsu revealed one eye on the tree trunk, looking at Obito's back with curiosity. Fool. He had to squat down to poop, he obviously needed to pee. Wrong. Why doesn't he take off his pants to pee? Quote. The other white Zetsu, who had a tattoo on his body, roared angrily, and then fell into doubt. By the way, Madara-sama didn't take off her pants even when she peed. I've never seen him take off his pants. Have you seen it? Quote. Circle-faced white Zetsu said again naively, a little confused. Idiot. Madara-sama survives by absorbing the power of golems, and there is no such low-level excrement. You just stare here, I'll go take a look from the front. The clone of white Zetsu, half-tattooed, looked down upon him again and aimed at the big tree in front of Obito. Madara-sama said she wants to collect information on Obito. Peeing without taking off your pants should also count. Chapter 56. All things, all attributes and blind eyes. How is this going? Quote. Half-stab white Zetsu was about to activate the Mayfly technique when he suddenly felt his movements were restricted and sluggish. As soon as he expressed his doubts, the circle-faced white Zetsu had not yet reacted. A sudden voice rang in their ears. Water-style water prison technique. In a flash of lightning, the two white Zetsu were instantly surrounded by heavy water and restricted their movement. This made the two white Zetsu look confused at the same time. Being attacked in a tree trunk was their first encounter. Secret technique cement ash. And just when the two white Zetsu were stunned, Obito Shadow Clone, who had his back to them, suddenly stood up and turned around to shout. Several tons of cement ash blurted out in an instant and crashed directly into the heavy water. When the two substances collide, they immediately react chemically and rapidly change into cement stones. As soon as the two white Zetsu realized that they were being attacked, they were turned into stones and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The big tree they were hiding in also split from the middle and collapsed. All this seems to take a long time, but it is actually completed simultaneously in just 1 second. While at the same time, the two white Zetsu in the distance were treated similarly, both were killed instantly. The white Zetsu, who only have the strength of Genin, face Obito who has the strength of Jonin. Carrying out a surprise attack deliberately and unintentionally is as easy as slaughtering chickens and sheep. Tip. White Zetsu joins the group chat. 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 Hehe. With the last experience, how could I leave you a way out? Quote. Obito heard 4 prompts in a row and dismissed Shadow Clone with a proud smile. Last time White Zetsu almost escaped using the mayfly technique, but this time Obito trapped him first and then killed him. Naturally, he is as stable as an old dog. His mind quickly sank into the chat group, and Obito glanced at the White Zetsu attributes again. Name. White Zetsu Kagaya humanoid weapon. Ability. Yang attribute, inferior wood style, chakra 0.6 card. Skills. Clone communication, split, spore technique, pretend technique, nepenthes, mayfly technique, rot decomposition. Without any hesitation, Obito immediately ordered to the chat group. Chat group. Forced extraction of White Zetsu's Yang attribute, clone communication, spore technique, disguise technique. As the chat group ability is activated, a life force different from wood style is integrated into Obito's body out of thin air. That is, the power of Yang escape that is higher than the 5 attributes. Advertisement. In an instant, all the cells in Obito's body felt like they had fallen into a hot spring. The whole body is warm from the inside out, and the cell potential and activity are activated again. At the same time, the Yin escape chakra residing in the depths of Sharingan was stimulated by the Yang escape and immediately woke up to compete with it. Yin and Yang are in harmony with each other, and the combination of the two can bring about all things. The two forces merge with each other in entanglement and combine into a new quality of chakra. Obito's eyes unconsciously switched to Sharingan, and then quickly turned to wide-eyed state. The two types of eyes change rapidly, and the pupil power grows rapidly. The other 3 abilities were also enlightened in Obito's heart at the same time. Clone communication. Can exchange information with White Zetsu within a certain distance. Spore technique. Use spores to eavesdrop and monitor, and absorb the possessor's chakra when activated. The absorbed chakra can be transferred and replenished to other people. Disguise technique. By absorbing the chakra of others, it changes as it is, and cannot be recognized by the sensing ninjutsu. A moment later, Obito slowly opened his eyes, inexplicably surprised. His Sharingan's pupil power is more powerful but consumes less. Equivalent to upgrading to high performance and low power consumption, Sharingan is more convenient to use. As for Byakugan, it makes up for the 2 blind spots. It turns into a 360 degrees wide eye with no blind spots. This is the power of Yin-Yang escape. Even though his Yin-Yang escape is still very weak, the essence is the same. Open black lens bracket damn it. Now I can finally try to fight back. What kind of time traveler is he who is always being led by the nose? Feeling the changes in his body, Obito silently formed the seal with his hands again. Shadow Clone technique. With a bang, a new Shadow Clone appeared next to Obito. Remember, success or failure. Never expose my existence. Obito looked at Shadow Clone and warned again, this is related to his future. Have to be careful, don't worry, the main body. How could I harm you? Quote. Shadow Clone waved his hands indifferently, used the mayfly technique and left directly. Call. Hope the move goes well, if not, then we can only settle for the next best thing. Obito looked at the white clouds on the horizon, his eyes flickering. Sudden. Advertisement. Obito slapped his head and realized. Damn, being so delayed by White Zetsu, I almost forgot about the real thing. Shadow Clone technique. Obito formed 2 Shadow Clones again, and then he went to collect information with satisfaction. The main body is really becoming more and more lazy. He actually asked us to practice ninjutsu, and he just sat back and enjoyed the results. Quote. One of the Shadow Clone looked at Obito's back and complained mercilessly, feeling very dissatisfied. You also said that he is the true body. Instead of complaining here, it is better to consume the chakra quickly and disappear by itself. Quote. The other Shadow Clone sighed helplessly and turned around to practice wood style outside the town. Cut. Shadow Clone is also working hard like this, haven't you rolled enough before? The previous Shadow Clone shouted in displeasure, speeding up his pace to follow immediately. Fire Nation Frontier. After Obito Shadow Clone quickly crossed the border of the Land of Fire, he immediately activated the clone transmission and started fishing. A distress signal like a radio wave. Instantly, there was a beeping sound in White Zetsu's communication network, like a beacon in the dark night. Soon, a White Zetsu was drawn to respond. Are you coming? Looking at the White Zetsu clone that was escaping at great speed, Shadow Clone said with a smile. Immediately, the white eyes in the pupils switched to Sharingan state. Next second, a White Zetsu clone escaped from the roots of the tree smoothly, and as soon as he looked up, he saw a pair of scarlet Sharingan. Illusion Sharingan. The moment Shadow Clone looked at each other, he immediately urged Sharingan to activate the illusion. Sharingan's pupil power, amplified by yin-yang escape, exploded. The White Zetsu clone's eyes trembled and he fell into confusion for an instant, and was possessed by an illusion. Shadow Clone did not dare to delay and immediately put his hand on White Zetsu's shoulder. Pretend to be technique and activate. In a blink of an eye. The weak chakra of the White Zetsu clone was completely destroyed by the Shadow Clone, and turned into a tree to feed the earth. The Shadow Clone uses the absorbed White Zetsu chakra to quickly transform into the White Zetsu appearance just now. In the current ninja world, no one can see through this change except for the hidden Ōtsutsuki Iki. Not even Uchiha Madara. Preparations completed. Now, it's just a matter of following the clues and finding Uchiha Madara. Shadow Clone smiled calmly and used Mayfly technique again to escape hundreds of miles away. Chapter 57 White Zetsu A Fei attacks and kills Uchiha Madara. Short Book Street. There are 4 groups of bandits and 3 rebel ninja teams. Among them, there are 19 genin and 3 chunin, for a total of 76 people. Their current position is, Obito returned to the hotel, drew and wrote on a piece of paper and talked. Kakashi and Lin listened carefully and corroborated their information. The information is basically correct. Then we'll start taking action tonight. The first target, those 3 rebel ninja teams. Quote. Kakashi made the proposal as soon as possible after the intelligence was gathered. I can't wait for this opportunity to verify his cultivation. Obito shrugged and said that he didn't like this kind of shrimp at all. Of course it doesn't matter when to go. Then it's decided. Now assign tasks. Seeing that the 2 of them had reached a consensus, Nohara Lin made a decision with a wink. At the same time, the other side, open black lens bracket finally found. Didn't expect you to be here, old man Madara. Close black lens bracket. Shadow Clone looked at his location and was filled with emotion for a moment. Who would have thought, the hiding place of old man Madara? It's actually in the no man's land at the intersection of the 3 kingdoms. Here is the 3-nation border division between the country of grass, the country of rain, and the country of earth. At the same time, it is also the center of the ninja continent. Starting from here, whether it is going to the 5 major countries or other places, they are all quite convenient. Well, it's calculated based on the straight line distance of White Zetsu. Thinking of its mission, Shadow Clone immediately launched Mayfly technique and dived deep underground without further delay. Soon, a huge underground space appeared in front of Shadow Clone. As soon as he entered here, the tall 10-tails golem came into Shadow Clone's eyes. Next, there are the Hashirama artificial body and those half-finished White Zetsu hanging from the southeast branches. In front of the 10-tails demon statue, there was an ordinary stone chair. The number 1 hero of the Hokage, Uchiha Madara, is still in his dying years but has ambitions to conquer the world. He was resting there with his eyes closed tightly. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Finally meet you, old man Madara. You are really in a sorry state now. Shadow Clone glanced around, focusing on the white pipe behind Uchiha Madara and silently thought to himself. In the plot, Madara once said personally that as soon as the tube connecting the golem is broken, he will die immediately. So, this is Shadow Clone, and it is Obito's only attack and kill plan. Apart from this, there is no other way with Obito's current strength. Huh, what are you looking at? Advertisement. What does the sleeping Madara-sama mean? Tell me quickly, what did you find when you went out this time? Have you ever seen poop? Quote. Suddenly, a circle-faced White Zetsu with one eye exposed came to Shadow Clone and danced. Interrupting Shadow Clone's thoughts. Hooligan. Seeing this familiar White Zetsu clone, Shadow Clone blurted out subconsciously. As the most unique White Zetsu, a Fei's brain circuit is quite vivid. Ah, are you calling me? What a failure given my vocabulary that I forgot to name myself. Hooligan. It's a nice name. I will call you a Fei from now on. The one-eyed, circle-faced White Zetsu screamed suspiciously and distressed, nervous. A Fei. Okay, then let me show you the new abilities I learned when I went out. Quote. Shadow Clone rolled his eyes and thought of something to show off. Under White Zetsu a Fei's strange gaze, Shadow Clone began to form seals with his hands. Ninjutsu. Can we still learn ninjutsu? Quote. White Zetsu Fei exclaimed suspiciously when he saw Shadow Clone's movements, and touched his head in disbelief. Next second. Wind-style wind-cut technique. Shadow Clone completed the seal and shouted loudly, with a perfect expression and extraordinary momentum. However, nothing happened. No, don't kill me. What an amazing wind style. Whoosh. Circle.operator oh circle.operator, wow. A wind blade flew over my head. A Fei White Zetsu was stunned for a moment, then immediately danced and ran away in a hurry. He was running around in a panic, shouting loudly one after another. Instantly, a loud noise woke Uchiha Madara. Is this another boring joke? A shoddy product is a shoddy product. Uchiha Madara looked around and snorted disdainfully at the two white Zetsu who were fighting. However, he did not interrupt the scolding, but closed his eyes again. In this boring underground, white Zetsu's shouting and playing can also relieve his boredom a little. It's a life adjustment. Well, this guy, quote. Shadow Clone looked at white Zetsu A-Fei who was still shouting, and two black lines could not help but rise on his forehead. Although it was a test move by him, the other party was probably too pushy. But, now, A-Fei, take another move. Shadow Clone shouted in a very confident manner and formed seals with his hands again. Advertisement. Come on, I'm so scared. Hey hey hey. Watch me defend with Earth style. White Zetsu A-Fei let out a strange cry, and started to form seals in a pretentious manner while laughing. This game is so fun. Finally found a like-minded partner. Wind style wind cut technique. Shadow Clone completed the seal, looked sharply, and shouted in a deep voice. Earth style wall. White Zetsu A-Fei also responded by slapping the ground and shouting loudly. The next moment, a huge wind blade suddenly appeared out of thin air behind Uchiha Madara and quickly slashed towards the golem pipe. The speed is as fast as the wind. Nani. Just when Uchiha Madara sensed something was wrong, the wind blade behind him had already struck the pipe. The powerful wind blade was like chopping melons and vegetables, cutting off those tubes instantly with just one blow. The remaining force slashed at the body of the Ten-Tails demon, creating a cloud of dust. Suddenly, the scene fell into dead silence. Open black lens bracket success. Close black lens bracket. Seeing the severed pipe, Shadow Clone secretly thought excitedly. Mr. Ban, you have to join the group in advance. Really, is there a wind blade? White Zetsu A-Fei looked behind Madara in bewilderment, and then looked at the earth flow wall that did not rise in front of him and was stunned. B ******** D. Drink. Feeling the rapid loss of life force, Uchiha Madara gasped for air, her eyes flashing scarlet and forming a seal with one hand. The moment the seal was completed, the severed tube started to move on its own. With lightning speed, he inserted himself behind Uchiha Madara again. What? Shadow Clone was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect old man Madara to do this. Sure enough, you shouldn't believe this unreliable plot. Without hesitation, Shadow Clone immediately took to the ground to escape. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara shouted loudly when he saw this, and a giant blue skull hand burst out of his body instantly. The last come first. He grabbed Shadow Clone, who was halfway into his body, and pulled him out of the ground. Sharingan. Looking into each other's eyes, Uchiha Madara's pupils flashed crimson and she was about to read the other person's memory. This white Zetsu who can use ninjutsu is so weird. More importantly, white Zetsu would betray him. If I had reacted slower just now, I would have really gone to the Pure Land to see Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, who has unrealized ambitions, will never allow his dreams to die without realizing them. That was a reality he couldn't accept. The reason must be found. Chapter 58 Diverting Trouble to the East. Ōtsutsuki, Black Zetsu panicked. Hehe. Do you want to read my memory? Unfortunately, I'm just a Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone didn't panic at all when he was caught, but showed a weird smile and said calmly. Shadow Clone, who are you? Quote. Uchiha Madara, who was ready to go, made a move and said as uncomfortable and indifferently as if he had eaten a fly. If the opponent is a Shadow Clone, he can't withstand the power of his illusion eyes at all. As long as he activates the illusion, the opponent will disappear immediately. This is very embarrassing. My name. Ōtsutsuki Yishi. Uchiha Madara, the Ten-Tails golem will be stored with you first. We will meet again. Quote. Shadow Clone pretended to be mysterious and said calmly, making everyone startled even though he was speechless. Then, under Uchiha Madara's confused gaze, it turned into white smoke and disappeared with a bang. Ōtsutsuki one style. Uchiha Madara saw this and dispersed the skeleton Susan's arms, muttering to himself with a confused look on his face. The name Ōtsutsuki Kagaya does not appear on the Nanga stone tablet that was modified by Black Zetsu. This leaves Uchiha Madara unaware of this. Open black lens bracket. No, it's impossible. How could it be him? Ōtsutsuki one style. How could he still exist? Close black lens bracket. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the darkness, was immediately shocked, and his dark face flashed with fear and disbelief. This name was too familiar to him as Kagaya's will. That is the head family of Ōtsutsuki who came to the ninja world with his mother Kagaya. It is also the existence that Ōtsutsuki Kagaya is supposed to protect. But wasn't that guy killed by his mother Kagaya? Didn't he die at that time? Thinking of this horrific fact, Black Zetsu suddenly trembled so much that he couldn't help himself. It would be really scary if that guy was still alive. No, he must confirm whether the other party exists. HMPH, no matter who you are. If you know the information about the Ten-Tails golem, you must die. White Zetsu can no longer be trusted, then. It is necessary to create a carrier to inherit my will. Quote. Uchiha Madara suddenly woke up Black Zetsu with a cold snort, making his eyes light up. Come over. Uchiha Madara greeted and put his hand on the shoulder of a White Zetsu clone. Inherit my will and lead the second incarnation of White Zetsu. Advertisement. Come out, Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara activated the yin-yang escape technique and drank with concentration. The next moment, Black Zetsu, who had been impatient for a long time, immediately replaced Momo and disguised himself as Madara's will to reappear in the ninja world. The pale-skinned white Zetsu also turned into half black and half white, merging with Black Zetsu. Black-white Zetsu is officially here. Go and find the man named Ōtsutsuki Ashiki. I want to know all the information about him. Quote. Uchiha Madara turned to Black-white Zetsu and said, his eyes unmistakable. Yes, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu immediately responded respectfully without any hesitation. Because this is also the information he wants to know. Only with the power of the white Zetsu clone can intelligence collection be accelerated. This is also one of the important reasons for his rebirth. Afei, right. Please inform me that from today onwards, no white Zetsu clones will be able to enter or exit this place freely. You stay here to help me pass on information. Quote. After Black Zetsu left, Uchiha Madara turned his eyes to the white Zetsu who was fighting with Shadow Clone and said. Ah, do you want me to stay here from now on? Quote. Afei said reluctantly with a confused face and full of disgust. To be honest, he has not yet reacted to the huge change just now. You can say no, if you want to die. Uchiha Madara said coldly and arrogantly. The Scarlet Sharingan looked directly at white Zetsu Afei. The surging chakra once again surrounded the body, and the pressure rushed in all directions. Aha ha ha, Madara-sama, of course I am following your orders. Quote. Although Afei has a strange mind, he is not mentally retarded. Of course he agreed with a wry smile. Snort. Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully and continued to rest with her eyes closed. The other side. Bandit's lair in Tanshu Street. Open black lens bracket came back. Haha, it's really not that simple. However, the information about Ōtsutsuki Ashiki was enough for them to divert their attention. Madara doesn't know Ōtsutsuki, but Black Zetsu must know the meaning of Ōtsutsuki. This is enough. Close black lens bracket. Obito, who received the memory of Shadow Clone, spat secretly without feeling too depressed. If old man Madara can be killed so easily, then he doesn't need to be so cautious. Advertisement. Go on. Kakashi shouted from the side, pulled out the white fang short sword and stepped forward. Go up against the genin boss with a clear goal. Water-style Shuiwei. Nohara Lin formed seals and shouted coquettishly at the same time. She opened her mouth and sprayed out several water arrows, showing her heroic appearance. Are you so impatient? Fire-style great fireball technique. Obito came to his senses and opened his mouth to shout, and a super great fireball with a diameter of 10 meters rushed into the gang of robbers. Suddenly, the battle scene was pushed directly to the climax. Tip. The target's strength is lower than Genin's and cannot join the group chat. Tip. The target's strength is lower than Genin's and cannot join the group chat. Comma 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 comma. Several identical prompts sounded in succession, making Obito curl his lips. This chat group actually has a minimum membership limit. But Obito didn't think much about it. Too many trash fish is very annoying. Then Obito turned his eyes and looked at the battle that was about to end. So, let's use these guys to hone the strength of Kakashi and Lin. In the case of great disparity in strength, the war of annihilation soon came to an end. Lin, someone seems to be lagging behind today. After the battle was over, Kakashi took back the short sword and said proudly. He never expected that Obito would be so cooperative today. Not stealing the spotlight from him, since you have started, you need to work hard to avoid jumping into trouble. Let's go to the next target. Obito didn't reply loudly this time, he just smiled and pretended. After saying that, he turned around and left. The real disguise is to ignore the other party. He won't be tricked by Kakashi, Obito is right. Let's go, Kakashi, as the captain. Nohara Lin smiled sweetly and agreed, urging Kakashi to follow Obito closely. Suddenly, Kakashi felt as uncomfortable as if he had been punched on cotton. Looking at the backs of Obito and Lin, I rolled my eyes wildly. Do these two guys have such a tacit understanding? Can we still give him some confidence as a genius? While secretly complaining, Kakashi quickly followed up. For his next goal, he will definitely prove himself with his strength. Chapter 59 Lin's Surprise, Danzo and Orochimaru. A few days later. Konoha. Back again. Obito, who was packed with bags, stood in front of the gate of Konoha and sighed. There is a trace of exhaustion in the eyebrows. These days, in addition to following the two men to suppress bandits, he also splits out Shadow Clone to learn fire style and wood style. Of course it won't be easy. Now it's time to submit the mission progress to Hokage-sama. Obito, Kakashi, let's go together. Quote. Nohara Rin said softly with a sad face, feeling timid about facing the third Hokage alone. This, Kakashi, who was carrying a lot of luggage like Obito, immediately turned his attention to Obito and hesitated to speak. Naturally, they got a lot of gold and silver coins from suppressing the banditry, and they are all in their backpacks now. Logically, these things must be turned over to Konoha. But Obito didn't seem to have this idea on his way back. Well, I suddenly remembered that there was an old lady waiting for me on the side of the road, so I left first. Obito saw through Kakashi's intention at a glance, and found an excuse to get away without sincerity. Joke. After finally making some extra money, how could he vomit it out? If he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had the nerve to come and ask for it, then don't blame him for running away and raiding his house. Well, when Kakashi saw Obito being so blatantly perfunctory, he became very angry and refused to admit defeat. Obito dares to do it, why can't he? Lin, what is that? I have to go home to feed the dog, so I'm going home first. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi said nothing, picked up his bag and left. To be honest, he is not financially well off now as he raises a Hachinan dog. These two guys. Nohara Lin's little face dropped and she bit her teeth lightly. She looked at her bulging backpack and hesitated for a moment. A moment later, Nohara Lin finally gritted her teeth and walked towards home. It's not that she is greedy for money, but both Obito and Kakashi are like this. If she turns it in alone, wouldn't it be equivalent to betraying both of them? This is an even more unacceptable choice for Nohara Lin. Half an hour later, outside the Hokage building. Call. After reporting the progress of the mission, Nohara Lin walked out of the Hokage building and exhaled heavily. Whether it's facing the Hokage alone, or hiding part of the truth. This is her first time doing it. How can I not feel anxious about this? Hey, it came out so quickly. Suddenly, a lazy voice sounded in the nervous Nohara Lin's ears. Nohara Lin was shocked immediately. T. Obito. Advertisement. What are you doing here? Quote. Nohara Lin's eyes lit up when she saw the visitor, a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes and she said strangely. After washing up, Obito's appearance is very good at this moment. Well, didn't I promise to come back and give you a gift? Let's go, I'll take you there now. Obito casually flicked the wet bangs on his forehead and said with a smile as bright as a shooting star. Gift. Lin subconsciously repeated it, and then remembered what Obito said when she left the village. Let's go, I can't wait any longer. Obito saw Lin still looking hazy and grabbed her little hand. This made Nohara Lin swoon, and two blushes instantly appeared on her face. He secretly glanced at Obito's handsome profile, and then his eyes fell on their hands. Lin's little face instantly turned red to the root of her neck, and she felt confused and anxious. Could this gift be? If that's the case, will she refuse or agree? Okay, this is it. When Nohara Lin was uneasy and wavering, Obito suddenly stopped walking and said. Nohara Lin looked up and her red face turned pale. Then it turned into a look of shame. Wine, pub. Obito, we are not allowed to drink alcohol if we are under 18 years old. Quote. Nohara Lin pointed at the izakaya in front of her and politely declined. There is a hint of resentment in the tone that is not easy to detect. Is this guy Obito going to take her drinking? What a gift. Hee. Of course I know this. Come in with me. Obito smiled lightly, took Lin's little hand and said without doubt. You, Suna, Lord Tsunade. As soon as Nohara Lin opened her mouth to refuse, she was frightened by a figure in the izakaya. In an instant, all her little emotions were thrown away. With starry eyes, he looked at his idol Tsunade with adoration and apprehension, and was filled with excitement. Well, we meet again, Obito, Nohara Lin. Tsunade elegantly held the wine glass and lightly opened her red lips, looking at Obito with drunken eyes. How did you know I was here? Tsunade stared at Obito with wide eyes, a little surprised for a moment. She went out to drink but didn't tell anyone. Hee. If I can't even find you, how can I complete that commission? Lord Tsunade, it's time to fulfill your promise. Quote. Obito naturally let go of Lin's little tricks, looking confident. With the Byakugan, as long as Tsunade is still in Konoha. How could he not find it? Advertisement. Is it? It seems that I underestimated you a little. Quote. Tsunade raised his hand and took a sip of sake, his pretty face showed a few hints of red, and his pupils glowed with different colors. Then he turned his eyes and looked at Nohara Lin who was confused. Lin, Obito said you have a strong medical talent. I promised him to give you a chance. Shizune is your classmate, you go find her. Make a copy of the information I gave her last time to study on your own. As long as you learn the healing skills within a month, I will accept you as my disciple. Quote. Tsunade's exit was like a depth charge, exploding instantly. Nohara Rin's face was confused and her eyes were blank and in disbelief. The idol wants to accept him as his disciple. This is not a dream. Lin, why don't you thank Tsunade-sama quickly? Seeing Lin's frightened face and dull eyes, Obito hurriedly patted her shoulder and said. Thank you Tsunade-sama. I will definitely work hard to learn healing techniques. Quote. Nohara woke up with a start and covered his mouth with surprises. He was flattered for a moment. That hopeless look made Obito laugh. However, Obito didn't really mean to make fun of her. This is equivalent to the successful and famous Xiao Ma suddenly saying, give you a chance to succeed. Who is not confused by this? Go, Obito and I have something to talk about. Tsunade nodded and waved, his eyes falling on Obito again. She made the promise, and it's time to put some pressure on this kid. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Obito, thank you. Quote. The idol spoke, and Lin immediately responded and turned to thank Obito. Without giving Obito a chance to reply, he ran towards Shizune's house quickly. She must go all out for this opportunity to become a disciple of her idol. Tell me, what clues do you have now? Tsunade lifted the wine glass and said lazily, and Obito breathed a sigh of relief at the charm he inadvertently revealed. Yaosho, this woman is so delicious. At the same time. Roots. Impure world reincarnation. In Konoha, there is a forbidden ninjutsu that can break the boundary between life and death. Lord Second Hokage, what kind of genius is he? A young and strong ninja with pale skin, black hair and golden eyes looked at the contents of the scroll in his hand and murmured passionately. Those golden eyes that looked like snake eyes were filled with the desire to peep. The purple eyeshadow on the nose and the blue magatama earrings make the handsome face look slightly enchanting under the light. I'm looking forward to that wood-style experiment, Danzo. After a while, the young and strong ninja shook his long black hair and smiled with anticipation. Well, happy to work together. Orochimaru. Quote. Danzo looked at the young man's excited expression and twitched his lips, his eyes burning. It was worth noting that he had spent these days trying to test it, and he finally took the bait. Sarutobi, your genius disciple is mine. Chapter 60 Nohara Lin becomes a disciple of Tsunade, Ichiraku Ramen. Time flies by like a flash, and in the blink of an eye it's another month later. This day, please give me some advice, Tsunade-sama. Nohara Lin said respectfully and politely, her little face showing unprecedented seriousness. He stared nervously and apprehensively at the dying carp in front of the table. Lin, don't be nervous. You can. Seeing Lin's nervousness, Obito couldn't help but patted her shoulder and spoke to encourage her. This month, Lin worked hard day and night to get the medical information. That energy inspired even Obito and Kakashi. Because of this, most of the subsequent bandit suppression tasks were completed by Kakashi alone. For a small part, Kakashi and Lin worked together to practice medical knowledge. As for Obito, naturally, the main body works together, and the shadow clone goes to practice ninjutsu. Lin blushed, nodded and started to move. Press your hands on the carp and activate the chakra according to the application techniques of healing. In an instant, a pair of small hands ignited green chakra. The dying carp seemed to have taken a big tonic, waving its tail and suddenly became full of life. With a few quick slaps, he leapt half a meter into the air. How is it possible? The careless Tsunade paused, looked at Lin's hands, and opened his mouth slightly. Incredible expression. The healing technique is only a superficial application of healing jutsu. But ultimately it comes down to healing jutsu. This is a medical ninjutsu with A-level difficulty. It is simply unimaginable that Nohara Rin could learn it in just 1 month. Compared with Lin, Shizun's qualifications are really mediocre. This girl is really a medical genius. Tsunade-sama, are you satisfied with Lin's medical talent? Obito looked at Tsunade narrowly, hinting her not to forget her promise. What a joke, Lin was able to change her eyes independently without a teacher at the age of 12. This so-called healing technique is simply not enough in front of Lin's talent. Tsunade-sama, Nohara Rin also thought about the reason for her visit today and looked at Tsunade expectantly, feeling anxious. Tsunade-sama, you are the same Sannin as Minato-sensei's master, Jiraiya-sama. Although the other party promised to accept her as his disciple before, it is not impossible for him to go back on his word now. After all, the relationship here is a bit complicated. However, if Lord Tsunade is willing to accept her as his disciple, then what does she, Minato-sensei, and Obito Kakashi call each other? Thinking that Obito and Kakashi were suddenly a generation shorter than her, a hint of weirdness and amusement appeared in Lin's eyes. As this, okay, I agree. But I need Minato's permission. Quote. Tsunade held his forehead, which was slightly aching, and nodded with his eager eyes. There is no way she would miss Lin's medical talent. Advertisement. However, the relationship here needs to be made clear to avoid surprises. No problem. I think Minato-sensei would agree. Quote. Seeing that Tsunade agreed, Obito quickly agreed and made the final decision. In the ninja world, the relationship between leader Jonin and Genin's subordinates is definitely a teacher-student relationship. But it doesn't have to be a master-disciple relationship. There's a lot to pay attention to here. There may be many teachers, but there is basically only one master. This point refers to the 7th class of the protagonist group. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura-chan are all Sannin's disciples. He is 1 generation higher than Kakashi, but what's the use? When the 3 of them faced Kakashi, they didn't call him their teacher. Urzu even called him by his first name. The teacher-student relationship will not be changed because of the master-disciple status. It's equivalent to each talking about it. In the ninja world, seniority between master and apprentice is not very important. Agree. What do I need to agree to? Quote. Just when the 3 of them reached a consensus, a hearty voice suddenly sounded. Then a golden light flashed, and Namikaze Minato appeared out of thin air. Minato-sensei. Nohara Lin subconsciously shouted when she saw the person coming, and then she looked away as if she was guilty of committing a crime. Minato-sensei, Tsunade-sama wants to accept Lin as a disciple. You won't have any objections to this, right? Quote. Although Obito didn't know Yang Daime's intention, he still made a decisive decision. Tsunade-sama wants to accept Lin as a disciple. This is a good thing. Of course I have no objection. Namikaze Minato looked at Nohara Rin unexpectedly and said happily. As a teacher, he naturally hopes that his students will develop better and better. Both Obito and Kakashi have talent and family support, and their futures are bright. Only Lin was once a headache for Namikaze Minato. His ninjutsu inheritance is not suitable for Nohara Rin. Now that Nohara Lin has gained Tsunade's favor, he will naturally not refuse this good thing. Really? Thank you, Mr. Minato. Lin on the side heard this answer, her eyes flashed and she shouted excitedly. That's it then. Minato, what are you doing here? Quote. Seeing this, Tsunade nodded with satisfaction, changed the subject and asked. Obito and Lin also looked confused and turned to look at Namikaze Minato. Ahem. Almost forgot. Obito, Lin, we have a mission. Let's go find Kakashi now and go to the Hokage building to get the mission. Quote. Namikaze Minato coughed dryly, suppressed his smile and said seriously. Advertisement. Task. Mr. Minato, isn't our mission to suppress bandits? Quote. Obito's eyes flashed with excitement and he pretended to be confused. There is a mission to Namikaze Minato, and it must be a difficult mission. The little shrimps these days have made his chat group extremely thirsty. That mission is temporarily suspended. We have more important tasks to do now. Quote. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but look solemn again as she thought of third generation's instructions. Immediately, Namikaze Minato turned to look at Tsunade. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. It's okay, go ahead. Lin, remember to come back to me. Tsunade was already used to this, so he waved his hand and said lazily. Just in time, she can use this time to compile a teaching material. Yes, master. Lin nodded heavily and looked at Tsunade with eyes full of intimacy and recognition. Gone. Obito, Lin, Namikaze Minato gave the order, and Obito and Lin immediately followed. Minato-sensei, this doesn't seem to be the direction to Kakashi's house. Following Namikaze Minato through several streets on the right side, Obito looked at the road going in the opposite direction and asked. Well, I just went to his house to look for him. Kakashi is not at home. Now let's go to the commercial street to look for him. Someone saw him going in that direction. Namikaze Minato said calmly, speeding up his pace again. Business street. A flash of doubt flashed in Obito's eyes, and then he suddenly understood. Kakashi, this guy, isn't just going to spend some extra money. Ah ha ha, Minato, I didn't expect to meet you here. Hey, I will show you something good, you will be surprised. Quote. Just as Obito was thinking about it, a familiar figure appeared in front of the three of them. While speaking, he flipped his right hand and chakra surged and flew. Rasengan. Mr. Jiraiya, you actually learned this ninjutsu. Amazing. Namikaze Minato looked at the blue pill in the visitor's hand and exclaimed. Open black lens bracket Jiraiya. Why does this scene feel more and more familiar? Obito looked at Jiraiya who looked proud, and couldn't help but feel a flash of surprise. Minato-sensei, Obito, look. Nohara Lin, who was silent on the side, suddenly stretched out her hand and shouted, instantly attracting the attention of the two people. Obito and Namikaze Minato turned their heads at the same time and saw a familiar white-haired figure at the corner of the street. Kakashi, Ichiraku Ramen, Namikaze Minato and Obito shouted at the same time, with different eyes. Chapter 61 Departure, A-level mission Lulan Ancient Country. Sorry, Mr. Jiraiya, we have urgent things to do. Quote. When Jiraiya tried his best to show off, Namikaze Minato poured a glass of cold water on her and turned around in the direction Lin was pointing. Obito and Lin, who were thinking deeply, naturally followed immediately. Ah, this is the ninjutsu I learned so hard. Jiraiya shouted blankly, momentarily confused in the wind. This is completely different from his fantasy script. Great. Ramen. I really want to eat delicious ramen quickly. It's still half price today, which is great. Quote. In the long queue, Shizune shouted with girlish joy. With such a careless look, he had no idea that his teacher had been beaten to death by Lin Jia. The hardworking ramen made by the handmade boss must be the soul of the soup. I will definitely taste it with my heart. The watermelon-headed Might Guy danced and roared with blazing eyes, and his blood was flowing. Well, inheriting this secret delicacy is also a manifestation of the will of fire. Asuma, who was holding a dog's tail grass in his mouth, echoed and had a strong political consciousness. Whispering sound. It's just a bowl of ramen, is that what you think? Quote. Kakashi put his hands behind his head, rolled his eyes and said venomously as always. Kakashi, aren't you in line too? Quote. Seeing this, Shizune said angrily, reaffirming his choice in his heart. Compared to the indifferent Kakashi, Obito is more interesting. Kakashi, you guy, you came out to eat and didn't even call us. Quote. Obito listened to the conversation between the three people and walked quickly to the crowd and shouted dissatisfied. He has been craving for Ichiraku ramen for a long time. Unexpectedly, this guy has just opened his business now. Obito-kun, do you want to eat delicious ramen together? Shizune next to him didn't wait for Kakashi to speak, and immediately extended the invitation with eyes as bright as lightning. That shy little appearance made Nohara Lin feel uneasy again. Sorry, Obito doesn't have time right now. Kakashi, we have a mission. Nohara Lin stepped forward and refused coldly, then turned to Kakashi and said seriously. There seems to be no personal emotion on her pretty face. Advertisement. Selfless. Open black lens bracket hiss. Is this girl about to wake up? Close black lens bracket. Obito looked at Lin's pretty and frosty profile, and his eyes narrowed in his heart. Task. Kakashi was surprised and turned to look at Namikaze Minato. There's no time to explain. Let's go to the Hokage building first. When Namikaze Minato saw everyone gathered, he nodded and urged the three of them. Yes, Kakashi shouted in response, leaving the group and following the three of them. Damn Lin, Obito-kun, I will wait for you to come back and eat ramen together. Quote. Shizune looked at the three people's backs and stamped his feet and said, very dissatisfied with Lin's reaction just now. Might Guy, Asuma, Hokage office, everyone, before explaining the mission. Let me first make something clear. This time, it's a classified mission that's at least an A- level mission. Ordinarily, the Jonin team with more experience and strength should be dispatched for this mission. But due to some needs and the recommendation of Minato Jonin. That's why I decided to give this task to you, the only genin. Now I give you a choice to opt out according to your personal wishes. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the Obito trio with solemn eyes, and finally his eyes fell on Lin. How could he give such an important task to Banto Minato if it wasn't to prevent the possible appearance of Uchiha Madara? Although Obito and Kakashi are not weaker than Jonin and Elite Chunin. Obito even learned Jiraiya's summoning technique and has the strength to rival Elite Jonin. But Nohara Lin is indeed only as strong as Genin. Therefore, this is actually a single choice for Nohara Lin. I won't quit. Obito did his part, he would not let this mission go. If his guess is correct, this task should be. Thinking of that possibility, Obito couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster and get excited. I do not know either. Me too, Kakashi and Nohara Rin shouted almost at the same time. Obito has already participated, how could they be willing to lag behind? Especially Lin, who has just learned healing skills, is trying to play her role. Okay, if you decide. Advertisement. Seeing this, third generation looked deeply at Nohara Rin and sighed deeply. There is news about a future ninja named Centipede. Create a puppet army in Lulan. Whether this information is accurate or not depends on you going to Lulan to investigate. If Sand Shinobi gets this information, or he cooperates with Sand Shinobi. This is a huge threat to Konoha. What you have to do is go to Lulan in the Kingdom of Wind to destroy that plan. We must never let the puppet army appear in the ninja world. Quote. Under Obito's surprised eyes, third generation slowly informed him of the mission content. Nima, it's really the Lost Tower. Just say that I saw Jiraiya Rasengan and Ichiraku Ramen open before and they looked familiar. My guess was indeed correct. I just don't know why third generation chose Lin and I to carry out this mission. Shouldn't it be Akamaiki Dingza and Aburame Shiwei? The most important is, will Prince Naruto appear in the world after time travel? Close black lens bracket. Obito shouted secretly, his mood fluctuated again. He had already guessed these things just now. Clear. I will do my best. Quote. Namikaze Minato took 2 steps forward and said solemnly, secretly nodding to third generation. In fact, these are not the point. The point is, he wants to verify whether the other party really comes from the future. And seal the dragon vein. By the way, I can collect information about Uchiha Madara. Konoha cannot prevent thieves forever. This situation has put many battlefields into tense situations. Go ahead. Seeing that Namikaze Minato had not forgotten his previous instructions, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded secretly. Namikaze Minato nodded again, calling Obito and the other 3 to leave quickly. Go back and get ready now. Meet at the gate in 10 minutes. Correct, because this time we were going to the Kingdom of Wind, in order to avoid any dispute with Sand Shinobi. We need to disguise ourselves and prepare a mask each. Leaving the Hokage building, Namikaze Minato ordered the 3 of them. Then the figure turned into golden light and disappeared. Kakashi and Rin looked at Obito and then left. Mask. Obito murmured, his eyes flashing strangely. Mask Obito, will it be released in advance? Chapter 62 First Meeting, Uzumaki Naruto who traveled through time and space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 4 black shadows, 1 large, 3 small, quickly shuttled through the increasingly sparse jungle of giant trees. As they moved quickly, the 4 of them soon came to the intersection of the forest and the desert. Suddenly, 4 figures stopped under the last shade of the tree. Going through here is the Kingdom of Wind. Lulan is located in the hinterland of the Kingdom of Wind. Now wear a mask to avoid unnecessary trouble caused by running into Sand Shinobi. Namikaze Minato, who was wearing combat uniform, waved his hand and took out a mask that resembled a bird's face and put it on his head. Sand Shinobi Ninja. Kakashi's eyes flashed with strange color, and he took out a dog face mask and pressed it on his face. His sword skills are very restrained against the puppet ninja. His father, Hitaki Sakumo, was famous for his use of a white fang short sword to create Konoha's white fang. Minato-sensei, don't you need a battle plan? Obito looked at Yongdame strangely, and then took out a white Magatama mask. Considering the possible trouble, Obito gave up the tiger stripe or Uzumaki mask that best suited his identity. He can't artificially create trouble for himself. You are inexperienced, so I won't use it for the time being. We will wait until we enter Lulan to find out the specific situation. Well, take these 3 kunai with you. Quote. Namikaze Minato explained simply, holding out 3 flying thunder god kunai again. Thank you Minato-sensei. Nohara Rin, who was wearing a pig mask, immediately took over and shouted. Her sweet words and the mask were very inconsistent. Obito and Kakashi each reached out and took the kunai and placed it on their bodies. Set off. Seeing that the 3 of them were ready, Namikaze Minato gave the order and rushed into the desert. The 3 Obitos looked at each other, and chakra erupted under their feet to follow immediately. In less than 2 minutes, the 4 of them disappeared into the yellow sand. The Nara Desert in the Kingdom of Wind is indeed vast. But despite the ninja's straight-line footsteps, Minato's class quickly passed through the obstacles. It was a smooth journey to the destination. See GUI. Is that Lulan? Quote. Seeing the staggered towers and buildings tens of meters high, Nohara Lin couldn't help but exclaim softly. It is true that Lulan is so spectacular now. The city, full of modern European-style buildings, is abruptly located in an uninhabited desert. Like a bright light, shining brightly in the dark night. It is indeed spectacular. Obito couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the many towers that were out of harmony. But deep in his eyes, there was a flash of excitement and expectation. Although Kakashi didn't speak, his slightly rapid breathing showed that he was not calm. Compared to 6 years ago, things have definitely changed a lot here. Everyone, the information about the future ninja is probably true. We have to act with caution. Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed with solemnity and he groaned in a deep voice. Boom, boom, rumble. Obito and the other 2 were about to answer the call when loud explosions suddenly sounded in Lulan. The 4 people immediately heard the sound and went out, and saw thick smoke rising into the sky one after another. You can still vaguely hear the cries of fighting. Advertisement. Go over and have a look. Namikaze Minato shouted without hesitation, bursting out chakra and rushing straight over. Go on. Obito's eyes flashed with excitement and apprehension, and chakra erupted, followed closely by him. This sudden battle, if there is no accident. That. Thinking of that possibility, how could Obito be emotionally stable? Kakashi and Lin looked at each other and immediately followed. Hateful. Are you puppets finished yet? A loud and angry voice broke out, looking at the puppets that appeared one after another with resentment rising to the sky. But the puppet on the opposite side didn't care what he thought and was still chasing after him. Faced with being rounded up by numerous puppets, the man immediately moved around in a hurry. But accidentally, he was blasted into the ground by a chakra bomb. Puff 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 puff. Many puppets immediately seized the opportunity, and dozens of chakra bombs surged out. That is, Obito, who was following Minato, his eyes flashing scarlet, stared at the person who was struggling with surprise. I just saw that person. He has the same short blonde hair as Yongdame, blue eyes, wearing an orange sportswear, and looks like a boy with a 6 paths beard on his cheeks. On the forehead, there is a clearly visible Konoha forehead protector. This person. It is the 16-year-old Uzumaki Naruto, the hero of Shippuden. Whoosh. While Obito was amazed, Namikaze Minato suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Naruto. Obito swept the scarlet Sharingan and quickly formed seals with his hands. The next moment, Naruto, who was surrounded by puppet bombs, was instantly taken away by Namikaze Minato. Fire-style flame ball. Obito seizes the opportunity, opens his mouth, spits out a super great fireball and rushes into the crowd of puppets. Next second, the fireball that crashed into the group of puppets exploded, destroying all the puppets instantly. But how can a puppet blessed by dragon veins be so simple? Several purple chakra lines appeared out of thin air, and the blown-up puppet parts began to reorganize. Drink. Unwilling to be outdone, Kakashi immediately drew out the white fang short sword when he saw this, and slashed the chakra thread several times with his sword to prevent the puppet from reorganizing. Go quickly, Obito urged, pulling Lin next to him and retreating quickly. Fighting these endless puppets does nothing but waste chakra. Kakashi followed suit immediately. The 4 people in the group cooperated tacitly, and their movements were completed in one go. These actions may seem very long, but in fact they are out of combat in just 2 breaths. By the way, who are you? As soon as Obito and Lin appeared next to Nagadame, he heard Naruto's question. Are we? You are a Konoha shinobi, and so are we. Quote. Namikaze Minato stared at Naruto's Konoha forehead protector, thought about it and lifted a corner of the mask. Are you also a Konoha shinobi? Naruto looked at the flashing Konoha symbol on Nagatame's forehead, scratched his head and exclaimed. Why didn't he know that these 3 guys were on the mission together? Advertisement. Boy, who are you? Why pretend to be Konoha shinobi? Quote. Obito's eyes flashed with excitement, and he shouted with feigned dissatisfaction. Only by breaking the plot line and participating can he get the information he wants. Right, Sharingan. You are Sasuke. Quote. Naruto immediately saw the Scarlet 3 Tomoe Sharingan and shouted in surprise. But only for a moment, Naruto reacted again. This guy's hairstyle, height, and tone were not the Sasuke he was familiar with. Who are you? Uchiha isn't the only one left with Sasuke and Itachi, what's going on with your Sharingan? Quote. Naruto, confused, asked directly. Suddenly, the scene fell into silence. There are only 2 people left in Uchiha. Boy, do you know what you are talking about? Seeing how cooperative Naruto was, Obito immediately pretended to be indignant and shouted. Well, it means that Uchiha has been exterminated. By the way, where did your Sharingan come from? Except for Mr. Kakashi, there are currently no ninjas in Konoha who have a Sharingan. Quote. Naruto continued to talk naively without knowing the reason, and once again broke some breaking news. Me, Sharingan. How can this be? Mr. Minato, there must be something wrong with this guy's brain. Quote. When Kakashi heard this, he couldn't help but rolled his eyes and spoke venomously. His surname is Hatake, how could he own Uchiha's Sharingan? You, kid, I'm talking about Kakashi-sensei. What does it have to do with you? Naruto heard the sound and looked at the masked Kakashi, who was a head shorter than himself, pouted his lips and began to mock. Hidden by masks, Naruto didn't know Obito's faces clearly. Boy, what's your name? Obito's heart skipped a beat and he continued to collect information. In the future after time travel, how could Kakashi have a Sharingan? Did he follow the plot? Me, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Kid, what's your name? Quote. Naruto can't change his name, he can't change his surname, he said bluntly. Okay, now is not the time to talk. Everyone, get out of here first. Quote. Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard the name, and he quickly interrupted. If he guessed correctly, this boy should be the Konoha shinobi from the future. If this is the case, some information cannot be known to Obito and Kakashi. Just thinking about the information about Uchiha's genocide just now, Namikaze Minato had a vague feeling in his heart. Could it be that Uchiha would betray Konoha? Or was it wiped out by Uchiha Madara? Also, the name Uzumaki Naruto. Could it be that this young man is? But why does his last name be Uzumaki? In an instant, the thoughtful young daimyo analyzed several pieces of unfavorable information. Chapter 63 Namikaze Minato's decision, target Yamato. By the way, where is this place? Standing on the outer wall of the tower, Naruto looked around at the spectacular buildings and asked in surprise. This place is completely different from the place where he fought before. This is Lulan, Naruto. Obito's eyes flashed, and he spoke in time to get information. Lulan, Nani, how could this be Lulan? Quote. Naruto was stunned for a moment, holding his head and exclaimed. Incredible expression. No solution anymore. I didn't want to say it originally. However, in order to avoid internal friction, I will explain it to you within the scope of my ability. This is indeed Lulan. However, it is not the Lulan you know. If I'm right, you should be someone from the future. This place is about 20 years ahead of your time. In your concept, this should be Lulan in the past time and space. Quote. Namikaze Minato said with a trace of confusion in his eyes again, taking off his mask to reveal his true face. Past, future. Naruto's brain suddenly shut down and he was confused and dumbfounded. Naruto, so I'm your senior. Stop calling me a kid. Obito also took off his mask when he saw this, staring at Naruto with scarlet eyes and pretending. In this way, is this guy my future student? Looks like some stupid idiot. Kakashi also took off his mask, recalling Naruto's name just now and unable to complain. Nohara Lin saw Obito and the other two taking off their masks, and also revealed her pretty pink face. A pair of curious beautiful eyes looked at Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. And the moment Kakashi took off his mask, Naruto's eyes widened and he exclaimed again. He is too familiar with Kakashi. Ah, right, I've seen you, Uchiha's senior. I once saw your photo at Kakashi-sensei's house. Yes, and she. Suddenly, a picture flashed through Naruto's head, making a fuss at Obito and Lin. Photo. Since you are Kakashi's disciple, haven't you seen us? Quote. Obito immediately seized the opportunity and began to obtain information. Advertisement. Nohara Lin's pupils also trembled, her eyes showing confusion and a hint of uneasiness. This. The excited Naruto felt like he was being strangled by the neck, and he rubbed his head in embarrassment and was at a loss. He is not stupid, how could he bluntly state that the two of them are dead? By the way, let me tell you, brother, why is your face so familiar? You look exactly like the 4th generation avatar on the Hokage rock face. Quote. Suddenly, Naruto suddenly reacted and stared at Namikaze Minato and shouted in surprise. 4th Hokage. Kakashi and Lin were instantly diverted by the news, and both looked at Namikaze Minato with shock and admiration on their faces. Ahem. The current situation is a bit complicated. We must split up. I will make a noise here to attract the enemy's attention, and the three of you will go look for traces of Centipede. Report to me as soon as you find the location. Namikaze Minato coughed and came up with a high-sounding excuse to get rid of the three Obitos. The future intelligence revealed so far is horrifying enough and cannot continue like this. Yes. Obito's eyes flashed with strange color, and he nodded calmly. It seems that Namikaze Minato doesn't want them to know too much future information. However, this matter is not up to him. Naruto's appearance represented more than just him. Wood-style Yamato should also come to this era. Compared to Naruto who lacks knowledge, Yamato is the best person to obtain information. The most important is, if his Sharingan illusion stimulates Nine Tails to go berserk, there will be trouble. So, this is the time for Obito to fish in troubled waters. Gone. Immediately, Obito called Karen and they left quickly. Watching the three Obitos leave, Namikaze Minato hesitated to speak and watched Naruto get entangled. According to 3rd generation's instructions, it is only necessary to confirm that Beizu is a future ninja. Then for Konoha, he must get information about Uchiha Madara. But now, Naruto's appearance completely disrupted Minato's plan. Because if he really learns the information about Uchiha Madara, he can change the future. So, will Naruto's existence disappear directly? This is something Namikaze Minato must consider. Forget it if you don't know, there is no psychological burden. But now that we know it, we can't ignore the future. Because, Naruto is probably. But at the same time, because of the few words Naruto said. He is also very curious about the future of Konoha. Advertisement. This gives Namikaze Minato a headache. Hey, brother 4th generation. Did you just say to hunt down Centipede? He is the mission given to me by Granny Tsunade. Are we going to get our act together now? Quote. Naruto asked excitedly after hearing the information revealed by Minato regardless of Nagatame's entanglement. Tsunade-sama, Namikaze Minato, who had complicated thoughts, exclaimed again, with doubt in his eyes. Although Tsunade is a Konoha Sannin, he does not have the right to command Konoha shinobi. The only person who can make Konoha shinobi leave the village to perform tasks is the Hokage, except for the roots. And Naruto's costume is obviously not that of a ninja. Could it be that Tsunade-sama is too? Naruto, as a senior, I hope you won't reveal any more information about the future. Because people in the future are involved in this era, the flow of time will cause huge changes to change the future. This will affect your future world. Maybe you will disappear directly. After hesitating for a moment, Namikaze Minato expressed the seriousness of the matter and issued a warning. Naruto's appearance has given him insight into a lot of information. For Naruto not to disappear. So, that's all the information about the future. Disappear. Naruto's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this, and he stood there in a daze. Silly Badian's brain couldn't figure out the situation for a moment. Obito and the others have already started taking action, and I have to cooperate with them. In short, be careful yourself. Namikaze Minato patted Naruto on the shoulder and left with a sigh of relief. Now that you have decided to protect the future, you must take action. What? He left before he could explain clearly. So I haven't figured out how time flows. No matter what, let's go find Captain Yamato and the others first. Naruto was stunned for a moment before he realized what he was doing. He put his fists together and regained his composure. And at this time, Lulan underground. White eyes, open. Obito's main body shouted in a deep voice, and instantly opened his eyes and looked in all directions. His eyes swept over Namikaze Minato and Minato's team, looking straight towards the outskirts of Lulan. According to the plot of Dragon Vein, Yamato was discovered by Kakashi outside Lulan. So there's nothing wrong with this direction. As for Obito who acted together with Karen, it was naturally his wood-style clone. This is one of the ninjutsu Obito has learned in this month. Chapter 64 A Future Without Change, Queen Sarah. Lulan Gate side. In the corner of the soft desert wall, a young ninja with short brown-black hair and a Konoha forehead protector lay motionless on the ground. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest and weak breathing proved that he was still alive. Oh, I slept well. Seeing the sleeping Yamato, Obito emerged from the ground and couldn't help but tease him silently. No wonder it is said that the protagonist and the villain work hard to survive, and the big and small partners just sit back and enjoy the rewards. Apart from plot killing, there are basically no supporting characters. Yamato basically won the game this time. However, this also makes it easier for Obito to move. Sharingan Hypnosis. Obito took 2 steps forward and opened Yamato's eyes, and Sharingan's eye power exploded directly. While in a coma, Yamato possesses the strength of elite Jonin. But facing the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, he was still defenseless and instantly fell into a state of hypnosis. I want to know all the information about Uchiha Obito. Without thinking, Obito immediately began to obtain information. Uchiha Obito. He was Kakashi's best friend and companion, and he died in the Battle of Kannabi Bridge many years ago. During that battle, under Obito's strange gaze, Yamato told the information he knew in detail. Immediately afterwards, Obito asked for some information again. Including but not limited to the Nine Tails Rebellion, Uchiha Genocide, Konoha Collapse Plan and other major events in Konoha. The results that can be obtained are all exactly the same as the original plot. This made Obito frown for a moment. He confirmed that he would change the plot, so this situation would not be possible. Even if he is willing to follow the plot, there is no way he will be right. But Naruto and Yamato have already appeared, and their existence does represent future reality. So, unless that Hokage is not the real future connected to this world. It's a parallel ninja world with the original plot. Or, is it just me or the original plot is mindlessly darkened? But this kind of thing is even more ridiculous. Close black lens bracket. The vision of a time traveler allowed Obito to guess 2 possibilities in an instant, and he was filled with surprises. If it were a parallel ninja world, then he would be much safer. At least, you don't have to worry about some unscrupulous Ōtsutsuki being unable to defeat him and traveling through time to launch a sneak attack. Moreover, the Hokage world of this original plot. It will also become the world foundation for him to fill up his regrets. As a time traveler, who doesn't want to let the Aborigines know the changes after his existence? If only he knew all the changes, then a lot of the fun would be missing. The so-called happiness alone is not as good as the happiness of everyone, it is nothing more than this. However, we still need to confirm. Naruto and the others can travel through the dragon veins, and I can also travel through the future through the dragon veins. Advertisement. So now, it's time to find Queen Sarah who controls the dragon veins. Close black lens bracket. After getting the information he wanted, Obito dispersed and Sharingan thought to himself. Glancing at Yamato who was unaware, Obito smiled calmly and escaped underground again. This time, Yamato is lucky, he has obtained the beggar's version of wood style and wood style ninjutsu. Yamato's role has dropped to freezing point. Otherwise, Obito will not let go of this wood style gift bag. At the same time, Sarah, you were really deceived by that so-called Lulan. He is the rebellious ninja centipede. He is an ambitious man who uses your power to control dragon veins to create puppet weapons. He is not the loyal minister you imagined. Naruto met Queen Sarah as in the original plot, and began to talk sincerely. I don't want to believe you. And Lulan is not who you say, he is the hero who helped build Lulan. Quote. The girl Sarah naturally did not believe Naruto's words and retorted coldly with a small face. But, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. As soon as Naruto uttered 2 words, he was ruthlessly rejected by Sarah. Without giving Naruto a chance to speak, he turned around and ran away. Sarah, Naruto yelled and started to chase after him, but was blocked by a puppet who heard the sound. HMPH, what centipede? I don't want to believe you. Sarah muttered under her breath as she ran, scoffing at Naruto's words. Then let me see it with your own eyes. Suddenly, Obito's voice sounded behind Sarah. Let Sarah freeze in place. Who are you? Turning stiffly to look at the Obito mask, Sarah shrank her neck in surprise. Wearing a mask to disguise himself, he doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Sharingan. Obito had no intention of arguing with her now, and his eyes flashed crimson and he activated the illusion. The real situation in Lulan that Yamato saw before was reproduced in detail using illusions. Let Sarah directly see the true nature of Lulan. Well. And Lucian, he was really using dragon veins to create puppets. How is this possible? Although she had witnessed it with her own eyes, Sarah still didn't believe it. First follow me to close the dragon vein. You will see the oppressed people below. Obito's eyes flashed crimson and he encouraged him. Without closing the dragon veins, centipede is equivalent to having unlimited chakra. Advertisement. Obito will not do thankless things. Okay, I'll go with you. Following Sharingan's suggestion, Sarah nodded in response without any hesitation. Go on. Obito grabbed her little hand and quickly ran towards the dragon's veins. At the same time, he used the clone message to send a message to his wood clone and asked them to rush there. He wants to end this boring battle quickly. Well, White Zetsu's clone communication is also useful here in Obito. However, the message can only be sent between Obito and the clone, and cannot be sent to outsiders. With the help of the mask, Obito turns on the Byakugan map plugin from time to time. He led Sarah to the dragon vein altar smoothly. Go ahead. After cutting off the dragon's veins, I will lead you to rescue your people. Obito stared at the dragon vein altar with burning eyes and shouted to Sarah. Sarah nodded silently, clenched her teeth and quickly came to the altar and started to move. I order in the name of the queen. Cut off the power of your dragon veins and suppress your power. Urgency is like a law. Half kneeling in the center of the altar, Sarah put her hands on her chest and solemnly recited the incantation. The spell was activated, and a purple light curtain appeared on both hands covering the energy gap. Still as urgent as the law. Why don't you add a sentence about Taishang Laojun? Close black lens bracket. Obito secretly complained when he heard this, and was speechless about some of the settings here. While he was complaining, the energy gap flowing out of the dragon vein altar slowly closed. As the unlimited supply of energy to Lulan was instantly cut off, the huge puppet manufacturing assembly lines all stopped. At the same time, Centipede Deep Underground was also awakened. Your Majesty the Queen, why do you appear here? Quickly forming a human puppet, Beizu appeared above the altar of the 2 dragon veins and gave him a cold drink. I have cut off the flow of dragon veins. And Lucian, I will not allow this power to be used in war. In the name of the Queen, I order that the development and manufacturing of puppets be stopped immediately. And release all labor. The naive Sarah immediately shouted out, still harboring some illusions about Centipede. Stupid woman. However, my army of puppets is basically ready. You are no longer useful. Now, please die like your mother. Beizu was not afraid of this at all, instead he said indifferently with a ferocious face. In an instant, Sarah's expression turned pale with shock. Sarah, this is no longer a battle for you to participate in. Go and save your people. Only in this way can we live up to the name of the Queen. Seeing that the 2 of them were going to continue arguing, Obito immediately interrupted. This bloody and boring plot ends here. Chapter 65 Fierce Battle with Centipede, Minato class travels across time together. Don't even think about escaping. A puppet that loses its value will only have one fate in the end. Quote. Seeing that Sarah was about to leave, Centipede danced her fingers and shouted arrogantly. I saw several purple chakra threads flying in his hands, instantly connecting the puppets to pounce on Sarah. Don't want. Sarah's eyes trembled and she exclaimed, frozen in place due to fright. You go first, I will clear the way. Obito shouted when he saw this, and his hands quickly ignited blue chakra and exploded. Any puppet technique is a joke in front of Gentle Fist's secret technique. Obito, who integrates Gentle Fist's acupuncture points, will naturally solve the battle with the minimum cost. Bang bang bang. In front of Gentle Fist's acupuncture points, the chakra threads on the heads of the puppets were instantly cut off and defeated with one blow. There is no resistance at all. And Sarah also seized the opportunity and ran to the laborers. He actually cut off my chakra thread with his bare hands, twice. However, do you think my puppet is just like this? Quote. Beizu yelled with a flash of madness in his eyes, and the chakra thread in his hand flew again and shot up the roof. In just one moment, dozens of puppets were reawakened and appeared. What a coincidence, my strength is not just that. Obito dismissed it and opened his mouth to rush, and his hands simultaneously turned into afterimages and quickly formed seals. Beizu has lost the infinite energy of his dragon veins, Obito really doesn't care about him. Cutting off the chakra line just now was just to buy time for the current ninjutsu. Beizu, I finally found you. I will definitely defeat you and bring you back to Konoha. Multiple shadow clone technique. Just as Obito's seal was coming to an end, Naruto suddenly rushed out with a loud shout. The main body and shadow clone stood beside Obito, forming a confrontation with the puppets. Konoha's ninja. Kid, we haven't seen each other for 6 years. I didn't expect you to still pursue me. Seeing Naruto appear, Beizu's face changed and he said gloomily. Huh, this is only half a day for me. Beizu, you are as fat as a pig now. I don't know if I can still fight. Quote. Naruto stood beside Obito and retorted unceremoniously. Naruto, you came just in time. You hold on here first, and I'll shake him down. Obito turned his eyes, interrupted the seal and shouted. After saying this, without waiting for Naruto's reaction, he disappeared directly. Kakashi and the others are almost here. If you don't leave now, wait until later. Originally, Obito also wanted to use ninjutsu to cover up an escape. Naruto looked at the empty side and felt a little confused. What does shake people mean? Shouldn't we fight together? D Beizu, look at how powerful I am. Naruto, who couldn't figure it out, immediately put the problem behind him, and each of the shadow clones created Rasengan and got ready to go. A sharp-tongued brat. Beizu snorted disdainfully, and with a wave of his hand, he controlled the puppets to attack Naruto. Advertisement. Rasengan. Naruto yelled and rushed towards the puppets together with many shadow clones. The main body went straight towards Baidu. In an instant, the two parties were in chaos. Naruto, who has the advantage of the protagonist's halo, quickly forces Beizu into a desperate situation just like in the original plot. Damn you brat, look at how powerful I am. Beizu looked at the destroyed puppet subordinates and roared angrily. The chakra threads on his fingers flashed again. Under Naruto's shocked expression, Centipede's body quickly transformed into the strange form of a human-faced spider. It is more than 30 meters tall and looks like a terrifying beast. What's going on? Looking at the huge spider with a ferocious face, Naruto said with a pale face. See, this is my ultimate body. Just die here. Centipede, who transformed into a giant spider, howled triumphantly, and its two claws instantly turned into sharp blades and stabbed Naruto. The speed is so fast, like a shooting star. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. At the critical moment, a clear and crisp voice suddenly sounded. I saw a shuriken flying out at extremely high speed, and instantly turned into dense green light like raindrops and shot out. In the dark underground, it was like a shower of meteors and fire hitting all the giant centipede spiders. The scene was as big as a heavy rainstorm. Naruto, are you okay? Namikaze Minato appeared next to Naruto and asked concernedly. What a powerful ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked at the dilapidated Beizu and said stupidly. Minato-sensei, your shuriken shadow clone is really ridiculously strong. Quote. With a whoosh, Obito appeared beside Yongdame and sighed. Is this a shuriken shadow clone? This is Gatling. Kakashi and Nohara Lin arrived shortly afterwards. Well, this time it's Obito himself. Wood clone has been secretly replaced during the accelerated march just now. Hateful, how could I collapse here? This is the ultimate body that I have devoted all my efforts to build, how could it be defeated like this? Beizu's unwilling voice suddenly resounded throughout the altar, and his body erupted with glowing purple light. Although he lost the infinite energy of the dragon vein, the energy he preserved was still there. In an instant, the entire Lulan puppets rushed into it as if they had been summoned. In the blink of an eye, a centipede that was even bigger than before appeared. Although the size is not as huge as the one with the power of dragon veins in the original plot, it should not be underestimated. Hateful, I won't lose to you. Naruto roared when he saw this, and once again separated two shadow clone and started rubbing balls. That is, Namikaze Minato's eyes froze, and he was extremely surprised when he saw the rapidly forming Rasengan. The eyes he looked at Naruto became more and more kind. Sure enough, his guess was right. Blonde hair, Uzumaki, Rasengan, this boy should be his son. It's not over yet, drink. Naruto yelled again and added wind attribute nature transformation to the Rasengan in his hand. Open black lens bracket that is, Rasengan Shuriken. Close black lens bracket. Obito's eyes flashed scarlet, and the three Tomoe Sharingan started to replicate at full speed. Advertisement. This is an S-class secret ninjutsu delivered to your door. Is that Rasengan's final form? Amazing. Kakashi and Lin were equally shocked, each murmuring in surprise. Damn Konoha shinobi, all die. Beizu, who had also finished saving up, roared and shouted, opened his mouth and spit out an energy bomb. Wind-style Rasengan Shuriken. Not to be outdone, Naruto immediately greeted them with a Rasen Shuriken. In an instant, two opposing waves formed a stalemate in midair. Although Naruto's Rasen Shuriken is powerful, it's still a little bit inferior to Hyakuzu at this time. Naruto, let me help you. Seeing victory in sight, Namikaze Minato shouted and pulled out a Rasengan to join in. In an instant, the close chakra allowed the Rasengan Shuriken to absorb Namikaze Minato's Rasengan chakra without any hindrance. The white Rasengan Shuriken turned into green color in an instant, and roared even more towards Centipede. Without the support of Dragon Vein power, Beizu would not be able to withstand this attack. Damn Konoha shinobi. Damn Sarah, even if I die, I won't make it easy for you. Let's go to hell together. Quote. Beizu roared angrily, and his body ignited with purple light, about to detonate the dragon veins and kill them all. I've been guarding against you for a long time. Fire-style Long Yan Sing's technique. Obito's hands turned into afterimages to complete the seal, and 5 cards of chakra exploded to activate the ninjutsu. Boom 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 boom. 5 huge fire dragons were seen spraying out from Obito's mouth, surrounding Baidu from 5 directions: up, down, left, right, and front. Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up while he was responding to the wave, and he flew to Kakashi's side with Naruto in an instant. Next breath. The centipede that was about to explode was swallowed up by 5 fire dragons at the same time. Damn it! Blast it to me! At the moment of annihilation, Beizu broke out with a final roar regardless of everything. A purple energy bullet breaks through fire style and shoots towards the Dragon Vein altar. A gap opens again. Suddenly, the power of the Dragon Veins that had nowhere to vent surged out. Tip. Beizu joins the group chat. At the same time that Beizu died, Naruto's body also glowed with a glowing white light. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. You guys stand back. Let me completely seal the Dragon Veins. Quote. Namikaze Minato immediately formed a seal with his hands and ordered Obito and others to retreat. Sorry, Minato-sensei. I have something I need to confirm and go check into the future. In this gap, Obito grabbed Naruto and rushed towards the Dragon Vein torrent. As long as he catches Naruto, he won't be sent to an unknown timeline. Idiot, what are you going to do? Kakashi paused and immediately reached out to grab Obito to pull him back. Nohara Lin next to her had the same idea, grabbing the corner of Obito's clothes with her little hands. In an instant, the white fluorescence from Naruto's body rapidly transmitted through Obito's body and spread to both Karen. Don't want. Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank, and he appeared next to Obito, grabbing his collar and about to activate the Flying Thunder God to lead the 3 of them away from Naruto. But in the midst of this electric light and flint, the power of passage belonging to the Dragon Vein burst out at the same time. With a flick of the brush, the group of 5 people disappeared instantly. At the same time, Yamato, who was sleeping outside Lulan, also ignited white fluorescence and disappeared almost at the same time. Chapter 66 Konoha 64, Kakashi's character collapsed. Konoha 64 years. Lulan ruins. Naruto. Little Sakura was held in the mouth of Sai's painted beast, and she screamed as she looked at the power of the dragon's veins that shot straight into the sky. Sai controls the painted beast to circle around the dragon's veins, looking for possible breakthroughs. After a breath, the surging dragon veins suddenly dissipated, and 6 paths vaguely appeared around the ruined altar. Naruto. Seeing the familiar blonde hair, little Sakura's face turned from worry to joy and she shouted in surprise. Careful, maybe an enemy. Quote. Sai saw the pupils of Obito and the 4 people shrinking, and immediately controlled the painted beast to rush towards the altar. Because Minato's class was still wearing masks, Sai and Sakura didn't recognize who they were. Ah, Mr. Yamato, I finally found you. At the altar, Naruto shouted in surprise when he saw Yamato who was on guard next to him. Naruto, who are they? Yamato made a move with one hand, and his 5 fingers turned into wooden spikes and stared at Obito and the 4 of them shouted coldly. Wood style. Namikaze Minato was about to educate Obito when he saw this sudden wood style and immediately exclaimed. Konoha finally has wood style again. At this stall, little Sakura and Sai also rushed over and stood next to Yamato, waiting. That, Teacher Yamato, little Sakura, Sai. They are also Konoha shinobi, not enemies. Upon seeing this, Naruto waved and explained, although he didn't know why Obito and the others followed him. Konoha shinobi. Did Lord 5th Hokage send reinforcements? Quote. Seeing this, Yamato relaxed slightly from his tense expression and looked at Minato's class in confusion. Even if reinforcements are sent, there shouldn't be any children. Those 3 little guys looked like teenagers. Since when did Konoha have such a talented ninja? Idiot Obito, who told you to act without authorization? Now we are in trouble. Seeing that he was not an enemy, Kakashi immediately turned around and yelled angrily. Idiot Kakashi, I told you, I have a reason to come. Who asked you to follow me? Quote. Obito also refused to retort. He originally planned to act alone. Now that Minato's class has come together, he is not so free anymore. Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi-sensei. Yamato and little Sakura exclaimed at the same time when they heard the sound, and both pairs of eyes stared at Kakashi's dazzling white hair. Advertisement. Well, this hairstyle is exactly the same as Kakashi. Ha ha ha, little Sakura, you can't think of it. He is Kakashi-sensei, but Kakashi-sensei in his teenage years. Quote. Upon seeing this, Naruto announced the answer carelessly, which shocked Yamato, Sakura, and Sai at the same time. Kakashi in his teenage years, how is this possible? Ahem. It was not originally planned to be exposed, but now it seems that there is no need to continue hiding it. Obito, I want to know your reasons. Quote. Namikaze Minato asked with a hint of helplessness in his eyes as he slowly took off his mask. As long as their memories are sealed later, contacting the future now is not a big deal. Master Fourth Hokage. The moment Namikaze Minato took off his mask, Yamato's pupils trembled and he blurted out. Master Fourth Hokage. Suddenly, little Sakura and Sai were also shocked and in disbelief. Sure enough, this big brother is the fourth Hokage. Naruto, who had already guessed, heard the sound and shouted excitedly, looking at Namikaze Minato with admiration. He had seen before that Namikaze Minato was exactly the same as fourth-generation Iwakage, and in the battle just now, Namikaze Minato used Rasengan again. No matter how crazy Naruto is, he can guess these clues. Teacher, you have really fulfilled your dream. As for my reasons, I want to know how Lin died. This is a reality I cannot accept. To do this, I will change the future at all costs. Quote. Obito also took off his mask and spoke with determination in his eyes. Obito. Nohara Lin, who was still in a hazy state, trembled. She took off her mask and her beautiful eyes were filled with crystal-clear emotions. She thought Obito had some other reason. For example, what Naruto said about Uchiha annihilating the clan. Unexpectedly, Obito had only one reason to choose to risk traveling. That's her. In an instant, the status of Obito and Kakashi changed dramatically in Lin's heart. At this moment, Lin saw the emotional sustenance in her heart. Is it because of Naruto's previous answer? Obito. Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed with complexity, and he said quite seriously. Naruto had not directly answered whether he had met Obito and Lin before. Just saying I saw it in the photo. The meaning here is self-evident. It is not surprising that Obito has this idea and Namikaze Minato. Even he has mixed feelings at this time. Because, his future is the fourth Hokage. And that wood-style ninja said that they were sent by fifth generation to perform the mission. Advertisement. Then, his existence also indicates. Open black lens bracket well. There's something about Sister Lin's eyes. Dude, I just found a reason that fits the character, is there any unexpected surprise? Close black lens bracket. Obito looked at Nohara Rin with tears in his eyes and cursed secretly. In fact, he just wants to determine whether this world is a parallel ninja world. If so, then he wouldn't be polite. Mangekyo Sharingan, which no one in his time had. Now that he has this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Obito would be a fool not to seize it. You are Kakashi-sensei's companions. Seeing the appearance of Obito and Lin, little Sakura blurted out again. Regarding the photos of Minato's class, she also saw them at Kakashi's house. Subconsciously, little Sakura looked at Kakashi who had not yet taken off his mask. Look what I do. Since you have guessed it, you should maintain the minimum respect for me. Didn't I teach you the ninja code? Quote. Seeing the opportunity coming, Kakashi immediately put on airs and pretended. This is an opportunity to show off your genius, and you must show it to Obito. Ninja code. Well, you, a boring man who reads bad publications every day and is always late, do you have this thing? Quote. Naruto next to him saw that the goddess Sakura was being attacked, and immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Moment. Namikaze Minato and Nohara Rin cast strange glances at the pretentious Kakashi. I didn't realize it, but Kakashi is still a hidden LSP. Nohara Rin was secretly glad that she had made her choice. Otherwise, and Kakashi himself was already stupid at this time. How could he be a sultry man who reads bad publications and likes to be late? He is a man who has always aimed to surpass his father and is determined to restore Hitaki's glory. How could it become like that? What the hell is going on? I want to go back to Konoha. I want to see the guy who ruined my reputation in person. Unbearable to be humiliated, Kakashi gritted his teeth and said bitterly, the white fang short sword in his hand shining with white light. If he becomes like that, he must teach that B*********** DA lesson. This is the Kingdom of Wind after all, so let's go back to Konoha first. Sir fourth generation, please wear a mask to avoid unnecessary trouble. Quote. Yamato glanced at Kakashi with contempt, then turned to Namikaze Minato and said respectfully. How could that guy Kakashi be a guy who abides by ninja rules? He often breaks the rules. Well, I often bully him regardless of my senior style. Chapter 67 The hero dies and Itachi dies, this is a parallel ninja world. Back to Konoha. Namikaze Minato's breath froze when he heard this, his eyes flashed with thoughts. Going to Konoha, with their status, they will definitely cause a sensation. Indeed, They can use this to know some future intelligence. But is this result really good? In the end, he has to seal the memory to prevent it from affecting the reality and changing the future. Therefore, there was no need for them to go to Konoha. It can also avoid disrupting the situation in Konoha in this era. Sorry, Obito, Kakashi. We can't go to Konoha. We have to stay here and figure out how to go back to our time. This era should not have any intersection with us. After weighing the pros and cons, Namikaze Minato decided to refuse. Minato-sensei, Kakashi shouted subconsciously, but he didn't know what to say. With his ninja skills, obeying should be the only option at this time. Teacher, it's understandable that you stop me. But, I've already said it. I have a reason why I have to go to Konoha. You don't care about Mrs. Kushina, but I can't care about Lin's future. Don't you see the true meaning of Uzumaki Naruto's name at all? Quote. Obito's eyes flashed and he shouted, he couldn't go back in time without any achievements. Kushina, Namikaze Minato murmured subconsciously, looking at Naruto who was thoughtful. Although there is no confirmation, he already knows his fate through clues. Uzumaki Naruto who doesn't know himself, he is the 4th Hokage and Konoha is now the 5th generation. This is already telling. He and Kushina died before Naruto recognized anyone. Naruto's last name is Uzumaki and not Namikaze, everything points to a possibility. Open black lens bracket 9 tails Jinchuriki close black lens bracket. Otherwise, with Kushina's character, how could Naruto not know of his existence? Although Namikaze Minato also felt sad about this result, he faced it calmly. As long as Naruto is his and Kushina's child, as long as Naruto is healthy and happy. This is enough. Brother, could it be that you are? Naruto seemed to be aware of it at this time, his pupils flashed with tears and he said nervously. Naruto, if I had a son, I'm sure he could become a ninja like you. Finally, it's a pleasure to meet you in this way. Watching Naruto's eyes gradually moisten, Namikaze Minato smiled brightly and expressed her stance tactfully. At the same time, it also gives Obito a hint of his determination. However, when did Obito's ninja sense of smell become so sharp? Teacher, have you realized something yet? Advertisement. Obito's face flashed, and then turned into a calm expression. Yongdame, indeed Yongdame. Being willing to die and burn yourself, this realization is very like the will of fire. Obito, you've already guessed it, haven't you? Konoha now has proven the value of our existence. Let's go back. This era does not belong to us. Sorry, Obito, Kakashi, Lin. Namikaze Minato looked at the 3 Obitos with a sigh on his face, and said in a slightly solemn tone. You have your consciousness, and I also have my choice. Sorry, Mr. Minato. Obito took a long breath, his expression changed and he said calmly. Without giving Namikaze a chance to react, Minato immediately turned to look at Naruto. If I guess correctly, Uzumaki Naruto, you should be Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki now. And he, my teacher Namikaze Minato. Lord 4th Hokage of Konoha. It should be your father, your mother's name is Uzumaki Kushina. Obito spoke quickly and dropped a depth charge, chakra erupted at his feet and turned around to leave. Before leaving, I didn't forget to leave my flying thunder god kunai behind. Obito, are you really my future father? Namikaze Minato was about to chase him when Naruto jumped on him and blocked his way. Nani, Naruto is the son of Lord 4th Hokage. Quote. The little Sakura next to her was shocked at the same time, looking at the two of them with horror. Mr. Minato, I'm going to get Obito back. A trace of confusion flashed in Kakashi's eyes, and he quickly found a reason for his behavior. As he finished speaking, his figure quickly swept forward. This made Yamato next to him curse again. He also said that he abides by the ninja code. Isn't this breaking the rules again? The other side. Obito disappeared in front of several people, but regardless of what they thought, he directly activated the Mayfly technique to escape quickly. Who knows how long the passage of Dragon Vein power will last? This was also the reason why he was so outrageous just now. Anyone who is nearby, I need help with something. Obito activated the Mayfly technique and immediately began to use the clone communication to trick the white Zetsu clone. If you want to know whether this world is a parallel ninja world, finding a white Zetsu clone is undoubtedly the fastest way. Obito turns black, but the white Zetsu clone is always there from beginning to end. Open black lens bracket help. I am coming. Close black lens bracket. As soon as Obito crossed the border between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Rain, he received a message. In less than 3 seconds, a white Zetsu clone appeared in front of Obito. Advertisement. Obito, why have you become a child? Where is half of your Hashirama cell body? Quote. The moment the white Zetsu clone saw Obito, a series of questions followed. Answer my question first. White Zetsu, when did I open my eyes? Quote. Obito didn't answer the question, his expression was cold and he looked like he was keeping strangers away. Open your eyes. When you were 13 years old, you opened the double Magatama on the battlefield, and then witnessed Lin's death and opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito, why do you suddenly think of asking this? Quote. The white Zetsu clone, who was not very bright, had no doubt that he was there and said bluntly. Instantly, Obito's face lit up with joy. My heart was in a state of ups and downs and suddenly fell to the ground. Now he has 3 Tomoe Sharingan at the age of 10, this is an unchangeable fact. Therefore, this is a parallel ninja world. Tell me, what's going on with Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi now? After confirming that it was a parallel ninja world, Obito asked again to confirm the timeline. There is no specific time in the plot timeline of Dragon Vein. Itachi, Jiraiya, aren't they dead? Nagato killed Jiraiya in Rain Shinobi, and Itachi was successfully avenged by Sasuke. Aren't you supposed to know this? Quote. The white Zetsu clone looked at Obito suspiciously and subconsciously took 2 steps back to distance himself. Rasengan. Obito, who was well prepared, immediately rushed forward and struck a blow into the soul in an instant. Tip. White Zetsu joins the group chat. Under the unwilling and strange gaze of the white Zetsu clone, Obito forced him to join the group. Has it already reached this time? Next is the famous scene of Pain attacking the village. What a pity, what a pity. Obito's face darkened when he saw white Zetsu turning into a tree, and he couldn't help but silently said with regret. If it had been earlier, he might have been able to steal the lead and bring Jiraiya and Itachi into the group. They are 2 top shadow masters. Especially Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, which is no less powerful than Kamui's. Tsukuyomi plus Amaterasu plus 10 fist sword plus 8-foot mirror Mangekyo, isn't it child's play? It hurts so much. It hurts so much that I can't breathe. However, it's not too late now. Kakashi's left eye Kamui, Danzo's right eye distinguished heavenly gods, Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. These are all good choices. Most importantly, Rinnegan Nagato. The Battle of Pain's invasion, this is the best opportunity to intercept Rinnegan. Obito thought again and made a decision. Chapter 68 Director Obito is online and the storm is coming. Damn it, where did this guy Obito go? The speed is so fast. Kakashi rushed through the desert as fast as the wind, gritting his teeth and refusing to drink. Obito's strength has improved too quickly. Kakashi, you are too fast. Just when Kakashi was about to burst out chakra again, Obito's voice suddenly came from behind. Kakashi turned around and saw Obito relaxing behind him. Damn it Obito, you're behind me. Just say that no matter how hard I chase you, I can't catch up with you. Kakashi stopped suddenly, pointed at Obito and said angrily. Well, now is not the time to talk about this. Since you're following, Teacher Minato and the others are coming soon. We have to speed up. Obito shrugged helplessly, and quickened his pace with a solemn expression. Wait, I'm here to chase you back. I don't want to go to Konoha with you. Kakashi was stunned for a moment and immediately retorted harshly. Kakashi, don't you want to know what Naruto calls Sharingan Kakashi? Or should I say, you didn't care about Lin and I's death at all? If so, that's up to you. Anyway, I don't really believe in this so-called future. Obito pretended to be cool and shouted coldly, the chakra under his feet exploded and he ran straight towards Konoha. Kakashi's pupils contracted violently, and Obito's words kept coming back to his ears. Indeed, how could he have Uchiha's Sharingan? Unless. But the most important thing is, Obito and Lin, these 2 most important partners, he didn't want to lose. Obito, wait for me. Looking back at the looming Minato and the others, Kakashi gritted his teeth and shouted. Open black lens bracket hehe. Sure enough, I still caught up. Next, it's time for me to direct the play. I just don't know if Naruto, who hasn't learned Sage Mode, can handle Nagato. But it's not a big problem. Eventually they will all become members of my group. Close black lens bracket. Obito, who was running quickly, heard the sound and secretly said, his eyes flashing with burning ambition. The uncertainty of Dragon Vein crossing means that Obito must seize the time to gain benefits. Therefore, he turned back and followed everyone back to Konoha. Obito, who knew the plot well, naturally knew that Pain carried the rice after Naruto practiced Sage Mode. But now Naruto is still with them, even if he goes back now he will practice Sage Mode. This time is at least 10 days. Obito doesn't have time to gamble on this possibility. So, Rain Shinobi Village. Advertisement. What did you say? Konoha is about to decipher the core intelligence of Pain's 6 paths, and Uzumaki Naruto is on his way back to the village. Expected to arrive in Konoha tomorrow. Quote. After hearing the information brought back by Black-White Zetsu, Konan suddenly screamed. If Konoha knew the specific information about Pain's 6 paths, Nagato would be in danger. Yes, this is the latest information my clone obtained by sneaking into Konoha. Black-White Zetsu pointed to the White Zetsu clone next to him and said with great certainty. No solution anymore. We can only act in advance and go to Konoha to recover Nine Tails now. Quote. The skinny Nagato's eyes flashed purple and he said coldly with no expression on his face. Whether it was his own information or Nine Tails, he had to go to Konoha. But Nagato, the production of the second animal path has not been completed yet. Now and in the past, your strength has not been fully utilized. Too dangerous. Conan's pretty face changed, his eyes full of worry and he hurriedly stopped him. It doesn't matter. I'll speed up her production on the road, there should be enough time. I must recover Nine Tails before Konoha knows my secret, and by the way, destroy Konoha. Nagato said decisively without hesitation, with a cold look in his eyes. But that would. No buts, this is a crucial moment to fulfill Yahiko's dream. Go get ready, Conan. As soon as Conan opened his mouth to stop him, Nagato interrupted him forcefully. Of course he knows that this will consume his life. But, so what? In the face of fulfilling Yahiko's dream, a little life is nothing. It's time to let Konoha feel the pain. He has not forgotten the hatred of his parents. Then, it's decided. I will keep you safe in secret. Quote. Black-white Zetsu's eyes were scarlet and the man next to him said strangely, and his face hidden under the spiral mask was slightly raised. Finally, have you waited for this step? Open black lens bracket guarding Nagato's safety. Hehe. Is it true that Nagato is killed by this? Your purpose is just to keep Rinnegan safe. By the way, get rid of a piece that can revive Uchiha Madara. That's right, another me. Uchiha Obito. The silent white Zetsu clone next to him inadvertently glanced at the masked man and secretly complained. That's right, the white Zetsu clone who reported the message was the Obito would clone. As the saying goes, there is no interlude in infernal affairs, and there are people behind the capable people. Obito, who can't handle these two things alone, is currently performing the routine of the year. In order to add high-quality group friends, he, the group leader, really worried. Advertisement. The other side. Konoha. This is Konoha now. Sure enough, Minato-sensei will be the fourth Hokage in the future. Kakashi looked at the hard and clear Hokage rock and blurted out. Now is not the time to be sentimental, Kakashi. Hurry up and let's go find your future self to get information. Quote. Obito curled his lips indifferently and ran towards Kakashi's house quickly. As long as he meets young Kakashi, he can use this to announce the theory of a parallel ninja world. Thus, Namikaze Minato will not be so resistant to the future. Obito also has more room for development. HMPH, I want to see how that guy has degenerated. Kakashi thought about Naruto's evaluation of him, and he snorted in displeasure and quickly followed. Nani. ZD, I seem to be dazzled. I actually saw Obito and Kakashi when they were kids. Quote. Gangzati looked at the two figures approaching quickly and couldn't help but wiped his eyes. They were the same generation as Obito and Kakashi, how could they not recognize them? Idiot, how could such a thing happen? Someone must be using the transformation technique to trick us. It's okay, as long as Konoha's barrier is not triggered. Then they are Konoha shinobi, no matter what they are playing. Next to her, Shenyu Izumo said nonchalantly, with a trace of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Hehe. As expected, you guys have seen through it, you are worthy of being the Konoha Gate God. Quote. Obito said with a big smile, and quickly passed through the gate of Konoha without stopping. Kakashi followed. Look, I'll tell you who's kidding. Seeing that the barrier of Konoha was not triggered, Izumo Kamizuki turned around and smiled. Izumo, you, wait, that is, halfway through Gangzi Tai's words, his expression changed again. Kamizuki Izumo heard the sound and went to see Naruto and his entourage rushing towards. Particularly eye-catching are the masked Namikaze Minato and Nohara Rin. Yamato Jonin, they are. Out of professional ethics, Kamizuki Izumo immediately questioned. I have something important to meet with Mr. Hokage now. They are with me. Yamato spoke quickly, leading everyone straight to the Hokage building without giving the two a chance to talk. Ah, what important information are you so anxious about? Quote. Ziti, have you noticed that person's back looks so familiar? I feel the same way, Izumo. The two of them were talking to themselves, their eyes falling on Namikaze Minato's back at the same time. Chapter 69 Collision, Youth Kakashi and 5th Generation Tsunade. Konoha Streets. Is this the last work of Jiraiya-sama? Now, I can only remember your existence in this way. The final song of the Intimate Paradise series, Intimate Tactics. A certain white-haired young man looked at the alluring forbidden book with a green cover, his eyes flickered and he said silently. Scenes of memories about Jiraiya appeared in my eyes. A-hole, you guy actually reads such a bad publication, have you forgotten the 3 ninja taboos? My face has been completely embarrassed by you. Just when the white-haired young man was wandering in the sky, a loud shout suddenly sounded in his ears. Immediately afterwards, a familiar dazzling white light flashed in front of my eyes. Short sword White Fang. How come? The white-haired young man's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the familiar short sword, and his face changed drastically under the mask. The body subconsciously retreated and dodged, and my heart was filled with shock and suspicion. Wasn't this White Fang short sword broken in the Battle of Kannabi Bridge? Moreover, that move just now finally found you, Kakashi. Just when the white-haired young man was confused, another voice that was too familiar to exist sounded in his ears. Obito. No, it's impossible. He was already dead, how could it be? Quote. The moment the white-haired young man raised his head, he was frightened again. He pointed at the person in panic. Opposite him is his former childhood friend Uchiha Obito. Illusion, this must be an illusion. Sharingan. The young man Kakashi couldn't believe it and immediately pushed away the forehead protector, revealing the scarlet-red left eye and shouted in a deep voice. Any illusion is just a joke in front of Sharingan. Sharingan. I will really be Sharingan Kakashi from now on. Quote. With a whoosh, Kakashi appeared beside Obito and shouted in surprise. In an instant, his appearance made the young Kakashi confused again. Good guy, this enemy knows him very well. Even my teenage self appeared. No matter who you are, Using this illusion has touched my bottom line. Illusion explanation. The young man Kakashi burst out his eye power and shouted loudly, forming seals to forcefully break the illusion. Chakra surges all over the body, and the pupils of 3 Tomoe Sharingan rotate crazily. Full of momentum. However, it's of no use. Nothing changes around you. This guy, why does it look a little funny? Well, the same as you were before. Obito. Although Kakashi was full of doubts, he still spoke venomously as always. Kakashi, you don't have to waste chakra. This is not an illusion, but the real world. We do not belong to this era. Now I want to know, how did Lin and I die? What happened to your Sharingan? Quote. Advertisement. Obito rolled his eyes speechlessly and got straight to the point. Even if he complains about himself, he will live for a long time. Not of this era. Young Kakashi's face changed slightly, and then his eyes became excited. You are really Obito. Ignoring Kakashi's strange behavior, the young Kakashi looked directly at Obito and asked anxiously. Nonsense. Obito's eyes trembled, and his dark pupils turned into 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Nani? How could it be possible? How could you activate Sharingan at this time? Or 3 Magatama? Quote. Young Kakashi exclaimed when he saw the scarlet pair break through his defense again. With his experience, how could he not see the age of the young boys Obito and Kakashi? Is there a problem? It seems that our world seems a little different. Obito secretly rejoiced, but on the surface he pretended to be surprised and analyzed. Yes, that's it. Only in this way can we distinguish the two worlds. As much as I hate to admit it, Obito is an Uchiha genius. Is there any problem with 3 Tomoe Sharingan? Quote. Kakashi next to him interrupted in time, showing a hint of joy and suspicion as well. With his intelligence, how could he not understand the meaning of Obito's words? 10-year-old Sanmagatama, there is a problem, there is too much problem. If Obito had had this strength, he wouldn't have died. He won't even transplant his Sharingan to me. What is going on with you? Quote. The young man Kakashi shouted excitedly with a melancholy look on his face, and began to obtain information. Give you a transplant of my Sharingan. I want to know the exact information before I can answer your question. Obito's expression changed slightly, and he pressed Kakashi who was about to ask a question. Okay, don't resist. Illusion Sharingan. The young man Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then his eyes narrowed and he said solemnly. He has too many doubts that he wants to solve. The next moment. Obito and Kakashi are drawn into a fantasy world. Here is the Battle of Kannabi Bridge. At the same time. Hokage office. Master. Nohara Rin subconsciously exclaimed when she saw the woman sitting on the Hokage throne. Lin never expected that her master would be the 5th Hokage. This is simply incredible. Master? The little Sakura next to her suddenly felt something was wrong and stared at Nohara Rin with doubtful eyes. Apart from Shizune Senpai, she had never heard that Master Tsunade had any other disciples. Yamato, who are they? 5th generation Tsunade, who was sitting at the Hokage table, also frowned slightly, his eyes falling on Yamato, and he said calmly and proudly. Bringing an unidentified ninja to meet the Hokage is a taboo for ninjas. Subsequently 5th generation Tsunade glanced at everyone, and finally landed on Namikaze Minato. This figure feels a bit familiar. Advertisement. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama, it was us who were abrupt this time. I didn't expect you to be the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Lin was a little presumptuous. Namikaze Minato hurriedly apologized in order to avoid Yamato's embarrassment. While speaking, he took off his mask, revealing the familiar face already hanging on the wall. 4th generation. With a roar, 5th generation Tsunade raised his head with a sharp and incredulous look. How can a dead person exist? Is it Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation? But that's not right, that Orochimaru guy was killed by Sasuke long ago. What's going on? Ahem. Lord Hokage, they are the 4th generation lord and team members from the past era. This time we are in Lulan. Yamato saw Tsunade's doubts and immediately told the truth. What? Dragon veins can actually travel through the past and the future. 5th generation Tsunade was immediately shocked and extremely pleasantly surprised. If you could travel through time, then Nawaki, Jiraiya. But what if this is just an accident and not a truly controllable time travel? Master. We just came here to recover Kakashi and Obito and cause you trouble. Seeing 5th generation Tsunade's uncertain expression, Nohara Lin apologized and shouted. Afraid of causing dissatisfaction to Tsunade, Master? Isn't your teacher Minato? Why do you call me Master? I only have one direct disciple, Sakura, but I am not your master. 5th generation Tsunade regained his composure and stared at Nohara Lindao with strange eyes. Although Nohara Rin, who could change Kakashi's eyes at the age of 12, was extremely talented. But she had no intention of accepting a disciple at that time. And, Nohara Rin died at the Mist Shinobi battlefield shortly afterwards. So, what's going on? Master, you don't want me anymore. Tsunade was just surprised, while Nohara Lin was confused and had a bitter look on her face. She had just succeeded in becoming a disciple, why did she no longer recognize anyone in the blink of an eye? Even the future Tsunade-sama shouldn't be like this. Well, let me say something. Lord Tsunade, you have indeed accepted Lin as your disciple. This is something I recognize and there is nothing wrong with it. Namikaze Minato saw his disciple's tearful and helpless expression and immediately started to defend himself. How can it be? I don't remember this happening. I wasn't in Konoha during the Third War, so how could I accept her as my disciple? Fifth generation Tsunade's answer immediately dumbfounded both Namikaze Minato and Lin. Not in Konoha? Who is that Lord Tsunade in the village? So, do you still remember the information about Uchiha Madara that third generation Sama told you? Thinking of a possibility, Namikaze Minato's face lit up and he said excitedly. If these are two flows of time that do not intersect, then perhaps this is the truly changeable future. Chapter 70 Exchange of Information, Kakashi's Confession of Sexual Love. Old man, Uchiha Madara, what information? Fifth generation Tsunade's beautiful eyes were filled with suspicion and her expression was solemn. Uchiha Madara, this is a legendary figure. Once she heard it, it was impossible for her not to be unimpressed. Is this so? Lord Tsunade, I now have a suspicion that needs to be confirmed. I would like to ask, did the village capture a white weirdo in Konoha 44? He possesses the legendary wood-style power of first Hokage. Namikaze Minato finally confirmed with his pupils flashing in surprise. White weird? Wood-style? Impossible, Yamato is the only wood-style ninja since the first Hokage. He is an accidental survivor of Danzo and Orochimaru wood-style's experiment, and there is no white weirdo as you call it. Fifth generation Tsunade nodded slightly and said something shocking again. Orochimaru-sama, wood-style experiment? Namikaze Minato blurted out subconsciously, and then his face was filled with surprise. Call, Tsunade-sama, if I'm not wrong, it is basically certain that these are two eras that have not intersected. It seems that due to some changes in our two eras, there is no impact. Instead, there's something slightly different going on. Now we can talk without any worries, Namikaze Minato said with a relaxed expression, no longer as depressed as before. Obito can change the future for Rin, how could he not care about Kushina? It was only Naruto's presence that made him give up on the idea. He believes that his future self and Kushina can make that choice. Then he is probably the same, but now, an era without intersection? What's the meaning, Dad, what on earth are you talking about? Ah, aren't you my dad? My head is going to explode, it's a mess. Why can't I understand it? Grandma Tsunade, what on earth is going on? Naruto's eyes bulged and he shouted one after another, his head was a mess. The look he looked at Namikaze Minato was not only kind, but also a bit disappointed. He had already fully approved of this dad, but why did he no longer agree in the blink of an eye? How should I put it? In short, I am still your father in a sense. Where are there more? Realizing Naruto's complicated emotions, Namikaze Minato reached out and put his hand on Naruto's head and smiled brightly. He can still accept this precious son from another time and space. Dad. Advertisement Naruto burst into tears and shouted excitedly, all those complicated things were forgotten by him. Naruto. Fifth generation Tsunade was relieved to see the harmonious scene between father and son. His eyes flashed with tenderness and joy. Naruto is lucky. The sudden appearance of Namikaze Minato should allow Naruto to get out of Jiraiya's haze quickly. Tsunade-sama. If possible, I hope Orochimaru-senpai and Jiraiya-sensei can also participate. Patting Naruto gently, Namikaze Minato said solemnly while suppressing his smile. Regarding Uchiha Madara, the Konoha Sannin must gather together. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Fifth generation Tsunade's expression changed when he heard this, and he muttered in a low mood. Any questions? Namikaze Minato asked strangely, feeling something bad in his heart. Dad, Orochimaru has long since become a rebel ninja of Konoha. 3 years ago, he personally killed Grandpa third generation. But some time ago, he was also killed by Sasuke, and Mr. Jiraiya, he has also. Naruto next to him explained when he saw this, his eyes couldn't help but moisten again. Is this so? I see, Namikaze Minato's face changed several times, and his words turned into heavy sighs. He never expected that Sannin, once the pillar legend of Konoha. Now it's gone to 2 out of 3, and Orochimaru also defected and killed the third Hokage. Okay, let's not talk about this for now, although they're 2 different time and space, I still welcome you on behalf of Konoha. After all, 5th generation Tsunade is the 5th Hokage that has gone through many vicissitudes of life. He quickly suppressed his emotions and pretended to be calm. Yamato Jonin, please take Rin to Obito, Kakashi and the others. I have something important to discuss with Tsunade-sama now. Namikaze Minato also adjusted his mentality instantly and turned to Yamato. Naruto, Sakura-chan, you guys go too. Don't let them cause any trouble in Konoha. 5th generation Tsunade followed up by saying that there are some things that are not suitable for widespread discussion right now. Yes, seeing 5th generation and Minato speaking, Yamato, Sakura-chan, and Lin immediately responded. Dad, I'll wait for you to eat Ichiraku ramen together. Remember to come to me, Naruto said reluctantly, and when Namikaze Minato nodded, he followed out reluctantly. Now, Tsunade-sama, I want to know important information about Konoha 44 years later. How did Kushina and I die? What's going on with Obito and Lin? Why was Uchiha exterminated? Why did Orochimaru defect and kill the third generation Sama? Advertisement and the cause of death of Mr. Jiraiya. After a few people left, Namikaze Minato changed his previous attitude and asked solemnly. It's a long story, so, let's start with Nine Tails Knight. But I also need to know the information you just mentioned about Uchiha Madara. 5th generation Tsunade sighed and said solemnly, sitting down again to sort out his words. In fact, she knew very little about the information about Nine Tails Knight. Most of them can be fully understood in the later records of Konoha. Nine Tails Knight, Namikaze Minato said subconsciously, with a guess in his heart. No wonder Naruto would. The Night of Nine Tails takes place in Konoha 48, a year after the 4th generation became Hokage. That night, Kushina was in labor. 5th generation Tsunade nodded and began to talk. Namikaze Minato subconsciously clenched her fists and listened with bated breath. When 5th generation Tsunade and Namikaze Minato exchange information. The other side, I see, this is how my Sharingan came about. Kakashi woke up from the illusion and said with a heavy and complicated heart. Regarding the details of the Battle of Kannabi Bridge, he had already seen clearly through the illusion of young Kakashi. Immediately, Kakashi turned to look at Obito next to him. The mood is ups and downs, and the 5 emotions are mixed. People who break rules and regulations are called trash. But a guy who doesn't cherish his friends is even more of a loser. They are all trash anyway, so why not choose to be a trash who cherishes your partners? Obito, I understand now. Father White Fang is a real hero. I won't let you and Lin end up in that end. Just keep your Sharingan on you properly. I don't want to be your eyes, I want to witness our future with you. After a moment of silence, Kakashi finally shouted seriously with clear eyes. He must make changes, he didn't want to repeat that lonely future again. Well, although I appreciate your friendship, however, isn't this a bit too gross? Also, Kakashi, are you sure I still need your protection now? Obito looked at the erotic eyes and subconsciously said, his body even shuddered. It would be great if a girl said this. You, humph, idiot. Kakashi was so angry that he exploded. How could Obito say that? Sure enough, this Obito is very different from that Obito. That Obito is more friendly, at least he can conquer people with force. That is, while the two were bickering, the young man next to them, Kakashi, suddenly became confused. The two of them turned around and saw Lin and Naruto running towards them.